But I let him go on. And his big thing was against orders. He said, orders don't work, orders don't work. I was like, all right, you do you. Well, we get to the checkout line, and on that little conveyor belt, he puts that little divider. So I'm just a little confused. Do orders work or do orders not work? It really didn't look good because I was buying for taco night. Do you think an autistic girl has ever paid for fake tits to avoid eye contact? That's my time. Thank you.
Okay, David Jenkins, welcome to the show. This is your first time here.
It is.
Welcome. That was okay. How long have you been doing stand-up?
I've done it like 5 times.
5 times. You live here in Austin? Born and raised? No. Where are you from?
Tampa.
Okay, what made you want to move here?
I've got a long history here related with my girlfriend. She here for several years up until 2020, and I visited in March of 2020 right when the lockdowns happened, and then in June, and then I had a one-way ticket for the first time here, and we drove back together to Tampa, where she came back with me.
Okay.
And then we moved out here.
You guys are still together?
Yep.
Amazing. What does she do?
She does DoorDash.
What do you do?
Accounting.
Wow, you're a real accountant.
I am, and that's my real last name.
Jenkins is your real last name?
I know. I thought about making a fake Jenkins name because I know you love to use it.
I love it.
No,
I think Jenkins is the funniest last name.
Perfect.
Absolutely incredible. Well, that's your real name. So you come from a long line of Jenkins.
I'm actually the third.
You are David Jenkins
And
the third. What does David Jenkins Sr. do?
He's dead.
How about your dad?
He's retired now, but he was a mechanic for airplanes.
Okay. All right. Okay, so you've done it 5 times. You're an accountant. What made you want to start stand-up?
I just love it. I've been listening to it for so long. Like I remember in 5th grade, I don't remember which album it was from Brian Regan. It's just listening to that again and again and cracking up every time, putting it on the radio with my dad. And I've just been obsessed with it ever since.
He's the man. He makes everybody do a shot when they go on stage for his shows.
I don't even know.
No offense, that.
Awesome. How are you?
Clean and sober.
Bro, I know he looks like Santa now.
Hello. How are you? What up, Ethan? Hello. Can you hear me? If you can hear me, say hi. You just watch yourself, Tony. Enjoy.
All right. Tell us the most interesting thing about your entire life, David, before we get you out of here. We're going to fly through some.
I've got the same tooth knocked out 3 times.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
So they keep it. When you say you got it knocked out,
Yeah.
is it people knocking it off?
One time. But not on purpose. It was never on purpose. Yeah, the first time I was running up a wet slide, fell, hit it, boom. The second time I hit a kid on the forehead while playing basketball. The third time I got hit in the face with baseball. So 2 out of 3 times sports. Kind of surprising.
James, what do you think about this?
I love that you've had the confidence to wear a beanie that makes your head look like the tip of a penis.
Absolutely.
I think that's good. Right there.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
What made you pick flesh colored?
It's my girlfriend had it, and I didn't want to buy a new one, and it's really warm, and it's cold out tonight.
Okay. Yeah.
And you've coupled that with sweater.
That can't scare me. I have grandchildren. Where do you get stuff like a lot of hip dudes on my children? Where do you get a shirt like that?
I thrifted it on Depop. I don't know if you've heard of that. It's like online.
Oh, I know all about it. I go all the way to Round Top just to antiques.
I don't believe in Depop. I think that's the weak way to do it. I go to the big, weird Goodwill with all the troughs and the angry Hispanics fighting you for the stuff. That's what I do. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know all about it. They're extra angry for me. When I walk in there, I go, "You're all lucky to even be here. Get out of my bed."
No,
I thought the joke at the end was good.
thank you.
I just wanted to be supportive. than it was.
Thank you. No, I got more laughs than I thought it would, guys. So
It got more laughs than I thought it would too. It's because the audience has only heard comedy for a total of 2 minutes tonight too. It's Aya and Martin Phillips. Here's a little joke book. There you go. I've been given more little joke books, by the way. I've been handed little joke books. The great Boneseye is somewhere skinning a cow right now live for us to be able to have more little joke books. I have decided to pre-pull names, ladies and gentlemen. We are going into turbo fucking pull mode. When you hear those noises, that means that since there have been no big joke books given out tonight, that I will be pulling and we will be watching people do minute sets until somebody truly kills Tony tonight. This is the 9th fucking pull of the night. It could end right now. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Wes Bullets, everybody. Wes Bullets.
Am I the only one that always gets jump scared by Valentine's Day? It's the same day every year, guys. It's a day to just be sad as fuck, you know? Think about all the past trauma from your last relationships. Valentine's Day is like my day of Holocaust Remembrance Day. Because every relationship I've been in has just been completely over-exaggerated, not just made up. Joking around, guys. I'm not Elon Musk. Just having some laughs. Having some drinks. At least I see you guys drinking here. I actually went sober with my New Year's resolution to go sober. It's a good thing, right? Yeah, it's a good thing. No, that shit sucks. It's just you and everything you hate about yourself trapped together all weekend long. You start looking forward to Monday. It's rough, man. I challenge you guys, go to a dive bar sober and actually see what it's like. It's traumatizing. It's like Valentine's Day and the Holocaust every single weekend. Thanks, guys. My time up.
And you know what that sound means. Little joke book for Wes. No interview. He's gone. Wes Bullets. We are in turbo mode. When you hear that slot arpeggio, that sweet slot chime. We're going until someone kills. Who's with me? Your next fucking pull. Ladies and gentlemen, 1 minute for Matthew Jordan.
Welcome. So I've been going to the gym lately, dropped 40 pounds already. Thank you. Got addicted to Zumba all the time. Going in there, first time ever in there, they looked at me like this Ringo's going to be out after 3 songs. But I just want to do one thing for that. You just can't stop with it. So going by the 3rd song, I feel like I'm having a heart attack. I don't know if I'm having a heart attack or not. I'm going into Zumba, going. Boom. And then the 4th song. Wait till the 4th song. You do make it past the 3rd song, the 4th song. You just start feeling the music. The music starts going. You don't even know what you're doing anymore. Back. You're clapping your rush. You get to the front of the stage. You want your spot. So once you get that spot, you're up and you're dancing. You get target on your back. That's Betty back there. She's coming up. She wants that spot. No shit, I'm here. I'm not putting my water bottle down in that spot right there. It's my nose bottle there. You fight for your spot in Zoom, but I'm telling you one thing.
Holy fucking shit. There's a little joke book. Thanks so much for Matthew Jordan, ladies and gentlemen. Your 10th fucking pull of the night. This is unbelievable. We are quickly approaching the record, which I do believe is 16. The 16th bucket pull that night, a fun fact, as I remember, because I'm a big fan of this show, was Aaron Belial, who would go on to win a golden ticket. He would go on to America's Got Talent, and he's a ticket-selling star today, so anything can happen. This is bucket pull number 11. And we have one little joke book left again. Make some noise for Ian Sharp. Number 11, everybody. Ian Sharp.
Hey, thank you, guys. So the other day, I was walking around town, and believe it or not, I saw a real-life Nazi just standing there. Broad daylight, full uniform, table full of propaganda. So I knew what I had to do. I said, not in my town. So I walked right up to that Nazi, punched her right in the face. Beat the shit out of her. Don't worry, I wasn't in any danger. She was way smaller than me. Like, suspiciously small. You know, she was about 5, 6 years old. But listen, you're old enough to wear that uniform in public. You know, the infamous Nazi uniform with the green skirt, the beret, and the sash covered in war medals. If you're old enough to wear that, you're old enough to get punched in the face by a grown man. And get all your cookies stolen. All right, now listen, folks. I'm no hero, all right? All right, we'll call it.
You guys are insane. You've forgotten what. Okay. We're going through a turbo round, no interview. Ladies and gentlemen, before I just pulled another one, so before he comes up, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to bring someone up who specializes in following people bombing. I waited. I didn't want to have to wake him up. I didn't want to have to bring him out of his fucking cage. But ladies and gentlemen, here he is. While we wrangle a bucket hole, because it's up to a bucket hole to get us out of this mess. We will go all night. We will do all 200. This is True Naked.
My best friend, even knows you talking about me already. And he's a kooky guy. I was scrolling through Facebook. I got a group front of me that says sexy super. And my dad wasn't there. And just to see what my big break off shit he's up to, that's when I realized my dad is a Batman cosplayer. Imagine this. He is a 6'6", 450-pound black in a Batman costume. Wheelchair that he calls the Batmobile because he can't walk. He goes, I'm Batman unless there's stairs. Like, why can't you be trans, Dad? It was awkward. I walked into my parents' house, aka the Bat King. That's when I realized my parents were creating content. My dad, full costume, battering, hanging out. My mom hunched over in a pleather costume. Smelled like an Arby's roast beef sandwich in that bitch. They had the meats. But I'm not going to kick shit. So you can find me in that group of the retarded Robin. Thank you so much.
True Naked, ladies. Works a lot, Mike. There he goes. We're still in turbo mode. I don't know if you guys hear those sweet slot chimes. You guys hear that? Come on, let's get some energy up for this show. We don't want the fake energy. All right, let's bring that energy back down, everybody. We want you to be a true judgmental crowd. We know what the fuck is going on here. Stay judgmental. Make these. Someone's got to fucking earn it. Ladies and gentlemen, in an unprecedented episode, this is indeed your 12th bucket full of the night. Make some noise for a minute from Matt Rivera. Matt Rivera.
Hey everybody, name's Max. I've always struggled with my masculinity. I think it's because I like bubble baths, which is really confusing because now ice baths are cool. It's like, when you get in a tub of ice, you're manly, you're stoic. But you had some soap and you're a pussy. I don't know how to treat people, man. I saw this homeless guy the other day, and he asked me for money. I opened my wallet, I only had $2, so I told him no. And the next day I came back and he was there. And when something like that happens, it really like fucks with you, but it teaches you to appreciate things in life. Like, I am so grateful I didn't give that guy any money. Because he's fucking dead now, and it's a tale as old as time. You know what they say? A bird in the hand meets two of the dead homeless guys in a bush. I'm getting a little freak here in the bedroom. recently I had sex in the Amazon position. Yeah, it's pretty hot. It's when I'm on top and she's on her phone looking at throw pillows. All right, thank you guys.
All right, Matt Rivera. The biggest laugh you got there, you just shook your head like that. You go, why did you do that?
I don't know. I'm just, yeah.
Are you surprised?
I'm surprised that I'm here right now. What the fuck is a lightning round, dude?
Well, you know how you were in that bar across the street, and all those people came over here. They got some people leave with a person with a headset.
I did see all that. I guess it's not going great.
It's not going great, and it's still not going great. And it's still, as you hear that sound, it's still not going great. I have no more little joke books to give out, but I will give you a bottle. This is a bottle of souvenir Company Mothership water. Now, it might not seem like much. Now, I'm going to wait on the cigarette butt. This doesn't look like the kind of guy we want to give our D in. Now, this might seem nothing, but this is actually a $13 bottle of water. Have you ever had a $13 of 20.600 milliliters? No, it's impossible to have that small amount of water worth $13. Only here, the true souvenir, courtesy of the Comedy Mothership, a $13 bottle of water. Right when you think Joe Rogan can't get any richer, give it to a $13 bottle of water, ladies and gentlemen. There's also, it's reusable. John Dees has reminded me, as I'm sure the Carrie would, who runs the joint, it is reusable. That is one of the things that they tell me when I make fun of them for having this bottle of water. Is they go, it's reusable. I go, who the fuck is going to fill up? Who's drinking this rusty, second, sloppy? All right.
Excellent water.
Yes, it is delicious.
High quality water.
It is unbelievable. You drink water sometimes?
I tried to, yeah.
There you go. There he goes, everybody. Matt Rivera. We're on number 13. It seems like it will never end, ladies and gentlemen. Make some noise for Sean Stewart, number 13.
Woo! Howdy, y'all. Howdy. It's crazy. Integrated used to be cool, right? You had to be rich and famous to fuck your cousin. A king and a queen. The powerful fuck their cousins. Now they fuck kids on an island. Okay? I'm kind of sad I wasn't invited to that island. Not as an adult, but as a kid. I wanted a Nickelodeon shit. I think it could have been done to Josh. Right? No? Everybody got real mad when they found out Stephen Hawking went to the island. I don't know why. I don't think his thing worked. If I was a kid on that island that got him on my weekly schedule, I'd be kind of clumsy. Right? You know he gave some bomb ass head. Right? Because I'm alright. Neighbor. Daddy. The show wasn't great.
Sean Stewart, everybody. If you hear that sound, we're in a turbo round, Sean. So put the mic back in the mic stand. You don't have to do an interview. You get to go right back to bed where you came from, back in your sweatpants. Ladies and gentlemen, this guy has been on this show multiple times. I do believe he's the door guy here. This could be the answer we've been looking for in fucking poll number 14. It would be crazy if this guy doesn't do good. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a new minute from Adam Lucky.
How the fuck we doing, everybody? What you doing? I'm gonna do a fucking catchphrase right now. I'm gonna go, Ayo, you guys give me a shebango. Ayo! Fuck yeah. So the other day I was beating my daughter. And Jenga. Am I right, guys? No, that's a joke. She beat me. So I punched that bitch in the fucking face. Ayo! Fuck yeah. Anyway, I don't be fucking that bitch, by the way. I may look like a pedophile. but I'm not one. But I do have resting. I'd be fucking my daughter's face, which is not even. Which I don't like, because I gotta walk around with that daughter, and it's tough, because she's not even that hot. So it's like, damn. Not only do I look like a pedophile, I look like a pedophile who can't even pull. Like, uh-oh. God damn. She may be 5 years old, but she's before this. Oh my God, I went to the Kill Tony show, and a guy made a pedophile joke. Fuck yeah. Suck it, fuck it, boys. Hell yeah.
Now, you did good. You did good. And normally, that would be good enough for a big joke book.
Thanks, Doug.
But I realized that it's kind of defeating the purpose having someone that already has a big joke book up, because we are, without a doubt, inside a turbo round.
All good, brother.
Anything crazy happened since the last time you were on the show?
Stayed off cocaine?
Well, congratulations. Normally, a lot of people that open up with give me a shebang and I'll give an AO are still on cocaine.
Ironically enough, on the kratom.
Oh, you're on kratom?
No, I'm trying to, yes.
Yeah. Yeah, this is what every addict does now. I don't know if you guys have any of these kratom.
It's fun.
Yeah. Yeah. So you started with just a little bit, right?
What, kratom?
Yeah.
No, I went full on.
Really?
Yeah, because I used to be a painkiller addict, so.
Okay. And so now you're deeper, right? The addiction only grows a little bit more. How do you do it? Scoop?
No, they have these press pills. It's basically just like gas station Vicodin, so it's badass. They're really cheap, and they make fucking Hey Arnold really funny. So I highly suggest.
And how many does it say to take on the instructions?
It says 2 a day, and I'm down to 30.
So you're down.
No,
Seriously.
No, not really. No, I'm 4 a day. Tomorrow I'm supposed to quit go cold turkey, so I'm just gonna sweat my 4 days.
Have you thought about quitting before this? Have you tried it all to quit?
Yeah, pretty much. But tomorrow's like, damn, actually gonna really try hard. We'll see. No promises. Sorry, Mom.
It's not.
That probably won't work. I know.
There's no way you're quitting kratom.
I mean, I'll do my
I can
best.
just feel it in the air.
Thank you.
You've tried to quit before. How long have you been on this kratom addiction?
Overall, probably like 6 years.
I was expecting it to be Heidi and he's changing.
I didn't know the show was going to go for 9 hours.
I know, it's a crazy one.
Hey, James.
All right, here we go. There he goes. Thank you. Adam Lucky, ladies and gentlemen. Multiple appearances on this show. We're going to give away a big joke book. A true fucking puppet book. Here we go. It could be right. There's the lovely Heidi. Total opposite from James again. Make some noise for this is indeed our 15th bucket full of the night. We are one away from the record. Make some noise for Luke Newcomb, everybody. Luke Newcomb.
I think it's safe to say life's like toilet paper. We all go through it. Some more than others. They say they don't. They gotta be full of shit. I wouldn't shake their hand. That's what I'm saying. That's a hot take. I think cheating's bad. I think it's worse when women do it. A woman will cheat, not even come. Like guys aren't so gross. Like they'll be like, oh, just a fucking pussy. Like, yeah, let's do it.
Oh, you know what that means. Do you want a cigarette butt? Do you want one of Redman's cigarette butts? There you go. Hey, all right, there he goes. Luke Newcomb, everybody. We're in the turbo round. Luke, I don't know if you hear that noise. Keep the volume up. Jesus Christ.
A woman will cheat and not even come with like a beautiful poem. You know?
Let me make sure I have this correct. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. This is it. Ladies and gentlemen, this will tie the record for all time. Are you guys excited to be here at a record-setting episode? How long has it been? 12 and a half? June 2013, what is that? 12 years? I don't know. We've been doing this show a long time. This will tie the all-time amount of bucketfuls. This should be your final bucketful of the night. Make some noise for Bruce Dutorre. Bruce.
That's right. Suck it in, ladies. This is what Jeff Bezos would look like without any money. This is the improved me. I've lost 60 pounds, but I think it's what I wanted. I never lose shit. I wanted a tight, toned stomach. I needed to use grocery bag. Yeah, my body has been marked with 6 red flags. And everything's going crazy now. Everybody's like, oh, the fuck turns enough. But I'm looking forward to it. Because quite frankly, I like Hispanic women. With all the talk of deportation, you gotta be somebody cute out there that wants a green card. He just renamed the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. I can't wait to see what he does next. There's a body of water that borders the west coast of this great country. We're gonna call it the Great American Ocean. What are you going to call the world on the other side? The other American Ocean. That's right.
It's a tough predicament. It is a tough predicament. Bucketful number 16 coming out with that head. I mean, you are so funny looking. It's almost not fair the amount of laughter that you get looking the way that you do. You are a funny looking guy and you're aware of it.
The Lord give it, the Lord take it.
I love it. I love it. So you're a real guy, huh, Bruce?
Well, some of my exes would disagree, but fuck those bitches.
I love it. My goodness. And I see the extra skin. It's there on your neck. It's there too.
Yeah.
What's the most you ever weighed?
About 250.
250. How'd you lose the weight? What is your secret?
Just diet and exercise.
Okay.
Anything you enjoy in life, stop doing it.
Yeah. What do you do for a living?
I used to be in automotive, and now I'm just pursuing comedy and reaching off my trust fund.
Okay. How much do you have in the trust fund? How much do you have saved up in your trust fund?
I basically live on about $2,500.
Okay. Is that all they give you? Is that what you're allotted?
Pretty much.
Okay, so your trust fund, you get like a monthly thing. They didn't want to give it to you all at once.
I get like a monthly stipend, and then what little bit I make off like comedy. So
Yeah.
a little bit of acting here and there.
And the trust fund is from your parents?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, and your father passed away.
No, he's still around. He'll be really good.
Okay, that makes sense.
I love you, Dad. I know you're not watching, but I love you. Please stick around.
That makes sense. Tell us more about your life. You seem like a guy that's been divorced a lot.
Oh, I'll tell you the closest I've ever been in marriage was I was going to ask a girl. I said, I need to ask you a question. She said, dear God, please don't ask me to marry you. That wasn't the question. The question was, have you been cheating on me? And she did say yes.
Why do you think she was cheating on you?
Because she's a fucking piece of shit. She introduced me to the guy, too. She's like, you got to come meet this guy. He looks exactly like you.
Did he look exactly like you?
He's a little taller, but apparently he wasn't as good as the bed because she called me later to complain that he couldn't make it come.
And you could make her come.
Apparently not good enough, right?
It's such an interesting predicament.
Yeah.
What are your secrets to making a woman come? Teach me, Bruce.
Just pure. Just work the tongue just desperately until they either tell you to stop or they're such a good enough actress you believe they're not shaking.
Okay. Oh, shit.
I think we should just give up.
You guys think we should go to the bucket one more time? All right. This is indeed a record. This is officially a record-setting episode. Bruce Detoria goes on to the next one. You know what we're gonna do while we go wrangle that person? I'm gonna bring to the stage just that it is possible to kill. I'm going to bring up one of the greatest regulars in the history of the show, who would normally close the show, just to show you that comedy can be done. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the greatest regulars ever, here with a brand new minute. This young man, I promise you, will one day be a citizen of the United States of America. One of the shining stars of the Kills of the universe. This is the Estonian assassin.
I took the bus last week, and I sit in the back of the bus, and I think I'm alone on the bus. Until at one point, I look to the front. There's another guy there, and he has the Down syndrome. I'm not saying nothing bad about him. He just got it. And he notices me too. And he starts playing the game with me of whoever looks away first. He's a pussy. And you know me, dog. If you want to fuck with me, I'll fuck you back. So I stare this motherfucker down. And we keep going. I miss my stop. Now who's retarded, huh? You know where the middle part has the slinky accordion? So every time the bus would turn, me and my guy would lose each other. And then every time it's straightened out, there he is. The only moment we broke eye contact was because in one of the bus stops from the middle door, a lady enters the bus. And she has, I don't even know how to say this, but she's got they were saying that the tits were on the bus. She almost missed it. You know what I'm saying? And me and my guy, we like both at the same time. We like both look at the tits. And brother, when we look back at each other, the connection we had, that's how perverted men are. It's in our DNA. Because I got a high school diploma, and he thinks mirrors are another room. But at that point, we were both like, so ladies, get those milkers out and bring this country together. Thank you so much.
Proof that it's possible. 3 minutes of brand new material. After doing tens and tens of minutes before on the show's history. Take note. 16 fucking polls we've been through. Nobody had 1 minute, like any minute of your 3 minutes. And you've done this.
I mean, people like me. I haven't done the show.
Yeah. Well, yeah, no, I know that. I'm just saying, this is a wild episode. You've been keeping track. I'm sure you've been back there waiting for a
I
while.
was listening, but I had to go. I had to walk.
Yeah.
Dude, I was starting to ball. Like,
Yeah.
you know when you listen to comedy, you're like, what is stand-up?
Yeah.
What are we doing?
Exactly.
I was starting to think it was great. I thought I was great.
Dude,
Sorry, why don't you put the mic in the mic stand? Why don't you sit in next to James and join us? Let's get through the rest of it together. Let's just see what happens here. You want a drink? What do you want to drink, Ari? Order a drink. We might be here a while. What do you want to drink, Ari? What do you want to drink?
Whiskey and soda water.
Can I get the whiskey and soda water? Good. We're having fun here tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, this is officially a record. Your 17th bucket full of the night goes by the name of Zach Myers, everybody.
What's up? So recently I've been banging this cancer bitch. Yep. But she's not one of those leukemia hoes. She was just born in July. Yep. The issue with her though is she does have cancer, and I'm just not into that. How much can you expect me to care when I can't get to second base because she's already at stage 4? They cut her tits off too quick. Thank you. And a lot of my buddies will be like, well, why are you even into it, bro? And I tell them, it's simple. As an Arabic, I find it sexy how easily she got in the terminal.
Your minute is up. The cat is gone, and the slot chime is in because we are in turbo mode. There was one point in the middle of your set where you said thank you. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
They were laughing because of the way that Ari Maddie was laughing.
Yeah.
At the overall thing. There was a part where James laughed because you did a cancer, what do they call that?
After this show, I'm going to have to just stare into a flower.
It's good news. It's good news. The show is never going to end. Give it up for Zach Myers as it continues.
Looks like a vampire, no?
We are in deep, ladies and gentlemen. There goes Zach Myers back to
He's gonna live 1,000 years.
back to the movie Twilight. He goes. Did we get that? Does that bucket full come back yet? You need another name? Oh boy. Red Man wants to get out of here so badly. The noises that he's making. Thank God he's not in control of the show. Am I right? Yeah. Just hand it off. There you go. We're having fun. Let's kill some time. Hold on a second. Ari, Matt, you been on the road lately?
Yeah, I went to bed this weekend.
Oh, comedy works downtown.
Wonderful.
Literally, I said the best built comedy club in the world. Did you feel that way?
Yeah, it was great fun. The crowd.
Yeah.
You get the confidence of them.
It is ridiculous.
Like the Denver airport, though. You know the airport where you take a flight and then you're gonna take a train. Bro, we flew 8. Can we fly 2 more? Take me there.
Maybe I'm autistic, but I fucking love getting on that train. Pittsburgh Airport. I'm like, fuck. You're taking a train to this airport. Bang! I'm on a train. I love it. I love it. Wow, we're gonna find a superstar here tonight. Can you feel it? I can feel the energy.
Hey, don't you guys think James looks like a cute dog with glasses?
He does have that
Yeah, he's
vibe.
like a dog.
It's the nicest thing Ari has ever said to me. I appreciate it.
Which one of us is going to get a green card first, huh? Fight.
People are leaving, huh? Because they think the show's over or something.
Lock the doors!
Someone should make an announcement there at the bar that the show is continuing. So somebody does good too. Because let's face it, we're probably going to go through. if the first one does better before the second one, then we'll put the second one up next week or something. We're gonna sing here all fucking night. For those of you getting thirsty out there, let me remind you that this is a reusable bottle of water. It's $13. Shocking, but it's reusable. So, so keep in mind. Plus, it has a mothership logo on it. I mean, look at that. What's not about a...
Hey, lady, you went to the secret stand?
Wow, woman from the audience. You do? Did you sign up? Did you do Oh, it's a shame. I'll make it funnier than everybody without being prepared. Do you think of a minute? Do you think you have 20 seconds?
Should we get somebody who looks funny?
Did you sign up, sir? You did? What's your name? All right, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Brandon Ferris. We are doing this tonight.
Let's go, Brandon!
This guy literally just said, I can do it. Do you believe in miracles, ladies and gentlemen? We will be here all night until somebody who hasn't been on this show before does good. This is the Kill Tony debut of Brandon Ferris.
I've been told I have resting Republican face. I look like I buy my daughter black baby dolls because February Black History Month. So good.
Get out of here, Brandon. Put the mic up. You said it. Put the mic back where you found it. Jesus fucking Christ. Get out of here. Now get back to your fucking seat.
For 4 seconds.
Jesus fucking Christ. This is unbelievable. Ladies and gentlemen, your next fucking poll. I do believe this is fucking number 20 or something. I don't know what's going on here. Make some noise. Oh, we know this guy. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Dumps General, ladies and gentlemen. The fucking poll number 20, Dumps General. I can already tell you. We have another one coming.
So white people, I'm new to dating. Are y'all still afraid of AIDS out here? I've been fucking these ratchet bitches lately, and I was in with her, and I was getting it in. I was trying to get it out. Fuck y'all, that's how I fuck. And she said, I kept fucking. I didn't give a shit. I kept fucking. I'd love to do this with y'all. Thank y'all very much. I just so
There you go, Dumps General, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go, Dumps. We're in turbo round right now. We are flying through it. Go ahead. Are you guys having fun still, huh? Ladies and gentlemen, I've lost count. I literally have to count the minutes.
22!
This is we are in it. Make some noise for Eric Bell, everybody. This could be the one. Eric Bell.
So my oldest daughter just turned 13 recently, and that's a little bitch. Guys, it's still illegal in the state to attempt to sell your child to a wealthy old childless couple, even if they're white. What? She gets a new and better life and get a new Corvette 3LT. I told that one online. I didn't go viral. I did get a like, however, a friend request in a comment asking, where can we see more of your material? For Texas Child Protective Services. Ladies, I'm dating. I get it. I've been collecting expert feedback from you ladies for a long time now. It's not the faces closing ass with you. But you have to be so goddamn mean about it. A woman told this to me recently. This wasn't a date. It's just over the phone, me trying to be free out in the wild. She said, Eric, your looks are not that special.
Another minute for Eric Bell. Now, let me just say something here.
All of it's hard.
Let me say something. It's crazy. You can go back. You can go back one episode right now. Those of you watching on YouTube, you can go back one episode. Jim Norton and Tony Caruso, right here, just a week ago, and I only one of the bucket books got a little choke. Literally 8 out of 9, or whatever it was, or 9 out of 10, or 7 out of 8 got big choke books. And still, as it continues, there's still not one. There goes Eric Bell. Thank you, Eric. We're in turbo round right now. I'm going to count it. Just for our own sake, I'm counting it. Somebody say something while I talk about something.
The goodwill has left my body. Someone needs to be great. Can you, come on.
But if you want good comedy, James McCann, new special, out now.
Go to Matt and Shane's third podcast on YouTube. By the way, this episode is brought to you by Maya and Blue Chip. And this is literally your 20th fucking goal of the night. This has to get us out of here. Do you feel it? This could be the one. But stay strong. Be real. This is a minute from Aaron Spaller, everybody. Aaron Spaller, number 20.
Have y'all seen these Honda Civics driving around? They got that big ass spoiler, really loud exhaust on it, all these stickers. And it's this shitty little car. It's trying so hard to be a race car, but it just can't do anything that a race car can do. Shit's really annoying, right? Yeah, it's the same way I feel about trans women too. I feel like I just walked into a fucking fire right now. Something I've learned living in the city.
I'm going to cut you off right there. Aaron Spaller. There he goes, Aaron. You seem like you'd be a very fun interview, but I got to keep it moving. I don't know if you hear the slop chimes, but we're in turbo mode. We're getting his low blood sugar right now. He wants to go home. This is fucking poll number 21. It's a female comedian. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Ashley Palmer. Everybody.
I'm a doctor in Canada, which means the government pays me to stick my finger in people's butts. Yeah. I know where it will do. Yeah. Morphine is addictive. Western medicine tried to solve this with heroin. It was sold over the counter to treat children. It worked. You know, it all helped kids learn how to write a lowercase n. And as for nap time, and as for Nancy didn't wake up nap time. But don't worry, morphine's been replaced. I'm sorry. Don't worry, heroin's been replaced by its non-addictive cousin, fentanyl. Modern medicine. We just keep getting better.
I'm sorry, how old are you?
I'm 30.
Even if a guy fucks you, he should still be on a list, you know?
That is true.
I'm not really looking for loopholes.
It's incredible. This is what free healthcare gets you, ladies and gentlemen. Imagine walking in and this is your doctor. Are you like a general health doctor?
Yeah, I work. I'm a general practitioner. I work up north, so I do like the clinic, emergency room, and the hospital. Do a role place.
Is that weird to be a white doctor in Canada? I hear it's mostly Chinese.
There's a lot of white South African doctors.
Interesting.
Yeah, they're really good.
Why do you think the South Africans are so good at being doctors? course?
It's their training programs.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're just intense.
Yeah. The colleges in South Africa.
Yeah, I think it's kind of like a trial by fire kind of thing. So they're just handling situations.
I can't believe you killed another one. You're shameful. You would do what that teacher told you to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What was your schooling like? Super Canadian?
Yeah.
Now, a lot of people don't know this, but I study the Canadian healthcare system because they brag about how good it is. And I like to do my own research just to make sure that I live in the greatest country on planet Earth, and I do. I don't know if you guys know this, but Canada does suicides now for anybody that wants one. Am I correct?
No,
Okay. Correct me where I'm wrong.
it's called MAPE, which is medical assistance in dying, and no one's ever approached me about it, but it's like,
That's because you're working, as you just said, in emergency, like urgent care things. So they would go to a hospital or a normal, actual, professional, actual, real money-making, full-time doctor.
I work in a clinic too.
Yeah,
so,
I know. They wouldn't go to like a free clinic for that. They would just be like, hey, everything's free everywhere. Like you're saying at a clinic, that's just like the minor league hospital, right?
no,
Yes. Yeah, it is. What's the difference between a clinic and a hospital?
I work in a hospital also,
What do you do at the hospital?
inpatient care.
Is that the people that might kill them?
Sometimes, yeah, I guess so. Yeah, because it's like for terminal illnesses that cause like a lot of suffering.
I know 21 people who want to get that.
Yeah.
Well, I've talked to multiple Canadian doctors and civilians that live in Canada, and they have all known someone or know people or have assigned it.
People who have, but I've just never had a patient.
Just to make this clear so that everybody understands, in Canada, it's not you're sick with something and dying from something that would make you kill yourself like here in America. You have to be dying in order to have other people help you kill yourself. In Canada, you just have to be sad, correct?
Oh no, that's something they've talked about, which would be really fucked up if it's like that became a thing and then like you don't accept like psychedelic medicines, which are really like you know what I mean? Like
It sounds like you're in denial that your healthcare system in Canada is so wild that sad people just get to kill themselves and then they schedule them to kill themselves. Where's the air horn?
I don't know if that's like in practice yet, but that's a dark dystopian
No.
potential.
Hold on a second. Hold on. You say that it's a dark dystopian potential.
Yeah.
It's not a use. Can you describe what pain is then?
Oh, but it's just not for sad people. It's like for suffering, but for like physical pain.
You think you have to have physical pain to do it?
I think so.
You're wrong.
Okay, that's possible.
You can just be sad.
Oh,
I know more about your system than
Well,
you because I have a that I'm purposefully not doing because I don't want people to hear it because I want to do it like one day.
yeah.
But I would go into it and it works.
Okay, yeah.
The point is the premise is what's most important. Here's what's crazy is not only, this is going to be interesting for you, not only do Canadians do this, but over 2,000, actually between 1,500 and 2,000 people did it in 2024. And again, this is no physical though. This is just being sad.
I was in Canada.
I know, that was the joke that I implied 28 seconds ago. Now, perfect timing, by the way, to do that then. But they schedule you. So literally, it's not like you go into the hospital and you're like, I want to kill myself tonight. We'll do it. They schedule you for a later date. They have to process stuff, do things. So they're literally like, okay, come back on this date, and we will help you kill yourself. And people have to wait, and that's Canadian.
Or you go to their home. Yeah,
The
that's
service with a smile up there in Canada.
They do it. They go to their home.
Oh, this
Right.
home
What's
visits.
the red button?
It's an injectable drug.
And you've never done it, though.
No.
You know, in Finland, they have the highest rates of suicides in the world, and also last year, the happiest country in the world. Suicide works.
No doubt about it. All right, we're going to keep it moving. There goes Ashley Palmer. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Ashley. Welcome to America. We're going to keep it moving here. This is fucking cold. I don't know, again, I think it's 21, maybe? Owen Gallagher, everybody. Owen Gallagher.
Hey, everybody. Because I think registered sex offenders are like really dumb. Yeah, I'm not gonna register. That's my little secret to you guys. For real though, I don't know how we landed on the term registered sex offenders. Feels a little soft for what they actually are. Could have easily went with convicted sex offenders. Or we went with registered for some reason. Why are we making it sound like they're sex offenders that did all the proper paperwork? Like, you register a boat, you register a weapon, you register your car. I don't think a cop's ever walked up on a sexual assault, like license and registration. He's like, oh shit, that actually checks out. My bad. Didn't realize you had all your ducks in a row, sir. Yeah, thanks.
I like that one.
You like that one?
That was a good one.
Really?
Yeah, there was like clever stuff.
I would love to have you on the Secret Show Thursday.
Yeah,
Really? Am I losing my fucking mind right now?
registered sex.
All right, we're gonna keep it moving. There he goes, ladies and gentlemen. We're in turbo round. I don't believe you. I think Redman's just trying to go home. Make some noise for Nate Mueller, everybody. Nate Mueller.
Joe Rogan's Comedy Club. Oh my God. What a scene!
That's it. The episode's over, ladies and gentlemen. We're done. We did it. Rolling by mine and Blue Chill. Honey, we don't give up when the going gets hard. We keep going until greatness is achieved.
Okay, let's ignore the Joe Rogan's Club. You start from the top. Let's go. Skip the Joe Rogan's Club. Do your material. Go.
Fortunately, that was my material. Built a beautiful scene down here, so I
Okay, there he goes, everybody. There he goes. That's okay. All right, Nate Mueller, everybody. There he goes. You're in a special turbo round, Nate. No bombing.
I've never seen I was too late look like this.
All that I had written on this when I came up here was Martin Phillips and Ari Maddie.
We're a part of history now. This isn't a normal Kill Tony episode. This is a historically bad Kill Tony episode.
I'm that West Side pimp.
Flavor must grow.
You know what's going to be great next week? It's going to be all fucking kills that are killing.
You have an appointment to go to?
No, he has nothing in the world. He has to do VR in like a few days or something for a little bit. He has absolutely less than nothing to do. There's no one I know that has less to do than actually Redman. He's very excited to drink. He can complain about his night tonight. That's all he has to do, right?
It's my fault, guys. I'm sorry.
No, it's not your fault.
The next great comedian in America is behind that curtain.
Well, not yet.
There might be 6 or 7 people behind that curtain. There might be 154 or more people behind that curtain. But I believe the greatness is going to walk out of here tonight.
Is there anybody else inside that signed up? What are they pointing at? You did? You did? What's your name? Jeff Scott? Wow, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Jeff Scott. This could be the one, everybody. Do you believe in miracles?
Right. I was watching a documentary before the show, so it got a little depressing, so I had to turn it off. But, it turns out dolphins will have sex with just about anything. Like, they're extremely horny creatures. And it kind of bummed me out, dude. I just thought me and Flicker had a special, you know? I have herpes now, bastard. I really am trying to prove myself right now, though. I quit playing video games, no more smoking weed, or, no more drinking. I started going to church, and that means no more masturbating, especially no more jerking off. In fact, if I'm going to have sex from now on, I only want it to be the Lord's way. I just wish the priest would, take it easy on me, dude. I haven't felt a fart since Easter. That's all I got.
Okay, go back to your seat, Charlie. We are in
How crazy for the girlfriend, huh? Dude, I saw you have a trying to make it back there.
I'd like to give a special shout out to a special guest that's here tonight who told me 18 years ago when I said that I wanted to start stand-up that I'm going to go to a local open mic in Burbank and start. And he told me, start at the Comedy Store. He's visiting tonight. First time I've seen him in Austin. First time I've seen him in years. What a hand for Jeff LaBeouf up there visiting everybody. Old friend, you're not going to see him. Don't turn around. It's dark up there. It's a VIP balcony. You don't get to lay your eyes on it. All right, back to the bucket we go. Make some noise for Marvin Izzy, everybody. Marvin Izzy. Yum.
We here. I smoke weed. That's something me and my father used to do. Smoke weed and lie, smoke weed and lie. But we can't do it no more because his lungs can't take it like he used to. Because he's dead, right? Smoke so much he's asking. I got a quarter pound of him in my living room. My little sister hit me up. Was like, I want some of this action so I can put it in a locket. I was like, I'll sell you an 8 for 60. I want me and my wife to have a kid so I can know what the race of my baby going to turn out to be. I'll say race because I'm Puerto Rican, my wife's Honduran. So if you use your mixed race calculator, Puerto Rico plus Honduras is Mexican. Cuban if you carry the one. Y'all think I'm joking. That mixed race calculator for real. Like if you get a Chinese person and a Jamaican, you get a Filipino. You get an African and a Venezuelan, you get a Haitian. If you get a Colombian and a Cuban, that's just a very serious cokehead in front of you. Just letting you know that shit right now.
Yeah. Yippee. What was it? Marvin Izzy. Is it Honduran or Honduran?
Potato.
Okay. We're in a turbo round right now, Marvin. We're going to keep it moving. There you go. He's got a catchphrase, everybody. It is yum. A little fun fact. Jeff Scott was pulled out of the bucket just now. So destiny is right on cue. Ladies and gentlemen, we have... Are you guys still alive? Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Caesar Leone, everybody. Caesar Leone. We are in, oh my God, all right. Caesar Leone.
Alrighty, good evening, Austin. Where are all my Latinos at? See, you guys see how easy it was to round us all up? Right? We can't help but express pride. And I feel like in this day and age, we kind of need to take lessons from Italians of the past century, kind of go incognito until white people forget about us. Eventually, they'll accept us. Because if you think about it, an old school Italian is basically just a wetback with a towel. No? Alrighty then, moving forward. But seriously, now that Trump is in office, ICE raids have started all over the country. We kind of need to be a little bit more vigilant as Latinos, you know, whenever we go, scout out the area, be aware, learn to read the room, not just clean it, right? But alrighty then.
Caesar Leo, ladies and gentlemen, there he goes, Caesar Leo. There he goes. We're in a turbo round. No interview for you, Caesar. It's fucking crazy. This is an absolute mathematical fucking anomaly. We don't go through this many bad bucket pulls in a month. Not to mention an episode. This is absolutely crazy. Ari, what's the report coming in? Yeah, it's unbelievable. Just grabs the band member that has a minute. Any of the Horde players got anything? You got something? No, they skip fucking guys. Deep Madness is wasted right now. There's no way. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Back to the bucket. This is the show you wanted to go to. Trust me, I wanted to be done an hour ago. Make some noise for Matt Puchitsky. Matt Puchitsky.
My wife does these charcoal face scrubs. As you probably heard of them. Apparently they work wonders. But she does them every night. I'll just be chilling, watching Netflix before bed. She's walking around full black face, not batting an eye. I'm like, whoa, babe, I'm trying to watch Django Unchained right now. You're totally ruining the vibe. All right, cool. Guys, there's a family of immigrants behind that curtain. If you don't laugh, I'm going to have to tickle them very hard to get sound bites. All right. The worst is when she does these charcoal face scrubs.
Man, we're just going to keep it moving. We're in a turbo round. It's a special part of a special show. There you go. There we go. We're going to keep it flying along.
I love comedy!
Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your next bucket. We are almost double the record. This is Mario Zapata, everybody. Mario Zapata. Here we go.
I don't know if you guys can tell, but I used to be Hispanic. Yeah. My full name is Mario Alejandro Zapata Diaz. Yeah. You know who gives me the most shit about being pale is other Hispanic people. They're always like, why are you so pale? I'm like, well, my family flew here. HBO is remaking Harry Potter. Fans are concerned because they want to cast a black actor as Snape. Because in the book it says Azkaban, not Azkaban. I think that the reason the word retarded is such an offensive word is because so many people are, you know?
Are you at be?
Thank you. Thank you.
Mario, look at this. You see this shit right here? Oh my God. Do you believe in this fucking video? Holy shit. A standing ovation for what some people would call, on a scale from 1 to 10, about a 7.2. But up here, goddamn it, we needed it. You'll never understand what happened before you on a night like this. Mario,
I'm just happy to be here, guys. But yeah!
we needed a hero, and you are it. How old are you, Mario?
I am about to be 45.
45. How long have you been doing stand-up?
11 years.
What do you do for work?
I edit porn.
Really? Please take a share view of the night, ladies and gentlemen. He's taking the ball and running with it. Best set, best interview.
Thank you.
What type of porn do you edit?
Giants is porn.
Oh, hey, what is that? It's where you're a very small person, you're looking up at a wall.
Yes, yeah.
Oh,
imagine Godzilla, but it's a hot chick.
Wow.
Yeah.
How do you get into porn editing?
You have to be unemployable. Once you fucked everything up, porn opens you with open legs.
Wow. Absolutely.
That was a bit. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'll answer the question. Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm nervous. Sorry.
Yeah, we might not give you the picture.
No!
No, I'm kidding, Mario. What else? What else is crazy about your life that we should know know about before I let you go?
I got kicked out of the military for international drug smuggling.
Wow. Oh, what types of drugs did you smuggle?
Ecstasy.
From where?
Well, I didn't smuggle them, but like I paid for them to be smuggled.
Okay.
And I sold some of them. Yeah. Anticlimactic, sorry. Yeah.
Kids?
They take forever to die. No kids. I'm too selfish for kids. I'm sorry.
Okay. So where do you shoot your load when you
Anywhere. I'm just happy to be shooting loads.
All right. Okay. Here you go, buddy. Congratulations. You got us out of here.
Thank you so much.
We're done. Mario's about to end it. Kind of just okay, but good enough. The drawing from Ryan J. is in. How about a hand for James McKenna? Did the band leave? This is incredible. James McKenna. Guys, play some fucking music. What the hell's going on? Fucking Christ. Check out his new special, Hey America. It's on YouTube at Matt Shane's Secret Podcast. James, tell him.
Thank you for having me. I can't believe it's over.
We did it.
What a beautiful country. What a beautiful show.
All right, Maddie, thank you for joining us on the podcast.
So much.
The drawing from Ryan Shangle is in and James McKean, and it's lovely. Let's see what Chris Rogers shoots tonight. Whoa, Heidi with the gun. Look out.
More detail than ever. It got to be put into that one.
Thank you to Maya. Thank you to Blue Chew Redhead.
Check out the movie Boss Boo.
Okay, and I got a lot of tickets up for sale. I'm on tour, going to Anaheim and Salt Lake City and Detroit, and a bunch of other crazy places coming up. Doing stand-up, bringing my friends with me. We're gonna have a lot of fun out there. And thank you to this audience who is legendary. You guys were at the most fucking pulse episode, I do believe. Pretty positive attack. And congratulations to us all. I love you. God bless America. Good night, everybody. Thank
Sunsets for Comedy Club in Austin, Texas is now open. Check out Red Band's secret show every Thursday. Go to sunsetstripatx.com for tickets.
All right. Let's keep it moving along. Your next comedian goes by the name of Wayne McCracken. 60 seconds uninterrupted for Wayne McCracken. Live here on Kill Tony. Here he is. Make some noise for Wayne, everybody.
Oh, what's up, Texas? All right. A little bit about myself. I am not what you would call an educated person. That's right. Now, I don't think that means I'm retarded, is the thing. It's not retarded about me in that I think evolution is real. Do we believe in evolution in this room? No? You don't think it's a real thing? Here's what I'll say. I don't think it explains the human condition. I don't know how Homo sapiens somehow finagled their way to the top of the food chain when they're prone to things like scoliosis and sunburns. Seems a little off. But I will tell you this. This is how I know evolution is real. I've got one buddy. He was born with a vestigial tail, right? You know what his girlfriend calls it? The big one. That's not the worst one. I have another friend that was recently diagnosed with super gonorrhea. A very unfortunate diagnosis. This poor asshole didn't just get the clap, he got a standing ovation. You know what I'm saying? Wrong.
Okay, Wayne McCracken, absolutely flatlining up here. Wow. I mean, that was about as bad as it gets, Wayne. That's about it.
Sorry,
You know what sucks I forgot about? I'm on stage looking at no laptop. Effective.
We are not used
I
to
feel bad.
we are so long in art to never have that feeling. That's why I don't ever look them directly in the eyes when somebody's bombing that hard. I don't want to see what.
It hurt. It hurt me too.
No, it didn't. You're having literally the best
On
time
the
of your
left
life
side.
right now.
It hurts.
I'm really not. I did too many drugs this afternoon. So.
Joe Rogan podcast, chick a dude. Down. Experience. Train by day. Joe Rogan podcast boy noise. Filters. Dude, don't be fucking stupid. Like bitch. Hey, oh, slut. Joe Rogan podcast, chick a dude. I gotta take a piss. Come on, you little slut. Joe Rogan podcast, check it out. You. And my day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. Good day.
Everything's I'm happy to be in Austin. I love it here.
It's a fun place.
Yeah, I stay. So,
Oh, do you?
yeah. And I don't know. It's like just a special place.
Yeah, it's like a blue city in a red state. It's like even the really kooky liberal people are pretty reasonable in comparison to like the kooky liberal people from California or New York.
Yeah, kooky liberals. Yeah, I've been thinking a lot about that.
Did you get a lot of that after Saturday Night Live?
It's a good transition.
That monologue was great, by the way.
Yeah. Well, I got a lot of blowback, as I know I would. You know, because
Each other shirts.
well, yeah, it's just that you don't want to say anything negative about the vaccine, which I did. What I was talking about in that monologue was, which is about profiteering.
Yeah.
Okay, so World War II, necessary. Everyone should say that was a necessary war. Let's say this war on microbes was a necessary war, right? Why is anyone profiteering?
Yes.
Why did Pfizer get to make $100 billion in 2021? Right. Anyway,
Why did the government profit off of it? Why did
the profiteering of war is just wrong. Like, okay, if you say that it has to be this conflict's happening right now, I disagree with it, but I'm wondering why are people making money off of it? You know, even if you think you have a legitimate vantage point from the other side, why does someone get to make so much freaking money off of it?
biggest aspect of human beings. We find a way to profiteer off of everything. Everything and anything, even if it's just, and they'll prolong just things in order to make more profit.
Shit.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I'm sure you know that, Richard Nixon knew it was imperative that the war continued, the Vietnam War, back before he got elected.
Yeah.
He didn't want that to get settled.
Yeah.
And there's a great phone call. I don't know if you've listened to any of Johnson's phone calls. Lyndon Johnson. There's a phone call he had with Nixon, saying, "Hey man, you're going against the peace," because he was trying to get peace to go before the '68 election, right? Which he eventually just bailed out of anyway because he could see he was going to lose Johnson. And I don't, maybe.
No, I've never heard that conversation between Nixon.
It's an incredible conversation. It makes me say, I wouldn't do that. I would never, And of course, he was doing that. He was subverting the peace. In the same way that, they want to make sure Carter didn't get those, those guys released in Iran.
Yeah. I always wondered about the Vietnam War, how much of it was about heroin. 3 days before 1968 presidential election, President Johnson contacted Senate Majority Leader Everett M. Dirksen to inform him the White House had received hard evidence from the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The campaign of Republican presidential candidate Richard M. Dick Nixon was interfering with Johnson's effort to start peace talks to end the Vietnam War. In this call, Johnson referred to contacts between Nixon's campaign and South Vietnamese President Nguyen Van Phu, I don't know how to say his name, urged that they thwart any such negotiations.
Yeah, and that did happen. And also, the senior George Bush Senior, he met with the leaders of the Iranian, what do we call it, party, whatever, before the election of Carter, the fight between Carter and Reagan, and insisted they needed to not be letting those hostages go.
Right.
And so I met Carter in Austin, or rather in Atlanta. That was a 3 years ago, right? It's very exciting for me because I've always been a big fan of Carter. I think he's the best president in my lifetime. And I talked to Carter, and he was saying, and I said, I'm sitting there thinking to myself, is there a better time to ask, when am I ever going to have another time? Right. And so that was known as the October surprise, right? That Bush met with those guys. Anyway, I just said, I'm going to ask him. I said, well, is there any truth to the October surprise? And he looks at me like, yeah, he hadn't heard this question. And he looks at me and goes, well, I never talked about this publicly, but we did still have in the White House after we left, who were there during the Reagan administration. And they confirmed it was true.
Yeah, of course it was true. It was too obvious. The hostages get released right after Reagan gets elected.
Yeah, they released them on the day of
Ridiculous. It's kind of disgusting.
very disgusting.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I don't know if you want to talk ill of American government. Far be it for me.
Yeah, we don't need to. Hey man, your movie's fucking great. I loved it.
Oh, you saw
I
it?
saw it Wednesday night. Yeah.
Oh,
really,
thank you.
really great. Nail biter.
But yeah, and after you see,
Yeah, it's not a single cut the shit moment in that movie. This movie's that there's where you have to suspend disbelief and it takes you out of it. There's none of that in that movie. It's really good. It's really good. Very suspenseful. Very fulfilling. The end of it, you feel super entertained.
yeah. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, it's I love it. It's so exciting. It's like an action movie. It really is. Like as nail biter as any action movie I've seen. I love it. And Alex Parkinson, he was the director. He also directed because it was a documentary, Last Breath.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
Just because people may not know, this is a real incident that happened. Yeah, in the North Sea. Anyway, yeah, Simulator and Finn Cole, love those guys. Love working with them. That's a great experience.
It's a great movie. It's very good, very fun. But it's exciting. Hardly ever go to movies anymore. But you people maybe go see it in the movie theater.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so go to the theater and see it.
Yeah, well, thanks for doing that. I know you're a busy man. You got a lot going on.
Yeah, well, I was excited to talk to you, man. I'm a big fan of it. God damn, I've been watching this since Cheers.
Oh, thanks, dude. Thank you. I'm a fan of yours. I really am. I love the things you've done that just flipped everyone and said, the people you've met, you got, people genuinely upright. You're not afraid. You're a fearless warrior, and I appreciate what you do. I get allowing voice to people. Other people be like, you're wrong, just in.
Yeah, you get a lot of that, for sure. But that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous thinking. I don't even understand that. I really don't. I don't understand how we got to a place where you're wrong to have a conversation with someone, even if you disagree with them. This idea of platforming people. Well, how the fuck do you know what they really think? Based on what? The mainstream media that lies to you constantly? That's supported by all sorts of special interest groups that have no need to tell the American public the truth. They have a very specific narrative that they want pushed. They want no deviation from that at all. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. It's crazy. I mean, if you have a large audience, I think you have at least a certain amount of responsibility to talk to some people that you think might be telling the truth.
Yeah, I liked your interview, Robert.
Yes.
It was a crucial interview at a crucial time.
Well, it was the most pushback I'd ever experienced ever in my life. And I was like, this is great. It was really sad to see people like Joni Mitchell or Neil Young. And I wanted to sit down and talk to them and show them some studies and give them Robert Kennedy's book and say, you don't really know what you're talking about.
That's the thing that makes me sad is a lot of this information they're receiving is from mainstream media. Which certainly has its own objectives and its own, things in it.
Yeah, at all.
And I just felt like after that happened, I was going to try to get in touch with you, just tip my hat to you, but it just felt like, why don't people just listen to the interview? Because I feel like everyone who was giving it a hard time hadn't even heard the interview.
Of course. Yeah, they had heard the mainstream media saying that it was dangerous misinformation. By the way, everything he said has turned out to be true. Every single he said had turned out to be true. Sure. Everything that everybody said about whether it was a lab leak, whether the vaccine had side effects, whether it was pushed, whether they lied about the studies and distorted the information, everything was true. All of it. Including Yale just released some study about people producing spike proteins 700 plus days after the injection, which was never thought to be the case when they gave it to people in the first place. There are a host of different serious problems that people are having because it's that everyone's covering up and people are lying about and everyone's trying to obfuscate. The doctors trying to sweep things under the rug because they don't want to be in trouble for mandating these things and telling people to get these things. It's horrible.
Well, I mean, I agree with you. And if we go back to the allowing, I just feel like to mandate was wrong. That to me is fascistic behavior.
Yes.
You mandate that I have to take this thing, that if you take it, you're protected. Well, if I take it, isn't that my, that should be my prerogative. I either want to be protected or don't want to be protected. Or maybe I am like I am, which is the last two entities on earth I would trust with my health would be big pharma and big government. Like those would be the last two I would look to.
You know how much big pharma's done to just push it through that they know is bad for you, that they know harms you, and in this case, they know what's happening. They know, and all we're left with after the what was it, '86, they mandated that you couldn't sue the vaccine company. And so since then, we've only been left with FARS, right? The government affairs, the government website. And now we have millions of people who fought through the red tape, the bureaucratic whatever, just to anonymously be known that they were injured.
Yes. It was weird watching so many people that I thought were intelligent stand up for the government and for the pharmaceutical industry.
But it's not weird if you think of how, I mean, it was ubiquitous. It never stopped. The mainstream press was just harping on it constantly.
Constantly. Yeah. But it's just weird that so many people went along with it without question. And especially the weirdest part was that it was the people on the left. That was so confusing to me because all my life, people on the left were very, very hesitant to believe anything that Big Pharma said and always distrusting in any major institution that was profiting off of something. And it was all very clear. You could see where the motivation was with everything. You could see the amount of profit was. And still, everybody was just so scared. It just exposed a lot of cowards, a lot of fools, a lot of cowards, and a lot of people that are just, at the moment of any form of adversity, are willing to just bow down and do what the system tells them to. It's very strange.
Well, yes, I mean, to say cowards, it's interesting because of the nature of it being so mandated. You know, I had many people I know got vaccinated because they wanted to be able to fly, they wanted to be able to work. So when it's mandated that you can't work, you know, I mean, how many drivers? Every single driver had to be vaccinated in Atlanta. Every person on the crew had to be vaccinated, and you had the first vaccination, but when you got the the booster, it had to be within 6 months. If it's 6 months in a day, you won't work that day. You know, it was very regimented. Everybody in every crew.
Including people that had already been sick. It didn't even make sense. Not only that, if you talk to virologists, they say you never vaccinate during a pandemic because it encourages variants. But I posted that on Twitter, a study on Twitter. So many people were tapping. I'm like, hey, I read the study. This is a study that shows that when you vaccinate with a non-sterilizing vaccine during a pandemic, it encourages variants. And that's what happened. And they were blaming the
non-sterilized.
So a vaccine that doesn't actually prevent you from catching the disease or spreading the disease.
Oh, right.
And that's what COVID is. Or that's what
initially it was supposed to stop you. It was 100% going to stop the and then of course that guy had to be modified. It came to now similar symptoms. So completely unprovable.
Yeah. Well, there was never studies ever in the beginning that ever showed that it stopped transmission. None. Zero. All it did is it showed that it had an immune response.
So you read about his book.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And even the guy, interestingly, Kerry Mullis, I believe, the guy who created PCR tests, or, well, there's some discrepancy with other people, but it doesn't matter. But the guy credited, he said, this vaccine, this test cannot prove infection, but it doesn't prove causation. So in other words, you're having a response that says that you have a viral load, but you don't know what the cause of that is. You don't know what generated that. It can't prove what the illness is or what the problem is that causes it.
Depending upon the amount of cycles that you run the PCR, I mean, you could the most minute amount that is not indicative of a person being infected.
Right.
And that person will have a false positive. And there's false positives all through the fucking roof.
Yeah.
The whole thing made no sense, and it was just designed to push a vaccine that they profited off of massively, and I hope we learn. I hope next time things roll around, people are a lot more hesitant. Just jump in and believe this shit.
Well, already they were coming up with additional vaccines for this or that, or another booster, and people were like,
Yeah.
So I think people have already started questioning the validity.
Well, I think this pandemic and the response and the mandates and all that shit, it ruined people's faith in, first of all, the mainstream media. I think the mainstream media took the biggest hit out of anybody. Like the trust in the television shows and the newspapers that are supposed to be delivering the truth is at an all-time low. Oh, I think we're right. It's pretty obvious. I mean, the ratings are down on every fucking show there is. Newspapers, no one wants to buy them. Yeah. Oh, yeah. CNN is fucking no one's watching it anymore. MSNBC's it's a ghost town. No one's watching the shows because they're all just lying. They're lying. They're still lying. They're lying constantly. And now, now they're lying about the Department of Government Efficiency, or they were lying about pandemics. It's not really the news. If it was the news, they wouldn't be informed by the pharmaceutical drug companies. You can't have fucking news sponsored by the people that you're supposed to be reporting on, and then you never report on them. That's just crazy.
Yeah. Well, also that whole the trusted news initiative.
Yeah.
You familiar with that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yes, you would. Yeah, talking to Bobby and everybody. Yeah, but yeah, the trusted news initiative. It's just like, okay, we won't. Like when I send a YouTube video that I just to someone else, and by the time it gets to them, they're like, "You won't let me watch it."
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Why? Misinformation. But isn't misinformation also information?
Yeah.
It's like, how can you term it misinformation, and what are your criteria that allow you to call that misinformation?
Yeah. Well, I'm hoping people's learning that it was a weird time, an educational time though. It's good experience for some people to learn that, like, hey, like there's sources that you cannot trust. And I think now the beautiful thing about someone like Elon buying Twitter and turning it into X and having community nodes is now you have a way of fact checking things where people use the community nodes and they start posting studies in the community nodes and saying, no, this story's not true. Here's why it's not true. Here's why it's provably not true. So this is the best way to handle misinformation. It's not leave it up to government censors.
Yeah.
And that was where everybody was going in 2020. It's just fucking crazy.
Those were government censors. Those were the mainstream media censoring themselves.
Well, yeah, but I mean,
at the behest of government, but also at the behest of big pharma.
Yeah. When we found out that the government was actively contacting social media companies and having them remove things that were true. Oh, malinformation. Did you know that term? So there's misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation. Malinformation is true, but could have a detrimental effect on society. True information that can have a detrimental effect on society is malinformation. And it all makes sense. It's all that. It's right out of 1984.
I feel so Orwellian. Just the time we've gone through, the time we're in, it feels extremely Orwellian.
It's very weird. It's a weird time, but I'm optimistic.
I want to be optimistic. I think cynicism is the worst disease of old age. Once you're cynical, you are fucked. It affects every part of your being. But you say it very positive, right?
Yeah.
And you seem like Nothing can stop it.
I try to stay positive.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm affected like everybody else is. You know, I was down during the pandemic and bothered the shit out of me. But we came through it on the other end, and I think people have more resolve now. I think generally the general public has, at least a good percentage of the general public has a healthy distrust now for bullshit.
Certainly your listeners.
Yeah.
Now, but after that Robert Malone thing happened, I was really curious. I was wanting to contact you, and I didn't. But I was just curious how, because man, I never seen anyone take more body blows. But I gotta say, it was cool. They were like stood behind you. Spotify.
Yeah.
Spotify.
Fortunately, they're not American. It's not an American company.
Oh,
Yeah.
where are they from?
Sweet. Yeah. So they're like, we're not buying it. Also, the show was big enough where they were like, why would we pull this thing off the air? Let's hang in there and see what happens. And it just kept getting bigger. And so they were realizing that the people were basically on the side of free distribution of information. And they didn't buy it. But there was two guys, Peter McCullough and Robert Malone. Those are the ones. And then there was like some
Peter McCullough. Boy, he took a lot of hits.
Most published doctor in human history in his particular field of study. I mean, he's well respected, rock solid credential.
And it was one of his videos I tried to send right after I had it. I tried to send it to people. No.
Yeah.
They were so quick. I've never seen such quick censorship or editing, almost impressive.
It was crazy. What was it like in Hollywood having your healthy distrust of what was going on, where sort of everybody was sort of in lockstep with whatever the government propaganda was?
Yeah, for sure. Well, I don't know how many sets everybody was like, masks. And then there'd be different zones.
Yeah.
And then, you get, the closer you get to the actual set where the shooting is, and the red zone, people, put your mask on. And I was just like, I never bought it. And I never bought it. I'm just like, this doesn't feel right. All right. I'm supposed to wear a mask, but I haven't been, now at this point, right now, I haven't been sick in 8 years, right? Well, back then was 6 years, but it was just like I knew, well, no, I'm doing the math, but you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It had been a long time since I've been sick, and I'm like, I don't feel like I need to wear a mask, so I would just not wear a mask, but everybody else on the set's wearing a mask, which is very discomforting, because, you can't even relate to people so well without seeing their face.
It's very weird. It was very weird.
Very strange time.
Yeah, strange. And it didn't make it. And there was also this narrative that if you weren't vaccinated, the virus was going to hunt you down. They keep saying that. The virus will find you. If you're not vaccinated, the virus will hunt you down. And they're like, what the fuck are you talking about?
It's so funny. You say, I did a video. I had it, but maybe Ilya's out there, my sister. Maybe she can pull it up.
Is it online?
I did no, but I did it's 11 seconds. Yeah, she's listening. Hopefully she'll look at it. But it's like I take inhale, hit a pump, and then I put on my mask,
Go right to the
and I exhale. And it just comes out every right. And every exhale, and by the way, hundreds of times heavier than like a virus. Right? So viruses don't just, what the concept, people saying, trust in science, very unscientific concepts.
Yeah.
And Fauci, anyway, in the beginning, no, we don't need to make masks. Oh, we do. We should. Yeah, so silly, that mask, man. That just something about it felt like, it was just like Big Brother won.
Yeah.
Big Brother won.
They want a battle. But I think ultimately that's what's going to cost them the war. I think.
Well, what do you think Bobby's going to be able? It could be able to accomplish.
This episode is brought to you by Rocket Money. Let's talk about subscriptions. It seems like there's so much you can subscribe to these days. You got the obvious ones like streaming services and shopping, but you also got your coffee subscription, meal kit subscription, the beers from around the world subscription. If you can think of it, there's probably a subscription for it. But let's face it, you sign up for something, forget about it after the trial period ends, and then you're charged month after month after month. Subscriptions are there, but you're not using them. In fact, I just learned that 85% of people have at least one paid subscription going unused each month. That's why you gotta love Rocket Money. It's a personal finance app that helps you find and cancel your unwanted subscriptions, monitors your spending, and helps lower your bills so you can grow your savings. See all your subscriptions in one place and know exactly where your money is going. For ones you don't want anymore, Rocket Money can help you cancel them. A great feature is Rocket Money's dashboard. It gives you a clear view of your expenses across all of your accounts. You can easily create a personalized budget with custom categories to help keep your spending on track. See your monthly spending trends in each category to know exactly where your money is going. Rocket Money has over 5 million users and has saved a total of $500 million in canceled subscriptions, saving members up to $740 a year when using all of the app's premium features. Cancel your unwanted subscriptions and reach your financial goals faster with Rocket Money. Go to rocketmoney.com/JRE today. That's rocketmoney.com/JRE. That's rocketmoney.com/JRE. rocketmoney.com/JRE. Well, one big one that he wants to accomplish is to remove this liability waiver for vaccines and to make them go through real trials.
And how do you think that's going to get to Congress?
We'll find out. We're going to find out. We're going to find
No
out.
way that gets through Congress.
We'll see. We'll see. We'll see what the
But every
resistance
one of
is.
those guys is getting money.
A lot of
Big
them are. A lot of them are. But also,
certainly all the Democrats.
people are paying attention now, and they will get primary, and I think they're aware of that. So I think there's a vulnerability for their entire career. If people find out that they weren't willing to do this in the face of overwhelming evidence, like Bobby was just talking about the hepatitis vaccine, that they were saying that the hepatitis B vaccine, they were having a hard time selling it, and so they all of a sudden start saying, "Don't worry about it. We're going to prescribe it for children," and they put it on the vaccine schedule for children. And they did that just because they were having a hard time with people. Because the only time you get hepatitis B is from dirty needles and risky sex. And people are like, I don't want that fucking thing. And so they're like, what do we do?
That's the only time you get hepatitis B.
I think that's it.
There's just two possibilities. Dirty sex and dirty needles.
Do you know of any other ones?
Well, I mean,
It's a sexually transmitted disease.
Oh, it is. Okay.
It's transmitted through intravenous drug use.
Okay, then I didn't know.
Yeah, which is how you think you got
I mean, that's the thing you get run down like most.
No,
You
I
get
don't.
run down, you get sick.
Well, let's Google it. What is the cost of hepatitis B? Yeah, it's that's how you get it. You don't get it as a fucking baby. So injecting babies with it, the only reason why they did that is to sell more hepatitis B vaccines. Yeah, if the mother has it. Unprotected sex with an infected person, mother to child, during childbirth, breastfeeding if the mother's infected. Yeah. So,
Dude, you got a lot of head.
yeah, I guess dirty needles. I guess that falls under dirty needles. Yeah.
But anyway, I just wonder that, it just, again, the profiteering, like, why is I not talking about profiteering? That should be on everyone's list.
Exactly. That's what it's all about. That's all the woes and ills of our society. It's people emphasizing profit over humanity. That's really what it is. Yeah. That's really what it is. Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah. It's this fucking disgustingly one-sided approach because you don't live that long. To live your life just profiteering off of the expense of other people's suffering is so crazy when you got 80 years of your life. You got 80 summers, 80 spins around the sun, and you're gonna fucking sell people out for some money that you're never gonna have enough of anyway. All those comments, it never ends. They all wanted their yacht, they all wanted this, they all wanted that. There was always something. It never ends, and somehow or another, we get away with it because we're profiting as well. That's
I
all.
was wondering about billionaires. You got to figure there's a certain hierarchy of billionaires, right? And so even if you're a billionaire, you're thinking, well, that he's good, right?
Nope.
Well, no, I want to be the richest guy.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I guess it never does it.
Well, if that's what your game is, right? So if your game is just numbers, you're never going to be satisfied. You know, if your game is just numbers, you're always going to look at the other people. Like my friend Brian has a friend that has $3 billion, and he says he hangs out with his billionaire friends and he feels poor because they have $30 billion. So, like, you know, crazy. Imagine having $3 billion and you're feeling poor. But I can kind of understand the thought. I mean, it's stupid.
The poor white trash part. Only $3 billion.
Poor bastard. How's he even buy a country? How do you even affect elections for $3 billion? That's nothing.
Yeah.
That's weird. Well, I mean, this is just a symptom of the moral decay of our society. But, you know, we don't have a moral and ethical framework. We don't have a moral and ethical structure that we operate under. And too many people are just motivated by money instead of humanity, instead of looking at people as like a community. For all a community of people, you can still profit, you can still make money, but like making more money at the expense of people's lives and suffering should be the most important thing that we could possibly imagine. Especially if you're already wealthy, it should be absolutely disgusting to us. Instead, it's condoned or just to like accept it. And you know, you shrug your shoulders. That's what people do.
Well, I think the majority of people agree with you 100%. And the majority of people have a very humane and compassionate view of others. You know?
Yeah.
But there are those people who are just, you know, it's like you say, it's a numbers game.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, war makes people really rich. It's a lot. I mean, I guess, I don't know, big pharma would be the number one industry, but not far behind. It's got to be the weapons industry. Yeah. And it's just like, why are these, if you even get away from why are these wars happening or are they justified? Why are they making that much off these wars?
Yeah.
Strange.
Yeah.
That bothers me. I get sick of it.
It should.
Especially because the United States is just, World War II, okay, I give you that one. You know, I certainly don't give you the Korean War over the potential domino theory, which was absurd. The same theory that, so 4 million people die in Korea, 3.5 million in Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia. You started carpet bombing in Laos, which is everything in a 2-mile radius presumed dead.
Yeah.
You know, what we've done throughout Central, South America, all over the world, we've become masters of war, but like toward what end? To help those rich people get richer.
Yeah.
It's like I would understand if it's a justifiable, you have to stop Hitler, Mussolini, I get it.
Yeah.
But,
it's crazy that it all really boils down to that. It really boils down to why these people profit. You know?
I always have said that if war weren't so nuclear, there'd be a lot less.
Yeah.
No doubt. Sometimes just the war itself, that's a money maker.
Yeah. But it's like, how do you fucking do that? What do you have to call?
I brought this for you, man. It's a very nice Northern California. You have a dispensary in LA. Yeah, called Woods. It's phenomenal. It's the most beautiful dispensary in the world.
You can have I remember when it then you had to have a medical card. And you just say you had a headache. That's all you have to say. You got back pain, you got a headache, you get a prescription rather. And then it became legal. But just in 2016, no, it's decriminalized.
Texas.
Well, it should be
This could be such a. This state's so great anyway. We could change everything if Texas was legal.
Well, the whole country should be legal.
Yeah.
The idea that America, the land of the free, criminalizes the use of a plant that's never killed anybody is fucking.
It's legislating morality, and it's an odd morality anyway, because most people believe you should be able to smoke if you want.
Not only that, it's a morality that's based off bullshit about the 1930s. So it's propaganda from the 1930s that's still working today, 90 years later, which is really crazy.
Yeah.
That's the craziest part of it. And that the only reason why it picked up steam is because they needed to put people to work after they had stopped banning alcohol. So prohibition ended. Everybody's like, what do we do now? Well, let's fucking go after marijuana. And then you get Harry Anslinger, William Randolph Hearst. They're all profiting from it. And they all fucking make the marijuana movies, like Reefer Madness. Everyone's going to go crazy. And to this day, there's a lot of people who believe that. They think it makes you lazy, it makes you stupid.
It really is, although I would say my stupid quotient. No, but I agree that, like Anslinger, nobody knows about that. How this guy went all over the place and got governments all over the, declare this the enemy drug. But like I really just believe, there's such a thing as consensual crime, which is victimless crime. So if I'm smoking a joint, well, a lot of it's like the vaccine. If I'm smoking a joint, well, how does that hurt you?
Right.
Well, what am I doing to hurt you?
If you drive and fall asleep at the wheel.
Well, that's one thing, of course.
But that's already laws for that.
Okay, but that's another. Okay, outside of the driving world, I don't see how I'm hurting.
Outside of the driving world, that's really the end of it.
And if I'm not getting my job done, then fire me. Right. Okay, so there's there's no. And by the way, most people do agree with this, but when you have like over 70% of the people in jail are there for victimless crime.
Yeah.
Mostly drug-related crime.
We go back to another thing, profiteering. Because we have private prisons, which is crazy. We're essentially taking human beings and you're using them as batteries to generate money. That's really what you're doing.
Yeah.
Like the more people you get in there, the more profit you're pulling out of it, which is just crazy. So then you have prison guard unions that are lobbying to keep laws on the books, victimless crimes on the books, like marijuana.
Yeah, and I imagine there's a lot of you pushing it, but I didn't know until I saw the 13th. Is that what it was called? That movie, 13th Amendment. 13th Amendment. I didn't know. What's it called? There's a movie. I think it's called The 13th. I'm not wrong.
Yeah.
Is that right? Yeah. Anyway, there it is. Yeah. That's the first time I really thought about it, in spite of being around prisons, much of my life. But I never thought about the fact that that's just they're making them work. It's just slave labor.
Exactly.
I never thought about it.
Slave labor for an insanely small amount of money, and they keep them locked up and they pierce things.
Yeah. Well, you watch that, you believe it. Sure. Did you see that?
No, I didn't see it.
Oh,
I'm aware of the laws. I mean, I'm aware of that's a lot of where the Jim Crow laws came from. When they abolished slavery, what they did was just arrest people for basically anything and put them to work. I mean, that was the modus operandi.
Yeah, which is, I guess that's when all the 13th started. As a part of Jim Crow.
Same thing, profit. And ironically, a lot of this lack of compassion could be solved with psychedelics. A lot of it. But people expand the consciousness, understand that what they're doing is
morally reprehensible, even though you can sort of justify it because it's illegal. It's disgusting. We should change those laws. Those laws don't mean it's just written on paper. Doesn't mean it's just. Doesn't mean it makes sense.
It'd be nice.
Logical, rational.
I agree. It'd be nice to get some acid in the punch bowl at some kind of congressional.
Well, consensual. I think.
Make consensual. I mean, you're not going to get all those guys who need it to agree to it. So I'm just saying, throw a little in the punch bowl. They're all going by the punch bowl.
Do you ever, do you know Graham Hancock is? He's an expert on ancient history, like a kind of a renegade historian. He's got a sort of an alternative version of the ancient society, ancient civilizations. But the point is, like,
He has a podcast.
he's got a two seasons of a series called Ancient Apocalypse on Netflix. It's really amazing. It's basically his field of study is the evidence that human beings and human civilization has gone through a reset, and that somewhere around 12,000 years ago, and this is all supported by this theory called the Younger Dryas impact theory, where they found evidence that the Earth was bombarded by comets at more than 2 different times in history that probably reset civilization, and that this is probably why you see like ancient structures that people can't explain, and then these stone buildings that have incredibly complex geometry and precision building.
Yeah,
thousands
like
and
at the
thousands
World
and thousands
Fair
of years.
in Chicago, like they had all those buildings.
That's a little different.
Talking about that.
Yeah, no, that's a little different. I'm talking about like ancient Egypt.
You're talking about
Turkey.
Yeah.
I'm talking about like Göbekli Tepe and these ancient structures that they found that are like absolutely 11,000 plus years old, where people were supposed to be just hunter gatherers, and that we thought up until last 50 years that society emerged around 6,000 years ago in Mesopotamia. What he believes is that is a re-emergence of society, and that society had already reached a very high level of sophistication around 12,000 years ago, and that something happened, some sort of gigantic cataclysm, and reset things. But Graham is also an enthusiast of ayahuasca and the power of psychedelic medicine. And he has often said that to run governments, it should be mandatory that you have psychedelic sessions. And you should probably do it publicly. They really find out. I mean, imagine getting Lindsey Graham fucked up on mushrooms.
man, we'd love to
It'd
see
be
that.
amazing.
I would love to see that.
Oh, it'd be amazing.
But it would be nice if they had that. Because it's almost that those drugs that you're talking about are just like, it's like the universal, God's little helper. Yeah. To help you see how the world really works. God's little helper. The illusory nature of what it is to experience. Yeah. And to come from the heart.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, they encourage compassion. They encourage kindness and love. That's we need a lot more of that in this world. And that's the problem with being so politically and ideologically divided. It's like it's so easy because people are so it's easy to hate them. The other people are the enemy. So we've got this bizarre thing where we're supposed to be a community, but we're a two-sided community. And one side hates the other side, and whoever's in power does that. Those so,
yeah, that is such a weird part of the human, DNA science, whatever you call it, psychology. Because I noticed just the other day, there was some dude I can't remember what the context was, but I remember he kind of came into my zone and I was like, this fucking man, such an asshole. Just tell you can just feel it, and then none of that. What? You've got nothing that tells you that that's true, right? Other than maybe you're jealous because he's more handsome than you are. So, anyway, and so I go, how you doing? And he smiles, and I'm like, that's incredible. All you need to do sometimes is just generate a smile on that other person who you think's an asshole's face, and suddenly they're a kid. It's suddenly you're in a different. You're using the kid energies that interact.
Well, that's like the importance of charisma, right? Because a person isn't exactly who they are. They're who they are when they interact with you. And however you interact with them will affect the way they interact with you. It's a two-way street, most sort of interactions.
If they see a frown on your face, then inevitably there's a frown on their face.
Inevitably. Yeah. That's
But it's smiles generate smiles. And if you think about it, that is the easiest energy generating thing. Is another person's smile, getting you to smile.
And common ground. And I think that's the problem with the media and with political ideologies, is that there's no currency in common ground.
How you living, pimp? I hope you're well. Can you hear me? Hope you're having a good day. Jackie, David. David, do you know who I am? If you don't, let me know and I'll tell you who I am. Yeah, I shoot like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year from both feet. I've been doing so for more than 3 years on YouTube. I have more data online than any person ever. Data is their number one resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, petroleum, everything. It's real life Truman Show. I'm live here, I'm live on Discord, I'm live on YouTube, I'm live on Twitch, I'm live on Rumble, I'm live on everywhere. I've got 16 different YouTube streams right now. It's the biggest event in global history. Tell all your friends about it. We talk about things like chemical hunger, through the use of technology like agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, things like hydroponic, vertical farming, cloud seeding. We talk about ending world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter of Sonic Panini. It's worth over $100 million. Essentially, we have built wells in Nigeria. We continue that good work. I'm a major advocate of the Rothschild program and desalination technology, pumping earth seawater under to make it drinkable. We're watching Joe Rogan. Feel free to enjoy, my friend.
The currency is all in division. That's where you can gain the most momentum, get the most people on your side. You have to say the other people are the enemy. Common ground is much more common. Most people agree. Most people want to be safe and healthy. They want to be happy. They want to have friends. They want to have a good time. They want a nice family. They want to be loved. They want to have love. That's most people. And they think that the other people are trying to prevent that. Instead of just accentuating those important factors and saying we should all concentrate on that, I think we should all look at things that prevent that. What are the things that prevent health? Well, let's all work collectively together to eliminate those aspects of our society. Yeah, the problem is you make a lot of profit doing that. The profit is in the division.
The media does push the divide.
The media is bullshit. First of all, they're dying. They're dying like AM radio. They're not going to make it. They're not going to make it. The internet is more compelling than independent journalism. It's more accurate. It's going to be more.
Are you sure that's not a subjective vantage point, Joe?
It's certainly
on your vantage point.
Yes, everything's subjective. It's definitely subjective. But listen, I think there are very good people that work in journalism. I think there are very good people that work at the New York Times, the Washington Post, and even at CNN. I know them. I know people that work at CNN, and I like them. I know people that work at the New York Times, and I like them very much. The problem is the institution, and the institution is based on profit. And where do you get your money? Well, you get a lot of money from pharmaceutical drug companies, from the NGOs. There's funding from all these different political groups. And that's the problem. The problem is enormous entities that need incredible amounts of capital in order to stay relevant. And in doing so, what's crazy is if you're in the information business, when you can't be accurate, you cannot be accurate about the distribution of information if your profits are based on you pushing a bullshit narrative, because those are the people that are supporting you. So therefore, they're not going to make it. Like, it's like you see the writing on the wall. It's like, this is not tenable. You're not going to be able to continue this. You're going to either have to adjust course, or you're going to be swallowed. And that's what people realize that now with the internet. When you got people like Matt Taibbi, Michael Schellenberger, and Glenn Greenwald, respected journalists who are now on the outside. And so now they've amassed this huge following on the outside, because, you know, if you go to Glenn Greenwald, he's going to tell you what's actually going on. Why are we invading this? Why are we bombing this country? What's going on? And he'll tell you it all goes back to 2013 when this was passed, and this is what happened, and they tried to do this. This is what we're trying to do because there's oil here, there's minerals there. And like, oh, fuck. And so, but most people don't have the time to do that kind of deep dive. So you turn on CNN. CNN is like, for the victim. I mean, your knife boots. Get your knife boots. And, you know, the fucking anchors are blocking on the TV. And it's like, wow. Like, they're in a trap. They're in a trap. First of all, they're in a trap because of the actual format of the show sucks. Right? Format of television shows suck. You have three talking heads yelling at each other 5 minutes before commercial. Everyone's trying to get a soundbite that goes viral, and then you cut to a commercial about antidepressants. And then you come back, and you come back. You come back, and there's a flood, and there's fucking Detroit's frozen. You see that shit in Detroit? Where they had a flood, and then it froze. Cars like up to the fucking windshield. Frozen solid in the streets, and car alarms going off. Yeah, it happened yesterday. There was some sort of a water main line broke, probably because of the cold, and then the streets flooded, and then the streets, when they flooded, then they froze, and so all these cars, like literally up to the windshield, stuck. See if you can find that. Like, look at this, entire streets filled. Oh my God! And if you watch a video of it, all the car alarms are going off. So the car alarms are going off, and give me some. Well, you can hear it. My phone. Yeah.
I went there not long ago. Come back. It's phenomenal. Wow, what a fun place.
Well, you know what?
Artists kind of took it over. It just became. It's pretty groovy.
Artists and artisans and companies that are like proud, like Shinola.
Yeah, that's my buddy.
Oh,
Service.
Oh, yeah, great.
Do you know him?
No, I don't. But
He's one of the great humans on this planet. Yeah, he started Shinola.
Yeah.
Shinola is a great company.
It's a great company. I love
He's
the laptop guys.
incredible guy.
They make awesome stuff. They make great watches, great stuff, but made in Detroit, like Crowder.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah. And they got the record player that he did with Mike White, Mike, Mike White. No,
Jack White.
Jack White. I knew that wasn't right. I couldn't. Mike White makes
From the White
White
Stripes.
Lotus. Yeah, no, Jack White. Yeah. And they also do vinyl. They make all these vinyl. Those guys do cool stuff, man.
Yeah. Well, I
know.
last time I was in Detroit, I did the Fox Theater, and I saw a lot of that too. A lot of like small shops, cool places, and because real estate's cheap, so people are like moving in, and artists are doing things. It's fun. It's like a little bit of a revival. That's not fucked by the auto industry.
Well, yeah, for sure.
More profiteers, right? Send all the fucking jobs to other countries because you get people to work for slave labor.
Yeah. And then now they're dealing with this incredible ice flood.
Yeah, I think that's a small isolated area, but still fucked. Yeah.
Okay.
Are you still in LA?
I'm in Austin, right here with you.
You are. Where do you spend most of your time?
No, I live in Austin.
Oh, do you?
I live in Austin.
I didn't know you lived here.
Yeah, I live in the Drip.
Oh, nice. Dripping Space is great. I love that there. That's a nice place. It's a nice area.
No, I'm determined. You and I are gonna have to hang out
Let's do
sometime
it.
socially.
I would love to do that. Let's do it. Yeah, fuck yeah.
Okay,
Fuck
you
yeah.
don't feel just like you're back against the wall.
Yeah, fuck you, man. Come on. I'm gonna do it anytime.
I'm great.
Call me 2 fucking more. We'll meet you somewhere.
Okay, perfect.
I'll bring you down to my comedy club.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
great.
great. What's it called?
Comedy by the Ship.
Yeah, I'd like to do that.
It's fun. It's a great place. My buddy Jimmy Dore is there this weekend. It's also great, and he's filming his comedy special there this weekend.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Jimmy Dore is amazing. He's another guy that's risen as an independent journalist. He's a comedian, and he started his show basically just making fun of political things. And then during the pandemic, got vaccine injured and really got kind of red pilled and kind of became like the voice of truth and reason. And, you know, another guy who's been completely outcast by supposedly progressive people for just telling the truth, the inconvenient truth.
Yeah, but I guess the progressives, are they now the conservatives? We're going to change the term because progressives seem a lot less progressive.
Yeah.
I really felt quite, you know,
I think they
during
got
this whole
co-opted.
thing, I felt quite, yeah.
I think they got co-opted, and I think it was on purpose. I think there's some very sophisticated psychological manipulation that was involved, and a lot of money was being spent in order to push some very specific narratives. And they did a great job of it. You know, they did a great job of it, but we were finding out because of the Department of Government Efficiency that most of this was funded by our own tax dollars, which is really fucking crazy. A lot of these NGOs that supported a lot of these crazy riots and all these different things that were happening in our cities is really supported by our own tax dollars. It was just a subversion of public discourse. You know, instead of allowing people to figure out what's right, what's wrong, they pushed what they wanted you to say, and anybody who deviated from that was canceled. And because of the fact that before Elon bought Twitter, the left had complete total control over the narrative because they owned all the social sites and they were in lockstep with the government. So it was just a dark time for information, but a few brave people, you know, braved the storm, and one of them was Jimmy.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
He's great. You would love him. He's great.
Well, you know, I remember when the guy was, remember that guy, I think they were in London maybe, but it was the guy who was, I think, directed one portion of Pfizer. And he met with some guy and he had a body cam. The other guy had a body cam. It was like a date from Tinder's.
Oh, it's like one of those Project Veritas cute things.
Did you not see it?
I'm sure I did.
But this is the perfect example of how the Trusted News Initiative managed to, a lot of news just never got to people because the guy had a body cam and he's talking to him, and the guy who works for Pfizer said they just had a meeting talking about how they could weaponize these other viruses in order to basically create another pandemic so that they would have a vaccine to address it and make more money, which is not a surprising thing that they would be discussing. But what was great was he admitted it to the guy while they're sitting there in a little diner.
It's always chatty gay guys.
But the main thing,
It's always chatty gay guys. It's always a guy on a date with another guy. And he's like, I'll tell you what we're doing. It's like they just chat it up.
but the incredible thing, like, again, the stuff that he said was incredible. What was more incredible? Well, he told the guy basically that he'd been filming us out. Anyway, this should have been across every possible platform of media, of course, and yet he did not see it. Zero. But because Musk had bought Twitter, Musk put it on, and it immediately got 40 million views. And also, what's his name? Tucker Carlson put it on, and then there was a lot of views that way. But other than that, if you have to ask your average person if they never heard of this incident, it's like an amazing thing. We're talking about what's the term for that? The weaponization of a virus.
The weaponization of a virus.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Anyway, they do it, but that's what they think that they were doing.
It was. 100%. Well, that was why you would get banned off of all these social media platforms and you even brought that up. Right. It used to be if you brought that up on YouTube, you get pulled from YouTube. Now it's fact. Now it's fact. Now it's an undeniable fact. All the things, like you said about Robert Malone, all the things that he said are now fact. Everything, every single one of them. The fact that it doesn't stable, that the injection doesn't stable, that it affects various parts of your body in different ways. It gets to your heart, it's very dangerous because your heart doesn't have the ability to heal, which is why you don't get heart cancer. So your heart just scars over and you get myocarditis. You start talking about all these different effects, and he personally was vaccine injured. So he's a guy who took it, almost had a fucking heart attack. Was like, what is going on? His whole body freaked out, deadly sick. Managed to get through it, then started speaking out against it, then started doing more research, finding out what was going on, and then that was the collective freak out.
Well, it's it's incredible that so many people were injured, and yet it's still kind of not widely discussed. I think people are discussing it.
More people are discussing it, but it's still there's a lot of people that don't want to bring it up because they don't want the heat. They saw what happened to people who did bring it up, and they don't want that coming their way. It's still fresh in their memory, and they keep their mouth shut. Yeah. But over time,
did you find out what it was called? No, term.
The term, I don't know.
Anyway, it just, I don't know. It's a crazy time in this world.
Yeah. But crazy times are fun, too. Because people snap out of it. They pop through it, they come out on the other side, they go, what the fuck was going on? And then you have a re-examining of society. And I think that's happening right now. And I think that's, as long as people keep their cool and they don't go tribal. You can't go tribal. You can't go us versus them. They're the bad guys. The fucking, all those people with blue hair, this fucking piece of shit. No, they're sad, lost people. That's what it is. Angry people that think they have to lash out at the other for the problems that's really caused gigantic corporations and exchange of money. Yeah.
Follow the money.
Follow that fucking cheese. It's always the money. And it's never enough. It's a weird thing about us. And again, it's the lack of methods to escape. And I don't mean escape reality. I mean to escape the fog propaganda. And that's literally why all that stuff was made illegal in 1970. Richard Nixon was trying to stop the anti-war effort in the civil rights movement. That's why they turned the Schedule 1, when they're sweeping Schedule 1 Prohibition Act of all psychedelic drugs. That's what that was about. It wasn't about protecting society. If it was, they would have got rid of OxyContin. They would have got rid of painkillers and Vicodin, Percocets. They never got rid of any of those. They got rid of Big Macs for that.
I know, listen, you're a big guy, you love me, but can we say Big Macs are not the greatest thing for you?
They're not great. They're not great for you. But I feel like you should really eat a Big Mac if you want to.
If you want to. I don't care. It's shot up right now.
That's what I'm saying. Don't get rid of Big Macs. Don't eat them every day. Fucking idiot. It's like I say about Doritos. People are like, we should give Doritos up. No. Doritos, as they are a perfect snack. They're delicious, but they're fucking terrible for you. Just like cigarettes, just like whiskey. They're terrible for you. But in the moment, they're great. The key is recover and then don't do it every day. That's the key to all things is moderation. All things.
I wish you'd give me this speech like 20. You know, it's so precipice after 21. I became immoderate, you know. In fact, I didn't even smoke pot till I was 20.
I didn't smoke pot till I was 30.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Well, I thought it was going to turn into a loser. Yeah, I bought into all of it. I grew up with a lot of people that had drug problems. And I wanted to succeed in life. My biggest fear was being a loser. You know, just someone that just never got their shit together. And I was like, well, anything that gets in the way of being successful and being healthy and happy, avoid that.
And now, what at point did you say to yourself, I'm definitely not a loser. There's no chance of me being a loser.
Oh, I don't know if you ever think that. I guess I think that now. But I think you were.
Or do you sometimes doubt it and say, I'm a loser?
Well, I definitely think I'm very hypercritical, self-critical. So I battle against that because I think that's something that anybody who strives to be successful battles against. You always feel like you can do more, But there's a balance of you doing more and being happy, enjoying yourself, but also accomplishing things you want to do, feeling fulfilled, having worthwhile goals, things that you think are valuable, not just to people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then do you feel like you?
Yeah, I feel like that. Yeah, but I don't think about it honestly, because I think if you think about it, then you get lost. Then you get like, look up, man, you can get really lost in success, or you get intoxicated by that too. So I think you just got to kind of exist and not feed your insecurities, but also don't feed any delusion of grandeur either. Just be a person. Just learn how to be a human being.
That's got to be hard for you. I mean, you're at the tippy top of the tip, and everybody's got to be kissing your ass and telling you how great you are. Be hard to not allow your ego to dictate things.
Yeah, I don't know. I smoke my ego pretty good. I do it with workouts. I do it with martial arts. I do it with cold plunge. I put myself through voluntary breathing. That's pretty fucking brutal. And that's my best way to achieve like homeostasis. It's my best way to achieve like a balance. Is that I put myself through way more than it's me. So that I'm always, I get it. You're always vulnerable. You're always weak. You're always late something. So as long as you confront that all the time, your mind healthy and balanced, have a healthy perspective. There's a lot of like new agey sort of bullshit terms that unfortunately have been co-opted by silly people, but a lot of those, like, they're very important, like gratitude. Gratitude is a really important quality that people should have. Mindfulness is a really important quality that people should have. But these things are co-opted by goofy people that wear wooden beads and want you to join their cult. It's like they want you to think that they're special and they're particularly spiritual. And so unfortunately, really good concepts are often tainted by silly people. Like love and God and a lot of the things that are really like beneficial to us as a society. They get co-opted by goofy people. Like how many people have been turned off by religion by watching mega pastors in these huge churches flying around in private jets and driving in Rolls Royces? Like, oh, well, this is all bullshit.
Yeah. Do you no. Do you think I mean, I'm curious. I must have heard you talk about this, but what is your concept of religious? I mean, do you have a specific religion that you would adhere to?
Not necessarily. I'm not in favor of any restrictive religions. I'm not in favor of any religions that punish people that don't follow them, and I'm not in favor of any religions that force a very rigid structure on people that has to be adhered to, or you're a sinner or cast out. Or I think that most religious experience, I think most religion is based on human beings' very unique experiences that have provided enlightenment, and they're trying to express that enlightenment to other people. And I think the problem with religious stories are that people are full of shit, and a lot of those stories suck. You know, a lot of those stories are probably distorted by the hand of man. But I think, you know, I'm of the school of thought that a lot of the religious experiences that people talk about were probably inspired by psychedelic experiences. And, you know, there's a great book called The Sacred Mushroom and the Cross by John Marco Allegro. Do you know about that book?
I've heard of it.
It's a great book. But it's very hard to follow because it's very, unless you understand Aramaic, the translation, scrolls, like,
I'm
people.
Florida. Yeah.
Are you ready?
Yeah, I got actually French. I had Spanish when I was working in distribution, and then
Can you hear what that microphone is? Push that microphone up.
I got some of the click when you were.
Oh, really?
No, I only English. Come on.
With the John Marco Allegro book, he was an ordained minister, but he was one of the people that was assigned to teach scrolls. He did it over the course of those about 14 years. And then he wrote this book because his belief, he was a very straight-laced scholar, he wasn't a psychedelic enthusiast, but he believed that the entire Christian religion was based on the consumption of psychedelic mushrooms and fertility rituals. And he thinks that a lot of these stories, that their origins come from that. And and he believed Amanita muscaria mushrooms is a very confusing mushroom because a lot of people have a hard time tripping on it. They don't know exactly. Terence McKenna believed that the problem was that the psychedelic compounds in it varied regionally and genetically, and that they weren't all the same, and that a lot of these people that were having these experiences were not. It really depended upon where you get them from and how you got them and how you treated it. A lot of that information was lost, and also like there's certain religious ceremonies that involve very mysterious things like soma. You know, soma from the ancient Hindu texts. They don't know what was in there. They don't know what it was, but it seems like it was some sort of a psychedelic compound, whether it was blue lotus and psilocybin or a combination of many things. You know, like the Eleusinian mysteries, where in ancient Greece they believed that was ergot. That ergot was mixed in with the wine. Ergot, which is a very similar experience to LSD. Oh, yeah. There's a great book on that too. If you've never read it, it's called The Immortality Key by a scholar named Brian Murray-Rescue. He's a brilliant guy. He's been on the podcast a couple times, but he's done a lot of like really legitimate work on proving that these vessels, these wine containers that they had from this ancient time, they found trace elements of ergot in these wine vessels, and they know that wine back then was not just fermented grapes. They would add a bunch of things to the wine. And so, so these experiences that people would have, go to Ulysses, and I went there when I was in Greece a couple of years ago, and it's an amazing place, man. When you're there, like, it feels weird. When you go to the place where they have these psychedelic rituals, like, the place has a bizarre memory that you feel when you're there. Like, because you can literally walk on the grounds where they had these rituals. And you're there, like, this place feels wild. It's just like my parents, my kids rather were like, "What's wrong?" I'm like, "I'm fine. So it's like weirded out by this place. Like I feel it. I feel like a bizarre connection with this place. Like it feels alive, or like it's humming or something. It's very weird, very weird. I was touching the rocks, just trying to like feel like what's going on here. It's like you could have thousands of years ago, people were just tripping balls and inventing democracy right here at this very spot. It's literally the roots of democracy.
They had to be tripping to say something so bold as democracy.
Yeah, I mean, it is literally what we were talking about. Like, if you want something that accentuates compassion and the sense of the family and brotherhood and sisterhood that we're all together, what better than psychedelic drugs? Yeah, that's what it is. It gets in the way of this us versus them narrative that is in our goofy society is detached from these sacred compounds.
Yeah, the herb, it really is a unifying thing. I've always, from the first time I tried it, I just felt such fun. I made such compassion to everybody.
Kinder.
Huh?
Makes you kinder.
Makes you kinder.
Yeah, that's what I call it, kind bud.
Kind bud.
That's why they call it that.
So the kind. But yeah, I like the image of it. It's just a unifier.
Yeah.
And so that's what makes me wonder, why does Texas not just say, hey, let's open the doors to this? It's not a bad thing.
Yeah.
You could have the best cafes in Austin.
I know. Yeah. Well, it's weird because there's certain weed here that's legal. What is it? Is it the legal stuff? No, which one though? It's weird. It's weird because pretty much just weed.
Yeah, I never got into stuff.
It's just a different version of plant.
But it doesn't get hot.
Oh yeah, it does.
Really?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I get you some. Oh yeah.
I don't know any syllables. You kind of had a yeah. And,
I don't know what they're doing. I don't know how they're doing it, but somehow they're skirting around the rules and developing something that is basically yeah, it's basically like weed's twin sister that has different genetics. I don't know. I don't understand it.
No, I heard they're trying to work out a thing where there's no more of those exceptions here.
Oh, well, that would suck.
The legislature.
That's goofy. I mean, there's plenty of things to concentrate on. Why concentrate on that? It's just, it's a dumb rule. It's a dumb rule that's mostly enforced by people who don't know what the experience is. They have a distorted idea what the experience is, and they think it's just going to make people losers.
But also, it's being mandated from people with different kinds of, desires. A lot of it financial, but anything that does, I consider a crime anything I do that hurts you or your property.
Yeah.
Otherwise, there's no crime.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree. And I think we got to get past that. I think there's a lot of people that recognize that. What they did in the 1970s was very effective. They threw water on the entire psychedelic movement and the civil rights movement and the anti-war movement, and they did it by banning a lot of these compounds that were changing the way people thought about life. And, like the whole peace, love, and hippie movement of the 1960s was all inspired by psychedelic drugs, all of it. Right. And it was a revolutionary, complete change of society from 1950 to 1960. I mean, 10 years, things became, music and culture became almost unrecognizable. It was so radically. And I think it was terrifying as far as it did. And unfortunately, the propaganda that they pushed, just like the propaganda that we saw during the COVID times, propaganda you have whenever there's a war, that propaganda is sticky. That stuff sticks. It sticks around for a long time. And unless you have viable representation of opposing narratives that are really effective, it's difficult to change their perspective on things without a personal experience. Right. And most of these people that are like, no nonsense type folks, they don't want to smoke weed. I don't want to ruin my brain. I've heard like legitimate scientists say, I would never want to interfere with the way my brain works. Like, okay, cough, shut the fuck up. What are you talking about? You exercise? What do you do? Eat good food? There's a lot of change the way your brain works. This is a dumb way to look.
You really want you to die. Some obese, having heart trouble breathing type of guy.
Yeah.
It's going to give you your advice.
Well, that was one of the most fascinating things about COVID when I was talking with Dr. Peter Hotez, who's an overweight guy, and he's telling me everybody's got to get vaccinated. Like, are you healthy? Like, are you healthy? Do you work out? Do you eat well? Do you take vitamins? No, none of those things. But you think that, like, chemicals, that the only way that you're going to get healthy is from a laboratory and an injection. That doesn't seem real. That seems crazy.
The whole notion is to bolster your system's response to this specific item, right? But so, if your immune system is strong,
right,
you really have nothing to fear.
Well,
if your immune system's weak, you have all also a lot of fear by taking a vaccine that can, with this recent one, it actually hurts the immune system. It harms the immune system.
Especially
people should get vaccinated.
I mean, the problem was also any sort of, this is Dr. Brooks is now admitting this, she's being questioned, is that they stopped any early treatments that weren't the vaccine, and that they probably shouldn't have done that, and that a lot of people could have been saved because of that. And it's true. And that's something that people need to, that's one of the best aspects of Bobby Kennedy's book, The Real Anthony Fauci, is like understand like what pressures were put on organizations to stifle and completely stop the prescription use of a bunch of different things, hydroxychloroquine. I've also like the studies that were done on vitamin D deficiencies and how that impacted immune systems, and just sunlight, exercise, diet, all those things play a critical factor in how well your immune system functions. The idea that the only way your immune system functions at its peak is you got to stick a fucking metal pin filled with a solution that gets plunged into your tissue. That's the only way. It's the only way, Woody.
Yeah.
You're gonna shove a fucking needle in your arm. Like, what?
You make a great point, because like, why didn't we hear from America's Dr. Fauci or the other representatives, medical industry? Maybe eat less, sugar. Maybe eat less fast food. Maybe exercise. There is no other direction. Take the vaccine.
No,
That's the only
I
direction.
didn't want to fact check. Never told anybody this way, which is one of the major comorbidities that affect people negatively.
Yeah. Bill Maher was on to that. Right?
Yeah.
That's a good point.
It's weird times. But again, I hope.
Yeah, me too, man. In spite of everything, I have hope.
Well,
I believe in people generally. Like these people who in California and New York, they look at Texas. It's like, this lost state. You know what I mean? Greatest people in the world.
Yeah.
Greatest, kindest, nicest people.
Yeah.
But you may not want to talk about certain subjects. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, just avoid those subjects. You get along.
And even the subjects that you're supposed to avoid, why are we avoiding them?
Well, I agree. I talk about it. So,
yeah.
I like a little healthy, debate.
Also, I want to know why you think the way you think. If you think totally different than me, I want to sit down with you. And I want to give you all the room in the world to say what you think. I want to know how you came to those conclusions. I want to know what your childhood was like. I want to know what experiences have you had that led you to have these like concrete evaluations of the way society is that are so different than mine.
That's a great compassionate vantage point. That's what we really lack.
Yeah. You need to sit down with people that you don't agree with and find out. And oftentimes they fall apart. That's just the fascinating thing. Give them enough room. You just keep talking to them, they fall apart. One of the weirdest conversations I had on this podcast was talking to Dr. Sanjay Gupta from CNN. They sent him over here to fucking straighten me out. And by the end of it, it was a very bizarre conversation. By the end of it, he was essentially agreeing with me.
I had heard that he didn't think you should necessarily vaccinate. I thought he was a little progressive.
Well, he's smart, but he's also working for CNN, and he's also a neurosurgeon. So he's, he's a bright guy. He's just like captured by the system, and that's the problem. But there was a lot of things that didn't make sense. Like one of the ones where he wanted me to get vaccinated after I recovered from COVID.
Well, like, shouldn't that be the reason I'm already vaccinated?
Yeah. Well, I'd recovered from COVID in 3 days. It wasn't hard at all. And that's when I got hit. That's when everybody came after me, because I was a bad example. Because I was healthy. And I was giving people bad information by telling them all the things that I took to get better, which is really weird. And then they focused on this one thing, which was ivermectin. I read a laundry list of stuff that I took. IV vitamins, NAD, ivermectin, monoclonal antibodies. I talked about all the different stuff that my doctor put me on, and I was better in 3 days. And then what did CNN do? They turned my face yellow. They put a filter on the video to make me look sick, and they started talking about me taking horse paste, which is crazy. They said I was taking a veterinary.
Yeah, yeah. They suddenly calling it that in spite of creating, millions of humans.
Billions of prescriptions have been filled. Billions of times human beings have taken out.
They have the guy who invented it in the statue with the WHO. I mean, that's why, because he invented ivermectin.
Yeah. You want to know about drugs?
That was an interesting thing how they made these other drugs, negative.
Yeah.
It was a hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin, which some legitimate doctors found to be effective. Suddenly you can't even bring it up, and then you couldn't even get it.
Yeah.
Like suddenly they made it ungettable.
Yeah. Well, you couldn't get it from Walgreens. They wouldn't prescribe it for you unless you had like some sort of
malaria or something.
Yeah, you'd have to have or some sort of parasite. And that's why they said it was a dewormer because it's anti-parasitic. But when I said it's Sanjay Gupta, I go, like, yes, but it's also been shown to stop viral replication. I said, you know that, right? And you can see this look on his face like, oh, shit. Because that's a fact. Like, they've studied viral replication. You use ivermectin in petri dishes, it stops viral replication. It's a fact. Like, that, there's studies on this. Like, it's like one of the most safe drugs known to man. It's like the safety profile is incredible. And this idea that like Rolling Stones printing articles and people are having overdoses from ivermectin and people can't get into the nursing room because of gunshot wounds. They even showed a photograph of a bunch of people outside of an emergency room wearing winter coats in August. This was a photograph of people waiting in line to get a flu shot. It was a bullshit photograph that fucking Rolling Stone published. Like, this is so wild to watch because it's not just propaganda, it's really shitty propaganda. Right. There's not much truthful they can say that would go against this stuff. So they have to just say it's horse dewormer. You're a fool. You're taking horse dewormer. But what they didn't understand is at the time, they didn't understand the media landscape. They thought they were still huge. They didn't understand like an average video on my show was like 10 times bigger than their show. It's just we weren't talking about it. We weren't saying it. So they still thought they were CNN. They were going to crush this rebellion against this one specific thing that you had to do, which was get vaccinated. Right? Fucking remember when Biden was on television? He was talking about the hurricane was coming. I was reporting the thing when the hurricane was coming. Just get vaccinated. Everything's harder if you're not vaccinated.
Yeah. All that money they gave those guys. They gave a lot of money. They had to do something.
Yeah.
Pay back.
It's wild, though. It's going to affect their ability to make money in the future, that's for sure. Especially CNN.
Yeah.
They always like it.
Honestly, I don't miss these other organizations that I'm on.
I watch them every now and then.
They lost my confidence.
Yeah. Yours and most people's. Yeah. I think that's good. Yeah, I do. I think that's just it's healthy. That's the human mental immune system weeding out pathogens.
That's true. The media you take in can certainly be a pathogen.
Yeah, sure. It is. But again, there's a lot of cool shit out there. It's like you can concentrate on that, or you can concentrate on how much cool music there is now, how much great comedy there is now, how great movies there are now. There's plenty of things to concentrate on. It's like, there's just, the problem is there's a lot of people, their business is division.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So politics and religion causing more division. But it's really, government and media.
It's really more
division.
I'm not
It's really money. If there was no money in politics,
Everybody knows it.
there's no money in pharmaceuticals,
Everybody shows it.
there's no money in war.
I'm the
We live in a
sexiest
much
motherfucker there's ever been. There ain't never been anybody as sexy as I am. I'm the biggest pimp of all time. I got that fucking Surgeon General look,
help
motherfuckers.
us along.
Sexiest motherfucker of all
All these other
time.
people that are trying
Right.
to stomp out
Biggest
a lot of
pimp in
bullshit
global
that we've been
history.
experiencing. So,
Wah, wah, wah.
hopefully,
I got more muscles. I got muscles on my muscles. Bitches just call me beefcake because I'm sexy like that.
yeah.
And I think it's really heroic how much he stood up for the things that he didn't need to talk about, that didn't help him in any way.
Look at this athleticism.
Just to
Got more athleticism in my little pinky than anybody's got in their entire body, baby.
Even if he was
What's this
wrong,
bullshit?
then it's heroic to do that.
Yeah, and he wasn't wrong. The thing is, like, I was a victim of that propaganda, and I told him that when I met him and I had him on the show. I said I always thought you were cool. It always hurt. I bought into it. I
I'm not
just had
West
this
Side
cursory
gangster.
examination of what people are saying about you. Like, oh, that guy doesn't believe in vaccines. He's a nut. He's some sort of an anti-science nut. He's just a conspiracy theorist. He's just like all these other nutty people.
Right.
And then I read his book, and I was like, okay, well, this book is real. Why is he getting sued? If it's not real, why is he getting sued? If all these things he's saying about Anthony Fauci during the AIDS crisis, if that's not true, why is he not getting sued? I would sue the fuck out of him if he lied about me and said I was vaccinating foster kids with experimental drugs that were killing them. I would sue you if that was not true. Like, hey, you fucking liar! I never did that. This is a lie. You can't prove it. It's not a lie. And
If it was a lie, get sued. Being truth, they just ignored it.
yeah,
But man, that is heavy tone.
yeah,
Oh my God, there's some info in there that just blew my mind. Yeah, like the way Fauci was able to get these principal investigators from like all these respectable colleges and them on these committees, and then they're saying, yeah, this is the vaccine we'll use. This is the we'll use AZT. We started with the AZT.
oh yeah,
And AZT was known to be a highly toxic, really ineffective drug.
yeah.
And of course, but that was the one they picked, and so they started using that again. And I don't know how many people that killed friends of mine. ACT was very toxic, and they finally had to yank it.
Yeah.
Now they use different chemical cocktails, but like Fauci did some extraordinarily evil shit.
And he was
knows what he did.
one of the Dallas Buyers Club. That movie that was about seeking alternative treatment to deal with AIDS.
Oh, right.
Yeah, that's Fauci.
Yeah, right.
That's ACT.
Yeah.
Magic Johnson got on ACT. He was killing it. He got off of it. Yeah.
And he's still alive.
And he's still alive. Yeah. It's a bummer. It's just a bummer that someone had that kind of power. He was such a fucking monster.
Did you see that little meme on it was right after you got free pardon?
Yeah.
And you said nothing says trust. Nothing says trust science like free pardon.
Yeah.
Picture about you.
What that pre-pardon is, he's pre-pardoned federally. It's not pre-pardoned. When you're pardoned, then you can no longer plead the fifth. So you can be held for perjury. So there's a lot of issues. I don't think Biden took into consideration or Fauci consideration either. I think he just wanted any protect him because he knew it was good. Just the emails that were available that showed collusion, where he had gotten a hold of all these different research and changed their process through Eco Health Alliance. They had funded gain of function research after Obama.
Function. That's what I was saying. Okay, yeah.
But gain of function is essentially taking a virus and making it more infectious to human beings.
Weaponizing the virus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The idea is supposedly to study it, but if you're studying it, you don't have a fucking cure. You've been studying this shit for so long and you don't have a cure. What are you actually doing? Well, you're doing weapons research. This is one of the things that Bobby's talked about with Lyme disease. Where they try to get him on Lyme disease, which is a very funny grilling. They say, did you say that Lyme disease was a leaked bioweapon? I probably did. They did. Plum Island. They were fucking researching how they could infect bugs, fleas, and ticks, and then dump them on populations to overwhelm the system, and they use it as a bioweapon so we can invade easier. Yeah, they did that.
With a master in the world. But yeah, that's a funny way. A good impersonation, by the way.
It's not hard. Unfortunately. I mean, really, science-wise, they could fix his fucking voice, man. If that guy had his own voice, he'd be a lot more powerful. It's like people dismiss him because his voice is hard. It's hard to listen to sometimes.
Yeah, and that condition he has, you would think there'd be some way to address it.
Well, he believes that condition came from the flu vaccine. Oh, it's a side effect of flu vaccines. You just take a flu vaccine every year. And so he developed this voice problem. And he believes it's a vaccine injury, which is very ironic. Yeah.
You know that.
Yeah. Those fucking things are working. Those things he's talked about that. Like, even if it protects you from that one flu, it makes you many more times more likely to catch other things. We were fucking around with complex systems inside human bodies with pharmaceutical drugs that have been, the way they've studied them is filled with shenanigans. They might do 10 studies and one of them shows effectiveness because they rigged the study in a certain way, and then he explained to me that the reason why they could say it's 100% effective was because one person got it in the vaccine trial and 2 people got it in the placebo. So it's 100%. 100%. One is 100% better than 2. Like, what? That's correct. No, that's not. When it gets infected, you fucking asshole. That should be a law. That should be a crime to explain things like that. I had this guy on who was litigated against pharmaceutical drug companies, particularly against Vioxx. They released this anti-inflammatory medication, Vioxx, and some 50 to 60,000 people died from it. I got a stroke from Vioxx. This guy was saying that when you do peer-reviewed studies, when they do a vaccine study, they don't even give raw data. They give the peer reviewers the data as it's been interpreted by the scientists who work for the pharmaceutical drug companies. So they review it and then they give their version of it. These other scientists are already on the payroll. They're all NIH funded. Everybody's together. Everybody's all in the loop. Everybody's dependent upon whether or not they're going to receive grants and funding. It's all based on Fauci, and that's how you find out whether or not something is good or bad. It's all rigged. Yeah. When he was explaining, I'm like, that can't be real. And he's explaining to us, showing us how it works. It's corrupt. It's fully, completely, totally corrupt. And if anything Bobby can do, it's make sure that we have valid studies, valid, real, peer-reviewed studies on everything that people are supposed to be taking. Let's find out what the fuck is good for, because it's not like all pharmaceutical drugs are bad. A lot of pharmaceutical drugs help people, save people's lives, enhance people's lives, cure diseases. There's a lot. It's great. Let's find out what it is. What's real and what's bad, and why are you profiting off of shit that's killing people? That's your
And now I know it is step down. Why would you? Yeah, well, no. Just headache in your life. But I'm just saying, I would vote for you.
Thanks. That's terrifying.
Yeah. You want to have those days where you just have a line. You know what I mean? Not getting up to maybe good. I can't have that if you're president.
No.
You get one day like that.
No, unless you're Biden. I think he sucked a lot. That's really president. Yeah, that's what's really wild. I don't know, man. Like I said, I'm encouraged. And I also think that things are going to get really weird with AI. I think with AI, and especially when AI gets attached to quantum computing, we're going to have an undeniable access to truth. That's going to be very disconcerting for a lot of people. We're going to have an understanding of the reality of the world that's going to be very undeniable. And it's going to be strange. And unfortunately, there's going to be a lot of propaganda with that too, because a lot of this AI is programmed by people, so there'll be a battle of which AI is the most trusted and effective. And then the real fear is that AI governs us, which is probably going to happen. We're probably going to have to do it anymore.
The government so far really been stuff bad.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't look at individual presidents, because I just look at like the overall presidents have to bow down and kiss the ring, no matter who it is. So you
Right.
get in there.
Right.
So, the last guy who didn't was probably John Kennedy.
Yep.
But certainly even a guy like Carter, who I love, I consider the best. Everybody has to kiss the ring. So
He didn't kiss it enough. That's why they got rid of him.
What he did, he levied a windfall profits tax on the oil companies because they were gouging. They were making so much profit, right?
Yeah.
Which happens all the time, whether it be the oil companies or what, or the vaccine companies, whatever. It's these insane, profits that are just, they create some fear and then boom, they make a lot of money. And so, but he was bold enough to lay this tax on them for their profit, and that's what killed him. There was no way he was getting another term after that.
Yeah.
And that's why, and then it was after that Eisenhower was liable and helping to kill that rescue attempt with the helicopter.
And also the Contras versus the Sandinistas who were selling crack in Los Angeles in order to fund all that shit. All that stuff was going on at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely. I totally believe that.
Oh, it's fact. I had Freeway Ricky Ross, the guy who went to jail for it, on the podcast a few times.
Oh, was he the guy at the plane? He had the planes?
No, that was Gary Webb. That was Gary Webb. The guy was flying into
Gary
Webb,
right?
Yeah. Oh, no, Barry Seal. Gary Webb was the murderer who committed suicide. Didn't he shoot himself in the head twice? Yeah,
I think the first one would have slowed down the second one.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. He was one of the main whistleblowers about that. Yeah, it's a sordid, horrible history. But Freeway Ricky Ross was, unbeknownst to him, was selling cocaine, funding this war, and he didn't even know what was going on until he went to jail. He couldn't read. Went to jail, became literate, and became a lawyer, and figured out that they tried him on the 3 strikes rule incorrectly. Got out of jail, and now he runs weed dispensaries in California.
Really?
He's a great guy.
Where does he go?
He lives in LA. He's a great guy.
Connect me to him.
Rick Ross, the rapper, he stole his name from Freeway Rick Ross.
Oh.
Rick Ross was a famous, street gangster. This famous street coke dealer who was making millions and couldn't read. He was a tennis player, really good tennis player, who then used the discipline of being a tennis player to become a very disciplined drug dealer. Yeah.
Like Pfizer, disciplined drug dealer.
Yeah, and now he's out. And he's a wonderful guy to talk to. Fun guy, very happy, peaceful guy. And I mean, what a story. Learned how to read in jail and then realized that they fucked him. And then tried his own case and got out.
Wow, that's impressive.
Yeah, amazing.
Yeah. My daughter is a lawyer. She's a public defender in Manhattan. She loves it.
Oh, wow, that's cool.
And so she's helping a lot of people who are at a kind of a pivotal point in their lives with just, and they can't get her unless they have no money. You know what I mean? So they're already in dire straits. She loves helping people.
That's beautiful.
She's an incredible kid. I'm so proud of her.
That's amazing. That's a beautiful way to live your life.
I'm like, you're going to be a lawyer? And then it's like, oh, a lawyer that makes no money, bravo.
Isn't it crazy that we all think lawyers are all evil? No, there's great lawyers. My good friend Josh Dubin, he used to work for Innocent Project. Now he works with Ike Perlmutter, and
we've had a bunch of podcasts where we've highlighted innocent people who are incarcerated, and just through this podcast, we've got a bunch of people released.
That's doing so great.
Yeah, I mean, he's amazing. He's like completely dedicated his life to wrongly incarcerated people.
What's his name?
Josh Dubin,
Where's he live?
Florida. He was a New York guy. I moved to Florida. Yeah, great guy. Love him to death. And does nothing but great work just to help people. Just constantly concentrating on his different cases where it's like, corrupt DAs, corrupt prosecutors, corrupt judges. It's like, it's all over the place. Like one of the guys that Biden pardoned was one of the people that was involved in that Kids for Cash, where they were putting kids in detention centers just for profit.
Oh,
Yeah, you know that story, right?
I'm not. No.
There was a judge, was it Pennsylvania? Yeah, there's a judge in Pennsylvania that was making millions of dollars through putting kids in detention centers and ruining kids' lives, causing suicides, deaths, downward spiral of their life, like paying them. And
But
doing it for profit.
How is he getting it?
He's getting kickbacks. Getting kickbacks from private prisons.
From private prisons?
Yeah, from private prisons, from prosecutors. I mean, I don't know exactly who's funding it, but he was convicted. And he's one of the guys Biden pardoned.
It's sick.
Yeah, Biden pardoned like 8,000 people.
Really?
Yeah. He pardoned more people than anyone. Which generally I'm a fan of pardoning. I think most people are incarcerated for far too long. I don't think it rehabilitates people. I think it probably makes them more hardened criminals in most of the cases. There's a few cases where people decide to take a better path in jail and educate themselves and learn, come out a better person. I've met a lot of those people. Unfortunately, I've met a lot of those people from Josh Root that were wrongly incarcerated and then came out these amazing, incredibly intelligent, really well-read, interesting, because they dedicated themselves to doing that while they were in jail. I did not commit this crime. I'm forced into this situation. What can I do to make better of my life while I'm here? Well, I'm going to educate myself, and I'm going to come out a better person.
That's great. By the way, I wouldn't mind a free pardon. Do whatever you want.
Free pardons,
Whatever. Free pardon.
There's a lot of people that got free pardons. They're like, "What? How did Adam Schiff get a free pardon? Why isn't this chain get a free pardon? What did you do? What did you do to get a pardon?"
That's never happened before. There's never been a free pardon.
No.
How can you pardon someone if they haven't been convicted of something?
Well, there's a lot of debate on the constitutionality too, whether or not that's even what the pardons were intended for. And that was the thing during the 2020 election, like when Trump was leaving office. There was talk about what if he pre-pardons his family? That would be outrageous, and all the Democrats were against it. And then, of course, when Biden did it, everybody just shut up. He pre-pardoned his son from 2014 or something, 11. Oh, what a good guy!
Yeah. That was necessary.
Yeah.
That was a free pardon? Seemed like a postcard at that point.
What was Gerald Ford going to be charged for? Some Nixon. Watergate. Yeah. That's another one. The Watergate one's a weird one too, because the lead guy, the intelligence agent, who's all of a sudden a reporter.
Some very controversial people.
Oh, what a good guy. Casper Weinberger, there you go. Abraham Lincoln did. In the Civil War, President Abraham Lincoln preempted pardons, part of the broader strategy to maintain national unity. Oh, okay. Extended to Confederate sympathizers and soldiers. Okay. As an incentive to lay down arms and support the Union.
The Vietnam draft?
Yes. Well, that was a good one. I remember when I was a kid, I was living in San Francisco when the Vietnam War ended. My parents were hippies. We were living in like Haight-Ashburn, like down near Lombard Street, in the middle of like hippie San Francisco. And I remember thinking, as a little kid, thinking, wow, finally the war's over. I don't have to think about war anymore. Like, people are gonna learn from this. I really believe that.
You got your own hopeful person.
Also, I was 10. Whatever I was.
No, Those 10-year-olds, I guess, are pretty good.
Yeah, well, I'm terrified because I thought of the idea of being drafted. Like in 8 years from now, could I be drafted and have to go and fight for some fucking sane war that makes no sense? And if you don't, put you in a cage. Like that was the reality of life in the 1960s when they had conscription. Yeah, it's scary shit, man. And being forced to give up your life to go fight in some fucking insane war that makes sense. It's probably have a lot to do with heroin trade.
Well, yeah, they say that bombing in Laos was a lot of that. I'm not coaching and trying to have that had to do with that avenue for heroin.
Yeah. Oh, how about Afghanistan?
Yeah, Afghanistan. Yeah, that can't be a couple copies there.
Not only that, we were guarding poppy fields because we needed these farmers need to grow poppies. It's like this is how they make a living. We gotta help them. We gotta fight this out, man. And it's 90+% of the world's opium is coming from this area. Like what? 90%? Oh yeah. I think it's 94. I think it was 94% of the world's heroin was coming from Afghanistan while we were occupying Afghanistan.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Where's it coming from?
Probably Afghanistan.
Now it's safe.
I mean, the Taliban were the people that were against it, which is wild. 2021, Afghanistan produced more than 90% of the world's illicit heroin. However, Myanmar has since surpassed Afghanistan. Oh, didn't Myanmar just have a giant coup? Didn't they have a military take over Myanmar? I think they did. I'm pretty sure because, yeah.
Or maybe it's follow the flag instead of follow the flag.
Yeah. Myanmar coup. Just write coup. Yeah, 4 years after the coup. Atrocity crimes. 4 years after the coup, chaos reigns as Myanmar's military struggles. Yeah, they're probably taking control. I mean, if you've got a place where now they've taken over the heroin production of the world, and all of a sudden you have a military coup, shocking. Crazy.
The follow along routes.
Yeah. It's too many things to concentrate on. That's the problem. And we're all getting inundated every day with terrible news from all over the world. And on one side, it makes people more accountable because now you know all the terrible things that are going on all over the world. And another thing, it's unmanageable. If you're one human being living in Austin, your phone is blowing up all day with atrocities that are happening all over the world. Like, what can I do? What is life? Everything's terrible. You go to a coffee shop, everything's nice. Go to a restaurant. Say hi. It's like my world seems pretty fucking normal, but when you're inundated constantly, so you're in this constant state of anxiety and weirdness. And
yeah, it's not a good thing, but I think that's why I stay away from the media. I don't read newspapers. I don't, I just try to stay away. It's that toxifying element. It can really, and granted, it keeps me ignorant.
Yeah.
But they do say ignorance is bliss, and I feel pretty blessed.
Well, as long as somebody's paying attention, I guess it's okay.
But I mean, about some of these items I'm discussing, I've actually, studied this. So there's things, but there's other things that I just can't get hit every day with like 90 things that are so depressing.
Do you go on social media though?
No. I do have, what's the
X?
No,
Instagram?
Instagram. But because, they make you like you have to give us all your information and access to your picture. So I can't personally go on the Instagram, but if I have a picture, I have to get someone else to post the picture.
Yeah. That's probably healthier.
Yeah. Huh?
That's probably healthier.
Yeah.
Than being on it all the time. Because I know a lot of people that are on it all the time, and it makes them sick. It's like radiation poisoning.
Yeah. I'm pretty much never on it, but I should post more. I post like once every 6 months or something. But no, I'd rather have an alt to Instagram.
So how do you find out
think of a good alt?
An alt? The problem is, well, X is what I use the most as far as like getting information. But every now and then I'll go on and watch people argue and see like these toxic fights back and forth, and that puts me in a shitty mood. I'm like, God damn, why do people fucking treat each other like this? Like, it's like such a stupid way to communicate. You know?
That is, it's so disheartening.
And it's also that it amplifies the worst aspects of our society. It's like shitty division. It's like shitty divisions, which gets a lot of clicks. You know, partisan thoughts, attacking people, tribal thinking. That's what gets the most clicks. That's what you see the most. But there's enough of exposing of actual legitimate corruption and information about what's actually going on in the world that I get out of there that it balances it out for me to the point where I'm willing to engage in it to a certain extent. But I don't do it at night, and I don't do it when I think it's gonna like fuck me up before I go to bed. I don't do it if there's something I really have to concentrate on because I don't want some new pathway to open up my mind. Now I'm concerned about this. You know.
But you know, all of that adversity you faced, do you feel like it actually increased your popularity?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, like during the COVID stuff when they were trying to get me removed from Spotify. In that 1 month, I gained 2 million subscribers.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and the height of the attacks on me, the show got way bigger. Yeah.
So how many people listen to that show? Would you say?
That's a good question. Between Spotify, YouTube, and all the clips, fucking, who knows, hundreds of millions probably.
Great.
Yeah. A good show that can make different eyeballs see it. I mean, it really depends on how profound the person's revelations are, like what they're talking about. Like, you know, like the biggest one we ever did, well, some of the Elon, well, I think the biggest one we probably ever did was Bob Lazar. Is that number one? So the Bob Lazar one, you know who Bob Lazar is? Bob Lazar is the guy that in 1989 did an interview with George Knapp in Las Vegas, and he said he was working back engineering UFOs for the government. And he has this crazy fucking story about working at Area S4, Site 4, and Area 51 in the Nevada desert. So at that point in time, the government would deny that Area 51 even existed. It's like, no, I worked out there, and I was working back engineering propulsion systems from crashed UFOs. And he was explaining how these things work and explaining how it's some sort of a device that works completely different than any propulsion device that we've ever devised, and that they're trying to back engineer them. They don't know how to do it, so they keep bringing in new propulsion experts. So he was a guy that had previously worked at Los Alamos Labs, and then he gets a job, and they're essentially throwing as much shit against the wall as possible, trying to see what sticks. Like, can you figure this out? And they're bringing in new people. And he was brought in apparently after an accident where they tried to cut into the reactor, and exploded, and people died. And so they said, okay, well, that's not going to work. Let's try another method, bring in some other people. And he was one of the people they brought in. And when you have top secret clearance, what happens is they tap all your phones. They listen to you all the time. Well, he had this job where he couldn't tell his wife what he was doing. So he would get this phone call saying that he has to fly out to Area 51 at like 11 p.m. So he would go to the airport, fly out. His wife was like, this motherfucker's cheating on me. So she starts fucking her flight instructor. She's got some flight instructor. And so because his wife was having an affair and they knew it from the phone calls, they thought that he was going to be emotionally unstable. So they removed him from the project. So he gets removed from the project. And he says, well, I'm telling my friends. So he goes, this is what I was doing. I was working on these fucking UFOs. They have actual UFOs. That's the one. That thing on the desk right there, that's the recreation of what he called the sport model that they worked on that has this flying saucer that's behind the antlers.
That's like the three. It's like the Tesla 3.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right.
The
class.
happy little
sport model. So he brings people out to watch. Said on Wednesday, they have these flights and they test these things. I'll take you guys out to the desert. He took them out to the desert. He takes them a couple of times, then he gets arrested. So he gets arrested and he says, if you're going to fucking kill me, I have to go public. So he goes public and tells the whole story. And so he does these series of interviews with George Knapp, who's an investigative reporter in Las Vegas. And they become legendary. He's told the same story for now going on 40 years. And he's still alive. Yeah, he did my podcast. So he did the podcast, and I don't know what's back. I don't know if he's telling the truth or not. It's hard to know, but he's told the same goddamn story for all these years. He's obviously a brilliant guy. When you talk to him, he's obviously very literate in science, really understands what he's saying. And many of the things that he said from that particular interview have been corroborated by other people, including his knowledge of Los Alamos Lab. They tried to say he never worked there, but they found him on the employee roster, and he knows the building. He took people into the building. He took George Napa there. He knew the security guards. He knew where to go, showing everybody around the place. And that's our biggest podcast ever because it's so fucking nuts. There's an incredible, Jeremy Corbell did an incredible documentary called Bob Lazar, Area 51 and Flying Saucers. It's all about his experiences there. And it's one of those things where you just, you don't know, but it's so weird. It's like if this guy's telling the same goddamn story, and then they have all these videos of these things that the Go Fast video and the FLIR video that the government's released that covered in the New York Times, and these crafts are exhibiting the same sort of behavior that he was explaining in 1989. Yeah. Particularly, they fly like this, but then when they want to go fast, they sideways and point whatever this gravity propulsion, whatever this thing is, this generator, and they shoot this way and take off. And there's videos of these things doing this. 40 years later. Yeah. So that's the biggest video. So that video on YouTube got 60 million views, and then on all the other platforms, who knows how many, and all the clips, it's probably 100. Yeah. One of those things where you don't want too much about it because it might be bullshit. You know, that's how I feel about the whole UFO thing.
What would be his point? What's his motivation?
It's a good question.
I don't see how it benefits him other than he's got now people calling him a wacko.
Oh yeah,
which he didn't have before.
Right.
What's the good of it?
Right. That's a good.
Well, you always got to look at possible motivation.
Well, there's a lot of people that want to pretend to be special, so they make up stories that make them special. They make up encounters. They make up abductions. I've been abducted by aliens. I'm a special person. They took me aboard. I have a message for humanity. There's a lot of that. There's a lot of delusions.
That's a different thing. Right. I mean, a guy like that, I can see, you know, if that's what he actually did for a living, then I don't see why he would do that.
Well, one of the more interesting stories from this guy, since this guy's called Walton. Travis Walton is a guy, I don't know if you ever saw that movie Fire in the Sky. It was based on a bunch of loggers in Arizona, and they saw this thing land. This guy, Travis Walton, gets out of the truck and goes to it, gets blasted by this bolt of energy, collapses to the ground. His buddies take off. They're screaming and calling these loggers. We've got to go back to get him. We've got to go back and get him. They turn around a mile later, go back. He's gone. He's gone for 5 days. And then he shows up back in town 5 days later.
I remember you from
being abducted, taken aboard this craft, they killed his body, and then they returned him. And the thing about it is, all these experiences, these people talk about the exact same creatures. They talk about the exact same entities, these things with big heads and large eyes. And
he asked me that
question about it's like this universal. It's like over and over again. It's a very similar story. And the problem is, if it happened to you, who the fuck is going to believe you? It's a unique experience, a completely novel experience that only you have. And then you have to go and try to make sense of it to other people that haven't experienced it. And they're going to think you're fucking crazy. But if you have enough of these people that say the same story over and over and over again, which is, if you read John Mack, he was a psychologist from Harvard that did a lot of hypnotic regression work with people that have had alien abductions. This guy was, I read that. Did you ever do it? It's a crazy book, right? Did you really? Yeah. When did you meet him?
I met him on the campus.
Oh, wow.
You know, I went to Harvard, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I had a great night, and then went back home. No, I only visited there a couple times.
Well, I know you play really good chess.
I did play chess.
Magnus Carlsen told me. I had Magnus Carlsen a couple days ago.
Oh, really?
He told me that you did one of his opening moves. That you did it for him. And he was like, what the fuck is he doing? Like, he couldn't even figure out why you did it. It's like, oh, you're a really good chess player. That was actually a legitimate move. You did his opening, right?
Well, I did one time. I did the opening for the other guy. Anyway, and I'm going to opening, and at the same time, I want to tip over with my pinky, tip over the king, just as a joke, because you tip over the king to get over. So I did that, but then, and there was kind of a chuckle and everything, and picked it up, and then he's looking quite concerned. Oh yeah, this was it.
Welcome. You don't know why Rabbi Rothschild is streaming like 24 hours a day.
I knocked it down, and then I looked.
I've been live for 3.5 years.
But then I pushed the pawn, right? And then I realized what I thought he
It's
said.
going to be the biggest event ever.
Right?
Just need people to find out about it.
E4. He said E4. So I'm looking at his face. He had whispered it to me in my bad ear. And I'm like, and he got a whisper. I'm going to make the move anyway.
Well, Magnus said you stood around, you played a lot of people, and said you were really good.
Oh, that's fair.
Coming from him. Yeah.
He's the most so.
Yeah. Fascinating guy. He was here a couple days ago.
Was he?
Yeah.
I do admire him. He's great. And that whole thing, that just happened with the jeans, like that was great. Did you see it? He went to one of the big, I forget which tournament it was, but anyway, came in jeans, and they're very strict, right? So they wouldn't allow him to play, and then so he was going to end up sacrificing the day because he came in jeans, right? He said, I just wasn't thinking about it. No. Well, so then he just like, you'll have to come back tomorrow. You're sacrificed for the day. He's like, you know what? I won't be back tomorrow. And then boom, it changed the rule.
Oh, wow.
It changed it.
Yeah, that's a stupid rule.
Yeah.
Who gives a shit if you're wearing jeans?
Yeah, they should have played a better or worse player.
Yeah, it's stupid. Everybody should be able to have to play in their underwear. That way you know they don't have any devices on them.
They could have an emblem, too. So maybe you got to do a record probing before. This is full circle with the talking about the aliens. But, maybe you have to do something before.
Well, we got into very specific ways that people cheat. It was pretty interesting. He was talking to us about different ways that people have been busted cheating, different people signaling them in the room, moving to different parts of the room if they wanted the piece to move in different areas.
Yeah. Because that one guy, he said he knew as soon as the move was made, and then he walked out. Yeah, another time. Yeah. He just like, there's no way this guy made this move. No chance.
That was what was fascinating, that you could tell by the way a guy's playing that something was amiss. That this is not inside of his capability. He knew the way the guy played so that you could tell that something was off. Which is so crazy. Which is, I'm not literate in chess, so I don't understand how you can do that, but I believe it. Especially when you talk to him.
Well, he's got a thumper in his sock or something. Somebody's giving him
He thinks it's
on a
earpiece.
computer.
He thinks it's an internal, like a very small, invisible earpiece.
Is that what he thought?
Yeah, that's what he thinks. He thinks that one of the possible methods. And then there was the anal beads. People talk about anal beads.
That's a guy don't want a thumper in his sock. He just wants to get pure inside man.
Yeah, I guess it would vibrate. I guess you would do it vibrate a certain amount of times first to indicate the letter, and then a couple times to indicate the number. That's where the piece went out.
The Morse code.
Yeah.
How long you playing chess? I started playing more probably 10 years ago, maybe more than that. I started playing Willie.
Oh, wow.
I started playing Willie all the time. But then we'd switch over back to dominoes, and he crushes me in dominoes, and then I was busting the chess, and then toward the end of our battles, he started switching to just, we'll just stay with the dominoes. So
does, but yeah, I tried to be heavily scared of COVID.
Yeah.
That old guy.
Yeah.
Get it. Like, you can't take a chance getting infected. You know, but a lot of old people got it. I got the fear because it's like death is close to them. It's just they're too vulnerable. I get it. I get why they got roped into it.
Well, yeah, the fear of germs. Yeah,
That was the Neil Young thing too. That's why I gave Neil Young a pass. It was like, I get it.
You still see wearing masks.
Oh, all the time, even in Austin.
Yeah.
I see him driving that fucking car still.
Yeah, and I learned in the car with the mask.
Yeah,
I'm
just sick.
But, you know, like, fear is a fairly relentless occupation for some. And I don't know, right? I just, you know, I studied, you know, the germ theory. You know how it came to be the backbone of Western medicine. Do you know?
The Rockefeller thing?
Well, that came after this. But, yeah, Rockefeller pushed that home there. But it was before that, 1887 or something, 89, where Louis Pasteur stood before the French Academy of Science and said, I realized the origin of all disease, and it's the germ theory. He took credit for the germ theory, which of course had been around for centuries at that point. But there was another guy named Antoine Béchamp who was actually a real genius, whereas Pasteur was a charlatan and used to basically stole all these good ideas that he never had from Antoine Béchamp, including how fermentation works, how they had diseases in the grapes at the time, so how to deal with that disease, and also having to do with where they make the silk, like silkworms and stuff. That also was another thing that Béchamp figured out, and then Pasteur, who's on the same committee, ends up reading these papers and basically kind of putting his own spin on it and getting credit for fermentation, silkworms, wine. Like each thing, he becomes more and more famous. And until he's able to sit down in front of Napoleon in 1863, Napoleon III, he said, I will eliminate all disease. Oh, I will eradicate all disease. He's an arrogant guy, and he's a complete fraud. And Pasteur believed the germ theory. That's the theory that he pushed, right? And then Béchamp believed in the terrain theory. Now that's what I believe. Terrain theory, the germ theory, obviously a pathogen, a germ, a virus, whatever, it lands in your cornflakes, or your eyeball, or whatever, it gets inside. Right. And then in this pristine blank slate environment, it causes damage, maybe sickness, and eventually death. To me, I don't believe this theory as much as I do the terrain theory, which is that your health is dependent upon your internal biological terrain and your internal filthiness or cleanliness. And so that's what I believe is where people's immune system gets messed up from what they're consuming. And in a nutshell, that's why I believe in Béchamp's theory as opposed to the germ theory. Mm-hmm. And at least it's got to be both. At the very least, it's got to be both.
I would imagine it's both. We know for a fact that one of the main factors in eliminating diseases in North America was when they started having hygiene and when they started having flowing water and sewage systems, and that just having cleanliness. Most cities at the turn of the century were filled with filth. During the smallpox epidemic, people lived terrible. They lived in filth. When you had the various, But there's a bunch of different diseases that can be attributed to poor hygiene. Poor hygiene, no access to antibiotics, no access to any kind of medicine. And we all attribute that just to a disease broke out. Well, why did this break out? Well, people are living in filth. There was no running water. They didn't have any sewage systems. They didn't have any sort of antibiotics, including like when people talk about the Spanish flu. Spanish flu broke out today, and we'd be fine. No, we wouldn't. First of all, we have antibiotics. Spanish flu would be killed quickly. It's the real factor. It's all these diseases that people are getting because of the infection that can be cured by antibiotics.
But also a big antibiotics
At all?
No, I mean I took them. I took them one time. I credit them with really having safe, but
They'll say under certain conditions.
right. If your immune system is shot and there's nothing else you can do to bolster your immune system in a short amount of time, whatever is happening quickly.
We used to have like ubiquitous use of antibiotics for everything.
Yeah, where it's just like it's like a Pez dispenser.
Right.
And it does affect your immune system reversely, especially continuous use of antibiotics.
It's also why we have MRSA. MRSA, patient-resistant staph infection.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And that's, I've had a bunch of friends. That's one of the side effects. One of the aspects of jiu-jitsu is a lot of guys get staph infections. You know, getting scratched, scraped on the ground, dirty mats. People come in dirty, and you can get an infection. I've had staph twice. You get staph, ringworm, a bunch of different things that people normally get on them. But there's ways to combat that in a healthy, organic way. And one of the best ways is the use of, there's a bunch of different oils, tea tree oil, eucalyptus oil, a bunch of oils that don't affect your skin biome in a negative way. But what they do is they protect you from bad diseases. There's a company called Defense Soap. I always recommend it. I don't have any affiliation with them. My friend Guy Sacco runs the company, but he developed it because a bunch of wrestlers and grapplers were getting skin infections. And so he developed natural remedies that don't affect your, because a lot of times guys would take like antibiotic soap and they would clean themselves with antibiotic soap. The problem with that is it kills all your healthy, all the skin flora that's healthy. That gets torn too. It's taking a blowtorch to, like a small patch of weeds that you can just pluck out. Right. And instead of doing that, he developed this soap that uses all these natural, organic remedies that, doesn't affect you in a negative way at all. It's the only soap I use. I use that soap every day. It keeps your skin healthy. It doesn't fuck it up. So there's ways around it. The real way is to prevent it, because once you actually get staph, especially if it's aggressive, you got to take antibiotics or you're fucked.
Well,
it gets systemic.
Yeah.
My friend, his friend's wife rather died of it. She was trying to do it organically. She was trying to use herbal remedies, and she wound up dying of staph infection because it gets systemic. Yeah, it gets into your blood, goes into your whole body, and then you're fucked. And you really have to get on like heavy, hardcore IV antibiotics for long stretches of time. So I've had friends that have huge scars on their body because they got a massive MRSA infection in their knees, and they have to get it all opened up. They have to clean it out. They have to get them on IV antibiotics. It's a nightmare, and it's one of the main reasons why people die after surgeries. It happens after surgeries where people get MRSA infections.
Yeah. Well, Jesus,
super bugs. Yes, stay healthy, Woody. Yeah. Do you eat only vegetables? Is that what you're talking about with meat? Are you a vegan?
I'm a vegan.
Yeah.
But I mean, I really my real belief is in raw living food, because I feel like we talk a lot about getting your protein, getting your carbs, or whatever. I think the most important component of food are the enzymes. The enzymes being the life force of the food. And enzymatic activities are not as clean in your heart being, those are enzymatic activities that enzymes are highly important. Anything you cook over 118 degrees for a minute, you destroy the enzymes and most of the nutritional value of food. And that's why I'm a believer in raw living food. And I just know from when I've had lots of experiments from when I was doing it, and I ate a lot of cooked food. You can really feel the difference. It's no question about it. Supporting the energy of the body better than it. But me, it's very hard to avoid eating cooked because it's delicious.
Yeah.
But to have as much raw, that's my thing. And I try to get a lot of sprouts and microgreens and everything. And I also eat cooked food.
Do you take algae or anything? Or getting B vitamins? You think?
Yeah, I take niacin. I should take more of a comprehensive D vitamin probably, but I do take reishi and I take ginseng every day. Yeah,
Healthy mushrooms.
yeah, I think it's a healthy mushroom.
I take all that stuff too.
Yeah, I got to get on the regular medicinal mushrooms. Those are crucial.
Yeah.
And especially brain repair, which is, I think, something I need.
I think we all do.
To fix those pathways.
Yeah.
That compromise.
You ever fuck around with nootropics? Do you take any nootropics?
Like what?
Nootropics are essentially nutrients that contribute to cognitive function. Building blocks for human neurotransmitters, acetylcholine, theanine, things along those lines.
No, I don't do that, but no, I'm up to my.
Yeah,
I imagine Downey would know all about that stuff.
yeah, I bet he would. Yeah.
Yeah, he's really, really knowledgeable about that. And you've studied this shit
Mhm.
too.
Yeah. The thing about it is, like, you can almost take stuff all day long. There's so many different things that can benefit you. You'd have to have a fucking stack of shit in front of you all day long, which gets tiresome.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I much prefer. I mean, I think the best thing for restoring health, or if you're sick and you want to get better, is fasting.
Fasting is fantastic.
For thousands of years,
Yeah.
it just works.
It does.
Because the congestion in the body is really what disease is. It's congestion.
It's inflammation.
Generally, inflammation. You can call it that too, but that congestion begins in the colon.
Mm-hmm.
And so, clean that out, issues.
So do you eat organic vegetables only? Yeah. That's huge because I think what is it, something percent of people tested have glyphosate in their system. I was reading some study on on Girl Scout cookies. How many they've done studies on Girl Scout cookies to find out what's in them? Oh, holy shit! They're fucking toxic as fuck. I'll send it to Jamie. My wife, she's trying to avoid Girl Scout. There's those little face for those little.
You can imagine.
Yeah, those also they catch it.
I'll find this for you. It was this thing about
Different seed oils, all the different things in them. Yeah, that's probably one of them. What does it say here? Thin mints being the worst of 5 flavors of Girl Scouts contained. Back up. Contained levels of glyphosate and heavy metals that would create water safety limits. New investigation found 100% tested Girl Scout cookies contained glyphosate, 100%. Controversial herbicide in Roundup, 88% contained toxic metals like arsenic, lead, and mercury. Key finding: Thin mints have the highest glyphosate levels at 111 ppb, 334 times what experts say is harmful. Peanut butter patties have the highest heavy metal contamination with lead reaching 42. ppb and 1,500 ppm. 76% of cookies has exceeded cadmium safety limit, and 96 contain lead. Girl Scout USA, which sells 200 million boxes per year, $800 million in revenue, did not respond to researchers before publication. I wonder why. I wonder why they wouldn't chime in.
See, there you go. And by the way, that you could replicate the same thing in so much of the American diet.
What does the Girl Scout cookies have to say? Girl Scout cookies are made with ingredients that adhere to food safety standards set by the FDA and other relevant authorities. Oh, really? Our trusted bakers remain committed to compliance with all food safety standards. Maybe you should change the food safety standards. Just because you're complying with bullshit standards.
That's what I'm hoping is going to happen going forward.
I listen to that. I think, I don't know how much Bobby can affect things and what he actually can do, but I know what he's trying to do. And one of the main things he's trying to do is this whole idea of this MAHA movement, make America healthy again. And that's possible. This is something we need to do.
So nice. And none of that, it could be relatively simple. Just modification. Doesn't have to be revolution in one's diet, but first thing I do is cut out Girl Scout cookies.
That's my first. It's crazy that 100% of them have glyphosate. Fucking A.
But the glyphosate is just absolutely crazy. They could just still, we know how toxic and terrible it is, and we're still using it constantly.
And other countries are.
In corporate, or industrial farming. It's just wrong. And I know you're into regenerative farming. I think that's great.
Yeah.
But you see over the long haul, the regenerative farmer gains. It gains financially, and it gains in terms of the soil not just turning to shit.
Yeah.
Well, they can want some shit. Okay, let's not get sidetracked.
Yeah.
But it's a net gain. It's net. So hopefully,
it's carbon neutral.
Yeah.
Everyone's trying to reduce carbon. Organic farms are carbon neutral because that's how nature intended animals to live. That's how nature intended us to grow crops. It's all supposed to be animals, graze, manure, all this different stuff. It helps.
the soil biome.
Yeah, it all works together. And thank God there's people out there like Joel Salatin, who runs Polyface Farms, and Will Harris, who runs White Oak Pastures, who educated these people and written books, gone on these tours and explained it. Like Will Harris, who's been on the podcast a couple of times, spent 20 years changing his family farm, which was a industrial farm, into regenerative agriculture. And you can see the difference in the soil. We have two glass bottles of soil out there, one from an industrial farm and one from his farm. And his farm is dark and rich and filled with nutrients, and the other one is just pale and dead, and just covered in bullshit fucking chemicals.
And meanwhile, that's the stuff that gets highly subsidized.
Yes.
So, it's a catch-22. If the real value, if the real expense of what happens to that soil were experienced by the American taxpayer, I think there'd be a revolt.
Well, the real problem is we have so many people that need food that we're reliant upon factory farming right now, to a large extent, because there's enormous populations of people that live in a place where they grow nothing. Whether it's New York City or it's Los Angeles, it's urban environments, they need food constantly shipped into them, and no one's growing anything. The population keeps booming, and we've got to get these people food. And we right now are dependent upon factory farming for a lot of it.
But I wonder if you could, through regenerative farming, cover it.
I wonder.
Could that ultimately be?
Yeah, I wonder. I think people still have to change it.
It has to change. Well, we at least have to change the way we farm, because otherwise we would have, just more desertification.
But at least people are aware of it. At least there's more education about that today than has ever been before. I mean, there's never discussion. I was about that. It's just
That would be my question.
Think about where it
It
came
wouldn't
from.
be.
And then
I
throw more
wouldn't have an actor as
What's
anything
that?
else, and it would
There's
be
no
I just
pesticides.
fucking nuts.
What's on food? You know, like we didn't know. And if back then there was no access to any information other than mainstream media, so it was pretty easy for them to keep going on with these practices.
What's going on here?
Unless you went out and sought it out, went and found books, or someone told you about a book, you didn't get that information. I think more people have that information now than ever before. One of the reasons why I'm hopeful, and I think Bobby does have an idea of how to do this, and I hope he's successful. Yeah, me too. Me too. Well, listen, brother, it's been great talking to you. I really appreciate it. I'm very happy to meet you.
So
I've enjoyed your work for so many years.
Pleasure's all mine.
I've had it with the watch.
Thank you for having me. My pleasure. Let's break bread someday. Have a good time. All right. Sounds good, brother. All right. Thank you very much. Thanks for being there. All right.
Trying my day, Joe Rogan podcast my night, all day. Good to see you, my friend. It's been too long. What? It's so cool. Good to see you too. When was the last time I saw you, brother? 5 years ago or something. 5 years ago? And I did the show here when you were in LA. Yeah, the warehouse. Damn, that's what I miss most about the store. Is traveling dudes. We would meet up at the home base. Yes. You know? And when I was a young comic, I would see like older comics, like that was on television. They would just walk go hang out at that bar or the just get a refresh. Yeah, you pass by and see, oh, that's man, City Hall. Oh, that's Lee Woosler, right? OG right there. I used to see her at Dodger Stadium when I worked at Dodger Stadium, and I would ask her for advice. And she was just, like, bro, every comic, like, they just keep writing. She was a funny comic, yeah. She was a funny comic. Who's that lady that was on Local Food Guide? Very funny too. Old school comic. I'm very embarrassed of her name. She hasn't done comedy in a long time. Yes, who's the Aspen? Oh, so the Aspen has done that? Yeah, she was great. Oh, she was really funny. I middled for her once. Fucking 1989 or some shit. Way back in the day. Was Lady Middle that lady? Yeah. Someplace on my map. I can't remember my trouble or something like that. I told her, I do not remember, but I remember she was very nice. She was very funny, very nice, very encouraging. Which is the best, man. When you work with some of these television, you just like start now and they're nice to you. That's so bad. I can't believe it. Like when I watched it. Yes, she is. Whoa! She was like Elaine for a second. Yeah, similar. Was that the haircut back then, though? Yeah. Well, they all had the other crazy hair. Yeah, they all lost their mind back then. Because, like, from the 70s, 80s, nobody knew how to dress. Better than she should get hair. She got over her head. Yeah, they would all tease their hair. It was crazy. I was like a big hair fan. I think it was when people started doing cocaine. Because the 80s was Miami Vice. Everybody lost their mind. It was their fashion sense. People started wearing white clothes. Cars started looking like shit. Yeah, man, that looks so. Pinto. Cars just started looking like shit. I mean, if you had an objective analysis of what happened in society, when they remove marijuana and mushrooms, and then they bring in cocaine, it's like, hey, you know what? It's going to go Ford Fiesta. Yeah. We were Fiesta yesterday. But cocaine brought us all cancer. So, yeah, cocaine does it. No, I think it's terrible for everybody who does it. But I do think that there's moments of inspired creativity for all kinds of substances, especially that rock and roll cocaine that they used to get, where it was such real pure cocaine. It wasn't stepped on. It had amphetamines, fentanyl in it, all kinds of other shit. Good shit. That's the stuff you probably can grab the and I say this is a person who's never tried cocaine. Never tried it. No, I would not lie. Never? No, never. No, I got real lucky. When I was in high school, I had a buddy of mine, and his cousin started selling it. And he was a great guy. And I watched this dude kind of like shrink into himself and lost a ton of weight. And he and his girlfriend they had this attic apartment, and they were just hanging out, do coke and sell coke. They would just watch TV and do coke. And it was like they got bit by a vampire, man. It scared the shit out of me. I was afraid of cocaine, man. Because when I started stand-up, like in 94, 92, and I opened mic, and I was clean, I was sober. I was a year, I was a rehab, and I wanted to be a comedian for the library to learn about writing, G for Red, common writing, step by step. Another book called How to Write Funny, Be Funny, and Make Money, Be Funny. And that was a real brief book. It had comedy locations in the back. And they had booking those things just to bid your comedy. Yeah, well, remember the Comedy USA industry guide? $100. Yeah. Can you believe that shit? Bro, I remember dudes used to take out full page. That's how you knew they were killing it. When it would take out a full page ad in the comedy industry, I'm like, wow, it's got a full page ad. I remember when I was looking for gigs in 2000, and I remember this comedian named Shang and Dante. Comedian Dante, those guys had a list, a 5-page list of comedy bookers' names, not the number to call. And the back of the page was shitty bookers to avoid. And they decided to comic for like $75. Wow. I got lucky that I was in Boston. That was like the boom happened in Boston when like Stephen Wright got on Tonight Show. Everybody found out about Boston, but it was already just like crazy. There's a great documentary called "When Stand-Up School." I have a show here. Yeah, I've had a few of those guys. The Chinese restaurant. Yes, yeah. Don Gavin. Yes, one of those guys. Steve Sweeney, legend. And I still say to this day, they're some of the best comics I've ever seen in my life. I've seen them murder harder than anybody I've ever seen in my life, but it was just very regional, very local, and a lot of it didn't translate nationally for some reason. Like Steve Sweeney in Boston, in front of a Boston audience, the funniest guy that's ever lived. And I'm not kidding, not exaggerating. He would get like Boston accents and Boston attitudes. It would be all big part of his acting. But dude, it was murderous. If you had to follow that, you were fucked. You were fucked, man. And they would do that to dudes who were out of town. It was the most ruthless, cruel shit they would do at Nick's comedy stuff. They would take these assassins, these local assassins, and stack them one after the other. It would be Kenny Rogerson, Don Gavin, Steve Sweeney, and then they'd throw up some headlines. And this poor headliner used to soft acts on the road. He's used to being known for the guy who was on television. Hey, folks, so I'm Mike, the sitcom, and they tried to do stand-up, they were getting eaten alive. He's talking about nuggets. You guys were up there all coked down. Oh, yeah, they were in the crowd. They were wild boys, too. They were big, like football player size, wild, crazy drinkers and partiers. And they were fun, man. And so because there was this, lost, they had all these comedy nights all over the place where you could make a living. So you could be like a half-ass comedian like I was, and, you could make $500 a week. Just hustling, just moving around. That's what we all did. So there was so many places that you could work, so many little booking agents in Western Massachusetts. You have to go out there, these weird towns that are liberal hideouts. You know what I mean? Amherst. You get Amherst gigs. It was weird. The other place that you had to be from there to pronounce it right.
Which one is that?
What is it? The use for steak sauce?
Oh, Worcester.
Worcester.
Yeah. Yeah, what's that here?
I was in 2010, last time standing there, and I got there early, and I hung out with a Boston comic. I think his uncle is the guy that was missing in that shit. The Irish gangster.
Oh,
David.
yeah.
The comedian. Yeah, and he was. I said, yeah, man, Worcester, sir. And then he took the joint. He goes, no, boy, Worcester. Okay, thank you for telling me.
Yeah, you don't want to say, hey, Worcestershire, nice to be here. They would fucking kill you. They're like, that's where the great Scott Doug Stanhope is from.
Yeah, Worcester.
Doug Stanhope started in Worcester.
Colombia.
He's the best. All right, it's February, and by now, 80% of people have probably abandoned their New Year's resolutions. And it makes sense. Life can get crazy, and all of a sudden, you don't have the time. But one easy habit to stick with is AG1. It's an easy, realistic habit that you can make to benefit your whole body health. AG1 makes hard-to-get micronutrients easy to get and replaces multiple vitamins and supplements with just one scoop. Just mix it in some cold water. Take a nice moment in the morning to do your body right. And honestly, it tastes pretty good. It's not easy to pack this many high-quality ingredients with this much nutrient density, but AG1 makes it happen without added sugars or artificial sweeteners ever. AG1 is a great way to invest in your health now and in the long run, which is why I've partnered with them for so long. Try AG1 to get a free bottle of vitamin D3, K2, and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first subscription at drinkag1.com/Joe. That's a $76 value gift for free when you go to drinkag1.com/Joe. Check it out.
I had his first comedy album, the one he did with Border or something.
Oh, the one where with music in the background?
Yeah.
That was great. That's a great.
There was a place like that, a Boston place, but not in a documentary, but Will Durst, he was a San Francisco comedian. Sure. He had a room like that called a comedy zoo. Holy City Zoo.
Yeah.
And there's a comedian that came out there as a killer comic, and he's still alive, and he opens for me. And he opens for Rothschild, Schneider, and Papa, and he opens up a lot of people. Larry Bubbles around. And he's always a good guy. After every joke, he goes, Murr. But he did Letterman in 1992, and then he did it again in 2006. So he has a record for doing Letterman between 30 years. Wow. But he one of those comics that never left San Francisco.
There's a few of those guys that got trapped like that.
Yes.
Yeah, they were really good guys. Remember that one guy in Chicago? What was this? Larry Reed?
Larry Reed.
Remember Larry Reed? He was a guy like that, like a really solid national act. But he was so Chicago, you kind of staying around there mostly. But he's like every now and then, you find towns like that. You're like one murderer that lives in the town.
Bob Marley.
Yeah, Bob Marley, the murderer of Maine. And Robert Schimmel was Arizona.
I love Robert Schimmel.
Yeah, he was the best. He was such a good guy. But he lived in Phoenix, and it was somewhere in that area. I think it was Phoenix. But for him, it was easier to get around the country that way. He didn't want to be a part of it. He was like one of the first guys that was like, you could like be a big time comic and not have to leave your state. But you get to a point where you can live in Oklahoma, like Larry the Cable Guy does, probably. Where does he live? He lives in like somewhere like Georgia or something like that. No. Where does he live? Is that where he lives? I don't want to give up. I'm not trying to dox him on the radio. But I think, yeah, he's definitely from there. I just don't know if he lives there. You probably shouldn't say where he lives. But that dude is, he could be anywhere. It doesn't matter. Like, you could just go anywhere.
I like to see his face when I look to a Pastor Cup. And all those dudes were talking about, they were all here.
Dude, I remember Josh Wolf showed me a picture that he took when he was on stage, and they were doing, it was like 60,000 people. So Larry the Cable Guy was doing like 60,000 people, and Josh Wolf's like, grab your camera and said, you're on stage. That's crazy as fucking together. That crowd is so insane. That's how big that guy got.
I always been Steve for them.
And he he was another dude that got hated on for no reason other than his success. It's like everybody couldn't believe that he could say offensive things as a joke in a character all of a sudden. And it had so coincidentally happened at the same time as him getting super huge. It's like, you guys fucking haters.
That's crazy how they hated the character. And I thought,
well, that's the nice thing.
yeah, right. The guy with the puppet in New York. Oh, I don't. George. Yeah. Ray Toronto. When I opened for him back in the day, back at an improv, he told me that he would say the nastiest shit that fuck and his lady would threw shit up it, but not at an auto.
Bro, we were talking about it Tuesday night in Greenville. We were talking about how that puppet had his ass. And I'm not even bullshit. You know, Otto was out there. Otto was out there. I mean, he was out there. Everybody did. I mean, that dude party. He went hard. And he was a genius comedian. But he was get rides to gigs and say, pull over. I got to check on George. And he would, in the fucking side of the highway, he would pull over, pop the trunk, and check on the dummy.
Wow, buddy.
Weird.
Weird, man.
Someone,
There he is.
bro, someone stabbed that dummy once.
Yeah.
In Dangerfield. Some Puerto Rican guy just said the dummy was saying Puerto Rican jokes to this guy. And the guy fucking stabbed the dummy. Stabbed the dummy.
With a knife or a sharp
Fucking knife.
or a sharp fence break, bro.
Something, anything. Whatever you got to be polished down to a point.
You watched the Fabulous Measles?
What that?
The Fabulous Measles about a female comic growing up in the 50s on Amazon.
No. Oh, Fabulous Mrs. Maisel.
Mrs. Measles. Oh, she's Mrs. All right.
I thought you were saying something in Spanish. That's hilarious.
I finally see my film.
That's hilarious. I literally thought you were saying you were about a completely different show.
You know the Twitter quiz that did 1 minute stand-up?
Yeah. Well, it's like ventriloquist now. It's like it's one of those things like with Carrot Top. He's like so successful with props that no one does props anymore. But when we first started out, everybody did props. There was like 10 guys on a lineup of 20 guys that have props. They bring them on stage. Because sometimes it was really fun.
Like the duty.
Yeah, Russell Dooley's great. But it's like he owned that for whatever reason. This Carrot Top got so big using props. He's the only guy that still does it. But he kind of owns that. And then with Jeff Dunham, he got so big at being a ventriloquist. Like, there's no ventriloquist anymore. Like when we were kids, there was always comedy ventriloquist. It was like Lee Tyler and Lester.
Yes.
Remember? It was like a fun thing. You get the dummy shit, and then you go, I can't believe you could say that in front of these guys. And then George would be like, fuck me, baby bony. You tell everybody's fucking cock. It's like, he's crazy.
What's another one? Woody the Bush.
Yeah. But with Otto and George, it was a little different, man. Because I think Otto believed that George was alive. I think Otto believed there was something about George that was different than him. Like, he was not Otto and George. He was just Otto. And George only existed when George was there. And it seemed like there was something going on with that. And it might be just fucking fried his brain to the point where he was connecting with, you know, all kinds of energy that wasn't there. You know, he was out there. He was out there. But the combination together, yeah, he'd probably make George Floyd. Yeah. His famous auto crack stories. That guy was gone. But he was also brilliant. Really funny. Fucking funny. In a comics comic, we would all sit and watch when he was on stage. There's a lot of those guys that are like real genius, but they're real eccentric. And for a reason the general public doesn't find out about, there's not like a good vehicle, at least back then there wasn't, for them to get out to the general public. Like today, I would say an example of that is like Brian Holtzman.
Yes.
Right? Like Brian Holtzman, we've known forever. He's always been the guy we all watch. He was always the guy that in the night, especially if something fucked up happened, like there was a plane crash,
So I got eaten by a lion. Funny you suddenly mentioned a plane crash. That's because I was there when he did that joke. I was in the back of the car, comedy store. He said, American Airlines is hiring. And then he said, and I remember who survived that airline. And he said, fuck that. Everybody says, how come they don't build a plane out of the black box or stepping into the black box? Stepping into a fucking baby. Baby survived. Give me hold of that baby, bitch. On the way down, I bought an airline as a flight one time, and he said, oh, I want to hold that baby. I want to hold somebody's baby in the airplane. Just in case it goes down. Because the baby survived, I'm going to survive.
You have to see him say it. I don't think we do that just
fucking it all up.
My favorite one was when Susan Smith got arrested for drowning her kids. He goes, I heard those were bad kids. I heard they sat that close to the TV. They didn't put away their blocks. Those kids will not be missed. The fun thing about Brian is if you know him, like in real life, he's like the sweetest guy ever. He's such a sweetheart guy. Like, super friendly to everybody, loves everybody. Like he doesn't even have an enemy. Like Brian Holtzman has no enemies. He's always, and then he gets on stage, and it's like he becomes like his version of George.
Yeah. I hung out with Brian Holtzman. I hung out with Brian Holtzman and his mom in San Antonio, Texas.
Oh wow!
We were doing the Latino Laugh Festival.
Oh wow!
And he was the only non-Latino on the show. Him and Darren Carter. And bro, it was all Latinos, bro. Everybody was getting shit. Johnny Sanchez pronounced his name like an American, and somebody yelled out, "It's Sanchez, fucker."
How did they say it?
I don't know. He said, my name is Johnny Sanchez. And then somebody said, no, it's Sanchez with 5 A's. Sanchez. Oh, so he got heckled. So,
he got heckled for saying his name in a non-Mexican way?
Yes. And then Brian Holtzman goes up there.
It's rough out. No,
yes. And Brian Holtzman goes up there and he said, this is not a comedy show. Close all the doors. I looked at this. Border Patrol's going to come in here and take care of everybody. This is after we were doing this taping. Mencia shows up, does a guest spot on our taping, and goes long, really long. Like Jim Valdez looking around. But then that's when Brian Holtzman shows up and murders it. He goes, man, I gotta figure out how to this immigration problem, man. We got a bunch of U-Haul trucks. We go around to every we have these people. Yeah, we're hiring. Let's have a job. Muchos trabajos. Come on, get in the trucks. We fucking take these trucks. We dump them off in Tijuana, Mexico.
Yeah. You have to see him say it.
And start screaming and shit.
But it's also like he's playing this bizarre psychotic character that only comes out when he's on stage. He's the most different when he's on stage.
And he had his job too. He had a job.
He always had a job. That was the problem. That was the problem. He never hit the road. He stuck around the store. Because like I was saying, there's not like a path for those guys. Like nobody wanted Brian Holtzman to open for them. That's too weird. No. He belonged at the store. And now he's found a crowd at the mothership. It shows at the mothership there's also about. Like he's hilarious. People come to see him. And he didn't have a path before. It was like there was like, he's too weird to put on a television show. It's like you really want to be in the room. That's what it is.
Yeah.
This if anybody is way funnier in the room, it's Brian Holtzman. The discomfort, weirdness, the way he works around it when you're in the room is so fun.
And every show's different.
Every show's different. And he's always talking about new things. It's like it's really like he channels this fucking character. It's like he should be two different people. He should be Brian Holtzman, the super nice guy, and then whatever the fuck his name is when he's on stage. It's always like he needs a second name. Vince should have done that a long time ago. Vince used to call Joey Fat Babies. Do you remember those days?
Yeah.
Someone has one of the lineups that they got from Jeff Scott and on the lineup. They just got everybody's names, and there's 15 minutes, and then it says Fat Baby. She wanted him to be called Fat Baby.
Weird advice that the manager gave me.
Terrible advice. Careless man.
I know, man.
What good advice?
I was bummed out one time because you have to go back and forth, till they make you a regular. And I was trying at the Laugh Factory. And one time, James decided that he told me, I don't think you make for another 6 to 8 years. Oh boy. And then when I finally got that college Japanese, I looked at him and said, Jamie, you're about to put us here. It's 12. It took 12, that's big. And I was bummed out when he told me that. I was like bummed out, you get bummed out, like you're like putting all this work in it, like getting your regular here. See, they went back to these other rooms. I talked to Brad Williams, and he said, fuck that advice. But you know what he told me? He told me that you get all the little people I can find on you. All of them, all the little bitches, all the little persons, and bring them to the Laugh Factory. And Jamie said, you can have the biggest little person show in all of Hollywood. That was his advice from Brad. So I was not feeling so bad after that. Then I talked to Alonzo Bowden, and he told Alonzo Bowden that he should put on shoulder pads and be a football player. So Joe, after hearing that, I don't want to cry anymore.
Oh my God. He had some terrible advice. I think he was giving advice to Todd Parker. He was telling him, it was either Todd Parker or Robbie Prince, two guys that I knew from Boston. One of them, he's telling him, I think it's Todd, you've got to be Generation X guy. This is what you're going to be, Buzzy. You're going to be Generation X guy. Generation X, this is how I see the world, Buzzy. Like, everything was as a Generation X guy. Like, he's like, that's the worst advice I've ever heard in my life. Like, why would I do that? But people would have like schemes for you. But the thing is, they're just trying to help. Yeah. But no one knows how to do it other than you. You got figured out. If no one can tell you. Yeah, they're like outdated too. Like, who would have told Mitch sunglasses and sometimes turn your back to crowd? No one. No one. Mitch Hedberg would be killing with his back to the crowd, high on heroin. All non sequiturs for like an hour and a half. Yeah, Mitch, right? He was just crazy. You know, really with him, I met him. I didn't know him well, but I knew him enough that it was a bummer when he died. I remember I was with Stanhope, we were filming something, and we found out that he had gangrene. He had been to a hospital and had gangrene. Gangrene fucking kills people. Like, this is fucking scary. And he just had a problem, just like that. And he didn't want to stop. Like, he wanted to put him up with it, and I wanted to I'm not interested. They were the ones that I didn't showed up. I just smoked it, but I was in Amsterdam. It doesn't seem like anybody has a great old time with the rest of their life once they start doing heroin. Yeah. It's like cocaine, it's the same thing. It's like, I think there's probably moments of brilliance that have come out of heroin. I definitely do when I think about 1960s music. I think heroin and LSD affected a lot of rock and roll in the 1960s, and cannabis for sure too, and probably mushrooms. But the thing that it always kills, like everybody always ruins everything. They all died young. Everybody like Morrison, 27, Hendrix, 27. Although there is a wild conspiracy about Hendrix. Yeah. That he was killed by his manager. The conspiracy theory. He was one of his bodyguards, right? Is that what he was doing? The Roper's book. How did he die? I think he died of asphyxiation from throwing up, which is one thing that can happen to people that are doing drugs. But the bodyguard, I believe this, don't hold me this, but I believe the story was Hendrix was going to leave his manager. His manager was mobbed up. His manager was a scary guy. And his manager's made a lot of money with Hendrix. Hendrix is trying to leave. And he's got the rights to the Hendrix catalog, and he kills Hendrix. So his former road. So the thing that's compelling about this is shortly after his girlfriend committed suicide, air quotes, by being thrown off a roof. So they got rid of Hendrix and they got rid of his girlfriend, if that's what really happened.
So he was the benefactor, allegedly, of the guitarist's $2 million life insurance policy. $2 million. Okay, worth around $1.2 million in 1970. According to Wright, Jeffrey told him about the crime in 1971, a year after the 27-year-old Hendricks was found dead in a London hotel. He said, "I had to do it, Tappy." Wright claims the manager said, "You understand, don't you? I had to do it. You know damn well what I'm talking about." We went round to his hotel room, got a handful of pills, stuffed them into his mouth, bottles of red wine deep into his windpipe. Hendricks was found dead at the Samarkand Hotel on 18th of September 1970. The cause of death was reported as intoxication and inhalation of vomit. You can still hear the conversation Wright wrote of Jeffrey's confession. "I see that I've known for so much of my life, his face pale, hand clutching at his glass in such rage." Hendricks' manager died in a plane crash in 1973. So this guy's dead. Supposedly did this. Listen, they did that back then. They were gangsters. There was gangsters running everything. If there's a lot of money to be, scary people moved in, and it became a real problem.
Yeah, but gangsters doing a lot of stuff that a lot of people wouldn't want to open, like a gay club.
Yeah.
Like in our ladies, they went on the gay clubs. They were not rated because they were paid.
This episode is brought to you by BetterHelp. People like to throw around all these red flags, things someone says or does that you don't like, which is fine. But instead of focusing on the negative all the time, why don't we focus on the positive? If you're looking for a romantic partner, think about what traits you'd like to see in a person. If you like to work out and stay in shape, you might want to find someone who's also health conscious. Or if you like to travel, you probably want to find someone who's just as adventurous. Now, once you're in a relationship, it's a whole different ballgame, and things aren't always going to be perfect. But that's what therapy is for. Therapy is an excellent way to work through any problems, even the small ones. Like, say you and a loved one have been fighting a lot lately, but you still really want to make things work. Therapy can serve as a mediator. It can help you identify the problem and teach you positive ways to address it. If you're new to therapy or want to try something different, BetterHelp is a great place to start. It's convenient and affordable since everything is done online. It's already helped over 5 million people worldwide connect with a credentialed therapist. Discover your relationship green flags with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/JRE to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/JRE. But if you want to talk about something like that, like would a manager kill my clients for a life insurance policy back then? Yeah, I would have did that DNA back then, man.
I really did, right? It's like crazy, right? My mom didn't like all that shit, the Beatles, right? And I had my mom, like something else, beat that ass too. Oh, because I always said that I'd rather have kids of dogs than Mexican. And I said, where did he say that? And he goes, he said it. Then I found out later on when we went to rabbit hole. There was the colonel spread that.
The colonel spread that.
Because he wanted to keep him in America and not Florida.
The colonel was an evil dude.
Yeah.
That, by the way, that Tom Hanks performance is fucking fantastic. In that Elvis movie, where he plays the colonel,
Yeah.
it's, when you see it, like, we really appreciate how a guy can really, like, become a different person. Like, he becomes this creepy manager guy, this manipulative manager guy. He's fucking genius, man. It's so good. Like, you really, that's what's crazy. Like, you forget that's Tom Hanks. Like, and you really got a sense of the relationship that Elvis had with this dude. Because those guys, they get crazy. Look, there's famous, and then there's Elvis famous, and then you don't even understand what that means. No one understands what that means. And he was the first one to be like that. Imagine that.
I know, man. Imagine fucking want to kiss.
Just imagine your life as a human being, and you're literally the most desired person to be around a lot. You can't walk down the street. People scream and they cheer and they run by. And there's never been something like that before. That's what's crazy, because this is the first time you've seen a guy on television. And he's on television shaking his hips.
And so they go crazy.
No one's ever done that, though.
No, you ever had a pop star on TV shaking his head and fucking? Yeah, it was too much.
Was he covered it up the first time?
I think they did something where they were upset at him because they didn't know he was going to do it. I think he was actually going to get fined in some places. Like you weren't allowed to shake your hips like that. Like this is how crazy being Elvis was.
Badass. This is one video or picture of Elvis that I like, besides the one you have here, the arrested. When he's playing outside, an outside event, he's wearing all black. He's fucking young as hell, and the Salvador looking good, the blue weather shine. He's like, bro. And they're about 18.
And there was no Elvis before Elvis. That's what's crazy. So he's like this one guy that becomes way more famous than any entertainer ever. And then he's got a different manager. And then he's doing pills. And then he's doing paranoia. And the whole world don't make any sense. Nothing makes any sense. It can't make any sense. You have no peers. You have no one around you that's like you. No one around you that can understand you. And you're being protected by some guy who's like siphoning money from you.
You can do shit little gigs, right? Like, it would be do like a 2-hour show, then leave with a 2-hour show somewhere else.
Well, I think he got into a financial buyer, right? Wasn't that a part of the movie? And then he got that Vegas residency. But the Vegas residency is probably convenient because you don't have to go anywhere. You know where you live. You know where the gig is. Like Carrot Top seems like, I don't know.
Yeah, position, bro. Like, that was great.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. But even like comics can do it. A lot of comics do it. You know, I just don't know about living in Vegas.
I lose my mind being in the same place 7 days a week, 14 shows.
The people who live outside of Vegas love it though. If you live like Henderson or some of those places, like that's very nice place. But still, you're still connected to this place where go to get psychotic. There's some good energy about that. Listen, this is not a knock on Vegas. I love that. I love New York City. Ari fucking loves living in New York City. I can't live in New York City. I can't handle all that. I gotta get myself wet. Some people love it. You can use everybody love everything, but it seems like it's like Vegas is uniquely, specifically like we're gonna Vegas. It's in the title of the state means craziness.
I know that.
Vegas.
Every like 50,000.
It's every day. And they've got rodeos coming into town and UFC fights coming into town and fucking concerts.
Raider fans.
It's a fucking wild ass town. I love being there. It seems like it's almost a little too crazy. So this is Ed Sullivan Show, 1956. This is
The only time, the first time his hips show up on the screen is 10 minutes into the
yeah, just wiggle his dick too much.
That's all he was doing though.
That's a lot, Jamie. What do you mean? That's all he was doing. That's offensive.
After the hair, they said they wouldn't ever put the waist down anymore.
In that creepy
It barely showed.
It's so crazy, bro. He probably had to look his big old dick keep slapping at his jacket. That's what it is. Look, if you see that side, back it up a little bit. That's what the problem is, Jamie. Look at that jacket popping up and down from his big old dick. Look at it. He's making his jacket pop with his dick. I'm with the censors. I'm with the censors. Of course, he had a big dick. He had everything. He had voice, talent, beautiful. You think he's gonna have a little dick?
Hell no.
All those gifts.
How tall is he?
I don't know. It's probably 20 kid. Wow. How can you navigate that at 21 years old? It's him, man, bro. It's him and Michael Jackson. These are the two case studies and people that got too famous.
Sometimes I wonder, man, like, how would I handle that much to extend at that early age?
Bro, you wouldn't. I know what I'm saying. You would go crazy. How are you? Crazy. What are you crazy? Oh, I got a big fucking cold sore. Yeah, dude, I got lucky. My fame set was a slow drip. You know, like over time.
Oh, bro,
a slow drip.
mine was like a little mountain guy on The Price is Right. And then stopping along the way, bunch of haters. Fighting with other comics. Look here.
Yeah.
And you're on it. Compadres too long on tortillas.
El Compadres spot. 64
years ago today, more than 60 million people watched Elvis Presley perform on the Ed Sullivan Show. 60 million, that's so crazy. But that's how it used to be, man. And that's why losing control of that is so devastating to mainstream media. That was what it was. When I was a kid, there was 3 channels, dude. There was NBC, ABC, and CBS, and that was it. And then all of a sudden there was Fox. We were crazy.
Did you ever got a whole other channels too long?
Yeah, we definitely did. Especially, everyone has local channels. So you always have like the local NBC network.
You know, somebody got a lot of movies.
Yeah, we didn't even have cable. Like, it didn't exist. We had, like, you have to realize how nuts the world was when everything you watched on television was just television. That's all you ever saw. Like, there's no cable. So you have 4 channels. If you felt so lucky to have that 4th channel. You got the Simpsons, Married with Children came on that channel. Foxy changed the whole In Living Color. Changed the whole feeling of what a channel. It's crazy that Fox is now connected to like conservative Republicans according to news. But it's like Fox when we were kids was Married with Children. It was, it was like the Renegade shows. It was The Simpsons. It was, there's a bunch of fun shows that were on Fox. Yeah, but In Living Color to this day, I say is one of there's 2 of the greatest. Live always gets it for longevity because it's crazy. They've been around so long. SDTV, but for pure fun, for me, it's like In Living Color and Chappelle Show. Yeah, I feel like you don't get Chappelle Show unless you have In Living Color first. I feel like In Living Color broke open the door for chaotic sketches that were really funny, man, wildly offensive, really funny to this day. There's a lot of shit on In Living Color that if you tried to do in the height of wokeness 3 or 4 years ago, bro, they would fucking call for your censorship.
Yeah,
they would come for you,
especially when there were ways that we were doing Man on Film. There's an episode with the camera falls. Yes, the camera falls on David Wayne, and he becomes heterosexual or something. And then they were real touching him. The next time away from that. That episode.
How about when he played Handicap? Mentally retarded.
I love that.
Oh my god,
that's my favorite movie.
Yeah, a handicapped superhero. It was
a superhero movie.
Oh my god, Handyman.
You find that there.
Yeah. Dude, this show was wildly offensive, but so funny.
Even Fire Marshal Bill.
Fire Marshal Bill. I was just gonna bring that up. Let me tell you something. The kid's fucking whole face is turned on.
My daughter's a very big about it.
Let's watch, bro.
That's what you get.
Yeah. It's wild that shows like that.
Ahead of his time.
Oh, man. Well, so was that other one. We were just talking about that. Ace Ventura. Ace Ventura.
Yes.
Yes. When you find out that she's a trans person and the dick comes out and everybody starts throwing up. First of all, I don't buy it. Even if she had turned into that photo again, that's Sean Young, right? That's Sean Young. Yeah, when she was. What? So even if she had a dick, there's a lot of guys in your life. Listen, nobody needs to know about that dick. Nobody needs to know about that, man. That dick between you and me and I
remember one time it happened to me, bro. I just looked at him for a while, like big ass skin tag you got right there.
Skin tag. Yeah, all those shows, what are the other great sketch shows? Mad TV had some bangers. Mad TV, there's some bangers on Mad TV. But it's another show.
Second City TV.
I watched so many of Kids in the Hall.
Kids in the Hall.
Kids in the Hall was fantastic. That was great. I was a Kids in the Hall fan, but I didn't really start watching it, really get into it until after I met Dave. I didn't know much about Kids in the Hall. I knew it was funny, I knew everybody said it was funny, but I don't think I'd ever watched a sketch. And then I became friends with Dave doing news radio. And then I started really getting into it. That guy had a very, he still does, have a very, very unique sense of humor. He rewrote
correct things all the time. He was always like coming up with a better way to do something, and always had like a sense of like the pacing. That's a totally different thing, man. When you're making sketches, like sketches are like to be able to do that and do a lot of like really funny scenarios that are unique. That's a very
It's hard, right? The stand-up is you want to end it, huh?
Mm-hmm. Well, it's a totally different way. I think Gillian Keys is another fantastic one. That to this day, like the problem with that show is like it's got this amazing core fan base, but it doesn't. It's way funnier than the amount of people that have seen it. It's way funnier, which is crazy because Shane Gillis is one of the biggest comics in the world.
Yes.
And he's one of the biggest comics on earth. Like he's selling out arenas everywhere.
Yes.
But yet people don't realize how good Gillian Keys is. It's like there's the one where they do the OnlyFans dad. It's one of the hardest I've ever laughed in my fucking life. It's so funny. It's so funny. It's so crazy. And because no one's telling them what to do, they're just doing what's funny. And that's what got fucked up. There were so many fucking nannies around everybody, telling everybody what you can and can't say, and so many subjects you can and can't cover. Like, you gotta stay out of the way, just like the managers in the early days. Yes, you need braids. Braids, bro, with beads, and you talk about the beads when you're on stage. Like, what?
You know, wear a suit.
Shut the fuck up. Get out of here.
Or one time, bro, that somebody wear a suit, and I wear it, and I thought you did wear a suit. I said, bro, we're going to be ridiculous. And you're wearing a beanie. I remember I called him the Coca-Cola beanie.
Suits are a weird move, but they're sometimes fun. I've worn suits on stage before. It makes you feel different. It does.
Do you feel like you're going to, like, change your posture, or
now you just feel like a bit more of a motherfucking professional? Bitch. Look at this. And a well-tailored suit is what you really want. The kinds like modern suits that you can move in, like they have like stretch to them, which is different than when I was a kid. I thought of suits. I thought of like your hand. You can't move good. Yeah, like you can't. When you put fucking suit pants on, you can't move it.
I always think Johnny Carson in suits.
Yeah,
those suits look tight as hell.
Well, it's just the fabrics suck back then. Especially if you're a bigger person, if you lift weights or something like that, and you have muscles, everything's going to be constricted, tight, and all fucked up. It's not going to fit good. So suits now, if you get a good one, like I got mine made by Dave and August, they do it for the UFC.
Yeah,
I've had to make a bunch of suits for me. They're amazing. They do it to your actual shape.
Everything I tell you, I mean, I don't want to tell the other guys, but you're announcing. You're a big muscle guy, but it doesn't look like you're coming out of that suit and you're wearing it real good on you.
Yeah, because they make it to your shape.
And that's what's real awesome, man. They're about to just come out and they look like fucking orangutans, bro. They look like Mr. Hyde.
Well, a lot of those dudes are bigger than me anyway. There's a certain size that you get, like, put the Rock in a suit, it still looks ridiculous. It's like, what the fuck are you made out of, dude? First time I met him backstage at the UFC, and he had cowboy boots on, right? So he's cowboy boots? Yeah. You don't even seem like a real person. Like, when you meet him in real life, like, what the fuck are you? He's like a superhero. Yeah. Like, you've seen, like, a real life superhero. And a super nice guy, man. He came and worked out with us. We all worked out. Tony Hinchcliffe, Derek, Hassan. We all fucking lifted weights together, hung out, got in the sauna. Shane Gillis. We were all just chilling with The Rock, working out with him. Like, no cameras, no nothing. I was like, you don't have to go post this. Let's just have some fun. So I fucked it up. He was cool as shit. Cool as shit, man.
Wow, that's amazing, man.
It was fun. I enjoyed talking to him.
I was in the airport at American Delta, and I saw Jason Momoa.
Oh, he's another one.
And I said,
"You're too handsome for me."
I just said, what's up? No, I don't want to meet people. I always have weird people. I said, Jason. I said, Jason. What's up? And then I don't know that we were sitting almost close together on the airplane. Then he saw me again. Then I said, what's up? Then I felt like I creeped him out again, man. My wife was recording him, bro, recording him. But on my phone, he thought I was recording him, but
I met him in a Whole Foods parking lot. I met him in a Whole Foods parking lot in Woodland Hills. I was going to pick up some groceries.
Jeffries, and he was there too. I was like, "What's up, man? Yeah, what's going on?" We're talking. I think that was before he did Conan, which I still say to this day not good. Like Conan movie, it's kind of falls apart, but the way it looked was amazing. And he played Conan, and he's the perfect Conan. Like that's what Conan would have looked like. He wouldn't have looked like a bodybuilder. No disrespect to Arnold, he looked amazing. But it's like Conan was just a big giant warrior. And when he played that guy, what was the guy he played in Game of Thrones?
Crackle or something like that.
I can't remember. It was fucking incredible. That's Conan.
Yeah.
That's Conan. Someone needs to do a good Conan the Barbarian. Go back and read the Robert E. Howard books. The books are great. It's this super depressed dude in like the 1930s. He writes about this barbarian. Yeah. Khal Drago, that's right. Two people are getting thinking about it. Bro, get a photo of him when he was Conan. Jason Momoa as Conan. Bro, he's the perfect Conan. Right there. That's what Conan's supposed to look like. That's the perfect Conan. That's the Conan who is real. That's a guy throwing sword around his whole life, fighting off dragons. He's not a bodybuilder. No. He looks like that. That's what it looks like in the book. Like that. That's fucking Conan. Right there. That's Conan. I mean, the guy's still capable of playing this character. Please. I wish Quentin Tarantino was in the book. Quentin, if you're hearing me, please read the book. Quentin Tarantino doing Conan would be the most epic thing of all time. Could you imagine? He would do it right. Or beat that shit. If he was into it, he would have to be into it. I have no idea if he's into it. But if he was into it, if Quentin Tarantino might do it, somebody should do it.
Oh, the ending, at the end of the movie, in the beginning, confused.
Somebody should do it. The books are great, man, because it's all from the mind of this tortured, depressed dude who winds up killing himself.
It'll be the first time that you see a Conan movie with everybody saying the end word over and over.
I don't think they had that word back then. I think if you want to do it right, they'll make one up. I think if they really want to do it right, they should probably do it the way like
Like a badass fucking movie where you felt that movie.
Right, but you know what I'm saying? Like hearing the people say it, and the same thing with the Passion of the Christ. They spoke in the language, and it was all subtitles. Like they spoke in the language, so you were transmitted exactly how these people were saying. You felt like it was real. Like you felt like it was real. Like there was no English in that movie. That is a blockbuster movie. That is a child action adventure movie.
That was a hardcore, man. Passion of the Christ.
Yes. There's something about being sucked into hearing the actual language of the people. But that we'd be doing this, it's so much better than because like whenever they do like Game of Thrones or something like that in another country, all of a sudden everybody has an English accent.
Yes.
That's how they do it. Instead of talking like an American, you can't talk like us. Because that would just throw people off. So you have to have
the Exorcist, man. Like if the Exorcist, the devil would have had like an Irish accent, it would be a totally different movie. But the Latin accent, the whatever language, Latin language,
right. Exactly.
You need to know what the language is, but you're fucking scared.
Right, it has to be exotic. You can't have the devil going, "Hey, you fucking piece of shit, I'm gonna fuck your eyeballs." You better get him again. Yeah, you can't have the devil talking like Jerry Seinfeld.
I speak in absolutes.
Yeah, you can't have the devil with a whiny voice.
Or a Boston accent.
That was the scariest thing about Mike Tyson. See, his voice, that was so easy to make fun of, and he fucking murdered everybody. It was almost like he was begging you to make fun of his voice.
Dangerous dude.
Yeah, it was almost like he was like begging.
You like you, bro. You're like one of those guys. You're like if someone is gonna know you personally, you're like, try me.
No, I'm not like that at all, though.
If I didn't know you, and that's what I wanted to see, and you're not Joe Rogan, I'll be like, okay, man, this guy's good fight. He's healthy. Stay away from him.
I'm friendly. That's what we all need, my friend. We need friends.
But you've been friendly since day one, though. I was talking to the driver, Rebel, about gave me that solo pipe.
Mm-hmm.
And then they started using it for the routine.
Yeah.
And I remember I was telling you that I was called solo pipe. You're supposed to use it by yourself. But I remember I told everybody you gave it to me, and everybody wanted to hit it. And by the time I got it back, it was fucking hot.
Yeah. I remember those. I try to stay like, if you're smoking a cigar, like you chain is the way to go. You know, you burn the end of it, but you don't want to like keep doing it. You want to. I feel like a certain amount of this is a chemical, no matter what. Like that's a chemical. You only want something so much of that. You really should probably have matches if you're gonna light. If you're gonna smoke a cigar, yeah, you should really probably have matches. And I think if you're like a super cigar nerd, they do it even further. They take cedar and they light cedar strips and they use that to light their cigar. Those are super nerds.
Cedar strips?
What is that? Sorry. Pieces of wood. They light those strips of wood and they light from pure wood and they light their cigar. They're super nerds when it comes to cigars. Like they get involved.
That's what I guys say. Guys in New York. Give me some ember.
Give me some ember.
Ember? Oh, that what is ember? Fire? Oh.
Yeah. Oh shit. Yeah, so these guys, they take little cedar strips and they light them on fire and they light their cigar from the cedar strips. So this way you're not getting any of the butane fumes. I don't even know how much you would get. I don't, you know.
Get better later.
Yeah, sure. We're probably going to find out. Every time you burn a lighter here, you inhale like 10 times more than you're ever supposed to in your life. We'll probably find something like that out someday. They can't be so good at how convenient fire. But fire that quickly means that you've got some funky gases that you're burning. You're burning some funky gases.
Oh, horrible. I don't know when they say a match, you get the ugly ass.
You know what's real bad?
What?
Scented candles. Scented candles apparently are not healthy. Maybe Google that. Maybe I should say some scented candles. Maybe there's a way to do it organically. We should find out if that's true too. But that would be a good thing to know. Because I think there's some things in some scented candles that you're not supposed to inhale. And when you're a person that likes to have candles, who doesn't? They're cool. You want to have candles in your house? That's dope. Like candlelight dinner with a bunch of friends is dope. Right? But I think it's the scented ones. The ones that are made from paraffin are the problem. It's a cheap byproduct primarily sourced from the refinement of petroleum. So you're burning petroleum. Paraffin is the most used candle wax worldwide, according to the National Candle Association, the major trade association representing U.S. candle manufacturers and their suppliers. So it's all candles made from paraffin. However, few studies on candle emissions or their potential effects on human health exist, and conclusions from the research are mixed. There is no overall conclusion that paraffin candles will either will or won't harm your health, says pulmonologist Dr. Sobia Farouk, a clinical assistant professor at the Cleveland Clinic Lerner College of Medicine. But the risk may also depend on various factors, including candle type and quality, how often and how long burning it, the airflow of the space when burning it, your health status, and what won't be. Either not good for you or it's fine. These are the options. It seems to me like there's a little gaslighting going on here. Like, how could it be good for you to have petroleum burning in your house? I want you to show me a study. Measure the fucking air in the room when you have 3 candles. Measure the air in the room when you have 4 candles. Keep going. Tell me when I'm gonna get lung cancer from this shit. Because, benzene, a known carcinogen, is another VOC released by paraffin candles. Added long-term exposure to this chemical has been linked to blood disorders such as leukemia. When inhaled, benzene can also be a respiratory irritant, which means it could probably,
fuck? So people think candles are cool. It's like, but what about what is a candle that you can use? Like, there's got to be candles that are not bad.
I'll probably candle that in massage parlor or safe.
New candle. Oh, now candles made from soy wax, beeswax, or stearin, coconut oil, or animal fats are often considered healthier. But anything that is burned emits harmful particulates or chemicals, as it said. So these candles also release VOCs into the air. It's just that paraffin wax is usually more polluted, according to great. So they all suck. The risk of toxic emissions is greater when candles are scented or dyed, which is another reason why paraffin-free candles aren't immediately in the clear. This is because artificial fragrances have VOCs, including phthalates, which have been linked to learning and behavior problems, obesity, hair development of the system, and more. Evans said the unscented candle in 2015 research also caused concerning concentrations of toxins, but at the lowest amount compared with its scented counterparts. Remember what ratio? I wonder how much lower. The National Candle Association maintains that candles are safe for use in the home, the spokesperson said in a statement. First of all, I can't say anything is safe because I was dating a girl once and she burnt her fucking house down with candles. That's exaggerated. She burnt a wall in her house. What she doing? She just let her candles burn down. And something caught fire, and like lit the side of her fucking bedroom wall. Like her whole wall was on fire. She liked candles, so they're not totally safe. Fire's not totally safe. Fucking lighters aren't totally safe. You can't say it's safe. Like you could definitely do something stupid with it. Like, you know what's safe? Marshmallows. Marshmallows are safe. It's not good to eat. They're bad for your body, but they're fucking safe. They're pretty good.
I'll let you burn those to make some more with the lighter and a fork.
You know what's most really bad for you? Paper straws. Paper straws have those forever chemicals in them. See if that's true. Otherwise, we'll have to cut this out. But paper straw. Oh, speaking of straws, right? Everybody knows that paper straws came around because everybody saw that video of that turtle with that straw in his house. That's the only reason why we started looking at paper straws different than everything else, right? Remember plastic? Plastic. Oh, plastic straws came about. What did I say, paper? Plastic straws came about because of that video of that turtle with a plastic straw in his nose, right? Remember that? Yeah. That was in the nose, right? Yeah, deep in the turtle straw. New studies found that 90% of paper straws tested contain forever chemicals, or PFAS, compared to 75% of plastic straws. So even plastic straws have those fucking chemicals in them. But it's even worse for you to use paper straws. Paper straws assessed by researchers at the University of Antwerp, Belgium, were found to contain more forever chemicals per polyfluoroalkyl. How do you say that? Give it a shot. Polyfluoroalkyl. Yeah. Substances or PFAS is than plastic, but all of them are bad for you. What it's basically saying is that even straws, 75% of plastic straws have tested that they contain forever chemicals. That's not good. So all of it's bad. We should probably abandon the idea of straws.
I like McDonald's straws. That one.
So you don't want a metal straw and a Stanley and then fall on your face. Okay, most people have done that.
Idiots.
Well, listen, I've fallen before. But I've fallen before. I'm a straw. No, I haven't, but I imagine, just because you fall with a straw doesn't mean you're an idiot. But people have got to be aware that that's basically a metal shape that's going to go right through your face if you trip. You got to carry that thing if you're like clumsy. Because if you're carrying a knife, move way through your body. Don't catch your body with it if you fall down and stab yourself.
But you would let your baby hold that while you hold.
Yeah, why you like that? You're not ready for that yet. Yeah, clumsy people really know they're clumsy and be super careful how they're carrying. Are you clumsy?
Yeah, man.
Don't carry your weight.
I was outside over there going, I was holding that baseball. And I'm thinking, no, I don't want that baseball. And I'm thinking that's a werewolf. I'm thinking, nothing about my wife. I'm pretty sure it's a knuckle boy. I think it right up something out. Werewolf out. You don't fuck something else out.
Yeah, don't fuck up werewolf, bro. That's one of my prized possessions. And even if you can hit it, what's that prove? Don't want to break the werewolf's teeth. What you trying to prove, Lisa?
That's just a little knuckle ball.
We do baseball.
Hell no.
No? You gotta go knuckleball.
I was gonna play the street ball, the tennis ball, and I had a good chunk on the tennis ball. And we were throwing like a regular fastball.
Dude, we used to play stick ball and street ball. That was fun for the kids.
I don't get it. You know, we competed the other day to learn how to play because they have a stick ball tournament in New York last week, and I was there. Yeah, that's the video I saw. That's, yeah. They were having a tournament. All the veterans that used to play stick ball in New York showed up to play.
Oh,
Yes,
it's
bro. I never knew the game because in our lane we play over the line.
That's a new way to get staff infection.
Listen to that, man.
Good way. They're getting pumped. That looks like that place really good stick ball. Yeah, it's a city thing. When I moved in Jamaica playing, a place outside of Boston, it's pretty bad. Just play stick ball on the street. People get mad at you, they hit their car with a tennis ball. It was so stupid. But kids are just always looking for something to do back then. Now they're all online.
I used to be crazy enjoying that, bro. I don't appreciate this whole day. I used to play this game called Webbles. It's called Games. We used to put like a bunch of holes on the floor with your name on it, and then somebody was doing tennis ball. And wherever the ball left in that hole, that person has to grab that ball and fuck somebody up in the back before they can make it to the wall. And that person you hit, you grab that ball and then hit people on the way back before they get to the other side of the wall. And if you miss everybody, you get an egg of your hole. And once you get 4 of them, we all take turns fucking you over the tennis ball. But we just stand there and it's Jesus Christ. Yeah, there was no cable back then. And we don't want to join gangs.
I think you did.
And we don't want to
You guys had a softcore gang.
we have no Boy Scouts.
That's a crazy way to make friends.
You ever play suicide though?
I don't remember. How's it go?
It's a handball court, a wall, you throw a ball, and there's 5 kids, and you catch it. But if you miss it, everybody starts fucking you up. So you get to the wall.
No, I never played that.
Suicide.
Never played
I'll tell you, like everybody step up to the wall, throw the ball against the wall, you try to catch it. And if you miss, they fucking jump you till you get to the wall with the ball. Fuck that. Oh, that's why I got videos of it, Jam. Suicide! Oh my god.
Oh my god. Requires at least 2 players. There as many as can be accommodated by the playing area. But this is funny when they take a game like this and they break it down. Like, these are the rules. We did play a wall. We didn't play a wall ball. You play a wall ball? You like that? It was on. You fucked up. You have to stay on the wall until the ball.
There it is.
They're all ball. Until the player touches the wall, they're open hard with a thrown ball by the player who comes into contact with the ball but fails to catch it. They are also open to be that's what it was. Yeah, and my basketball is a good thing to get hit by, though, right? It sucks. Like if someone's, it's not gonna kill you.
That's one of the actual kids that like that kid is gonna get hit, and they'll put that fucking ball in a shitload of water and mud.
That's he's cheating. You can't cheat.
If that person that wants to get hit by the ball, run, we'll say off or beat him up because
Boy, is that equals important?
yes, that's
Internet's important. You got to keep people pacified. TikTok saved your life. Imagine it saved a few lives. People just at home scrolling instead of out gangbanging.
I mean, everybody
gets addicted to it. If you don't go out and do terrible things, you just scroll and stare at your TikTok.
I wonder if kids still shoplift for fun.
I bet they do. You know, it's been like famous people that have been caught shoplifting.
I think a lot of people shop. You shoplift for a little? You were hungry?
I got no. I was just dumb. It's been dumb, and I got caught.
You do it now, right? No, you see an opportunity.
No. I did it like a couple times. It was like candy bars and shit. But I was just hanging around with a bunch of mad kids, and we would do that. We would go. It was a thrill. We'd go to a store and steal something. And I think we probably did it 2 or 3 times, and I got caught.
I don't do it anymore. But
I felt so stupid.
I know. But sometimes I'm walking around and I see like a pack of donuts. But they're far from what donuts are. Right? And they're by the shoe and they're open. And I'm like, I'm all hiding the donut like that. You're lost.
Joey Diaz used to swipe lighters from 7-Eleven just to stay sharp.
This is on his toes.
How you doing, brother? I saw him do that while he's talking to the guy and he put his fingers.
Yeah, he gets some hand movements to distract you.
I think that was a game, man, that real companies would do, bro, on the way to a gig. We could shop at the bullshit out of the gas station.
That's not good for our reputation. That's not good for our reputation.
You get power bars.
Chinese entertainers.
Power bars.
The gas station food, man. Those times you're on the road and all you're eating is garbage.
Hell yeah, man. You gotta slap real cheese there and put pork right there for the package.
You gotta take a chance with a beef and cheese burrito that you microwave. You have to refold in that strip of plastic.
It's good.
Every now and then you got like this good food at a gas station. Like, why does nobody do this? And sometimes you go to a gas station and it's like a gas station, but it's also like a taco spot. Fried chicken, cheeseburgers. Like, damn, those chickens. That was a legit fucking cheeseburger. Okay.
Whatever. It's dangerous here.
You would make more money. Right? That's what Bucky's figured out. Whatever the fuck you want, we got it. We got barbecue, pickled pigs, we got eggs, cheese, milk. You can buy a house. You can buy a fucking sled. What do you need? Fishing poles.
Would you need you have a good
Yeti cooler and a Traeger grill. We got those.
We have a shower in the back. You want a shower?
You know, there's a these people copied their logo.
Chucky's.
Another kind of an animal. Yeah, they just always own it. That's knockoff. They knock off, and that wherever that is, they knock off all sorts. Is it in another country? Oh, I thought it was in America. Oh, interesting. Oh, Mexico. Well, I've seen that. I've seen that. That's the fakies in Mexico. Put that picture up. Put the picture up.
Oh my god. There's a fake in and out in Mexico too.
Oh, funny.
And there's a fake in and out in California.
Mexico. There's a fake one in California.
Yeah, it's called Easy Takeout, and I think they used to same forms, same stamp, same burgers, but they just added a breakfast burger. It's all in West Covina. Wow.
So they copied the logo. This is very similar to the
Nutties. Nutties.
Same thing. Oh, yeah, they even got a little gap in between it. Bucky's Knockouts. Lucky spotted.
He's lucky to have 2 teeth.
But that's the one in Mexico, right, Jacob? They both. I told you. They're both.
I don't think this other one
That's in Mexico. I might be wrong, but they go once they go up and take the back to Mexico. Oh, okay. Well, what was that animal? That was like the Bucky's is a cup, right? So what was that other animal? What was the Lucky? What was Lucky? Was Lucky a rabbit or who was Lucky? Okay.
Oh my god.
Yeah, where's Lucky? Where's Lucky? What a bunch of dumbasses. Oh my god, it is a beaver. What is it?
He went up some
Oh, it's a raccoon. Oh, okay. No, you can't do that.
He's a mask, man. He's a bandito.
Why can't you? Why can't you
George's and have Curious George. Like, you know,
Yes.
together, little franchise. Curious George. Everyone loves Curious George.
Oh, yeah,
Would that be okay? Like, they have George's? Or I think it's two?
Oh, yeah, we can.
There's different ones.
Trademark.
Could you imagine, like, the owners, whoever owns the...
Whoa!
I saw
Oh, that's it. That's the one I saw. Super Fuse. So it's just, they're saying it's because it's got a smiling animal.
Yeah, the red hat.
See, I don't know. I'm not on board with that one. I'm not on board with that one. I can't think that you could own the idea of having any kind of cute animal as a part of your logo. That seems kind of ridiculous. I don't understand copyright law, but doesn't that seem like a little ridiculous to you?
Yeah.
Like, what if it's a cat and you make it kitties, and you have a cute little cat? Are you telling me that I can't make a business called Kitties? That's where you're doing business at.
How much of a copyright do you have? Like, is it nationwide? Do you have an international copyright, which is really tough?
Right, but is that a copyright infringement if you have kitties?
Depends on what.
If you know what I'm saying? Imagine someone has a copyright to the ability. I don't understand any of this stuff, so clearly I'm talking out of my ass. But imagine if somebody has a copyright to just owning the ability to use a cartoon character in your logo. That seems completely insane, doesn't it?
Yeah. But this is comedy club in Tommy T's. He used to have the Lauren Hardy, the what you call it, the Lauren Hardy logo.
Who's Lauren Hardy?
Yeah, and for his comedy club. And he got sued by Home for the he owned
Also,
the cartoon, anything that you put cartoon on it with Lauren Hardy's face.
imagine going back, watching Laurel Hardy, somebody that had no idea about American culture at all.
Yes.
Going back and you show them Laurel Hardy, and then right after you show them Chappelle's show when Dave plays the supremacist.
Yes.
Slash.
Yeah, that guy.
Imagine seeing like what this is what comedy started out. And this is comedy later. But that is a wild ride.
Yes,
That's a wild ride. The ride from like Abbott and Costello.
yes.
Who's on first?
Who's on for Eddie Cantor, bro? Eddie Cantor was the first comedian to do radio. And he was I had a history for Fool's podcast, so I learned about the history of stand-up comedy. I watched the documentary, but he was the first guy, but he was very clean, bro. He sang, and
Can we hear some of this?
he was getting paid $500 for a 5-minute show. Eddie Cantor, he was the first right now to have a radio comedy show.
What is it? I'm trying to hear what he's saying. What's he saying?
He's thinking.
Someone's know how to make love.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. The dumb ones know how to make love. That sounds like something Theo would say on stage.
And
I like it dumb.
you been the radio bro talking, and then he'll pinch the chicks in their butts.
Oh, God.
Yeah, and then like they want to say that they didn't find a woman, so they Mr. Cantor. I had a fight.
Well, gotta remember, like, people back then were basically barbarians.
Yes.
1920s people.
Bro, back then it was
World War I, bro.
Back then, for a stand-up comedian, like when I found him, that was, imagine you do a gig, $200 back then, right? And the promoter says, no, I'm not going to put the gas juice, I'm not going to pay you. And as you don't get paid, and they don't call a cop, they have a couple of 3 vagrants walking around downtown. And then you see comedians downtown with no hotel, no pay, and they're going to pick you up for being a hobo now.
Yeah. You can get sniffed, for sure.
Back then.
Yeah.
there's probably still a lot of shit balls like that out there for a lot of guys. Now there's more real kids.
Yeah, better yes.
Well, it's comedy's more accessible, because of YouTube and everything. Comedy's just way out. It's everywhere.
Oh, I have a special right now. Yeah, I have a special right now on Netflix, Raging Food. We started at the Craft Theater in Sacramento, 2 shows. My wife directed it, and she executive produced all my specials. But we started with our own money, and we paid everybody, and then we sold it to Netflix. We made it a 2-year deal.
Oh, that's awesome.
So we own
You
it.
did great. I love the tracksuit.
Yes, because I'm Raging Food was Raging Food.
Yeah, I love the tracksuit. It's dope.
Because I was watching that one Raging Food, and I was thinking that when Jake LaMotta had to do in his life, he had to how to make money.
Right.
He said, you know what? I'm going to be comedian. So then I thought, wow, he had nothing else to do in his life, so he figured I'm going to do stand-up comedy. So that was the last thing that for us, and that's the first thing.
Well, that happens to actors sometimes too. Their careers kind of dwindle. They start doing stand-up. It happens.
And yeah, like when you saw the movie, right? Reggie Morgan, stand-up, and he's at a bar called Jesus Corner Bar, and that bar's still there.
Stand-up was friends with him. Really? Yeah, because that guy lived down in Arizona where stand-up lived.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, he's like got photos of him hanging out with his house and shit. Yeah. And Jake LaMotta was stand-up before. That's a real story.
Jake LaMotta was a character. Yeah.
That was a wild fella. A wild, crazy fella. Goddamn, Robert De Niro nailed it. Fuck.
Nailed it, huh?
I mean, nailed it. But he looked like it was Hannibal when he was Jake LaMotta, like the younger Jake LaMotta. She fucked my wife. Yeah. Oh, Jesus Christ. He was so scared. He was so scary because he was just out of his fucking mind and so dangerous. And it's based on a real guy. Like the movie is real close to how that guy was, Jake LaMotta, when he's in his prime. He's a fucking monster, man.
I like when he put his hands, and he goes like his hands, they're not. I can't. They're real heavyweight.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
That's crazy. That's a different kind of humor. And back then, there was a lot of people like that. You got to go back, put your mind into what it must have been like to be Jake LaMotta growing up and like what. So what year was Jake in his prime? What year did he fight Sugar Ray Robinson? Let's ask that. Jake LaMotta versus Sugar Ray Robinson.
62, 59,
42. Okay. Madison Square Garden. You gotta imagine.
Wow.
You gotta just put your into the type of people that live back. I mean, like car sewage was new. Like people had been coming over in boats. Criminals were everywhere. Crime was organized crime. Was the rule of law in all the Italian, the Irish communities. That was the thing. 42. Yeah. This was just. You watch that movie, Gangs of New York.
Yeah.
Fucking great. Right? That's a fucking great. And probably pretty accurate.
Yes.
Roughly pretty accurate the way life was back then.
Some of those gangsters that were actually real people. I believe it. Like that woman in that movie that you talked about it, the one that could collect ears and put them in a jar.
Yeah.
She was an actual person. She had a bar where people just would have a jar full of pickled ears and noses from previous fights. And they'll have fights in the back of fighting a dog.
Gangs in New York. So, because we don't think of New York that way. You think of New York as like New York City. Well, it was kind of dangerous in the 70s. And, Giuliani cleaned it up. And, it's pretty commercialized in a lot of ways, but still a beautiful city. But New York, during the time of that, whatever that film was supposed to represent, was a wild, crazy, almost like Wild West type place. Like we think of those kind of scenes when you think of a Wild West movie, right? Right? You think
the good bad ugly.
Yeah, you think people get
stabbed and shot. But that was happening over there too. It's like, it's not like it never happened on the East Coast. They only did it on the West Coast. It was happening in the whole country. So, and they had just got, I mean, these people just got done with a fucking civil war, right? Yeah. Just got done. You gotta think, 1940, if you go to like the 1860s, the 1940s, that's not that much time. No. That's pretty quick. That's 80 years. A lot of those fuckers are still alive. Yeah, same mentality, same crazy. And then we got more immigrants coming in on boats. No YouTube to watch, just a women in prayer. Someone told them to come. I always think about that, man. Like, when I always, yeah, right here. She was Maggie. I've got Maggie. Jesus. I think about when the Irish are coming in, the same time that movie happened, and they told them, you want a free meal? You want to fight for your country? And they give them a uniform, and their families go off to New York, and they go off and fight for South. Jesus Christ. Just imagine putting on the boat, and someone just hands you a gun and a piece of bread, and you go fight for America. And I think about that, like, wow, some hardcore people out there, man. Yes. Hardcore. And the times that, and the people look old, older than they do now. Oh, yeah. Yeah, like, you know, person's older, and he was older than that. And he was like 70. 25-year-old kid in the coal mines. Yeah. Working in coal mines, those people all got sick. They all got fucked up. When environmental pollution, they were signing up. Like, you gotta go breathe coal dust no matter what. Yeah, everyone gets sick. They all get horrible fucking things. What is that, black lung? Black lung. It's terrible. Terrible. And then you've got people that just live around coal plants. They're breathing that shit. And they're part of that business. I know that. Hoops Bar, Pennsylvania. Bro, there's a place that we showed a video once. It was it Indiana, Jim? Yeah. So there's like 3 coal plants near this city, and these people, they wipe their windshield, and they have black soot on their fingers. It just falls from the sky. Yeah, it's America. So these people are for sure breathing that shit in. So the Pittsburgh, Indiana, together. Yeah. That's scary. That's scary. And that's a fraction of what's going on in China, bro. When I was in Seattle, and I was crossing waiting for the car to pass. I was watching my show, and I saw it was like a 2-mile train, and it was on coal. Coal. Real fat coal from Minnesota. And I had the cop was putting that in there. I didn't know we still might coal. And he goes, well, so we don't use it. But it's all going to China. Yeah, like it was like a mile, bro, of coal and it had no cover on it, and it was just funny. They said that I don't know how much coal flies. I don't know shit about coal, but just know what they told me. There was a mile train of coal coming from Minnesota on that one night, and there was a boat. And you see the boat where it was going. Wow. And it's all going to China. Yeah. Yeah, they're supposed to be heavy gold. There you go. Someone should check to see if maybe they know something. No. I don't know that. What are they producing with that cup? They're doing a lot. I mean, they produce so many things, which is one of the craziest things we all found out when everything got locked down. Is so much of what you wanted was made in China. Like, oh my God, or made in Russia, or made in anywhere where they had to come in on ships. You know, like that became a real fucking problem. I thought it was made in Akron, Ohio. In comparison to what we consume way more, probably, I would guess, than any country of a similar size. And yo, dog, still rocking Samsung. I love it. I love when a comic holds out and doesn't go iPhone. Oh, I love that. Yeah, like the patch, one of those guys. Which one is that? Is that the S24? Yeah, that one. That S24 Ultra? Yeah. Is that the new one before? Right before. There's a new one just came out. There you go. A year and a half ago, I think. No, yeah, that's the old one. That's the S24 Ultra. I have that one. That one's sick. It does a lot of cool shit. Good videos, right? Yeah, it's great. A lot of stuff, but
interesting things to AI. So what I like about it is I go to a website, and if I open up in the Samsung browser, and then I can say summarize, and it'll summarize the website.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, so if there's something that's taking forever for you to get to the point, you want to keep scrolling and scrolling and scrolling and scrolling and scrolling while you show ads all over the place. That's a trap. So it'll just tell you, oh, there's an asteroid that might hit Earth within the next, about 60 years. Like, oh, great. 3%. What is the percent chance?
Usually,
Only
only
1.5%.
I think I take a picture like let me take a picture of you, right? And then do that one screen.
Yeah.
And then I circle it, and it'll find the sweater information.
That's cool.
Yeah.
That's really cool. But that's on all phones now. I think the new iPhone update has that as well, where you can Google search a thing and it'll show you where to buy it.
That's my wife. My wife always wants it. She wants it like to have it where you watch a television and you pause it with your finger and make a circle and then that just shifts to your house.
You know what people are going to be fed up with that thing when, first of all, you can only buy so much shit. But second of all, like, what happens? Like, those glasses that they wear now, those meta glasses. We seen this Harvard kid.
The one that before that. Yes, he did.
Some Harvard kid figured out how to use facial recognition software with that. So he sees you, gets a photo of you, immediately gets a Wikipedia on you or whatever the fuck is available online, sees your Instagram page, finds your address, and it was wild. Like, wait, hit the brakes.
So like the T-1000 Terminator.
Yeah, it's like, hit the brakes. But
So there's a movie like that? Yeah, it's a Rothschild. The movie with Roddy Piper was like that.
they live.
They live. Yes. Right.
That was
I think about that with something we have cancer or whatever. He's talking about those glasses from Roddy Piper.
similar. I think the Roddy Piper glasses, you put them on, you can see what everybody really looks like. You can see through the whatever energy field they were projecting.
Yeah.
These alien creatures that will pretend to be people. And there's a lot of people that believe that now. I'm less inclined to believe that, but I'm open. I wouldn't want to get tricked. I mean, there really are people that are actually aliens that are amongst us that look like people and behave like people. This is the guy who figured it out. Try to say his name. I agree. What's the first one? Right there. Try that.
Oh, I thought it's Anful Union.
I think.
I
I don't think they say new. I think they say right. There's been a few fighters in the UFC, Vietnamese fighters, that have that same spelling, and I think they say it as. Can you find out if?
So it's Anful Union. I see it.
And Kane Ardefio. So they figured out how to do this. No, so can you scroll so we can explain how possible to do it today? How to remove your information? Oh, remove your face from search engines, which you're not going to be able to do eventually. It's getting weird out there. I had a friend of mine that came in here the other day, and he's down to a flip phone. And his flip phone is interesting. He has an Android. His flip phone, you actually get text messages on it, and you have a little tiny ass screen on the flip phone where you can kind of clumsily type your way through a sentence. So you don't have to do it with like a full keyboard like an iPhone or your phone. But you also, it's inconvenient, so you don't text as much. You don't go on these long-winded diatribes like a lot of people do. This is real simple.
The whole screen is larger, but you gotta navigate all the way around to read everything.
Yeah,
I remember those.
It's a tiny little ass screen.
Yeah.
It's got regular buttons to make phone calls, and then on his little tiny ass screen is a tiny ass keyboard about that big. And you get in there with that tiny ass keyboard, you try to type a text message, and you can press send. And so it's inconvenient. So you don't go on Twitter, you don't check things out, you just get your text messages. You can do it for stuff that you absolutely fucking need to. live your life, bitch. And he was in here with that. I was like, man, that seems cool. Fun. I went watching YouTube on my phone. That sounds like
Larry Bubbles Brown from San Francisco.
Yeah.
He's two heads of flip.
David Tell.
Wow.
David Tell has flip phone. Yeah, you should see him text me.
Do they both have the original phone number so you first met them?
No, they've all changed. You have to change that now. You got courage. You got to keep moving.
David Tell. I still have the same phone number for the last.
Damn. One of those to hold out.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes. But it gets more sometimes. You know, you got to manage. You should hold over a lot. Yeah, you got to manage your time.
Yeah.
Like the thing is up cues, like your headlines, they're on the road. Netflix special now, which is it's like you got to manage your time. You can't give your time away. There's a certain amount. You don't have that time. You need to do something to walk away. Yeah. You gotta take time to reset all the time. And if you can get this and that, constantly interacting, you're never alone. Fighting with people. I get in a sauna, which every day I get down there and stretch everything. We do everything. Then just talk, stretch, just go through your routine. And then I clears my mind. And I feel like if you don't do that, you're gonna and I know that there's only so many people that I can entertain and help with stuff. There's so many people that are just it's a transactional type of conversation I have with. It's not fun. It's not like what's up, dude? Oh, those are great.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of could you do this? Would you do that? Will you fly to here? You know. So you gotta like what you check. What time you do though? Depends. Most days. Somebody.
Ain't that good? I like that story like my bro. I do about 5 every day.
Yeah, I don't think that's necessary. It's the thing people always want to do where they want to show themselves that they have the discipline to get up. I respect that. Like Jocko does that. You know Jocko Willing?
No.
No, he has Jocko is he's amazing. He's a former Navy SEAL who is like one of the most inspirational guys that I know. And he writes books on leadership. Just a brilliant guy. Excellent podcast. Solid dude. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt. And he like every morning takes a photo of his watch. It says 4:30 a.m. I want to see that guy. This is every morning when he's waking up. Yeah. Get his shitting Iron Man. I shouldn't say shitting because they're fucking durable as fuck. This little Iron Man triathlon watches. Oh, it looks like you got a new watch. That's a new watch, Jocko. You can't fool me. I know your old watch. Go back to the old watch pictures. Look, so it's every day, 4:30. Just fucking watch. Sometimes 4:14. Takes a photo of it and then he works out. He's just a legit dude. Wow, that's pretty. So that's him, though. He likes doing that. He likes doing that. But he's not a comedian. You know what I'm saying? I think like for a comedian, you can't be that rigid. You get a little psychotic. You can't be that rigid. You gotta have discipline, but you also gotta have fun. Right? You gotta. So I don't get up at 4:30. Fuck out of here. First of all, I'm up till at least midnight almost every night.
Me too.
I get like most of my best like writing done and my best ideas when everyone in the house is asleep. So when everyone in my house is sleeping, I like that. It's like, look, cool. Nobody needs my attention. Now I can concentrate, and I can't concentrate if people are in the house. I feel like I should be hanging out and having fun and be there, but I don't want to lock myself up in my office. But that's the only way to write. But for me, it's like late at night is where it's at. Because everybody's asleep and the world feels creepy. You know, at night the world feels kind of dangerous and fucked up and stupid. It's like, you worry about war in the middle of the night. It's like 1 o'clock in the morning, you're in front of your computer and you're on Microsoft Word. You genuinely worry. The decisions that people are making one day come down on us. When we just
in the middle of the city, fucking thermonuclear device that levels a place 4 times the size of Hiroshima is. I think about that shit late at night.
Anyway,
So it's not funny. There's funny things attached to it. There's funny things attached to just the way we behave. It's not. There's nothing funny about complete annihilation of the human race, but there is something funny about this desire that we have to keep doing the same things we've always done, and hope that somehow or another we get it right this time.
yeah.
We're on the verge of war all the time, and there's got to be some way to stop that other than funding more war. There's got to be a better way to stop it.
The virtual war, and when you first started doing stand-up comedy, how many? There's been a lot of versions of real wars. Huh?
Yeah, the first war, when I was, so when was Desert Storm? Was that
Another Shield.
which one was which? We had this conversation.
Desert Shield was with Norman Schwarzkopf.
So that's Iraq, and that's like 2003?
Yeah.
Right. The one I'm talking about is Desert Storm, which was like 1990. Was it 1990, Jim?
The same.
But yeah, but the first invasion before we pulled out with George W. Bush in Iraq.
Yeah, I remember that one.
Yes. Okay. So when Iraq invaded Kuwait in 1990, then we went to war with Iraq, and I was living with my friend Jimmy, and we were sitting, Jimmy Tillio, shout out to Jimmy. We were sitting in our apartment in the living room, and the war was on TV. We're like, holy shit, man, we're at war. I remember thinking, this can't even be real.
It happened at night, right? We started watching the air raids.
It started as the shield. Then we started going after the campus.
Yeah.
And what year was that? So Desert Shield was to protect, and Desert Storm was to destroy. It was dropping off. Those eggs are the best material of that.
Yeah.
Material of the war is great. But they have such sophisticated weapons. How do you know? We got receipts. We love to arm puppet dictators and then fuck them up. You know? Oh, it's like, you know, it's like Clint Eastwood movie. Pick up the gun. You know, it's like Dirty Harry. I tell you, I know you think. Yeah. Or tell you the truth. I kind of forgot myself.
My friend, one is the Unforgiven, man, when the guy crying, did he kill somebody? He goes, you know what happened when you killed a man? He took away all he ever wanted and all he ever had.
That movie was the Western movie, I think, ever. Like that kind of Clint Eastwood. It was like he was coming back to David, you know, because he had all the players. You know, good, the bad, the ugly. It was like incredible.
Josie Wells.
Yeah. Oh, I watched Josie Wells. That was another level too. But then it's like Given was the one where like really gave you a sense of what it must have been like living in the Wild West. It was just the people were more real.
Yeah.
It's like it was more updated to like the movies of that era. Morgan Freeman character. It's a fucking great movie. It's a great like Western movie, just a hard story.
That line when they go that those people that don't work for Freeman. You just shot an unarmed man. Yeah, he should have armed himself.
Yeah.
If he's not that good, he's played with a friend of mine.
Yeah, that was a hardcore. That was a hardcore. You saw isn't it funny that we always want to think about that kind of shit happening out west? I don't want to believe that kind of same shit was happening out east.
Yeah.
Animals everywhere. Animals. People were animals back there. They were bound to hang them high. Can you imagine if we had to fucking stand up in 1820? You know, first of all, you're getting sick everywhere because there's no sewage. So everybody's just got shit in the streets. Everywhere you go, you're breathing shit fumes. You're stepping in shit everywhere.
That's what I think about now. When I watch those movies now, like Gangs of New York, I look through myself like, man, it fucking stinks.
Oh,
Out there. People are like, no, it don't fucking stink. That's a rotting body right there.
it was so rank. They didn't have anywhere to get rid of their shit.
That's it. And then the little napkin that they had, the big lightweight people, they had like a little handkerchief. And they would just carry it, bro, just to, and they would have perfume in them. They would put it in their nose, and they would have to smell like, more people.
Well, it wasn't just that, man. It was the shit in the streets because they didn't have cars. They had horses. So the horses were shit all over the roads.
And nobody had a job picking it up.
Oh,
One job was down like a handkerchief so you could walk over there.
dude, fucking clean it up, you lazy bitch.
And doing that shit, look at this.
Imagine breathing that every day. There's no way that's good for you. You think we sent the kids? Imagine the people that lived back then.
You were the raised.
Whoa. Let's plug 3D in the street in New York. Look, there was a poop go right down the street. Jesus Christ.
Oh man, when I was at my grandma's house in Mexico, they still had a outhouse. They have no plumbing.
Bro, isn't it interesting? This is a terrible way that people insist on doing it this way.
I think the day that they figured it out, oh my God, it's like that.
But imagine you had to figure it out to get it to where it is now, right? So people had to go through that to get to Manhattan of today, where it's all super sophisticated, amazing hotels, amazing restaurants. But why would you stick around? And you're breathing in shit every day. You go live on a farm. I feel like, fuck this experiment. This is terrible. This is not for us. This is for the benefit of people in the future. We're destroying
Soil man. We parted over there.
Bro, you know how sick people must have been back then? No antibiotics. Everybody's breathing in shit. You fall, you slip, you skin your knee gets infected with staph, you die.
Oh man,
you got shit in your knee.
So
what is that?
We're gagging as this person walked by.
Oh God! It's a summer day. On a summer day in 1883, a cart stood on 6th Avenue in New York City, filled to the brink with raw human waste. The cart was uncovered, its contents exposed to the air and to the passers-by who retched and gagged as they scurried away. Excrement kicked off the sides of the cart, and the sidewalks and gutters were smeared with the stuff. The stench was so strong that it could be smelled from more than a block away. It was another day pre-sewer America. Bro!
read what you're
And
reading.
here's the thing, man. This is after the Civil War.
Yeah.
This is 1873.
You're in an interview reading books talking about the streets are made of gold.
Yes. Well, yeah, they used it for they used it for compost, right?
Oh, so just
It was the
people
name euphemistically given to human waste because it was removed from the privies under the cloak of darkness from the polite society would be spared from confronting its own feces as the men carted the crap away, leaving a trail of stench in their wake. Every year in cities across the country, thousands of carts brimming with excrement rattled through the night streets. There was an antiquated solution to a modern problem. American cities were full of crap. So the people were just throwing the shit in the streets.
Yeah.
It's not
Shitty.
possible. It's shitty. They got paid shit.
What a shitty job.
Imagine being in a bar.
Look at them.
Oh, you get a whole wagon filled with shit. That's so crazy. So back then was hell, bro. We're so lucky. And that's how they're going to look at us. These future beings that no longer have war, they no longer have greed or anger. These future beings that are connected to the hive mind. They're going to look back at us like, holy Joe. We're going to look like idiots. One of the dumping grounds was a field near the White House where a marsh of Washingtonian waste putrefied under the president's nose. This suggests this may have been a contributing factor to President Harrison's untimely death in 1841. Since the White House water source was a mere 7 blocks downstream.
Shit. Oh my God.
Instead of dysentery. Bro, this is why you can't trust that the experts are looking out for your health. They didn't even protect the president. Somebody concocted this idea, and they never even thought about the potential for ruining all the water that people drink. They just said, this is a good place to dump all this. How nasty. People are so nasty.
Oh man, and I was thinking about Cardinals back then were probably still sheep wool, right?
Sheepskin.
Sheepskin.
Yeah, sheep
Oh
and
my
plastic.
God! Where a woman, a woman she was washing the contraceptive.
Yeah.
Right after the white wave guy threw it at her face. Wow. So she's using the same one for every man. Oh Christ.
So they didn't have, even by 1880s, two-thirds of flushing toilets still just went into a backyard cesspool.
The overflowing privy was a sight to behold in James McCabe's 1882 account of New York street life. He described one man's yard in which the privy's contents drained down into a street sewer, forming a miniature loathsome Niagara of night soil. The cascading sewage flowed right by the window, so that a man sitting on a chair at the window would not have only the odor, but also the views of this loathsome matter circulating at his feet in the pool below. Yeah, see, this is why everybody was so sick. This is
Why they started the plague.
also, there's no one's clean. Yeah, they say that is the biggest breakthrough ever in the controlling of the season. The biggest breakthrough is sanitation.
I was just thinking about sanitation. Using these dumping grounds in this time period, same time as bombs were dumped.
Yeah, there's not enough vaccines in the world to protect you like that. You know? Imagine the pharmaceutical drug companies try to sell you if you were living like that, and they figured out how to counteract all the different things that you're inhaling in the air from human shit.
That's so nasty.
So nasty. Look, they'll kill God.
Well, imagine him getting up in the morning, waking up in the morning. Good morning.
I'm glad you just said that about dumping bodies. This is a thing I need to send you, Jenny. Because I read this. I want to figure out what the fuck this actually is. Here, I'm gonna send this to Jenny. It's about liquid human remains.
Liquid remains?
Yeah. So, with this article, it's like that feed the fed back to the population via collateral crops. So they get I hope it's not true.
Making menudo with people or what?
I don't know. It sounds like you're using it for fertilizer, using people for fertilizer, and using people for supplements somehow or another. Like, how did you saying boiling down a human body compensating the family? I don't know, but also there's no DNA, so what do you need time for? The whole body's DNA. What are you saying? There's no DNA, so what, you broke it down to chemicals and now it's okay? So you broke the human body, the container of a soul, down to chemicals, and you're going to pour it on your flowers, and that's okay? It seems weird. Like, how the fuck, we should find out how the fuck they do it. Is there a video we can watch on them doing it? And that's a different way of hot water. It said hot water, it's saying something else. They added some other stuff too. But whatever. What the fuck is this? Oh my god. Mosquito. Let's listen to this. Can't wait now.
Do they put them in there alive?
No. They're just cooking them. They're cooking them up nice. And that's what they get, like little bones and pieces.
Well, I want to be cremated, but that's an option.
Yeah, but you don't want your body being resold as fertilizer. It's just weird to
4 dead people on top of your fucking carrots, so they grow better.
Sprinkle me. What are they breaking it down to? What are they breaking the human body down to that's valuable for them to do that? Like, what is the stuff they're looking for? Let's find that out. First of all, we don't do that. True. Yeah, no, I wouldn't do that. How would can you Google and see these other stories that say that? Okay, I'm not pushing you. I gotta read. Oh, I understand. Whatever it is, it seems like you're supposed to leave people alone. Okay, we're supposed to be different than everything else on the planet. We love each other more than we love anything else. You can use monkeys for experiments, but
Some states allow for any liquid with its peptides, sugars, amino acids to capture carbon to be reclaimed and repurposed as fertilizer.
Yo. Their attorney, do they have to tell you, like, how do they have to tell you if you're going to buy a haunted house? Do they have to see the house where someone killed his whole family in it? Yeah. You see that old tree? That's Lodía. What? Lodía. Like, they're making it up to soil, right? So, right. You right there? We use the Joey to do it part. That's right. Do you think they have to tell you that you're buying dead, or do they just consider it counts at that point? How do they get around selling dead people? Because it seems like if you have the option, you want a dead people. Well, that's the thing. Maybe turn them into fertilizers and AIDS progress. Yeah, that was cheap, but no fucking sewage. The scary thing is when saying that they use it for calcium deficiencies, because that means you're feeding people other people's bones, so they get a source of calcium. But they got vegans, they'll do it again. Maybe it's okay for the person to say, so body plus 95% water, 5% alkaline, basic chemicals, either potassium hydroxide, or a combo, sterile effluent, water salt, peptides, bone fragments, calcium phosphate. So that's what they get out of it. So they boil it down in the solution, and they get out all these different things: water, salt, sugar, amino acids, peptides, and then calcium phosphate. And then I guess what do they do with the calcium? So if you're buying calcium and you find out it's from dead people, they should probably let you know. You probably should have it. I drink dead people. You would sell a lot if you made it from dead people, for sure. Like, you have skull and crossbones on the bottle. There's a lot of assholes would buy that. But then people thought, looking at that, like they looked at you, go, how were you raised? What kind of parents did he have? Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, do you have an anxiety problem? Are you really into someone? But if they were a fucked up person, you take a little bit of their soul inside of you, you know what I'm saying? That's got to be what's happening with the cannibals when they get that disease. So they get shaky. The prion disease that they get from eating each other. Did you ever have that? I don't think so. I think you have to eat spinal tissue. You have to eat brain and spinal tissue. And they're called prions. So the thing about prions is you can't even boil them. Like, if you cook them at like 1,000 degrees, I think, for like hours, it doesn't kill them.
If you ever get to invite to a restaurant and tell you would you serve a human being?
No. Why would I get first?
Or would they tell you after you just ate a floppy little decomposed aqualine body that we made into chicken?
Yeah, I would like that. Would you like that, Felipe?
Hell no.
Yeah, it would be. These were songs. Remember that movie Soil and Green? No. It's an old-timey science movie. But people were being fed soil and green, and this guy figured out that soil and green is made out of people. And they're serving people like this fucking protein biscuit that's made out of human blood. Yeah. There's people that. Is that the one with the old movie, right?
Do they end with a woman boiling a foot?
Oh, I don't remember that. Maybe. I don't remember. There's a
I just remember the premise of the movie. I probably haven't seen that movie 20 years.
I saw one where a guy with a weight mask.
Microwave massacre.
This guy murdered his wife.
Yeah, microwave.
So he does a piece of it, microwaves the body, and makes lunches, and he takes it to work every day.
Wait, this is a real guy?
Real movie.
Wait a minute, real
It's a real movie called Microwave, but it's really based on a real guy. And he would take food that he made it from people he murdered, they would eat it at work, and they would find it on him. Everybody at work was throwing up.
I think there was a woman who got caught eating her husband and serving him to the neighbors.
Wow.
How much did they pay to serve him to you? How much did you hate the neighbors? So I'm going to watch some motherfuckers in the house. Or cook it up nice. Cook up that ass cheek. Turn it
Like my husband.
You're going to love this dish. This is his favorite. Jesus Christ.
I'm in a concept. So bad for him too.
Consomme. A nice bone broth. Good for the soul. Yeah, so that's where that shit comes from. Prions. It's they're scary. That's mad cow disease. That's what cannibals get. It's a very sketchy disease. And there's another one right now that deers have. It's called chronic wasting disease. Same kind of deal. It's a prion disease. And deers are getting it, and they froth at the mouth and drool, and their body shrivels up. Very creepy.
You can eat those?
You can, because there's no crossover to people, but I wouldn't suggest it. I wouldn't recommend it. I mean, I wouldn't. The thing is, you can test, and you can find out if your deer's okay. Like, you can shoot them and then test them, and then you're good to go. But if it tests positive, it hasn't jumped from animal to people. It's only an animal. But what it does to animals is so great. Why would you take that chance? This is how I feel. Why would you take a chance of consuming an animal that literally has a plague inside of it? Because for deer, that's the plague. These deer, they're not even, see the thing, like with people, a disease like that would spread like wildfire, right? With deer, they're out in these big, giant, open areas, and yet still, it's spreading from their saliva onto leaves, and then other deer pick it up. Yeah. It's super fucking contagious, and it kills the shit out of them. And if that jumps to people, that's a real problem. That's a real fucking problem. Because I don't know if they have medication that combats it in deer. I don't know what research they've done to try to figure it out, but I know it's such a problem that there's a lot of places where they're killing extra deer, just trying to keep the populations lower so they don't interact with each other as much, so they don't catch it and giving it back and forth to each other. So people have this right now. No humans have it yet. But I think chronic wasting disease has been, it used to be one type of deer. I'm not sure what deer it started out with. It might have been mule deer. But it's in a lot of white-tailed deer in America, and apparently it's made its way into other ungulates. Like, I think it's in elk. I think they might have even found it in moose. It's scary shit, man. It's a zombie virus. It turns you into a fucking skeleton, waste away. Yeah, it's horrific. And it's probably some of it came from farms. Because they think that that's one of the ways that it's spread. Like, there's a lot of deer farms that do a great job, very ethical. So if you want a property and you want your own private hunting property, and you wanted to put a high fence up, take care of the ground, look for the animals, this is how you've got 1,000 acres, no fence at all in, but you can do that in Texas, and you can buy deer. So you say, okay, I want to buy 20 white-tailed deer, and let them use my property. You got this 1,000 acre spot or whatever. If you get a deer that is from a farm that's unethical, they're all going to stack next to each other just like pigs. And you watch fucking factory farming for pigs. You're going to be corralled and shit. Most of them don't do this, but you're always going to have people that are unethical. And when people do things where diseases start getting spread and they kind of cover it up or lie about it because they don't want to lose money, and then they're sending deer around. So, like, there's a lot of regulations now on how you can move deer across state lines because of these diseases. If you have bad deer meat,
can't cover it up with a bunch of good deer meat where that bad meat disappears.
What do you mean?
She's saying that because I remember myself cooking. and I had like I spilled like a shitload of garlic on my oatmeal, and I was making oatmeal for 15 motherfuckers in rehab. So I just started putting in more oatmeal, more milk by the garlic smell. Yeah, everybody was farting anyway, so I still got it. But do people do that? What you're saying that people do that with deer meat? That when they cover it up,
do that. You can make
that the people
sausage.
are not unethical, they hide it. Right, but
No. So what we're talking about chronic wasting disease is that's different, right? It probably wouldn't even affect the taste of the animal. They'd probably be very lean because there's not much left of them. Or they could have just gotten it and they could be healthy looking, and they still have this disease. They still test positive for it. My fear would be about what that disease is going to do if it jumps to human beings. And if you're consuming it, are we sure that it just goes out of your system, or is it just going to hurt? If it doesn't work in your system, could it work eventually? Is it something that has an incubation period that maybe not now? Maybe it will have 1 in 5 years from now, or 10 years from now. Maybe the version of chronic wasting disease that evolves and changes is going to be making the jump to humans. That's a scary fucking disease to make the jump to humans. You know, there's a bunch of those out there. Yeah, man. And then there's the ones that we make.
gonorrhea.
No, like COVID. They fucking made that shit in a lab. They made it in a lab, spread across the whole world. Think they made AIDS in a lab?
Well, you know,
They like AIDS?
like AIDS or somebody. I read that somewhere. They make all that in labs.
Well,
Wasn't it like part of like chemical warfare, right?
that is part of it.
Like putting disease flag in the natives, chemo, and
Well, they've done a bunch of fucking studies. Like, that's the big
no sorry,
conspiracy
they
theory
had
about
that
violence.
influenza, like
Oh, yeah, no, that was smallpox.
smallpox.
But I don't know if that's even true, because I don't think they really knew what, like, how diseases were spread back then. I don't think they knew you could just, like, put scabs in a blanket and give people smallpox. And if you had smallpox, are you trying to dish out smallpox? Are you trying to catch it so you're handling it and putting it in blankets? It seems like an exaggerated cruelty of what happened. But what happened was Europeans came over here. The Native Americans had, what do you want to call them, the indigenous people. They did not have any immunity to smallpox, and it wiped out 90% of them. Diseases from North Americans or from Europeans rather coming to North America, they wiped out everybody with disease. Somewhere in the neighborhood of 90% of the people that were here are gone because of disease. So, when people want to think that there's no way to prepare like a group of human beings that has no immunity. There's no way to prepare anybody. You're coming in with these stinky European streets filled with shit water, right? Everybody's got some funky parasite, funky disease. They probably fucking stink. They're probably infested with all that
Bullet a bottle way.
they probably have viruses fighting viruses inside their body, coughing phlegm and blood, and they're drinking whiskey, and they come over to
Like having sex with each other.
yeah, and it's probably none of it's consensual. It's probably animals biting each other and holding each other down, and fucking each other. And then they come to North America and they start slaughtering people. There's this one. We've talked about this before. He was like a bishop or some religious man who chronicled one of Christopher Columbus's early interactions with these people. That's horrific shit, man. They cut people's arms off. They don't bring back their weight in gold. And gashing babies on locks in front of their parents. Horrific shit, man. Those are the kind of people that brought those diseases. Like, you want to talk about, that's like a real demon horde. Crazy enough. A real demon horde of people who come over on a boat stinking, covered in their own shit, breathing diseases on everybody. Everybody's dying, like, so unhealthy.
I know, man. Like, I think about that pirate. I don't know, one of the pirates, Blackbeard, man. He was full of gonorrhea. And he would drop mercury on his penis to cure his disease on his penis, because that's all they had.
But what a good movie. Who invented that? What asshole was like, John Mercury?
He probably was on a pirate ship somewhere, made a voodoo doll to this day, man. Mercury, what did you think?
Mercury kills dick.
Yeah.
It says when he held prisoners for ransom, such as the governor's son during the week-long Charlestown blockade in 1718, he asked for expensive medical supplies. This included liquid mercury, which, when injected through a urethral syringe,
Yes.
was a common, ineffective treatment for syphilis. Injected through your pee hole with a fucking syringe. Yeah. Blackbeard had up to 14 wives in different ports. Wow. Damn.
Well, somebody's doing a movie about that guy. Imagine, man, he had the money to put mercury in his dick, correct? So they're cool about it. So they're on for fucking everything, man. Fuck this shit up.
This temple in China that they are afraid to go into. They discovered it, and this emperor, when he died, was such a great emperor that he had this whole field of terracotta statues that were built that look like warriors that are guarding him. It's crazy. He discovered
In China, right?
but the ground all around where this temple is a test for high levels of mercury. And the ancient story is that anybody who ever dared open up this tomb, where this emperor is buried, would drown in mercury.
I thought you were going to say you got gonorrhea.
No, can you imagine drowning in mercury? Imagine like 2,000 years ago, a dude sets up a booby trap for greedy and sets it up where he fills the entire tomb up with mercury. First of all, is that even possible? How much mercury would you have to handle, and how many people would have to die from that mercury? Can you imagine? Where did they get mercury in 2,000 plus years ago? Do you know that story about that emperor and his temple? No, Teotihuacan is Aztec. Yeah, that's probably a common booby trap, I bet. But this one where this temple in China,
Temple around the mercury for a temple.
can you say temple would be trapped with mercury in China? I think it's like the first emperor of China. Yeah, this is the one. So there's one that they have not entered into. But I think this is the one with the terracotta statues, right? It's one of them. I think that's a common thing when great people die. They probably made a terracotta army for them. When they find these things, it's like, here it is. That's us talking about it. Crazy story of first emperor of China's tomb. That's me and Schultz talking about it, right? Good. Click on that. So I'll remember. It's not our video. It's my fucking video, bitch. Somebody else. Well, that's ridiculous, but it's ours, right?
Yeah, it's funny when
So what am I going to say? Like, they would have a copyright on my voice?
But I don't want to get into it, but yeah, we probably have the revenue probably from the card thing. I'm just saying. That's why I was bringing that up.
I love the clip that I watched on from other people's stories.
I'm just saying it's not ours, so I don't know.
Okay, right. Okay.
Yeah.
But anyway, the point is, there's this tomb in China. It's supposedly still be trapped with tons of liquid mercury. I'm sure you'll find it. But it's this area around that apparently tests high for mercury. So they think they store it, and they don't want to open up the door. Which is wild that this dude set this up, if he did, 2,000 plus years ago. I don't even remember how many thousands of years ago it was, but it was insanely impressive.
Wow. For me, to deal with something like that is the worst.
Yeah, where people know Jamie's looking this up, where the fuck did they get mercury, and how much can they get? How much can they have back then?
I want to see the thermometer.
I know, like, where did they get this? We talked about Cinnabar before. Cinnabar. Where they got rid of this stuff. Cinnabar in antiquity was the source of all of it. So how did they do it? Is it a pool? How did they do it? They said how they did it.
air, the sulfur and sulfur dioxide, while the mercury releases vapor and it condensed. Mercury boils at 57 Celsius, these temperatures all of them. It's kilns. They had those.
Wow. So they just cooked up mercury.
Hard to do.
Wow. Well, if they can make a temple like this guy has, they can cook up mercury and fill that temple. That is crazy. That I wish maybe this would be a way with a new technology where they can like pierce into the ground, where they can see into things without having to like actually go in there physically. Because I know they're doing like the LiDAR stuff. I know they can kind of detect where the used to be agricultural places.
Someone digging into is this clay real? And it says that even if
So even though mercury, either cinnabar or as the elemental metal, has been found in tombs dating as far back as the 2nd millennium BC, it's not clear why it was put there. Might its toxicity have acted as a deterrent to grave looters? Probably not. The dangers of mercury fumes were not recognized until Han times. If so, it seems there's a lot of mercury in the burial chamber. It's likely to be either a preservative or an anti-theft device. So the big theory is that it's an anti-theft device, and that's why people are terrified of going in there. Here, hold it right there. Based on estimates of mercury production from the Song era and allowing for the imperfections of the earlier refiner process, he thinks the chamber might have contained at most 100 tons of the liquid metal. Holy shit. 100 tons.
How did Blackbeard find this shit?
Ooh. Well, that wasn't Blackbeard, that was China.
How do you find mercury back then?
Sugar me too. Look at that. That was the device they stuck to the tip. Oh my God. That's insane, right? Sugar me too.
I think for pride or shot.
I think they're saying that just for funsies. So, yeah.
Oh my God, I had a mercury. Syringe, you know, right?
It's all fluff. Good. Try and polish it.
Man, he probably brought in, man. Don't go over there, man. If you look in his eye, they think that's a mercury.
They all died.
Look at this. A pump blister, which would have been fluid along the body of their disorder. They were taking
Like animals?
they're moving.
They're moving. So they were doing that for drugs? Pump liquid into the rectum. Yeah, liquid into the rectum. Why are people doing that with moonshine? Don't they pour moonshine in their asshole? This is what I heard. They pour coffee now. I heard people tampons filled with vodka and stuff them in their asshole.
I mean, they've been doing it's the pirates, so it's not new. There we go.
People that from the government,
Also a bloodletting instrument called a porringer.
I had a buddy of mine, and he did his medical residency in Miami in the 1980s during cocaine times. And he said, dude, that's where he did his residency. So he's in the emergency room. So it's like every day someone's coming in with something stuffed up their ass. They're coked out of their mind. They got G.I. Joe stuffed up their ass. He found people with light bulbs, those like twisty pine cone looking light bulbs stuck up their ass.
Yeah.
All kinds of things stuck up their ass.
I did a show at Lompoc State Penitentiary, and one of the guards told me that some guy made a vibrator out of 7 handballs. The voice. And he taped them all up. And then what happened? How do you guys know? He didn't tie them up too good. They're all stuck in there. Let's take them all out.
Oh, no. He didn't tie them up good?
Yeah, he didn't put it on the rack. And I guess
they go in his butt and all those balls?
Yeah.
How many were in there?
Like 5. Whatever how many balls make this. And you thought you were hiding a knife.
That's a hard way to go to. Sometimes people die that way. You get, toxic shock. Something goes wrong. You can tear your rectum and bleed out internally. Stuff things up your ass. Like the Mr. Hand story. You know Mr. Hand story, right?
No.
There's an old movie based on called Zoo. Zoo is
It's a thing called zoophilia, where people are sexually attracted to farm animals. And so these people met up online, and they found out that there's still out fuck animals in Washington State. So they all went to Washington State. This is Washington State, right? Yeah. This is a movie. True story. All right. And this dude got fucked to death by a horse. And he brings the emergency room. What's going on? And everyone's acting a little shifty. And then they have to tell the whole story. And they find out these people have like hundreds of hours. So people get fucked by donkeys, horses, and shit. And they all did this out on this weird ranch.
Wow.
Yeah. That's how the dude died.
One of the first books, they were not sex books when we were kids.
Mm-hmm.
And they were all nasty books about sex.
Yeah.
The first one I ever read was about people having sex with animals.
Oh, yeah.
But they were like little penthouse stories or Playboy stories. But then they were all with animals. And I remember this woman telling this whole story about having sex with a horse. And like just riding that food.
You never see the Mr. Hands video. There's one video that got leaked online way back in the day. Brian Redbad's house, and it's this dude getting railed by the horse. And it's not even the one where he dies. He dies in another video. But in this video, you see the size of the horse's dick, you see his body, you see his ass, you know what? There's no way.
How many people did this?
One guy grabbed it and just pointed it in the right direction. One gigantic thrust of death. The guy makes this horrible sound, and then his friend goes, too much. And then his friend's like, oh, he came, the horse came. And you're like, this is the sickest fucking thing I've ever seen in my life. And that's how that guy dies. That guy in that video that's getting fucked by that horse was the guy who eventually dies from it.
Is it what the horse used to do afterwards?
I don't think so. It's not the horse's fault. Well, fuck the horse did. The horse is gonna, I wouldn't bend over in front of him. He's kind of, right? He's kind of conditioned now. It's not idiot.
They only found out about it because of that.
Yes. Yeah, that's what I said. Oh, yeah, but it's cool. Yeah.
Well, that first time was the time with ponies first.
No, he's been fucked by a bunch of horses, or a bunch of times by the same horse. But there was apparently many hours this guy getting fucked by horses.
That's like that. It's right? Not like an urban legend. Like
No.
Actually, it's not a donkey show.
You want to see it?
You got to show that.
Yeah.
Well,
Did you have it? You can still get it, right? I bet you get it. I bet if you put it up on X is one of the few places where it's actually illegal. So maybe you can have it on X. Because the bestiality, well, it wasn't illegal when they were doing it though. Yeah, that's fine. No, that's what's called that.
called bestiality when you have sex with an animal.
Oh, you're fucking gross.
So what's the one where you have sex with dead bodies?
That is.
Right?
Don't look at next.
Yeah, you can't find the next different search results. Oh yeah, they probably gained the search results now, right? Yeah.
People have sex with animals, right? Like, since do you want to talk about cats and do you know how ugly they are?
Oh, yeah, there is actually, you verify that that's it. Oh, that's 100% it. Absolutely. Go full screen. And don't show it on screen at all. Yeah. Use the sound when we play this? Nope. Nope, let's hear it.
Okay.
It's on point, sorry, I guess. Here we go. Here's the sound.
That's reverse that.
So that's the guy's butt. The horse gets on top of him, and then the guy grabs it. Look at this. Watch this. Look at the distance. Look at the amount of tissue we're talking about here. Watch this. Watch this. Okay. This is all a loop. This is repeating. This is repeating. Yeah. This is it's already the whole thing lasts a couple of seconds.
Wow.
The movie's fascinating because the movie is like a documentary sort of recreation of those people. And it's not like that. You don't see things, but you just see how fucking bananas the whole
Is
thing
the horse is known for that? Or they just trying to call him random horse? Because he needs to know what he was doing, bro.
They've been fucking that guy for a long time. They've probably been doing. That's what I'm saying. Like they killed him one day, but I think he had
No,
done it a
it's
bunch
not
of
that,
times.
right?
No.
Peter comes out.
Yeah, we were just making noise with it.
That is Mr. With the police,
There's people out there that are out. You're getting fucked to death by a horse in a grainy video. You know, like what is life?
that would be crazy.
But that's your thing. Getting off work at 5. And I think the guy who died was an intelligent guy. Wasn't he an engineer? Bro, he was a Boeing engineer who liked to get fucked to death by a horse. That horse is as long as an arm. Look at how long that dick is.
Oh, like long dogs.
Did you see the size of that
It
thing?
was like 17 inches.
It was gigantic. It's probably bigger than that. When it goes into his body, you're just like, where's the room? Where's the space? How?
How do you walk to it?
I guess you start with fingers.
Label, get your bottles.
Experience certain sensations after motorcycle accident.
That's terrifying. That's terrifying. Well, you know what? That also kind of makes sense, right? Because we talked about this many times now about brain injuries. About people with brain injuries, they get very impulsive, they do reckless things. That totally makes sense. This guy had a motorcycle accident that fucked up the way he feels that. He probably got wrecked.
That's crazy,
So
man.
he probably got a brain injury. And it probably turned him into a wild.
I twisted my ankle, man. Now I want to move too far. Beat me up.
If you want to get fucked to death by a wild animal, get fucked by a bear. Yeah, but you break your brain in that good way. Like for some people, they're just different now.
Yeah, man.
Now they're different. I've seen it happen to a bunch of people when they've been knocked out. Been knocked out really bad.
That's crazy to get knocked down the fuck out and you wake up and go, is there a horse nearby? Is it really horse?
Who knows what's going on with the chemistry in your brain? You just want like zero experience. That's why you want to see people suck a horse's car.
But that's a bit old joke, man. Don't you say, hey, let's take a break today.
Yeah, take a day off.
You know what I said? We had that joke about the Playboy Mansion, and you said that, what's his name? Well, whatever. He would have, every once in a while, a game of punch. And then he goes, and then the punchline was, nah, man, let's take a break.
Don't start fucking guys.
Yeah.
Take a break. Take a break. Yeah, relax. We don't have a break.
Yeah, you only 10 checks a day. You don't have for a guy. You take a break.
I think for some people, it's brain injuries, they get addicted to skydiving, they get addicted to gambling, they get addicted to like really reckless behavior.
You usually was in a head injury, right?
Oh, bad.
Whatever it is.
He motorcycle his head on the curb with no helmet on. And it was a bad one. So California did used to have a helmet law.
Back then, because of him, though.
Well, I don't know. Because of him. Yeah. So he had helped it, but I know that people want to kind of snap. I'm torn on that shit. It's like, yeah, you should have helmet laws because there's 18-year-old boys out there that can have motorcycles, and that's fucking crazy. That's crazy. I'm so glad that when I was 18, I was on a fucking motorcycle.
Once you thought of a motorcycle like at 70 miles an hour, the helmet is like far right.
Yeah, you might slide. You probably just keep your skin grip in your body.
Did you survive it? Yeah, well, it will come to a finish.
Yeah, but that's the thing. If you get really banged, you could screw brain waves after that. You know, and you can think everyone's out to get you. People get real weird. They get real weird. They feel like extra volume. Their brain's not working the same anymore. So they don't know who they are anymore. They don't feel like they used to be.
Yeah.
So they feel crazy. But know, and start thinking, you know what, to help them. Just like, and then you fuck by the horse. It's just, out of all the things that you could be doing, but that's how you chose to go out. All these things that you could be doing, you know, you could be seeing the world.
You said, I don't want to see these.
You could be a food blogger. You could be a fashion influencer.
It would be really true, man.
Taken out by a horse for that in some dirty barn somewhere. That's where you can eat your last breath. But a dirty barn with horse cheese for your asshole.
What is Brand doing?
I don't know. They freaked out. They brought him to the hospital. They tried to drop him off. The cops start questioning him, I believe. I'm paraphrasing for sure. But I think that's how they got busted. They brought off the guy who's got a giant hole in his asshole. He's pale like a sheep. Like, what happened?
The same face.
What? Why is the inside of his body missing? Why does he have a fucking telephone?
Why could we see his shoes through his mouth?
What is going on with this dude? What'd you do? The story about Jimi Hendrix still freaks me out. I'm thinking about the entire time we've been talking. I go back to the idea of them just pouring pills down the greatest guitarist of all time's mouth and then just pouring jugs on, holding them down in their eyes. Motherfucking scary.
His hands.
Fucking U.S. man. Of course. I would say that too. I would say that too. I mean, I don't know if it's true. Who fucking knows? But the idea, he didn't, but he definitely died by asphyxiation.
Some people say also like that the CIA did it. Jimi Hendrix.
I don't know. I think that. But if anything happens, you always think the CIA is involved somehow. Anything, no matter what it is, right? Yeah, pretty much.
They always did.
Yeah, no, trust not.
Secret agent.
Yeah, it's either them, or it's China, or it's Russia. Who's really sending me this text telling me that I'm qualified for $4,000?
Yeah.
Who's, you know those texts you get?
Who's text?
You know those texts you get? Like random texts? Hey, congratulations, you received approval for your loan.
Oh, I don't get this.
You don't get them? I get them for a dude named Ray. So Ray had my fucking phone number before I did Ray. Fucking Ray. Ray must goddamn list. Ray must have put in that number every chance he could. I keep getting these fucking text messages from Ray. And it's all like loans and you qualify for this and this is available. We're looking for someone to hire. So those are weird scams.
You qualify for aluminum siding.
Stand up, you can't stop that from happening. It just seems weird that you get so many of them. You get so many of these scam things where they get a hold of your phone number and just spam you lies.
I think they think you get to a certain age, 50, and they think you don't go to these trips now.
Well, I think young people know.
Yeah, they say to 22-year-olds, hey man, you're 6-year-old, you're home.
If you have a home, if you're dumb when you're 22, you get something you qualify for $4,000. Oh shit, they think this is me. Yeah, I take that money. And then, you know, whatever the fuck they do, I don't know what to do.
There was a guy in our LA that was calling women at their jobs and telling them they had won something, and he convinced them to cut their heels off their shoes.
And you would film them?
So he just calling them up and hey, you just won't blah 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 blah. All you gotta do is cut your heels off your shoes right now. And women were really dead. He called them a bunch of chicks, and they all just fucked up their shoes for that.
Oh, what an asshole. It's funny, but it's
That's
also
what it would be, man. But it was somebody who
you relate, especially with your favorite shoes. You only have one pair.
not my red bottoms.
Those shoes are hard to get. Those bitches are expensive, right?
Yeah.
So why am I so lucky that you don't have to wear shoes that hurt? Girls wear shoes that hurt. They get over wear for so long. Like, I can't imagine. I don't even like wearing things other than feet. Yeah. But like a comfortable boot. Like, you know, I got a couple pairs of these boots. Real comfortable. Easy to walk around in. Nice, smooth leather.
They never had boots.
Boots are great. But the point is,
I never had cowboy boots. I've had Doc Martin, but not cowboy boots.
Boys, they don't hurt to wear. But ladies are always wearing shoes that hurt. What a crazy choice.
5-inch heels. Stilettos.
How about that better paint colors? They have to be perfect. And they wear shoes that hurt all the time. So they have to deal with that. We're so lucky to have that stupid shit. Imagine if we had to wear makeup every day. Imagine what it'd be like. And believe it, what you've done to your eyes.
I don't know, man. Put mercury on them.
Isn't that interesting? Like women, most, a lot, say a lot of women wear makeup every day. Or wake up on a regular basis to wear makeup. It's not a very rare occasion. Most, I don't know what the number is. You want to find out? Let's Google it. That's probably, a lot of that stuff's probably not healthy for you, right? What's those colors? What kind of dyes are they using? What is all that stuff made out of? I'm sure. I mean, maybe some of it's really good for you. Maybe some of it's terrible for you. Maybe it's just like the scented candy lipstick.
Well, I know the lipsticks. The native lipsticks is made out of smashed little buds.
Yeah, that's one of the red dye kinds.
The red smashed little buds. You put them on there.
Can't do that way, right?
It's gonna be bad at horse up your ass.
So, what percentage? Okay. 43% of U.S. women reported wearing makeup daily or weekly. It doesn't break out the daily portion explicitly. Rewinding to 2019, same source noted a higher share of women wearing makeup daily. Gen Z, 18 to 24 at 30%, and millennials, 25 to 34 at 35%, suggesting a decline over time. Separate 2023 YouGov poll of 1,000 U.S. women found that 38% wear makeup at least a few times a week or daily, with older ones 65 likely to wear it daily compared to youngers. You probably will all wear it back in the day, right? You gotta keep up your looks, Gladys. Go back up again, please. Another study from 2017 by Statista, 80% of U.S. women aged 30 to 59 wear makeup.
Yeah, there was a woman back in the, I don't know if it was the 1800, 1900. She was the first woman to make a woman's magazine on clothing, home gardening, how to cook recipes. She was first later put recipes in a magazine.
Oh yeah,
kind of like for a homemaker.
right.
And then, yeah, those are the magazines back then. I don't know what the name of the magazines, but
Jamie, Google is makeup bad for you. What do you think? Google is makeup toxic.
when I was a kid, my seventh grade teacher thought it was bad. Don't put out that makeup, little girl.
Are they what are the ingredients in makeup that are toxic?
Oh, that's right. The lady with green makeup, yes.
Bro, no. The lady with green makeup, the Wizard of Oz, the Tin Man Witch. Yeah, they got real sick, man. Yes, some makeup can be toxic. Lead, mercury, and arsenic and heavy metals can be found in cosmetics. Phthalates, common contaminant in cosmetics. Formaldehyde, a chemical found in some makeup.
Yeah, man. That's what I like to read back then about blackface.
Man, that's scary shit. That's scary shit. I wonder if that contributes to a higher incidence of certain issues, health issues that maybe women have that wear these daily.
I wonder how many, right? How about the people that worked the news back then in the 450s? They were a shitload of makeup.
Oh yeah, yeah. Like, what the fuck kind of makeup did they have back then?
Well, that's probably all companies. Cake makeup. That was it. Those real dodgy shit.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Like, you don't have to wear that, ladies. We're not that complicated.
Do you know how to wear makeup when you do your UFC fights?
No, I don't wear anything. I'm like, are you crazy? I have to go in there with dudes who literally have their heads split open. You know? I have to interview people that are soaked in blood. And sometimes the blood is spitting out onto the microphone all the time. That happens all the time. I get blood on me all the time. Like, the idea of me wearing makeup to look better while I'm out there dealing with people that just got their face punched crazy. That's ridiculous. I won't do it.
So we're gonna speak it to you like when you get a final like real lady, you know, you can. What's you're really up close to these guys. What do you see in their eyes after a fight, like when they're also bleeding? Like you see like they're sensitive and you see things like other people don't see when you're interviewing.
I'm sure you see something.
You can interfere there in the
Adesanya had his second UFC fight against Alex Burr and knocks him down, knocks him out. Cold, beautiful. Right hand and finished him on the ground and then fires off 3 arrows in his body.
Oh, yeah, I remember that guy.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a fucking classic moment. Then he grabs the microphone and gives like one of the most inspirational speeches. Pull that speech up. Yeah, because it's amazing. This is my favorite moment, I think, of anybody after they want to fight. Because it's just like, this was real in the moment from a guy who's the fucking boogeyman, dude. Alex Pereira is the boogeyman. He's the scariest motherfucker in the sport. He knocked Izzy out twice. He left hook KO'd him in kickboxing, and then he beat him down in the UFC, and then Izzy finally knocked him out. And when he knocked him out, when he fires those arrows in his body, and then see if you find that speech. And when you hear it, man, you're like, wow. That's what makes the whole career worth it. It's these moments where you reach out and you touch the world.
I hope every one of you can feel this level of happiness just one time in your life. You will never feel this level of happiness if you don't go for something. When they knock you down, when they talk about you, if you stay down, you will never ever get that resolve. Fortify your mind and feel this level of happiness as you rise. One time in your life, but I'm blessed to be able to feel this again and again and again and again and again.
Amazing. Amazing. That's like human fuel. You hear someone saying something like that, after doing something like that, that can help you all throughout your day. That's human fuel. Amazing. Amazing.
If you're gonna go all the way or don't even try.
Yeah.
Chocolate coffee.
That guy was
If you're gonna go all the way or don't even try, the comedians and girlfriends, I mean, losing wives, relatives, they could be by the time spent in jail, lonely nights in the dark, lonely nights out. But in the end, it's all worth it. All of that. That's great. Yeah, because
Did you ever see the old?
so they won with a Mexican contract told him to. That came out in like in 2000 something, and he plays the Barfly. That's Factotum. Factotum, he plays him at that age, and that's really, yeah, but he plays him good. Yeah,
He's way too handsome. That's outrageous. Nicky Ward made himself look fucked up.
Yeah,
Joe's, two of my friends. You know, you're like,
yeah. Chocolate coffee, one of the drugs in the bar.
yeah.
All women in the world want more, just mine.
You ever see one of those readings that he used to do? He used to do these readings and read from his books for reality, fucking hecklers and shit. Yelling out his girl. He's just a guy, constantly profound.
Yeah. When I started reading, I like to read books about authors that were from Los Angeles, like in the 40s. He's from, and I said I gotta find something that talks about Los Angeles, these streets that I live in. And it was Charles Bukowski. He writes about Los Angeles. And I found out that his inspiration was the name. What's his name? He writes just like Charles Bukowski. He wrote a book called Ask the Dust and The Adventures of a True Detective. I'm lost of his name, but John Fontaine. Yeah, John Fontaine. John Fontaine wrote books in the style of Charles Bukowski, and Charles Bukowski, when he found out about him, he helped him publish all his books again. And that's why I know that Fontaine did, because Charles Bukowski republished all his books again. He was dying of diabetes. So after Dust, bro, he talks about Los Angeles during 1932, bro, when Los Angeles had a metro rail and the world of 1932 first big Los Angeles. Wow. So it's all about this guy from Los Angeles. He talks about Armenians and working the docks in the 1920s.
Wow. That's a great catch.
And they're alcoholics, bro. This guy's an alcoholic, and So it's John McCoskey. These are dudes that work jobs and still were authors.
Imagine going from those guys to TikTokers at Boa.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they actually had jobs during John McCoskey was at that postdoc and they never quit. Yeah. And a story about me, what's his name? The other guy. He started writing for Hollywood and he just disappeared.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, like writing screenplays and stuff?
Yeah, under contract.
Yeah, man, there's a lot of like talented writers who just decide to write for a company. So it's kind of give up on the
Different job. They hired to be a writer and then he said, this is not for me.
I got a book deal once that I gave back because they had too much input. They wanted to have too much input. And then they wanted me to transcribe my standard. That was one of their ideas. They're like, George Carlin did it. I'm like, well, that's fine. I love George Carlin, but so I'm not doing that. Like, that doesn't make any sense to me. Like, why would I want like the worst version of what is on, which is just a live performed version. Second best version of worst for sure print. Audio is slightly better. But it's like, you don't want to do that. Why would I do that? That's a dumb way to write a book. I just want to write about things that I'm thinking. What your book set me for. And then I realized if I'm going to write something, I have to want to, and it has to be something that I do because I'm controlling the entire thing. And then if they like it, they like it. If they don't, they. But it's not something that I would ever want to have somebody help me out with. For instance, article about them. Part of the reason why he didn't explode with other writers didn't because his publisher was no legal for his publisher.
Whoa, I didn't know that. Whoa.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Wow. The financial drain on the publisher hampered the distribution of Ask the Dust. Yeah, one fan put out a short story collection, Dago read in 1940. More than a decade would pass before another Bandini novel. Wow.
Yeah, you can do a bunch of stuff.
He got in a legal battle with Adolf Hitler.
Crazy. Insane.
That's crazy. Dude, I'm looking at it. Is it on audio? Oh, it's on audio book. I'm so lazy. Sitting down and actually reading a book right now. It's too daunting. It's too daunting. Felipe, one more time, tell everybody special on Netflix, available right now.
Oh, my Netflix special available right now. Raging Fool on Netflix. Go check it out. Directed by my wife, Lisa O'Daniel. And I want to give a shout out to my brother-in-law who listens to you religiously with his daughters. Johnny O'Daniel, what's up?
Shout out to Johnny.
Ohio.
All right. Instagram, all that shit. What is it?
Oh, my Instagram is Felipe Esparza. My website is felipesworld.com. I'll be in, I don't know where this is, I'll be in Grand Rapids, Iowa, and it's Helium. But
what are those things?
I don't know.
Okay.
My website. April 5th, I'll be in San Diego with Carlos Diaz. And April 25th, I'll be in San Diego with a bunch of comedians.
Beautiful. Yeah. All right. Felipe. It's always good to see you, my brother.
Thank you for having me.
Good job. Okay.
Experience.
Join my name, you're welcome to podcast my name.
Magnus Carlson. North Carlson. Now, we have so Jeff Green. I'm good with that. I would keep up. And of course, Tony Hitchcock is here, who's a gigantic chess fan, and just creamed his pants yesterday when I told him you were coming in. And then immediately I said, you got to come with me. And so Tony's here as well. It's an honor to meet you, man. I'm always fascinated by people that are at the top of something that's insanely difficult, like chess. And I'm always wondering, like, how much time is involved? How often do you play? When did you start? How old were you when you first started playing?
I think my dad is an avid chess player, so I think he thought that I might have some talent, so he taught me pretty early at around 5 years old. But at that time, I wasn't that interested. I was mostly into Legos, and I was into math and like sports stats, and I had my little flag book with all the countries in the world, their flags and their inhabitants and area and everything. And I sort of that's what I did. Generally, just taking in all the stats I could, also with sports, reading the sports section every day. And I did find chess that fun. A couple of years later, my older sister is a year and a half older than me. She did a lot of chess with my dad. I started sitting in on them a bit, and I started liking it. I really, really wanted to beat my sister as well at generally everything. And from there on, it really just became my thing. It's been my main hobby, and eventually work as well. So,
Yeah, obviously. It's fun. It's so funny though. A spark, that spark with your sister is really what ignited you to keep going for this.
yeah, the funny thing is, like, she's not competitive at all. So she hated the fact that I wanted to play, especially when I realized either. And she liked chess, but she stopped for a while. They started, and I didn't like good enough that there wasn't a competition. So it turned like my dad was just needed. I just needed that extra push.
Yeah, what a call! I think you got some talent. What a call!
He's Grandmaster at 12, was it?
13. So actually, the record is 12. But most kids these days, honestly, they start so early. I was at a tournament in India a few months ago, and there's this guy. He's a 1600 rated player, and he's 3 years old. And like I'm seeing the games, like they're actually decent. And yeah, now there's this one kid from Argentina, like they call him Messi of chess, who's going to become a grandmaster soon. I think he's only 10, so they're really playing the role these days. It's good to see though, because like information is so easily accessible these days. Like it takes a lot shorter time to get good at something.
Well, it seems like now chess, because of social media, it's like everything else. It's kind of exploding because there's so many fascinating videos out. And then, of course, there was like a big controversy with that young man who you believe is a big old cheater. That guy. I didn't know the anal beat thing. Is that a legitimate theory?
So it actually started in one of my friend's streamer channel. Like one random guy made a comment about anal beads, and he was like, yeah, maybe. And then I think it started taking the rounds of Reddit, and then Elon saw it, tweeted about it, and then obviously it blew up. I actually spoke to I think it was Mark Andreessen who said like that would be one way to do it.
Yes.
But I really, really, really don't believe that has happened. Like I think it has no connection to reality, but it just became a thing of its own.
So unfortunately, this young man, we won't explain the thing, but this young man is a very talented player, but does have a history of some shenanigans, correct? And even admitted that he did a little bit of cheating in order to move his rating higher so he could play better players.
Yeah, I mean, he's not admitted to nearly the extent of his cheating. But if you sort of take what chess.com say, then yeah, he cheated a bunch online in a certain period of time, partly in tournaments, but mostly in casual games to sort of get himself standings and play the best way possible.
But he is a very good player.
I think he has become a very good player, yeah.
Okay. So what made you convinced that he was cheating in that particular game? And by what method do you think he could possibly have been doing it?
Could you hear spin? Was it like burn?
You see this seat shift,
Smelling something, or something in the air.
Yeah, I mean that would have been the smoking gun, I suppose. But I think there was a combination of things, though, based on the chess level that I thought that he that I'd seen from his game, both playing against him, analyzing a little with him, and looking at his other games. There were a lot of stories back then. The thing is also there's a Netflix documentary coming in a few months that sort of it's where I'm telling my side of the story. So I kind of go too deep into everything, but what I can say was that there are a lot of factors that made me very, very suspicious. And I think ever since then he has become better, but there's still something off, both then and now. But
it's so fascinating that as an elite chess player, you're able to recognize that something's happening that's outside his capabilities.
Again, I'm not ruling out the factor that chess players are becoming more and more paranoid, because we do have chess engines that basically have perfect chess, right? That anybody with their phone can, as I think Elon tweeted to Gary once, like, my iPhone can beat you at chess, which is the truth. And this means that anybody having access to information it's incredibly dangerous. And I think top level chess has been a lot based on trust, and whenever you have outsiders whom there are these stories about, everybody gets a bit jittery. There's like, as people either like the burst onto the scene, then they establish themselves. People know that it's not a problem. With him specifically, I don't know. He was. It's just he doesn't seem to be playing, or it didn't at that point seem to be playing with a trial. It seemed that he either played kind of or he just more or less played any position very well in certain games. Like he could just, from tactical to positional play very easily, and it didn't smell good to me. It still doesn't, but to some extent, like he had his lawsuit with all kind of. I don't trust him. A lot of other top players still don't trust him. He certainly doesn't trust me or chess.com or Ricardo or whoever he felt wronged by. But
it's kind of as like once someone admits that they cheated a game, especially a game that has a lot of trust in like chess, you're always going to think that he's
cheating always. But the question is, what method? Like, what do people do? So if you're sitting there, you have no phone, your pockets are empty, what could you be doing that could possibly be eating?
Well, first of all, like an invisible air, not people, fans, and so on. Like,
So that you could have the part.
yeah, I think you would. That would not have been detected by the security system that they used at that tournament. They amped up the security after the whole thing happened. Yeah, they start checking our ears, and then we had a lot of tournaments in Paris last year when I played him, where there was proper security, where all these things were picked up, and he didn't play to nearly the same level player. So I think I'm not an expert in all of that, but that's what I've heard from people. That's like the most obvious thing that you could have that someone could have done, and it wouldn't be really that hard to pull off, considering the kind of security we have at chess. And this tournament had like a little bit of security. A lot of them, like open tournaments, people are like wandering in and out of the playing hall. There are people in the playing hall, like spectators, with their smartphone on and taking pictures or whatever, like going in and out. Like they could make signals. It's hard. It's a big problem in chess for sure.
Yeah, so the anal beats that we're talking about, the theory was that he has vibrating anal beats that would somehow or another, through some sort of code, explain to him the moves. And I've thought about this for a lot longer than I care to admit. Like, what kind of code he gets inside his butt to be like, okay, got it.
Well, it would be like, C4. Tell you how it's up. Well, I mean, I'd have to show you. Something right now. No, it would be like it would buzz, right? It would buzz the letters and then the numbers that would indicate where you would do, and it would only be a piece or two.
So like the first three vibrations would be left C, and then okay.
It's just a sort of technological version of ways people have cheated before. There was a scandal back in 2010 where the captain of the French team was one of the French players were cheating. He was basically just standing in certain spots around the table to tell where to move. Oh wow! Oh wow!
30 people up there. It's wild. Well, it's such a competitive thing. Whenever you have competitive things, you always just want to win at cost.
Right. Yeah, it's also funny that one of his teammates from that tournament had worked with me for a long time. They told me like this guy was like going out every night, not taking the tournament seriously at all. But he had degrees like
he's smart.
He was gonna win. That's hilarious.
So is that the most egregious form of cheating you've ever seen or heard of?
No, I actually played an open tournament in Denmark about 20 years ago, where there was a guy who was playing Grandmaster in the first round. Like, he was not a very good player, and he came drunk to the table. He just literally pulled punches from over the chess program, but of course, like he was immediately down. So that was, of course, nearly as nefarious. But
That's just moron.
Yeah. He was just probably some other issues.
It's just such a fascinating game because it's impossible to play if you're dumb. Like there's games that you could just be a savant, like an idiot savant. But chess is it's the most impressive thing for people to be unbelievably good at.
I don't know. I think you can be dumb and be like good at chess. I think like some intelligence certainly helps, but after all, a lot of chess is about learning patterns, right? Basically, anybody can do that. So, like, applying them at a higher level, learning how to evaluate and so on, that sort of is what sets the really the best players apart from merely good players. But I feel like anybody could become quite decent at the game. But I do love the fact that there are no coincidences. Like there are no outside factors. Well, if you don't talk other than cheating, of course. But it's just yeah.
For a guy like you that excels at the ball, what is the difference in your preparation? Is it just simply, you think, or is it something about the difference in your preparation without giving away any secrets, obviously?
I'm like known in the chess world for being like a little bit lazy. I think the thing is that I
What do you mean lazy? Like, how's that possible?
No, the thing is, like, I've never been the kind of person who wakes up in the morning, works 6-7 hours, and just like a normal job, and then
Because a lot of them study computers.
yeah, exactly. Like I think about the game, and all the time. Like I play online. I look at games. I read some.
Do you play anonymously?
I used to do that all the time.
What a bloodbath that must be.
But I think I got humbled one time with this Russian grandmaster who somebody else asked him like if a certain account, a certain website was me, and I was like, yeah, I don't know who that is, and this guy was like, yes, that is you. And he listed up like 5 other accounts that I thought nobody knew about.
Oh wow!
That were also me.
How do we play?
Yeah, I think it's playing strength, playing style. Because I tried to switch up my openings on different accounts to not make it obvious that it's to me. I have like a style where I switch that up lots, so it makes it easier. But I think you could just tell by the playing style. So
That is crazy.
These days, I play with my own name. I don't really care about that anymore.
Yeah. So, do most professional players study chess all day long? At the highest level?
I think quite a few do. I don't know like people's day-to-day activities. So
You guys talk about it?
not much. The people that work with, they certainly study chess, but others I'm not quite sure. The thing is that chess has always like still been a bit of a hobby for me. That once it starts to be like work, then it's harder for me. I had a chess coach when I was little. I went to have sessions once a week, which I loved, and then he started giving me homework, and I told him like I don't like homework, but I would still spend a lot of time like reading books, playing a lot, like the things that I would do them for fun, and that was the difference between me and the other kids is that they would go to chess practice, they would maybe even do their homework, but they weren't living and breathing sort of the game that in the way that I was. Like I think about it all the time. Like I'm thinking about the game while I'm sitting on this chair. Like I'm still analyzing the game that I played today. Like it never goes completely out of my mind. And I think a lot of very good chess players do that, but like casual chess players.
So maybe the thing is discipline versus enthusiasm. Enthusiasm causes obsession and enjoyment, which probably leads to better retention of information. Whereas just pure discipline for the sake of like, I have to do the work in order to get better, you're missing this enjoyment. You're missing this enthusiasm for it that you have managed to, although absorbing so much information, playing all the time, you've managed to keep it playful and fun.
I think so. I think this is definitely the way that it works for me. Maybe for others, I think for anybody, like if you want to be great at something, you have to be success with it.
Yeah.
And yeah, it has to come with it. Like nobody can. Yeah, maybe in certain sports you can get that good purely by very very targeted practice and a lot of hours, but yeah, I think for me it's just the way that it works, and I do like process data, even though like I don't necessarily study, like I don't deliberately practice all the time. I still process the information, so it's still whatever the method is, it just works.
But it's interesting because you've been able to excel above so many, and it makes me wonder, like, what I always am fascinated by whether it's a Tiger Woods or whatever the athlete is, whatever the game they play. What separates the very best from everyone else? Like, I know in martial arts, there's a series of factors that have to do with genetics, training, coaches, sparring partners, and then ultimately discipline and drive. But chess, it's all mental. Physical has nothing to do with it. So do you think it's a genetic thing? Do you think you have a unique mind for chess? Do you think it's this balance that you keep with enthusiasm? Like, what do you think separates you from everyone else?
I think it has to be a variety of factors. I think there's no doubt that I'm incredibly naturally gifted at the game. Like otherwise, I wouldn't have come. My dad is incredibly good with numbers. He started playing chess quite late. It became that became decent. Like my mother was quite smart, and my sisters are very intelligent too. So like it's clear that that there are some good genes, and I just I happen to find also an environment early on where I lived near Oslo, which had probably the best chess environment there was in Norway at the very least, where there were I had access to coaches, and I had access to like a little training group of other ambitious kids. After that, I think the most important thing that I've done is that I haven't really listened to people who want me to do things like a certain way, because that's the way things have always been done, especially with the Soviet chess school. That was the dominant one for so many years. So I've always sort of gone my own way, tried to have as much fun. Everything has to be about enjoyment. And yeah, I cannot tell you why, but I just like understand the game better than the others. I don't calculate necessarily as far as the other, but my intuition, like for short lines, constantly evaluating is just better.
It's always just such an interesting thing to analyze, like high performers, and just to wonder what it is that separates high performers. When you say your father started playing late, how old was he?
Oh, I think he started playing about 14, 15, something like that. In chess, that's great. He never like took it that he wanted to, like he pursued it, but
As a hobby.
As a hobby.
When you say take it seriously, you mean like you?
Yeah.
Right? this is what makes me think about epigenetics. Like, we still don't exactly know how much information is transferred between parents to children, and it's a lot of talent, whether it's like singing talent or sports talent. But you have to wonder, like, is that coming from genes, or is that coming from the environment which this child grows up, which this person, or is it a combination of all those factors? Like, I wonder if someone gets really good at very early on, I wonder if some information or some proclivity for the game gets transferred.
I think the reaction in the chess community, at least with certain people, was more along the lines of how could such a lousy bear have such some chess with my dad. The fact is as well that there are practically no, there are many couples of, like both mother and father are grandmasters in chess, but I don't think any of them has had sons or daughters that are grandmasters. So it looks very curious to see anywhere like in the NBA or the NHL or football or wherever, like it happens all the time. So I cannot say exactly why that is, but it does suggest that it's not a given that it's genetics that your children have. And it's not anything to do with that. I wonder if your child and your parents are absolutely obsessed with games and more. And you're like, fuck this game. Like, I want to go play in the park. My parents can pay attention to this bullshit. And there's a lot of children with alcoholics that will not drink. They won't even try it because they've seen the effects of it. I wonder that. So, see, this chess is obsessed. And I remember when Howard Stern was playing, I was talking about it on the radio about how he started to hire a coach, he was playing all the time, he was improving his ratings. I was like, oh, this is eating up your mind. But it's a game that gets you in your bones. It really does, because like the entry is not so easy, right? Like you don't like just get it immediately. You don't necessarily get enjoyment on it immediately as you start to play. So you have to spend time on it. And then I think when you're trying to do something like that, it becomes much more rewarding, and it's easy for that kind of obsession when you start to get that. So the good thing about that controversy with cheating was that I think the folks, because it became mainstream news, it was like a big issue. I think there was a positive aspect of it in terms of the publicity of the game. Do you agree with that? Oh yeah, for sure. I think for any field of that's trying to achieve something with publicity, there's always going to be a little bit of a negative. What exactly we're connected with, right? Because this is everybody knows chess cheating, but overall, I think it's been massively positive. Hopefully the Netflix thing coming in the year, even though like anything. Yeah, it's a Netflix Untold documentary. So basically, it's a series of sports documentaries, and they're doing that. It's not something that I wanted to necessarily be part of, but I do recognize the fact that these things raise the profile of the game, and you see now like everywhere people like it just showing up in these algorithms on YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, everywhere. So it's just like much more of the design kind of thing.
Yeah, it's certainly showing up on mine. It shows up on mine all over. Right? So, yeah, when you've always been a giant chess fan.
It's actually a newer thing, but like when I got into it, it was just everything. Now it's what I do right before bed. I fall asleep. Usually, I fall asleep during actual games online on my phone.
You're driving me crazy.
Yeah.
How can that happen?
I'm exhausted.
What do you do when you wake up?
Oh, that's it's total
You wake
opposite.
up, you're lost.
Yeah, no, I wake up and I look at the board and it said you resigned because I went over my time or whatever.
Yeah.
I just ran out of
How
time.
many times do you resign?
It happens in embarrassing a lot of it. It's how I fall asleep now is playing chess. But what you will appreciate is that when I fall asleep playing chess, like when I fall asleep, I'm still playing the game in my dreams sometimes. And sometimes the game will go all night and it'll be like this never-ending game and pieces will pop back up that have already gone.
That sounds amazing. Like I would, like obviously that would never happen to me. I like to play a game of chess on my phone or my iPad whenever I have some time, especially like if I know that I have 15 minutes or whatever. And then if something comes up, like my wife tells me like I have to be somewhere to do something, it's like, can you just finish the game? I'm like, no, I can't. Just have the game. What are you talking about?
Yeah, obviously that's the difference. Yeah, you can't just resign. That's no, you gotta write that bitch out.
Yeah.
This episode is brought to you by Zero Day, a new Netflix limited series. This conspiracy thriller is about a devastating cyber attack that downs America's infrastructure. Take a listen.
Thousand die on Zero Day. Come use this on the watch Zero Day. Did you grab the registry from my room? I'm in this investigation on it at the White House. We've been up times out. Oh, this really is. I don't think this bad.
Robert De Niro, absolutely legendary in his first TV series, and you don't really know if he's the good guy or the bad guy till the end. Zero Day has an incredible supporting cast, including Angela Bassett, Jesse Plemons, Lizzie Kaplan, and Connie Britton. Zero Day is now playing only on Netflix.
Yeah, that would be like psychologically torturous, right?
Yeah, especially if I'm playing somebody who's a little bit of a rival.
Right. No chance.
Because like every time like I lose games, it's a little bit of a story, right? Yeah, trust me. So I prefer to help them as often as possible.
I played a little bit of chess when I was young, but I never really got into it. But my real introduction where I got fascinated with chess was actually at a pool hall. Because people in the pool hall would play chess sometimes, but there was this one guy, he went to jail. And in jail, he learned how to play chess with his head, in his mind. And then there was a young kid who was a grandmaster, who was like 16, 17 years old, somewhere around that. Really, really good chess player, who kind of like lost his way and started hanging around pool halls and gambling and being weirdo. And I watched these two guys play chess with just words. And I was like, what are you doing? Like, what? I was like, I think I was 22 or 23 at the time. And I was like, what are you doing? And they're explaining to me that they're playing chess and memorizing the board in their head. And I'm like, that's fucking crazy. And then I saw a video of you blindfolded. Playing how many people? How many people do it? What's the most people you've ever played blindfolded?
I think I've played 12, but the world record is somewhere like 50. That's crazy.
Like, wow. You played 12 people blindfolded.
Yeah. For me, that's as long as the people I'm playing are kind of decent at chess. That actually kind of makes it easier because it's easier to store the games when I recognize the patterns and so on. When people start making weird moves, I kind of really recognize. So this is another one actually. This is a blindfold time symbol, like there are few games. But what's difficult about these is that the moves do not come to me in sequence. So like the presenter will tell me on board 2, e takes d5, and then all of a sudden on board 1, e6, and then on board 2 again, and so on. That makes it a bit.
So you have to jump back and forth. So the other games,
there's with a player, even though if they know they're going to take, they must wait to turn.
Exactly. That's kind of a normal way of playing now, of playing this level. I think the last time that I played a proper blindfold primal was at an event in Vienna back in I think 2015, and then I had some nice but spicy Chinese food before the game. I sat down and like my stomach was acting up. I couldn't think, so I played for 10 minutes. I realized I cannot do this. I ran away for 15 minutes and then I came back. I finished the game, but ever since that, it feels like I've done it, and now it just is incredibly hard to do again. But
do you prepare when you do something like this? You get ready to do a blindfolded multi-game thing?
Not really, because it's like if my mind is on, then it's really not that hard. I feel. So no, the preparation that I do is right there. I see my opponents, so like I sign a certain face to a certain seat, like a certain number, and so on. So that's just about what I do.
So you assign their face and you think of their face as their play.
Yeah. Face like number one. It's that position.
Right.
Yeah.
And what are you seeing in your mind when you're envisioning the table? When you're looking at the board, are you merely thinking of positions, or are you actually thinking of pieces? Like, how are you breaking it down?
No, I just see the chessboard.
Just see it completely like 3D chessboard in your head.
Yeah, so it's and then when I'm playing a cycle, I just really think about one at a time, and I kind of store the others away. And,
but that's so crazy. Like when you're 5-6 moves in, and you're thinking of all these pieces moving around, and you've got to remember, completely memorized each position with 12 different boards.
Yeah, so like the difficult part of it, that's where things sometimes go wrong, is that so generally I remember all the games that I play, but I don't remember every move. I remember like in broad strokes what happened. And this is what can happen in these blindfold games as well sometimes. Like I can remember everything that's going on, but maybe there's a pawn on the side that I cannot remember if it moved one square or not. And that's the thing that can be difficult. And I do. We used to have these blindfold like professional tournaments actually. That used to be like both fun but also totally exhausting. And then we would play on a computer, so we'd have like like live chessboard where we would just click from one square to another, and then flip whenever your opponent would pop up on the screen. And I've had, and also the software will tell you if you're making an illegal move. So I've had people like lose track, and then you see them just clicking, but trying to figure out what the position was. Like there was one guy who I played, like he thought his rook was a file, and if it wasn't that file, he would be able to save a draw. So I think he tried every single rook move on that file, hoping that the rook was there. But like obviously I knew that it wasn't. But yeah. Overall, I feel like honestly, like blindfold chess is a bit of a party trick in the sense that for the very top players, it's not that hard. But obviously, for like serious chess players, it seems incredibly hard. But I'm sure that for instance, like solving Rubik's cube is really easy for those who know how to do it quickly, right? Yeah. It still looks incredibly impressive for outsiders.
Have you seen they use the computer with the AI to do a Rubik's cube in less than a second? No, wow. Yeah. It's crazy. It just goes, it just spins it.
I never figured that shit out. That's crazy.
It's like there's a sequence of moves. If you follow a sequence
do it automatically. Yeah, someone explained it to me once and they did it, and I was like, what? I don't remember what it was because I don't give a fuck. It was just like eight times this way, 8 times that way, 8 times this that way, and just keep doing it, and then eventually it'll be all flattened out at a certain point in time. Yeah, but this computer does it like.
You Rubik's Cube too?
No. I'm talking out my ass. Like I think the world record is only like 3 seconds or something. Like it's something absolutely insane.
Imagine the time you could spend building a business, raising a family. You might get the fucking world record all the same time. It's so red. So dumb.
Yeah. Well, we all have to spend our time.
Watch this. What do you do? How crazy is that? Ready, go. Yeah, less than a second. Wow. That's crazy. Show it again in real time. So give up, kids. Give up. Give up. You can get it figured out. That's a dumb game. Like, do you play other games as well?
No, not that much. My parents have brainwashed me when I was young into thinking that computer games are no fun. And
Really?
yeah.
But you're a pro man now. You realize that's a lot.
Yeah. I have, but
I
it's
can
still,
see you call it fucking brother.
No.
Outside.
the thing is like, I actually got I got a PlayStation recently, but like my wife is playing GTA and all of these FPS games, and I'm like playing some, chill FIFA or something. So, but the thing about that is that I didn't really spend that much time on those things when I was little, which I think was a good thing. Like I was doing some sports and I was doing a lot of chess, not so much school, but I kind of found time for everything else. And I think it was an important part of my chess education as well. That I think some of the kids today are missing. That I actually learned chess on a physical board. I was able to practice from a fairly young age playing online, but I wasn't allowed to use the computer for more than a couple of hours a week, right? So I had to spend that playing chess. Otherwise, I would just sit there with my board, with my books, and try and figure things out.
Yeah, the thing about video games is the narrative was always video games are a huge waste of time. And if you do it, you're not going to get anywhere in life. The problem with that is now people make a lot of money playing video games, and they've also shown that there's some benefits from video games that leak over into other things. Like for instance, they found out that surgeons who play video games regularly make it's like 25% less errors, 37% less errors. That's I would feel like if there was a factor in medical school and they said, well, if you do not do this, you will make 37% more mistakes. They would force you to engage in that, whatever it is. It's like whatever particular discipline that was. Like, you want to be a surgeon, you must do this. I would say, if you want to be a surgeon, you should fucking play video games because these people are 37% less likely to screw up an operation.
That's why I'm not a surgeon.
But I'm saying, so video games are not necessarily waste of time. And they've also shown there's cognitive benefits that can be gotten from playing video games on a regular basis. Things which doesn't make sense, but it seems like a frivolous pursuit, whereas chess is like a noble and very respected pursuit.
I'm glad you say that. Like we've officially. That is what chess has, though. That it is very respectable population, and it does have that different standing from another game. Like I'm not very interested in video games for sure. Like I know like you do that. There are studies that show that it can be helpful. I think with anything. If you're obsessed over something, the only thing you will become good at is that particular thing. Like I have with chess. I just think for me specifically, it was probably a good thing that made me just sit and focus on chess rather than all sorts of other things.
Oh, most certainly. Because video games are very, very. I had stuff on video games. We used to have a whole local area network for old students. We'd all play Quake. And it was a real problem. Like, I just wanted to end the podcast so I could go play Quake. And then you play for hours. And eventually got to the point where I was like, okay, I gotta quit again. Just cold turkey, never again, leave it alone. Because they're just too fun. And if you have other things, you have obligations, like chess, if you're an actual professional chess player, Call of Duty or whatever you're playing, Quake, it's gonna eat you alive.
I remember like when I first moved out, I was technically a chess professional, but I didn't have a lot of time to, I had a lot of time to kill when I was home. So, and I got myself a PlayStation, played a ton of FIFA back then, and there was a GameStop near me that like they made a lot of money, you just buy new controllers all the time. I would throw it into the wall. But I have that same personality that I become obsessed with things, and then I just have to quit this cold turkey. That's the only way that works.
Yeah, I think, this is why I've avoided golf. And like Tony's big up in golf, and so is Jamie. It's like I see what it is. I'm sure I would love it, but I don't have that time to do it.
Well, I can tell you that I always thought, I wouldn't say that, but I always thought that I would get into golf later in life. And then I decided more or less a year ago that I was going to start, and now I am obsessed, and it's all I want to do. So
Yeah,
I can 100% relate. But my wife knows that I'm so happy when I come back from golf that it's like better if I get to do it quite often.
Yeah, even you should fake me that. Keep doing it. No. Like, that's ruining Canelo Alvarez. There's been a lot of criticism in the boxing world, and particularly in some of his promoters and things along those lines. Where they've criticized his. He plays every day, even when he's in camp.
Yeah, it's a tricky thing. If they do that with him, and I obviously see them do it with Trump, but you have to golf to understand what golfing does to you. It appears from the outside that people are drinking, smoking pot, and having a good old time out there and giggling around, farting around with their friends. But the touch grass, meditative element, it truly is, like he was saying, like, I'm in such a crazy good mood after golf. Everybody at the comedy club can notice it. Like, it's like an it gives you a massive burst of energy. So like just the bad reputation that golf has, like I would want my president golfing a couple times a week, knowing the effects that it gives you, a much clearer mind, a big burst of energy. You would think it would be exhausting walking around the woods or grass for 4 hours, but for some reason it's totally the opposite. It's whether it's the sun, the grass, the this, the that, the differential, going from a powerful thing to a mid-range thing to the delicate touch and accuracy of putting, these repetitive things. For some reason, it's a mind clearer and kind of an energy giver. Whereas video games and other things make you depressed. It's almost impossible to be down or depressed after golfing.
Well, it's certainly a stimulant, right? Because it's hand-eye coordination, calculation, managing the lay of the land, the way the rolls, the hills are, and all those factors. I think this is something that I think people genuinely need in life, and I think it's one of the reasons why people respect chess so much is because they know how difficult it is, and they know that all this is going on, and that you see you two just staring at the board, looking at these pieces and calculating this insane number of possibilities that can emit from each individual move. It's like that stimulation when someone gets good at a game. I think it's very valuable for you, and I think that can apply to all sorts of things in life. So I agree with you. I want the presence of the dog too. I wanted to find something, whatever it is. Find a thing that you can excel at other than just being a president.
Yeah, even if it was Call of Duty.
Yeah, if I wouldn't want that. The president going, "Fuck yeah!"
We had that. It was George W. Bush, and there was no video games.
Sorry. Yeah, it is dark. Well, I mean, they literally use PlayStation fucking controllers when they were using drones. I don't know if they still do it now. I think now they have more sophisticated setups, but one of the reasons why they were using those was because so many people are accustomed to those. You get kids that have been playing, Madden 10 hours a day for 15 fucking years, and then you give them the same controller, and they're like, "Oh yeah, I can fucking drop some bombs with people." Like, you can't drop it all.
That's horrible.
It's dark.
Yeah, and I'll always have like these skills that you have a video game, like you think it in the same way.
Well, it really haunts those people there. There's a very specific type of PTSD that drone outbreaks get. It's because they see the people sometimes for days in advance. So they're doing surveillance, they're waiting for the moment when they get the green light. They see these people, they see them with their families, they're watching them from above, and then they drop bombs on them and they cease to exist. And this is happening on completely the other side of the world.
Yeah, there's press X on the control.
Yeah. But if you want to get good at that, go with video games. It's not for everybody out there, Magnus.
I'm also trying to think, like, could you get surgeons to come up with it? This probably doesn't work that
No, probably doesn't work that way. Well, I guess surgeons, just whatever hand-eye coordination that they have is probably so intricate that they could probably excel at anything. They probably get good at video games. Like a very good surgeon who's never played video games would probably get really good at video games real quickly because the communication between hands.
There's also probably a tricky part of that stat where the younger people are the ones playing the video games that probably wouldn't slip up with their hands as easily as an older surgeon that has never played video games, right?
Yes, right. Yeah, that's a good point. It's interesting that chess is uniquely the game that's respected. Like, probably out of all, even if you play golf, they call you a fuck up. You say you play chess, like, oh, that must be an intelligent man. It's probably the most uniquely rewarded game in terms of the way people respect it in society.
Yeah, and we're very lucky that it has this unique position. Whether that's deserved, I don't know, but there's just something about the fact that it's a very, very simple game, but it's still so incredibly difficult. The thing now though is that we're trying to actually make it a bit more difficult for a classical form of chess, because now computers are so strong. Preparation has gone so far that the thought of like sitting down at the board and just thinking on your own from the very get-go is it's not there anymore. Anybody who's really good at chess, like anybody can learn the best openings like very quickly. Even if you go like 10, 20 years ago, you could play. You could play, for instance, in Chess Olympiads, which is the biggest team nation tournament in the world, and you could play against the best player from let's say Colombia, and you would know that they have a certain skills, but they might not have the same set of openings. Right now, all of these, like, there are kids everywhere. And they just like them know their stuff so well. So now we're like testing out new formats. one that we call freestyle, which is basically there are 960 possible starting positions if you shuffle the pieces on the first track. And basically, like, you start out, you just draw a position 10 minutes before the game, no preparation whatsoever, and you basically start with like a game you map every single game. So that's sort of for the traditionalist. That's not like the same game. So like, there's some people who don't like it, but for the professionals, it's a chance like to use their skills, because otherwise chess is moving, like it's becoming faster. Chess used to be art, science, everything. With the way things are now, it's just very fast. There's all game sports and so on. Like, I feel like with thinking from the very first move, you're bringing some of the other factors back in there as well.
What I think is really unique about today is that kids today who are coming up are not just studying from books and from coaching, but you can watch so many good games instantaneously anytime you want. This is what's so unique about today. And I think it applies to all sports. I think it applies to all games. I think it applies to stand-up comedy as well. I think it's one of the reasons why the younger guys are so good at it. It's like you get to see very high-level stuff, which gets into your mind that this is how to play at a very early age, and you can become obsessed and just absorb so much more.
Yeah, and you see there are such different approaches as well, even with the kids. Like, I had a training camp a few years ago with a kid called Alireza Firuza from. He plays for France and Iran originally. He was about 14 then, and my chess coaches had like recommended that we bring him in, because he said that this is the most talented kid out there. So we have this camp where typically everybody has their laptop, and there's a chessboard in the middle where you sort of and you sort of look at your own thing and then some things together on the board. You throw out ideas, mostly for openings, but also sometimes other little exercises and so on. And this kid, he would have his laptop where he would analyze a certain position, and then he would play games like for money on that same site at the same time, so that he could buy cloud engine types, because like his very best engines, they're stronger, like if they're in the cloud than from your own laptop generally. So you can buy time for that by playing games, like 1-minute games on that server. He would play 5-minute games on another server, and he would analyze with us on the board, and he was still like following everything. He had no problems whatsoever just being there. So like, it's just that's one way of doing it. Like, he basically became one of the best players in the world by just constantly playing chess all the time, and mostly like really quick games. And then you have a current classical world champion from India, Rakesh. He doesn't play casual games at all. He just studies his ass off all the time. And he's also like, he's not good at rabbit chess, he's not good at blitz, he's not good at other forms. But he has made all these studies about classical chess. He didn't even own like chess software on his computer before he was like 13. Wow. And he was grandmaster. Wow. At that time. It's interesting to see that there are such different ways to develop even these days.
I just think it's fascinating human beings' capacity to excel at things, and that you really only know when someone pushes it a little bit further. Like this guy playing all these games out, it's like, you know what I mean? It's like when if everybody's doing it one way, if if everybody's only playing, a few games a day and hanging out, like you'll probably all stay at the same level. But if you got one fucking psychopath in the group that's online and is playing, is reading books, and that guy's gonna pass everybody. And then everybody else realizes, like, oh, that's possible. I could have gotten as good as him. I better really pare down.
Yeah, because you could also see that in these guys' playing style. The guy who has been playing like constantly all the time from when he was little, he has fantastic instincts, especially with the little time. He just knows where the pieces go. And like he's the only one of the kids who has that kind of feeling. The indie guy, on the other hand, from the way he studies, he's like, during games, like he's meticulous, he calculates, like he sees every decision as a problem he has to solve, more than, oh, what does my intuition tell me? Oh, I'll do this. It's like, for him, it's more, well, this is possible. Let me like try and see this all the way through. So it's just, it's just very, very different. And, they call it like the tortoise and the hare. So, sometimes, and then in certain situations, the tortoise will win, and other situations, the hare.
Right. So there's different types of tournaments, and there's some tournaments that have no time limit for moves.
Oh, there's always a time.
What's a traditional time limit?
What it used to be in chess was you'd have 2 hours for 40 moves, then you'd have an hour for the next 20 moves, and then half an hour for the rest of the game. So a maximum of 7 hours. And that form is still being played. And then you have faster forms of chess, which is blitz chess, which is usually 5 or 3 minutes, and rapid chess, which is somewhere from 10 to 30 minutes.
Did you ever, before you were known, did you ever go to Washington Square Park and play those hustlers?
No, I actually went there in 2010, but I think some people went back then as well. I think it's a bit of a myth, though. How they are like they're like okay, they're not like Europe. No, they're not grandma's level. There was one guy though. I don't remember what was what's the name of like up by there's part of there with their playing chess as well. They're not playing this guy. He played like very strange openings, right? Like he put like just a couple pawns, one square forward, and then he started developing pieces very slowly. So at first I thought this guy has no idea what he's doing. Then it turned out like he actually had a system. So after like 10, 15 moves, I was in a lot of trouble. And then like the game became super concrete and tactical, and I was. But it struck me that this guy like has I think he just played the part all his life, so he had developed a certain system that was actually like effective. You don't know what you're doing against it. That was kind of interesting. Like he was fairly old, so I'm sure he played chess his whole life without ever learning any kind of theory or something like that. He just had
That's fascinating. Can you ever learn something from people that have an unorthodox approach like that?
Oh yeah, for sure. It's happened several times. There was like my dad used to play a ton of chess at home. Like he used to have a home office, and then certain times he appeared to be focused on his work. But I knew I was starting to look at his eye, which told me that he was actually playing chess. So I would go over and watch. And then at some point where I was already a lot better than him, he played a certain opening as white. I told him, what is this opening like? Where did you learn this? And he said, oh, you talked about the very same opening, but with the black pieces. So I thought I was going to play it as white, like with one tempo more, right? Because you're moving first. I never like I'm one of the best players in the world, and I never thought of that. So I actually took up that line, and I used it. I used it with six. That's like some of the best players in the world. Wow. So I don't know if that variation has a name. Like I've seen some other players play it afterwards as well, but I just call it the Henry Carlson variation. That's really interesting. Yeah. Dad must be pretty proud of that. He is very proud. It's funny though that my dad and my sisters, two of my sisters, they played a bit of competitive chess as well. I think at some point in time, they wanted to learn a couple of things, so I taught them a couple of things, and I think all of them just never anything else basically. So they certainly didn't have the same kind of passion to study that I had. I was able to push them into some deeper finding. How do you decide what opening to choose? Have you ever decided an opening? No, fuck, I should have done that one. Yeah, sometimes. Honestly, sometimes I don't know what to do, so I just randomize because I think at a certain time you might think that against this opponent you should play a little bit more of an aggressive opening, but then maybe I feel good about my tournament standings. I don't want to mess that up. So it's easy to go for a safer approach when like the optimal approach would be a bit more aggressive. And then like if you're random, I say, then you go on occasionally go for the more aggressive approach. So that's what I sometimes do. It's just I randomize it and then I just sort of accept the outcome. It makes me more unpredictable. It makes me harder to prepare against as well. So that's what I sometimes do. It's not going to be out there, but it's going to be between in like 2 or 3 options that I think are roughly liquid. Everyone plays just stylistically. So when you say randomize, how many openings do you have that you pursue on a regular basis? Oh, it's hard to say. Probably why to have like 5 or 6 options that I can go to, but only like 2 or 3 that I feel really good about, and I think similarly with life. So, and then when you randomize, you just go in your head and one thing stands out for you and you stay on track. No, I just write up of my phone. Oh, really? That's from rolling the dice. Yeah. Oh, wow. And I think, honestly, a lot of people could benefit from that because you agonize over these minutes decisions. Like you spend a lot of mental energy before a certain game, agonizing over what opening you're going to play. And if you know that you're going to make a decent choice, that you leave all the agonizing to like there's nothing because it's left to chat. It makes it a lot easier. That makes sense. When you're saying mental energy, do you talk about the spicy Chinese community, but do you normally have a method of like when you eat, vitamins you take? Is there certain things that you do to optimize your clarity? Yeah, like if I'm playing in the early afternoon game, for instance, like starting at 1, I try to eat like one big meal before that, which is generally like a big omelet with some kind of salad. You eat pretty clean before a bit. Yeah, I usually do. Sometimes like after games, like I will eat something, like eat some dessert and so on. But before the game, I try to keep it fairly clean. I did learn that when I was little. Like sometimes, like my parents, they were generally quite strict about sweets and stuff. But sometimes I would eat sweets during tournaments. That my blood sugar would drop like crazy, and I would start taking steaks. So that's something that I learned quite quickly about
I should say. Did you ever mess through vitamins or nootropics or anything like that? Things that nutrients and help memory?
No, I think it's a little bit about the way that I was raised. Like I never take medicine unless I kind of have to. I don't really take supplements or anything like that. So I probably should. Like it's not a bad idea. Like my wife is half American. Like she's completely different. Like she takes 5 times of vitamins every single day. She's very meticulous about it. But yeah, I don't know. I never can't ever make you make that. Yeah, I may probably have an impact on it. I mean, it's extraordinary to think about how good you are without it. Like any little thing that can give you a very slight edge. And I think that vitamins for sure give you a slight edge, particularly nootropics. There's a bunch of different vitamins that have been shown, through clinical trials to improve cognitive performance. Theanine, there's acetylcholine, a bunch of different things that enhance memory. They're essentially just nutrients. What's the? I know that people are like ketamine. No, not ketamine. No, that's not ketamine. Creatine. Yes.
Creatine was a bodybuilding supplement that was almost a kid. The steroids in the 1990s believed that he was cheating, and then they realized it was just a component of food. But one of the things that creatine does that's very extraordinary is it aids in performance when you're sleep deprived. So if you ever find yourself sleep deprived, you have to do something where you have to use your mind or creatine and have stuff.
Well, I mean, I woke up today and my watch said my sleep was like I got 15. Like I slept for 5 hours, but I got 15 minutes of REM sleep. Like in video, that's yeah. I can't use that because I was playing chess with it earlier today. So I could use that. But
yeah, creatine is something that everybody should take. Children, everybody should take. It's a really good supplement, super safe. And it aids in strength and muscle recovery and stuff like that, but also a lot of cognitive benefits. It's generally just a very good, safe supplement to take. Cognitive function. Studies suggest that creatine supplementation may improve cognitive function, including memory, attention, and reasoning, and increase brain energy levels by boosting adenosine triphosphate production, ATP, which is essential for brain function. Creatine has antioxidant and anti-inflammatory properties that protect brain cells from damage caused by oxidative stress and neurotoxins. They help you to focus on a lot of different things. We Google it. There's a ton of different benefits. I take it in gummy form. I take creatine gummies every day. They're delicious. It's easy. I just pop a bunch of 5 milligrams. I don't know. Do we have any of those try creates here? Yeah, I think I have them out there. But they're great. It's easy to put back in the car, take them out. I just think we gotta do it. Well, your brain is everything. But you're keeping us. Why listen to me? But cheeseburgers are fucking around.
No, but it is a thing now. On certain days, I sort of just accept that, my brain is not going to work as work is good, and it's frustrating, especially if you got a big game, you know that you're starting down to zero because your brain is not working the way it's supposed to be.
Yeah, I feel that with podcasting all the time, and the real danger is if I do that, if my brain's not on full tilt, I'm talking to a scientist. I'm like, we have to talk about quantum physics because I have to have good questions. You have to be able to follow what you're saying because it's so esoteric. It's weird that the brain just doesn't always work exactly how you want it to.
And honestly, chess is one of the worst things to do sleep deprived because I think creativity usually is enhanced when you're not feeling well, when you're sleep deprived, but that's generally not what you need in chess. Like you need to minimize mistakes, you need precision, and all of my intuition, all of that is just so much worse when I'm not feeling on top of my game. So,
do you have a specific thing you do when you feel not on top of your game points in your mind? Do you have a process you follow?
I just try to play like a simpler game, where it's not as complicated.
And when you're feeling good, then you go for it.
No, honestly, when I feel like good, I don't think about these things. It's just a state of flow, where I know how much risk to take. Like I just yeah.
So what is the mindset? Like when you're in a world championship game and you down to these ones, what is the state of mind like?
Honestly, when I'm at my best, I'm just like pure laser focused, and I'm just calm and not thinking about anything other than just at the moment. Just at the moment.
Just the work is already done. Now it's just reacting and counteraction. But
Yeah, I mean, I had a game in last Classical World Championship I played in 2021 where the first 5 games were drawn. Honestly, like I could have probably been down at that point as well. Sixth game was a super long game, almost 8 hours, and I think for the last hour and a half, 2 hours, I was pretty short on time. But I remember, like, I was just so focused and so calm. And afterwards, I could go forever. Like, I was just there. And it was exactly what I needed. I ended up grinding out a win. And in those classical games, like, once you get a lead, like, that is so big because it's so hard to actually win games at that level with that level of preparation. So that was really big. But yeah, I've only had, I feel like, a few days where I feel like I'm just like completely in the moment. Usually it's a bit more messy than that, but like when it happens, it's just that's good.
it's amazing. It's only been a few days where you've been fully in the
I'm rarely happy after I play. I'm happier now. Like I was like my standards for myself like a little bit lower. That has gone down a little bit over I've gotten. Because I sort of accept that I don't have my brain is not as fast as it used to be. So I'm going to have occasional letdowns. So my top level is like I think as good as it's ever been, or at least very close to. But like the average level is it's just too hard in your brain about that fast anyway. But yeah, generally I'm always thinking about I could have always done something better. Like you always miss some things, but I always feel like there are avoidable mistakes.
So this, as you've gotten older, this lowering expectations, is that a recognition of the fact that being hard on yourself over minute details doesn't benefit you, and then you just had a more healthy approach?
Yeah, it just makes everything a bit easier. Also, honestly, like randomizing those choices has made things easier as well. Everything just sort of a little bit.
Have you ever consulted a mental coach or someone who works with people on mindsets to try to capture what is happening when you are in that complete total flow state of laser focusedness and try to recreate that? There's a bunch of different mind coaches that will tell you for a bunch of different pursuits that what you have to do is when you get to that state, whatever that state is, recognize that you're there and then try to get a map of the territory and try to will yourself back into that thing. But then there's another school of thought that says, no, it just has to happen. and that you just need to be obsessed and focused and take care of yourself and meditate and just when it comes, it's just you have to accept it as a gift. It's just not always going to be there.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely in the latter camp. I talk to people who have suggested mental coaches like plenty of times, both in the past and more recently as well. I've just always been worried that somebody's going to mess something up in my head.
Paralysis.
Yeah, that's really what it is for me. So I feel at some point I'm just like more or less content with the way things are. That most days that I'm playing, I'm going to be fairly good. On some days, I'm going to be at my very best. At other days, I'm going to be very far from my best. And it's sort of the way it is. I'm definitely much more open to doing things to prevent me from having those very worst days, because those are the ones that really hurt you, especially now that we're playing a lot of faster tournaments where there are knockouts. Where basically, like, if you have one bad day, you're out. And it doesn't matter. Like back in the day, classical tournaments, like you could have a really bad day, but then you can always bounce back. Now it doesn't give up.
Do you ever try to map out what are the factors that lead you to hit that state, that flow state? Do you ever try to think about your day? Like, what did I do? What did I eat? How did I sleep? Did I avoid toxic people around me? Did I stay offline? Like, what did I do that allowed me to get to that spot?
Yeah, I mean, doing everything sort of right before the game definitely helps. Like getting good sleep, like reading a book instead of being on some sort of device before I got to go to sleep. Then just focusing as little as possible on chess before the game. Definitely, yeah.
Really, little as possible.
Yeah.
Want to be fresh in your mind, want to be something exciting.
Yeah, I just want to have like 2 or 3 ideas of what I'm going to play, and not like I just don't want to like use mental energy that I could have used on the game before. So I think one of my better tournaments that I played, I used to play every year at this seaside resort in the Netherlands, and it's in the middle of winter, so it's not very resort-like. It's just rainy and windy, and there's basically nothing there except this big tournament that's been there for 8 years, and it's for 3 weeks every January. So for me, there is not a lot to do. So what I would do, like every day, is I'd wake up, I'd go for a walk, and then I would watch like 30 to 45 minutes of NBA highlights the day before. Look at chess for 15 minutes, whatever my coach has sent me of rations that we discussed the day before. And then I go back, and it's just keeping it as simple as possible, honestly.
So get inspired a little bit of energy from watching NBA highlights, right?
Yeah.
Just a tiny amount of information from the coach, just like get your brain locked in, but not too much energy. Don't focus too much on it.
Yeah, a lot of people, like, they will spend 3-4 hours preparing on a game on that very day. I think, like, it can be beneficial, like, if your opponent goes into specifically the lines that you prepare and so on. But overall, I think, having a fresh mind is so important. And I'm also like, even if I haven't had the perfect preparation, I'm really good at just blocking everything out, getting everything that's happening, and just focusing there and then. But it's still not as quick as just being in a good state of mind.
Do you ever get to the point where you feel burnt out, where you want to just take a days off, a week off, and not think about chess, not touch a chessboard, or is he just constantly playing the background role?
But I really love it. So
I want to take time
yeah, I
off.
want to take. No. I'm fine with taking breaks from different tournaments. So, but having like at least several days in a row without like looking at a chess game, or I mean, I don't have to play every day, but not having not looking at anything like reading some chess stuff or like, I mean, it's my favorite hobby, so I don't, I don't see why I wouldn't do that.
That's probably why you're one of the best of all time. If not the best, but that's a beautiful approach, right? If you can find a thing you love so much, and even though you do it all the time, you've done it since you were a child, you're still obsessing and loving it.
Yeah, I do have those moments where I just think imagine and think about how lucky that I am, and there are just moments where I just sort of, I wouldn't say rediscover my love for the game, but where I just think like I'm obsessed with this game and I'm completely fine with that.
Well, that's a beautiful luck.
If people can find a thing like that in their life, that really is the key to an enjoyable life. If the thing that you do all the time you're obsessed with, and we talk about it all the time at a comic club, we're all in agreement, we're like, we are so lucky that this is actually what we do for a job. And pretty much everybody who's good at it is obsessed with it. They think about it all the time. It's kind of the only way. But I do time off sometimes because I think that's different because it's always different ideas and different things to work on. Sometimes you need time just to refresh your perspective. But with a game like chess, I guess you don't really need time off.
No, I think again it's different for different people, but I don't know. I don't feel like it takes away energy. It gives me joy and energy when I do that. Like I will just on a certain day I will just log into chess.com and observe random people play it. That is something I can do that can capture about it. It's just the way I.
You're just very fortunate. You found a thing that you really walked into. It's that perspective is very important for people to recognize, like the perspective of gratitude, of appreciation. That you're so fortunate to have found something. People go their whole lives and never find things that they're truly, absolutely passionate about. And for a guy like you, I mean, it's a shining example. That's one of the things that I enjoy the most about super high performers is that they provide an insane amount of inspiration to other people. When someone sees you play chess at the highest level, or sees Michael Jordan play basketball, or whatever it is, you get this feeling of what human beings can do, and it elevates your own expectations of yourself and of people around you.
Yeah, I think I've thought about it many times. Like, what am I actually like doing with my life that's useful to other people? And it always comes back to that every time that I hear that people are inspired by what I do. Maybe it has helped them through like a difficult time to watch my games and to get into rediscover or find the love for the game. That's really nice. And again, in the process, I'm just doing what I love, right? And that's really what people wanna see from me. It's just competing and doing college chess. So that's also what I'm giving us as office possible.
Well, that's what people want out of life is something that they love, that they do, that they're very good at, and get recognized for it. And when a certain person like you does it and does it publicly, and it's inspiring, it's a great gift for other people. It truly is. Who's been are there particular players that you really enjoy watching play, and particular styles that you enjoy? I think my favorite probably player of all time is certainly John Sparrow before he became world champion. The thing is, like, what I find fascinating about that is that he played with a style that was so unique and so dynamic that I know that I can never replicate it. It's just not the way that I play. So that's something I admire a lot. Usually, whatever I'm into, like be it soccer or golf or basketball or whatever, like I admire like what people do, not necessarily like it's about the people themselves. So that's the way it has been for me in chess as well. That I try to like learn from people's game and what they do and talk about. And I've been pretty fortunate about that, being able to study with Gary back in the day, and Anand, he was a world champion before me. Because it's all it's then when you study, like you talk about, like you understand like how good they really are and how much they understand. For instance, with Anand, I had a training session in 2008 where we had both played a tournament where I'd done reasonably well, and he had sort of, towards the end he nailed it in, but he was preparing for the CrossFit World Championship. So I think I had 2 days off. He was living outside Madrid, and so I went to Madrid for a couple of days because the other tournament was in the north of Spain. Then I went to his house, and as soon as like the training camp started, it's like something just switched with him, and he was just so focused. We played a bunch of training games, and from being this guy sitting completely disinterested in this other tournament, all of a sudden, like, he was crushing me. Like, he had a massive plus win in our games, and it felt like everything we analyzed. He just had a much deeper understanding of the game, so that he was fast and tactically and everything. It made me like appreciate like how good how good he actually was there.
When you are playing someone like that, your ass kid, does this inspire you and enact change in your game, or does it not change your game? Just do the same game but more focused?
Yeah, I think it's more of the latter. It was just a reality check for me because I thought at that point that I was I was ranked, I think, third in the world. I very briefly been ranked number one already at that point, like for a week. And I thought before that, I thought I was maybe one of the best 2-3 players in the world, and it made me realize that I wasn't, and that maybe I wasn't able to have better results at my actual level because of being empty and optimism, right? And that made me just made me realize that I have a lot to learn, and that I should be patient and not expect everything to sort of come that fast. Because at that point I had a year of more or less constant rise. I was just winning tournaments. Every time I would lose a game, I would just believe that I could strike back immediately. And I realize now that I was delusional. I thought I was a lot better than what I was. And that was probably why I was having such good results, because you're so confident. Because I was so confident. But having a little bit of a reality check, I think, helped me later to actually understand the game a bit better. But I still take in a way that I think in chess, like, the optimal state when you're playing a game is somewhere between optimistic and delusionally optimistic. Because if you're realistic, you're just never going to be opportunistic enough to sort of exploit your opponent's mistakes. I think another factor is the way you analyze things. That you were able to say, I was a little delusional, and even though I'm doing very well, I got to trust in this process of growth and development. And it is a very, very long process.
Yeah, exactly. And like very soon after that, I started working with Garden Spiral as well, and that made me realize that I know even less.
How can a guy like Gary Kasparov tell you that you know that you know even less?
Back then, it was really like my style had become a bit more dynamic over time, but back then I like immediately lacked understanding of more dynamic positions. It's just like you can have like more static or more dynamics on structures. Like if there are a lot of possible home breaks for both sides, both kings are under attack, and so more dynamic and tactical, or it could be more about gaining some menus positional advantages. That's sort of what I was selling at the latter. Working with him, it just improved sort of the more dynamic part of my game. A lot of that helped me very much short term, and also it's helped me later because it improved my understanding of the game. My main strength is still more in the more static structures, but that work like made me so much more versatile that I still definitely go for that.
What is a coach for you today? Like, what benefit is a coach today?
A couple things. The main benefit that I have for my chess coach is open work. That's like the low hanging fruit. That's really what you can get the most out of from game to game. A couple of other things like my coach is also an old friend of mine. He's Danish, so we can communicate in the same language. And he's also just as a golf as I am. Every time like we have like chess training camp, there's also a lot of volleyball. So those are a few things. But chess-wise, it's mainly about the open work.
And so it's essentially, he's obviously very good at chess as well, but it's essentially bouncing things off of each other and going over positions.
Yeah, and then he's very good at using chess engines to get slightly different results than the others do.
Do you occasionally, or do you at all, analyze other people's games and break them down together?
Not really. When it comes to analyzing other games, it's more useful for me to look at what the engine is saying. So, like now, yeah, that they are. I'm good enough that I can interpret what the engine is saying to like understand why a certain thing happened. So it's still interesting to analyze together as humans, but we always want to double check what we're saying with the engines.
Isn't it fascinating? That's a gigantic factor now ever since Deep Blue, right?
Yeah, so the thing about I know, like I don't know if you talk to Gary, but he has this whole thing with Deep Blue. I'm not sure if Deep Blue was actually better than Gary, but it started the downfall of us humans when it comes to chess, and it's now been a long time where we've just accepted that our computer overlords are just a lot better, and there are serious benefits for improving players, for
for kids, like the engines, how people improve a lot faster. So that's a great thing. Additionally, people watching chess games, like one problem is that you cannot easily tell. Like, it's not like one guy is being punched and the other guy is punching. Like, it takes some skill to see what's going on. But with the help of the engines, like, you can actually have a real-time score all the time because it tells you who's winning, who's not. It becomes a lot easier to know, to follow as well. Because honestly, like, most people, when they get into sports, they're mostly just about who's going to lose. So now at least you can have that kind of chess that you can see that. And it's very interesting for me to read what people were writing about computer chess 30, not 30, but like 50, 60 years ago and so on, when there was an actual discussion whether computers could ever be a grandmaster in chess. And now it's very much so.
Well, they have that same discussion about Go, right?
Well, Go is much more complicated than chess. So, but I don't know what has happened since or Go. If like the best masters are still living together, or where the states at.
I think Go is better than everybody, the computers, but I think a new factor is that the computer has devised creative moves that were never used before, that have now been implemented. They're part of the general strategy, which I think that was very shocking. So I think that
I don't love those, or I do not know because I don't understand Go. I was just reading an article about the extraordinary leaps that AI is taking, and that one of the more shocking things was that it was able to beat the best players at Go. They thought it was like a long time. Yeah, I mean, I did watch the movie Off the Go. And, I mean, how long ago was that? That's like maybe like 6-7 years ago. The AI time, it's like so crazy. And I think like a year or two later, there was AlphaZero and chess. So chess engines, they were always like kind of built by humans and constructed by humans. Then AlphaZero came along, and which is a neural network that's just running chess on its own, and it became more or less as good, or maybe slightly worse than the best traditional chess engine. What's interesting is that the neural networks played chess a lot more like humans. They were much less concerned about material factors. They were more about like positional play and long-term thinking and so on. Because it was not based on brute force in the way that traditional engines were. You would see funny, like, they have computer tournaments as well with the best engine in the world, and you will still see like Zero, that's sort of a clone of AlphaZero because they just completed the AlphaZero project after a while. People make like elementary tactical wonders. Almost. That's crazy. Because I don't know, it doesn't have things about chess differently than traditional engines, but you will also want to do things that just confounds the very best chess stealth. So that's very interesting to see. Like all the best coaches and players now when you work with chess computers, like you always have both like a neural net and a traditional chess engine running, as well as some others who are now like hybrid artists who have a little bit of both. It's just fascinating. Yeah, well, I don't know if it's something about its urge. I really don't know. But it would also make some fascinating decisions, like when you promote a pawn, like to a win, because that's almost always the best, unless you sometimes want to promote a night specifically to give a check, or sometimes to avoid stalemate. That's less frequent. But then what Zilla and Alpha Zero would sometimes do is that they would promote a different piece, because if it's a piece that's anyway going to be captured, just to give your opponent like a slight chance of making a mistake by making another move, which is something like a human would never ever do. But it's really funny. A little bit parallel to what's going on in Go, I think, with this gamesmanship that is going on with Sigurd, like it's crazy. It would just trick you. Would try to like the probably trick a human, because human would be like, that's great. Okay, I'm just thinking whatever about another. Oh, okay. Well, I have another alternative that's equivalent, more or less. Maybe I'll go for it. We should go for that. It's very strange.
So, what are the best programs that you play
on? There are a few. There's one that was originally developed by Norwegian called Stockfish. That's still considered the best. So I think the best now is Stockfish, like Stockfish Hybrid. That's part Euro and part traditional engine. And then I think he actually connected online as well. Yeah, I mean, most people use either. Most people use remote. It's like some kind of cloud service to have as much power as possible.
So the kind of computing power that's on your phone, like, can you beat your phone at the highest level?
No.
No chance.
No chance. No chance.
So crazy, because Deep Blue wasn't it like as big as a room? Deep Blue wasn't like a stack of computers, right?
But I'm sure it's still less powerful than your phone.
Yeah, that's just shocking.
No, I have no chance against my phone. There was actually one time where I played corporate Simul, and there was this guy who said, I built a chess program in my university class. Can I let that play this instead of myself? Yeah, sure, why not? And I actually beat it fairly handily, because I played some kind of anti-computer chess where it's close up the position as much as possible and just let it have as few possibilities as possible to out-calculate me. So it's a securely strategical game. That doesn't work against very good engines, but it can work against weaker ones. But no, humans, we don't have any. There was a grandmaster who played a match recently against Sela, which is the best neural network engine now. They were playing classical chess, and he started with a knight board, and they played a 10-game match. Actually, won 5.5 for that. Wow. Which is crazy. It's a knight board. It should not be possible for any. If God was playing chess, that shouldn't be. You should be able to beat a grandmaster in any game like that. So the grandmaster was still able to win. But yes, for me, I barely play against engines at all because they just make me feel so stupid and useless. So I think about it more as a tool. Or more than anything else. And often, when you play against them, the moves that they make, they are not necessarily relevant as to what is in that situation. Because we just think do you have tried things like the computer? Yeah, well, specifically the neural nets have improved our understanding of the game immensely. And the AlphaZero paper came out pretty late 2018. And actually, I played a World Championship match late 2018 as well against an American called Young Carmona. That was the best match I think that I've ever played. We played 12 draws, actually, and then I won in the tiebreak. But like the games were super high quality, and he was great even in that. And then he was actually using Leela, the atmosphere code, which we didn't have access to. Like we didn't even know that was a thing. But the thing is, like after Alvaro came out in late 2018, there was a half a year, early 2019, where you were very difficult there to see which players have been using these new networks, or knew how to use them, and which players didn't. And Michael, he got into it very quickly, and we got an advantage of basically everybody but that guy who had been using it during the match. And it just made us understand the game a lot better. There were, as I said, like a couple of things about long-term team safety. Especially pawn from the side of the board, which made it the biggest take away that often you would push pawns and not as an attacking field, which used to be the thing, right? Like you would push a pawn like trying to break off your king. What you would do instead, you would have a little hook on the side of the board that you could use 20 or 30 minutes later to make your king like to make the opponent's king less safe. Then this is something that humans didn't really do, and I still see some people like wow, thought of that, and I don't like. I wonder if they didn't learn their lesson from 2019. It was very fair to see at a certain time before everybody sort of caught up with the information. And that's also when I had maybe my best stretch of chess ever, because I just understood these new things better than others.
It's almost counterintuitive that you wouldn't want to play a computer because the computer makes you look stupid. Because the idea in my mind would be like, we should play the best thing you could possibly play. And if that's a computer, great. If that's another human, but I would imagine that playing something that makes you feel stupid would, at the very least, teach you something about the game.
Yeah, it does, but at the same time, like you know that these are usually things that humans cannot replicate. And to be fair, like the kids these days, a lot of them play like a more complete round of chess that is more similar to engines than we have seen in the past, because it has much exposure to. Yeah, like they're less they more greased in their thinking, but then I know that there are usually other things that are lacking. I can sort of steer the game there as well. So I don't know. I haven't found it particularly useful, but maybe I don't want to. Yeah. And it's also because, as you said, like chess is a very long game. Like when you lose, it's because you're worse than your opponent. And imagine losing to somebody you know is stupid, which like traditional chess computers are. They're stupid. They just have much more computing power. And so losing over and over again to something that's so stupid, like that's stupid.
Could you not explain to me what the factors, like what's it doing that you can't do in terms of calculating decisions and strategies?
Well, first of all, it's the aspect. So there will be certain
possibilities that I will rule out because of my intuition, but it is able to calculate in a very short time that it's possible. It will never make blunders like simple technical mistakes. The neural networks sometimes do, but traditional engines don't. And like I can keep like most of the moves that I make will be the same as they do. But like they don't make real blunders at all. Like they may make slight positional mistakes, but honestly, most of the time when I think an engine makes a positional mistake, it's because I don't understand it well enough.
So it's not really a mistake.
It may look like one, but it's long term.
Yeah, it's just that my understanding is not good enough, and that is useful. That does help me learn.
What are what is the difference between the approach that the neural network takes versus the traditional engine? Like why is one of them approaching the game differently?
Because one of them is constantly calculating based on sort of what humans have taught them is like the value of what is the value of love, value of love, what is the value of hard phone, and all of that. Like it calculates based on that. Neural network just you just show the rules of chess. Play it through yourself a lot of time and get better. And it just has a different approach. Like what it does is just based on the games that it's playing against itself, right? So it's just it will have completely different ideas. Like imagine like in 2019, really is the network. Like every opening that has been played for hundreds of years, there's had to be rechecked by coaches because there could be a difference in the evaluation because there is this new network that just can't be completely.
Wow. So these neural networks can go back and look at a classic game from like 1963 and say, well, I don't know how the fuck do I do that? I'm doing this, that, and the other thing.
Yeah, exactly. And it just, I think a lot of it was based on it just emphasizes different factors that traditional engines do, and that ultimately just leads to different results. Really. But it was extremely fascinating for a while. But now it's just led to really more parity in the world of chess because everybody just has access to that information. It used to be a thing back in the time that some people would really be ahead of others, not only in the but also other times like they had more computing power, better cloud engines like that. Started to use different engines and so on. But now you could prepare for World Championship, honestly, in 2 weeks, and you'd be completely with like just a regular like laptop that's connected to cloud. It's very different and so much easier.
That is so fascinating. That has changed the game so much. Could you get a computer, whether it's a traditional engine or whether it's a neural network, could you get one to imitate specific style? Like, could you get one to say, I want you to play like Garrett Kasparov and younger?
So we actually did this back in the day. We actually started an app called Play Magnus, where you could play against myself at different ages, and the style it was based on the guy who does Stockfish built this engine as well. It was based like an old version of that, but it would have my openings and try to emulate my style at certain ages. Obviously, it wasn't perfect, but it was a start. I think it's still difficult to build like a very big clone because essentially, at least with figures like this, it's not possible. Maybe with AI, you can get there, but I still think we fundamentally think differently about chess. But
the interesting thing would be to take you, because there's so many games that can be observed and put into the calculations, and then I would really be fascinated to watch you play you. You know, I mean, like, what would that be like? You play you when you were 20.
No, so the thing about it is that you would have, also what you would have to calibrate is that it would make occasional like tactical blunders, right? And which And so what we would do, what would happen with my Minds app is that you would make occasional blunders, but those would be like a little bit too outrageous. Just because it's like really hard to emulate the kinds of mistakes a human would make by the engine. So I think that would probably still be like the most difficult part, like the main issue in order to make such a thing.
If the play Magnus thing was dialed in like 100%, what would be, do you think now would be the scariest age to play you? Does that make sense?
Yeah, are you better now than ever before? No, I think my peak level is close to the best because chess level or proficiency, it's about making use of the knowledge and making it into skill, right? And I definitely have more knowledge now than I ever had. But I think probably the best combination I had of knowledge and energy that translated the best into skill was probably in 2019, like first half of the year when I was 28, and when I was more like a young spark than I'd ever been before. Very dynamic.
Well, what is the difference between you in 2019 and today?
A few things. First, I couldn't play the same old as I played then because they have been worked out to a point where they're basically they're just too analyzed and unplayable. So that's one thing. Apart from that, I think I could do like my average level would probably be a little bit lower because I'm a little bit older and my brain is not quite as fast. But I could do I think most of those things. What I don't think I could do is like the other sort of best version of me, which was 2013, 2014, when I was in the best shape of my life, and I was just a relentless beast at the board, grinding down like my opponents in very long end games, never giving them any less fight whatsoever. Like purely skill wise, that was far from the best version. Knowledge wise, that was far from the best version of me. But I was just, it's just like the average level of my game definitely was higher than because I barely played really bad games at all. I was always so odd and I had so much willpower and energy.
Were you saying you were in the best shape of your life, you physically, or physically? Yeah. Well, it's two factors you're talking about: physical, like fitness, and nutrition and exercise. So, these things you don't really take too much into consideration, but they obviously play a huge factor in the most successful period of your life. Yeah, it did, but then
Because you're only 34.
no, that's true. But
I just feel like with these kids, like their brains are just so much faster than mine. I mean, I felt it for years as well. But no, I'm not old, but I can never be at that level of pure like computing power.
But I think generally accepted the chess at a certain age when it just drops off. I always won the world championships at like the oldest age.
No, well, back in the days when you couldn't get information that quickly, it took people a lot longer to develop, and then it was considered at the best age. It was like late 30s or early 40s. Obviously, the drop off is not nearly as steep as it would be in physical sports, and that goes without saying. But I think the key years are pretty much the same for most people, like mid 20s to early 30s. I think I could still I could still be very, very close to my peak if I focused fully yeah, all these different things that is control. Like, yeah, all of those things.
I don't understand. If you're so obsessed with chess, that seems to have a primary factor.
Yeah, that's a good thing. I feel like I generally like do the right things when I'm at tournaments, but then in between, I don't know, I want to enjoy life as well. And like I'm generally obsessed with chess, but I'm not always obsessed with competing. Like certain times, there will be certain days, certain tournaments where I know that I'm not going to be at my best, and I can feel it, and then I'm not able to take it as seriously. Like I feel like I'm not Michael Jordan trying to really like pull out in every game. I used to, but now I don't think I have that in me. Because my main motivation for playing chess is that I want to play. I don't have whatever things I want to achieve.
Is that sort of relaxed attitude that you have? Does that drive other people crazy that you're still able to beat them? I think that would drive me fucking nuts. If I was just fully obsessed and studying moves all day and just taking my vitamins and drinking all my purified water. And
it's kind of a thing that you're known for, right? Like a lot of other people are known for work all the time. And you kind of always, at least your reputation, played the player, right? Isn't that what you're...
Yeah, and also the thing is, like, I was known for like being fit and all of these things, but now I think there are a lot of other players who take these things a lot more seriously than I do. I think the reason why I got that reputation is that I really like doing like I did a lot of sports when I was little, and I've always like kind of done that for fun. So I think that was why like you don't see a lot of chess players playing soccer, tennis, or whatever. Not that great, of those things, but I was usually better than a lot of other chess players. I guess I do have. I don't know.
yeah, something like too much to do about your reputation.
I'm just saying, like in a game or a sport where it's so computer involved and analyzed, and there's geniuses wearing suits and glasses and things, you're kind of known as a laid back, intimidating force with a legacy. Do you have? Are there special things you do, kind of like more like a poker player or anything to intimidate your opponents ever? Like I've seen you like show up late to big tournaments where they're like waiting for you and stuff. That's really cool.
That's a name of the Rothschild.
No, samurai. Yeah.
Honestly, like that's me being late is down to a couple of things. First, I hate waiting, but also I'm terrible at running. So that's why I keep showing up late. You're terrible at playing. You know what I do? That's literally what you do. Better than anybody. Like my planning is always based on everything going perfectly, and like making a time plan based on that. And if something goes a little bit wrong, that I'm just late, like usually goes wrong or often enough that it goes the same. Like as we talked about in chance, like there's this video that a lot of people are talking about where I come there's a blitz game, right? That's 3 minutes. I come like 2.5 minutes late because I've been skiing in the mountains, and there was an accident on the road that delayed me like half an hour. Like most people would have fine for that, had a little bit of buffer, but I was like, yeah, that was totally gonna be fine. So suddenly there's an accident that I'm going to be late, and I'm just running into the flying hall in my sweatpants and not even realizing that the game has started. But I said that I should be down as everybody was there, so that randomly turned out half a minute later. But I got to go through words, and that's kind of more work at the end. Did you like how we did the book? Maybe in 30 seconds? No, the thing is like it's there you have 2 seconds. So I'm not going to do something like I just had to play a little bit faster. But it was okay. But as I said, like I don't do those things to intimidate my opponents. That would be such a mind fuck. I showed up 2.5 minutes late. I still stopped you.
Yeah, I don't think many people know about the skiing delay or anything. I think it was thought of as like I'm a badass and coming late.
No, honestly, I was like the World Championships and stuff like they're being held in the weirdest places. So this was in Almaty, Kazakhstan, which this is like really during winter actually it's pretty polluted, not very nice city. And then just half an hour out of the city, you have basically the Alps. You have beautiful mountains that goes up to 3,500 meters, where it's just fantastic, and you can like get from the city it's like an hour having a beautiful ski station. And I just like was so miserable being down in the city that I thought for this day, like if I'm going to perform the all today, like I need some fresh air. I need to get out of here. And so that's why I took the risk, and it was definitely not to play mind games, because I Bobby Fischer said about chess that I don't believe in psychology, I believe in reverse. Like I believe in like a little bit of both, but I'm more in this field that I think I'm going to make better moves than I control those other things.
Did you ever have an opponent that was doing something psychological to kind of mess you up or threw you off? Like back when I was a wrestler in high school, some guys wouldn't shower. It would be disgusting. Is there anything like that for your chess?
Yeah, that specific thing has happened for sure. I'm not sure if it's been a conscious choice by my opponent. I'm sure I've been guilty of it as well. That's true. I don't know really. I think the only thing, not to bring that up again, but I think when I think that my opponent's like cheating, that's the absolute time that I'm really it's just weird that you can cheat and do it for so long and yet still play the best tournaments. You would think that like in the UFC, like say if you get caught with steroids, you get a long ban. And you can't, and if you get caught again, you get an even longer ban.
think it's like a 3-strike thing. If you got their time, you're out of sport forever.
No, it's the thing is that
We think harsher penalties would discourage
oh
people.
yeah, for sure, especially for one because there's been this thinking that cheating over the board and over online is like very different. But the thing is that once people are cheating online, then having these meteoric rises over the board is hard. That's a bit strange. Yeah. So yeah, there definitely needs to be harsher penalties. One thing that chess.com used to do is that they would let people sort of confess privately and then get their account back. But now they're moving to more naming and shaming sort of thing with and banning people for longer, which I think is it's a lot better. But a lot of it is about incentives as well, right? Like if you think that you can get away with cheating, and there are long-term incentives
Well, I guess it's just every person for the shortcuts. So it's going to be someone who's to skirt around the difficult part.
no, that's true. But the thing is, like, there's so little. The engines are so powerful. Like, if I start, you never know. The thing is, like, I would get like a little here and there. That's all I need. Or maybe, imagine I'm playing a tournament. I just find a system where I get somebody to signal me when there's a critical moment, like if there's a moment where a certain move is much better than the others. That's really all it is to go from being the best to being practically unbeatable, right? So it really is a scary situation. There have been these cases of so many cases of people who are acting suspiciously and who are making suspicious, having suspicious results based on the data. But they're very, like, if you're not cheating in a dumb way, they're very smoking gun. That's one thing that's really hard to catch people.
How would you eliminate that other than security? Would you have it so there's no audience members that'll pass the ball and have them all be in a room?
So that has been done in one Japanese for instance. Like we're basically playing like in a glass box. Where you can see where you cannot see the audience and you cannot hear anything. So it's a glass-proof box. I kind of that's like you kind of don't want that. You want there to be like I really like having just more like an esports setting where people can be as loud as they want. It's just you have players sit down like boxers with headsets and sit down with headsets open up the possibility of cheating. But then like the headsets would be all provided by your houses.
Right. There's some sort of
and you have to have like both. We have had that in tournaments that you have to have white noise and some kind of sound from like Spotify or if you want to listen to classical music or whatever.
You can do that?
Yeah.
So you can play white chess?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, playing blitz chess listening to music usually helps me because like doing tasks that are more based, that helps with the flow. With longer games, you probably don't want that much disturbance.
Right.
I've definitely played someone like that. Was just listening to music.
What do you listen
to? There talking.
Norwegian music.
Rammstein or something. That's actually German. But, that's a good stuff. Yeah, no, I think my best chess is Norwegian rap.
Norwegian rap, really? What's a good Norwegian rap band you could
There's a guy called Mrs. Pimplotion. Mr. Pimplotion. It's like a little bit ironic, but they're like doing like American like West Coast rap. Oh, that sounds badass. And this is a bit of a different. But I actually did a song. Mr. Pimplotion. I did a song with that guy. That was a great name. Mr. Pimplotion. There's, the thing about what happened was that they did a show. They have this thing called Smooth, which is like a moisturizing holistic juice for animals. But like this girl was like he's obsessed with that one, and somebody apparently stole that from backstage at their concert, and so they didn't know who it was. But they eventually found out and made a song about it. And so they had a bunch of people like send in their verses.
Incredible the difference between America and Norway. What the rappers are rapping about. Just gang wars and shootings. And in Norway, somebody's like, who stole my book?
Yeah. There actually was a popular song like about 20 years ago reference specifically that there was nothing to rap about because nothing had ever happened. That's what you're saying. Don't think pull out the gun, it's best that someone speak out who stole this being on. Who stole my life? Yeah. Basically, there's a bunch of verses like people accusing each other, and then I ran the whole punch at the very end. And some of the shit. No, it wasn't me. I was done with that. But I think like the best on my chest that I ever played was probably listening to that. Do you mix it up? Do you ever listen to like Led Zeppelin or? No, I listen to a lot of older stuff as well. So yeah, I have no idea what's chart these days in general, but I find out to the young guys in the club. I'm like, what are you listening to? What is this? Yeah, I'll do Shazam on it and put it on my spot. No, like that sometimes happens to me as well. Otherwise, it's. I remember, like, I asked my sister over like 10 years ago, like, a Swiss perfect playlist. Anything from before 2000. So, yeah, which is good. Maybe we have more time. So I'm pretty upset about it. Well, that's awesome. Well, listen, man, it's been awesome having you here. I really appreciate you doing this. And tell everybody when the Netflix show is out. I don't know, but it's some of the, Jamie, do you know? Didn't say when it's coming out. Well, we will put it up on the Instagram when it's out. And it's been awesome talking to you, man. I really appreciate it. Thanks for coming in. All right. All right. Goodbye.
Experience.
Drink my name, Joe Rogan podcast my name all day.
I'll see you, my friend. It's good to see you. Thank you. You're taking notes already? I am. He said, good to see you. Yeah, I know. I don't know what I do this. So tell
me what you were doing in the Middle East? Because it's pretty crazy.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, thank you for that. Look, it all started with some colleagues of mine from the UK Special Forces Club, and these guys are fantastic, right? But Howard Linden and some others who came up with an idea. So, look, we have to do something to help the benevolent fund, which is for the UK Special Forces. It's like one of the borders in the States. But, and I can say this because I'm a full citizen with the UK. The British don't think they're very good at raising money or asking for money for very important causes. So here in the U.S., where you've got 100,000 groups that are advocating for veterans, over there it's not the case, right? They have the same need. They have all these wonderful people in their family. So the idea was, what can we do? Each event, something massive that can really help to raise funds and awareness for the Special Forces Benevolent Fund. They came up with this crazy idea, still crazy, to recreate a 1917 epic journey that Lawrence of Arabia did through what was considered the impassable deserts of Saudi and Jordan, to go from essentially northwest Saudi through these impassable deserts and then into Jordan and down to Aqaba to rout the Turks, who at the time controlled the area. And with a small airboat led by several sheikhs and Lawrence, they did this trek of about 1,100 kilometers. Took them several months, so they stopped along the way. Plus, they were fighting Turks along the way. So, took off in January, mid-January, 5 riders, 10 camels, and an incredible support team. Your first time riding a camel? Well, we went out in December, spent about a week and a half. Howard lives out there as one of the other fellows, and to head through camel riding training. Camel riding training? That's exactly what we did. Oh, so there we are. It is not comfortable in any fashion. It's not like a horse, because you can fall into sort of a rhythm. Of course, that's a much smoother gait. So the camel, basically, all you're trying to do, there's the crew. So Howard, James, myself, Tomo, there's Craig in the back. An amazing crowd. I've rarely worked with guys who are just so impressive. And again, going to the support team, everybody that was on that group, a small group of 8 or 9 folks.
Why does anybody ride with one leg to the side like that?
Essentially a comfort issue. And because you notice there's no, those not really saddles, called shaddads, that sit on top of the hump. That's a Saudi shaddad. The Omani shaddad is different. It sits behind the hump, and it's even less comfortable. And now these things were probably designed some 2,000 years ago, and they've never felt the need to improve them. They're basically just some wood, tied together. And then you try to throw a couple of things on top of this piece of wood to make it comfortable. And I think all the veterans were laughing at us because we just kept piling blankets up and trying to see if we couldn't. Yeah, it was tough. And so ash blisters are a real thing. And so anyway, that's what you see there. But there's no stirrups on these things. Like a horse, you ride on the saddle, you got stirrups, and it takes you just hanging on your legs. You're just hanging on. So you don't want to ride with one leg on either side. It's just not comfortable. So you hitch your leg over the front, and then you kind of push your leg or your foot behind the other leg. Is it because it's too wide?
Why you don't want to ride one leg on the other side? It's a ball buster.
I think it's a ball buster. Particularly if that shifts, it starts to lean forward, and then suddenly, like this large dowels in the front, large dowel in the back. They have basically what the same with dildos on this shaddad. And so if that shaddad shifts forward, as it did on occasion, your package is just jammed against that. And you have to cover these guys. Look, I got injured. I had some soft muscle injury, and there's the crew walking through. And I tore some muscles in my rib cage.
You were just riding?
No, it was a rather inelegant dismount from the cab. And so I twisted really badly, and then went the other way. And the next thing you know, I fucked up some muscles along my obliques and then rib cage area. And so I spent the next couple of days. We had a team medic, Jed, a wonderful guy, as did they all. And he eventually got tired of me asking him for painkillers and anti-inflammatories. And so eventually I had to tap out, which was more painful probably than the actual injuries. And the
guys just continued to grind it out. 25 was left. I was in the first 25% of the journey, so I had to, and then I went back for the end for the arrival of the alcohol. There's the whole crew right there. I just can't say enough about these people. Again, 25, 26 days, longer than I see a month, out in really bad conditions. People think, that's the deserts, right? Well, it's called the El Paso Desert for a reason. Massive sandstorms, freezing temperatures, bitter cold. And we were sleeping in that man tents. And we get up here. You get the camels ready. How much supplies did you bring? Well, we just got a supply camel. We had Land Rover did a wonderful job of helping sponsor this. So they provided vehicles that the support team used to kind of trail and then get ahead and help to establish the next. And we'd Howard and Craig had done the wrecking, so we had the camps mapped out. This is a long trek, 1,100 kilometers, and so they were able to supply and do all the work that kept these guys moving forward. And as you know, it would have been impossible, but they'd still be out there schlepping. Yeah, you'd have to bring several camels just to carry food and water. Yeah, no, that's exactly right. There's no water out there. No. I mean, there's you pass through a handful of areas. You're small. I mean, when I'm saying small, it's nothing. For a tiny village, maybe there's a mosque, and the mosque would have a water supply, so you could stop and maybe refill the camel's drink. Are they getting water from the ground, or are they getting water from where they're getting it from the well? Yeah. Oh, okay. So they have like guys figuring out where the wells are. And part of this, from 1917, look, the Turks never expected these guys to come from this direction, because who's going to do that? Right. And they did it. These guys all did it. I was just part of it, even though I had to tap out. Jamie, can you show me what that looks like on a map? All right, it's February, and by now, 80% of people have probably abandoned their New Year's resolutions. And it makes sense. Life can get crazy, and all of a sudden, you don't have the time. But one easy habit to stick with is AG1. It's an easy, realistic habit that you can make to benefit your whole body health. AG1 makes hard-to-get micronutrients easy to get and replaces multiple vitamins and supplements with just one scoop. Just mix it in some cold water, take a nice moment in the morning, do your body right. And honestly, it tastes pretty good. It's not easy to pack this many high-quality ingredients with this much nutrient density, but AG1 makes it happen without added sugars or artificial sweeteners ever. AG1 is a great way to invest in your health now and in the long run, which is why I've partnered with them for so long. Try AG1 and get a free bottle of vitamin D3, K2, and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first subscription at drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. That's a $76 value gift for free when you go to drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. Check it out. Like what that area looks like? Yeah, I should have included a map of the route itself. Look for Al-Waj, Saudi, on the coast, so the northwest side, and this guy's crazy. Look at that. He's right there. So you started out in Al-Waj, and then there you go. Now here, look out, and then you start heading north. You start heading northeast. You can see Jordan is up there above that area. You start heading sort of on a diagonal northeast, past the road. Look at it. What the hell? And keep going. Eventually, you get if you zoom out a little bit, so you'll see the border with Jordan. You go up, keep going in that direction. There's not a lot there. And then you come up to where Jordan is. But anyway, at the end of the day, you see Aqaba. You came down to Jordan and into Aqaba, which is the tip there, right there, yeah. Which is where the fort was, which is where they routed the Turks. And then eventually that created all sorts of opportunities for the Arab states. Look at this whole area. No, it's not. Tiny parcels of semi-green areas. Yeah. No, when I say it's desolate and there's nothing, There's nothing. Have you seen back out there? Look how wild that looks. Like, what happened? So these all washed out there. This is all Randall Carlson stuff, right? Yeah, and we went through the Royal Reserve. The Saudis were very good, and the Jordanians were amazing as well. What do you say? It all washed down. Yeah, it totally looks like it washed. Yeah, you'll find like all these bodies that are in there that essentially there's a lot of dried up riverbed, and different things. Of course, big flash floods on occasion, not very often. But so this thing took place, and eventually the whole thing ended in hospital. Again, the Jordanians couldn't make it without supporting this. I think everybody, I know the veterans when it got started, they were staring at us like, what the hell are you doing? They couldn't imagine that people would do this willingly. But for no, especially in that respect, soft Americans and Europeans, man, I tell you what, I know when I got injured, I know every single one of those guys that was for laughing. They were like, what the hell? And then they were looking at like the Hershey guys with all these blankets and furs on them, trying to make it somewhat comfortable for those guys. Yeah, I think going and just having I don't know how you do it because and you have to try, right? You can't just walk in as comfortable, but you have to cover the distance, right? And the trot on a camel is not comfortable, right? And so it was. I just can't say enough good things about these people. But the cause, the UK Special Forces Club Benevolent Fund, if people want to go and read more about this, they can go to, what is it, www.sfc. That's all I'm okay, I don't have to. So that's 3 W's. And then, remember, we used to say that people say HTTP, I think that's what you have to do. So it's sfcbf.org. You can go there and check it out. So inclined, there's even a button you can click on to donate, even if it's a price of a cup of coffee. If you get enough people putting in the price of a cup of coffee, it makes a huge difference for these people. But it was one of those bucket list items that I just can't describe.
When you see some of the things that USA fund, does it get you upset that they don't fund things like this?
Yeah, it really does.
Does me too.
Yeah.
Does me too. It's come on.
This is a direct, right? As is the lawyers, as are all the other people. It's a direct way to help people. Yeah, and it's not like they got massive administrative costs, right? Like they got the trustees, right? And so no, absolutely, goddamn right. It seems to me, and so we were fortunate to have a lot of corporations that went in on it. There were some that looked at it and goes, okay, so let me see, you're talking about 5 white guys on camels, recreating what we think is a problem. There was still sort of vestiges of that bullshit DEI thing, right? From a corporate perspective. So you're like, no, guys, they're exporting, veterans. How different than their families, how tough is that to understand? But, some guys take a difficult trek to really support Congress. Yeah, exactly. And by the way, the Arab states led the West. Isn't it their effort? You have to use this lens of who in the furthest left, cookiest perspective is going to be offended by this bunch of white people. Yeah. If anything, it should give you a perspective on how unbelievably brutal the times are. Absolutely. And you also think that, honestly, it's just, look at the cost, look at the reason. Yeah, right? But I think we are on the downhill slope of DEI. Right? I think the grifters who built up that cottage industry are going to have to be looking for new jobs. Because I think most companies are starting to think, let's get out from this.
Yes, I think so too. And I also think that if you look at the overall body of work that they produce, it's very obvious what many of them are doing. I think there's some genuinely good people that are involved with this that really want to do good work. They're very sensitive, kind souls, and they're rich. Probably they're rich. But I think there's a lot of grifters too. And the grifters, they've been so egregious and obvious that I think it's turned a lot of people off. Even rational, kind, compassionate, progressive people are like, no, this is fucking stupid. Yeah. Especially when you hear like the anti stuff. It's not just like
pro whatever you are, it's anti whatever you're not. And then you realize, oh, okay, this is not rational. This is cult like thinking. This is a thing where if you don't agree, the punishment is very grave. Like they'll go after you so hard if you don't agree with them. And then you kind of realize what it is.
And then eventually they start to eat their own.
Yes.
Yeah, so
You're not ready progressive enough.
no. The mob's always going to turn on no matter who you are and how righteous you pretend to be. So, and I agree that good people with good intentions, in big stand. But I think a lot of people saw this as a terrific opportunity, right? And I also think that what it taught me was that yes, I am racist. I hate elite progressive white people. I can't stand it. It's the one group that I would say that I just couldn't stand because there's something about it, and
I feel sorry. I feel like at this point in our culture, the divisions are so fucking crazy, and it's so counter to what America should be standing for, which is a united states, a united country, a community, a large group of people that all agree on a few very key rules, one of them being freedom. And I think it's logical. We got to stop all this division is set up not by us. It's set up by world leaders. It's set up by the media. It's set up by the people who benefit from keeping us divided. Most of us agree on a lot. And one of the things you're seeing is like from all these USA disclosures is the mainstream media cannot ever say that anything this administration is doing is positive. So even if they find unbelievable corruption, right, and they found some really wild shit. Like, what was the $4.7 trillion in untraceable money?
oh yeah,
I sent that to you, right?
yeah, that was was digging through the essentially the way that money is audited in the government, and they look at the data sets and how things are provided and how you have to explain what's going on. And the idea is that there's a lack of links to payments, outgoing payments, budget line items. So this payment goes out once for, right? It would be the same thing if you had a business. And in a business, you have to know what you're spending your money on, right? That's a logical thing, and not a rocket science. But what they're saying is that here
it is. So it's a Treasury Access Symbol, TAS. It's an identification code linking Treasury payment to a budget line item, standard financial process in the federal government. The TAS field was optional for 4.7 trillion in payments and was often left blank. Traceability almost impossible. As of Saturday, this is now a required field, increasing insight into where money is actually going.
That's what you like. If I got my monthly reports, my monthly numbers from our finance director, and I looked at it, and there's the outgoing line, so I can see how much money's going out. But there's nothing that links it to where did it go? Did it go to pay a vendor? Did it go to pay rent? Did it go to pay staff?
Who bought a jet?
Who bought a jet? Yeah. By the way, when a company buys a jet, it's usually that's a key fraud indicator.
Right? Somebody buys a jet. All companies?
Yeah, not all companies. Not all companies. Let me just make a note of it. UFC jet. It's what I mean is obviously it's not like if it's Nike or established. A lot more business, but you're making so much money you can buy a jet, right? If you've got a business that in a space and it's a growing business or it's a new business or a startup, the purchase of a jet usually is a fraud indicator on the list of all fraud indicators.
You make cash keep down coin.
Yeah. Not cash.
I thought about a Mike Baker coin.
Yeah, it's funny you say that.
It seems like it's illegal gambling is what it is, and it seems like even though it's horrible to do and very unethical to dump it, to pump and dump it, it seems like that's illegal for some weird reason. Yeah, because I know that's the turmoil around the hot Tua coin. That's the fear about the Trump coin, and I think didn't the president of Argentina do a pump and dump as well?
Yeah. Well, allegedly, yeah. That is getting way less supposed to go. I don't expect it.
Tell us. What do you think's happening?
Also, the video came out. Of course, it did last night.
He's the guy you do not want investigating your shit coin.
I'm still gonna be getting this stuff that I shouldn't sound.
There he is.
Yeah, I don't. That's where I was like, I didn't watch the yet. I've just seen the stuff on Twitter.
We were trying to figure out as a way to do it when we don't pump and dump it, because anybody can kind of make money now, which is so strange. And we're like, we make a JRE coin. What if we didn't dump it? What if we didn't pump and dump it? Like, what would it be for? Well, how can you just do that? How can you
the regulations have not caught up yet, right? So in the scene, any new emerging business, industry, technology, I think there are people who look at those because regulatory policy hasn't caught up.
Right.
So
he's been buying coins and tweeting about them and selling them. And he's been making a lot of money. And he's like, am I going to jail? Like, what is this? Because, you're making real money. I think you can make $1 million off one of them. It reminds me of what? Which one? The Argentina thing? I don't know. That's what I don't know. Well, filming it? Dog tried to find out. I don't like it. It's not people playing. I think that's the same as Argentina. I think that's what it is.
What did he know?
And when did he know it?
Yeah.
He's pretty careful. Yeah, he's pretty careful. I doubt he did anything illegal. Also, he's so wealthy, he doesn't have to do anything illegal.
I was going to say.
But then again, they would get fucking crazy greedy.
They do. How much is enough?
Well, they hang out with other billionaires. That's the problem.
Yeah, and you always compare yourself. Okay, he's got $3 billion. You got $1 billion.
How the fuck can you have that much money and not be happy? That's what. Well, that's what it gets at. But I get it. Like if I hang out with Elon Musk, I feel poor. So does everybody else on the planet.
He's still the richest guy, right?
Really, really rich people feel poor.
Well, that's the funny thing with him. I always think, like right now, the past couple of weeks in particular, it seems like people are just losing their shit and dropping onto the family couch over the idea that he's accessing your private information, right? What's he doing? He's accessing your private information. You think, okay, well, first of all, I don't think the guy is looking to scam you out of $500, right? The argument's good. Like, he should be able to scan your information, but also, is there any evidence that he's doing that? And here's the other question. Who else has access to this? Well, it turns out a lot of people have access to this. Even students that are interns who work in the department have access to this. Yeah, I think what they're doing is
they're making an argument, and it's a good one, right? If he was evil, if you have this evil billionaire who wants to control the world and has access to everyone's credit card, just steal all your money, or does whatever.
Didn't that used to be Jeff Bezos? I thought he was the guy who they were focused on.
They were for a while, but he's just balling. Jeff is just like hanging out and bagging his super wife. It's like he's having a good time.
That sounds a lot better than like chasing government waste control.
Yeah. I remember when Elon Musk was criticizing him for working hard enough. I'm like, what is it worth for? That guy's got $200 billion. I think you can chill.
Yeah.
You get $200 billion. Then it's time to get that fucking crazy yacht.
Yeah, once you start launching your own rockets.
Yeah, you got a rocket shaped like a dick. And you're literally trying to fuck space.
Austin Power.
Yeah, have a good time. I like the way Jeff Bezos is. Yeah, I appreciate the fact that Elon is so psychotic in his drive. It's bizarre, but and also in the face of overwhelming pain. Oh my God, it is.
I mean, part of me finds it very entertaining. Part of me just looks at it and goes, "All you got is." I mean, I think what they're having the problem with is two things: is the messaging and the needs of doing this, right? Everybody, you would think, would agree that, oh, you're going to go through government spending with a fine-tooth comb. You're going to find the waste and abuse and fraud. Fantastic.
Well, this is one of the things that Clinton ran on, right? And implemented during his first term.
Actually implemented.
Yeah, they were very effective, by the way, and it was a huge boon to our economy.
But again, the messaging was different.
Also, the means were different. The Democrats were different. That was a different kind of a Democrat. That was the kind of Democrat I would vote for right now. I'd vote for Bill Clinton, despite all the blowjobs and all the crazy shit.
But you would have called him that. So
I think that they all did that. I think you get two types of people who want to be president: pussy hounds and warmongers. I prefer pussy hounds.
Yeah, but you could be both.
Yes, you could be Genghis Khan.
Yeah. But in terms of the pronunciation, Genghis.
Well, that's how I'm actually listening to an amazing podcast. I love to recommend it. because Elon recommended it on X, and I've been listening to it. It's fucking great. Fall of Civilizations podcast. They're doing a series on Mongols right now. Terror in Steppes. And I am listening to it right now, so let's watch it. Changes correctly. Okay, yeah, that's real. Yeah, they explain it. They know that they explain where it came from and how it got fucked up over the years of translation into languages that didn't have change. They didn't have a sound. And so Genghis Khan became Genghis Khan. You know, especially when European languages started translating.
Yeah, that makes everything I know about I heard.
You know, they didn't even fucking know about this whole story until the 1800s. They found a Chinese book, and the Chinese book was written, thought it was nonsense. I was trying to figure out what it was saying because it was written where the Chinese characters made the Mongol sounds of the words. And so they had to translate it from Chinese to the Mongolian language, and then they realized this was the history of Genghis Khan and the Khan Empire. Yes. It's fucking the secret history of the Mongols. It's fucking amazing stuff. This podcast is fantastic.
That does sound good. Because I think when you consider how we're all apparently carrying some of this DNA,
Not us.
Yeah, not us.
Not us.
Mostly
Asians,
Asians,
right? I have a little Asian. That was 1% Asian. Really? Yeah. Yeah, 1% Asian. Close to 2% African. It's like I'm from Sicily, my ancestors, and so I think, okay, those are the ones that got raped by the Moors. That's gonna be True Romance. Remember? Oh yeah, that's
and Christian Slater. No.
Christopher Walken. Who was it with?
There's a whole series of people that Bruce Dern, right?
No, Dennis Hopper. Dennis Hopper. That's right. Christopher Walken. Dennis Hopper. Right? Is that who it was?
Yeah, that's who it was. They had I remember they had aces.
Fuck that movie's good.
Yeah.
Fuck that movie's good. That is a great fucking movie.
But yeah, I think if they come in, if the administration would come in and said, here's what we're going to do. We are going to root out ways to fraud. We're going to go after, every dollar that's not spent on behalf of the American public and our national security, advancing American interests. And we're going to do it in this efficient, manner. But, and again, don't get me wrong. I think sometimes, the disruption of fast action is extremely beneficial. Sometimes you can't see the benefit until other things happen outside the level that you may be looking at. But I think that if they had messaged it a little bit differently, and then rather than taking a blowtorch to because, and again, not saying that it can't be effective. What I'm saying is that they're losing, I think, important opportunity from a goodwill perspective. I know they probably don't give a fuck anymore, but all those people who voted right before them this time around gave them that chance that didn't the previous time. So that's so totally the Biden administration, all this bullshit. They need to see, I think, more stability, less chaos, and I think the Democrats are very good. I think we all thought perhaps the rest of the Democrats were just going to go with the case, but they're regrouping, right? And they're still growing. They're all getting on testosterone. Yeah, that's right. Suddenly the toxic male is very attractive. Shame they don't have it. But I think that if you give them ammunition, obviously they're going to take advantage. Yeah, for sure. And I think some of the approach to this, and not saying it's wrong in the sense of let's find that what's in front of them, but they're giving them opportunities to start firing back.
Who's scoring big in the NBA this year? You are. With all new ways to get in on the action at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. From monster slams to dishing the rock to cleaning the glass, get behind your favorite players and the prop bets you can make on DraftKings, the home of NBA player props. Plus, for new DraftKings customers, bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets instantly. Take it to the rack with DraftKings Sportsbook. Every point counts. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use the code ROGAN. That's code ROGAN for new customers. Get $150 in bonus bets and you bet just $5. Only on DraftKings. The crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-OPEN-Y or text OPEN-Y 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpt.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. New customers only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
But I think the problem is they're trying to do it very quickly because they want to get a lot done before midterms, right? So they only have 24 months to enact the change.
Yeah.
And, just Kevin O'Leary talked about on CNN. He's saying they're not doing it right. They should cut long. He's like, if you want to, because he's talking about it from an entrepreneur's perspective, taking a look at a failing company that's filled with bloat and waste. He's like, that is the government. You got to cut more. Just cut everything. Cut it all out and then find out what's necessary and rebuild it from there. Well, I was saying on CNN. CNN with their
Oh my God! Well, 5 people to watch CNN still.
There's probably 20. Yeah, the thing about it is they're all united in their message. Whether it's MSNBC, I watched MSNBC the other day. Oh my God, it was awesome motivational workout because people were morbidly obese, and they had this language that they were speaking. It was like almost like they were translating from another language. It was all political. It didn't make sense. It's like, we're in danger. It was the way they were talking. It's like my people feel like they're in danger, like they're being criminalized. We're being pushed out of society. We're being told we don't exist. And then of course you have to say you're an ally of the LGBTQ+. They're digging their heels in on all that stuff, though, which is that's not living anymore. That's too crazy. Even like kind progressive people realize you've done a weird thing with women's sports. You've done a weird thing with safety of women in bathrooms. And it's not to say that some of these people who are legitimate trans people who really do just want to be in the women's room and be treated like a woman. That's true too. You open the door for perverts. You just allowing guys with beards and hard dicks to wander around wheelchairs.
And how tough is it to have a unisex bathroom, right? Most places, not a lot of places do it, right? So you can find
as long as it's not like that. The problem is grouping. It's all single bathrooms. Right? That's not economically feasible like a state bathroom, right? And that's where it becomes a problem. And then it's also this like weird cultural line. So like, which bathroom do you get to use? It's just like a thing in Congress, right? Because they have one trans person in Congress who, by the way, said that they do not want to use the women's room. So it's not even an issue.
Yeah. No, I noticed how I said that. I agree. You're right. That's the line. You're very sensitive. People always say that. How goddamn Rogan is so sensitive. But I think most folks, right, who are in alternative, lifestyles, whatever, however you want to put it, I think, they just want to get on with it, right? They want to be accepted. They don't want to make, people make a fuss over. They just want to move on. And then you've got a small minority that just can't seem to get enough attention. And when they can't get enough attention, then they do something even more wacky.
It's a problem with a lot of the people that are quote unquote leftists in general, is that they've been bullied and picked on all their life, and they've been fucked with, and now they have a gang, and now they're going to go fuck with other people.
It's not much of a gang.
But it's online. The words they use online, it's like very happy. Yeah. It's like this is like a core aspect of progressives right now online is that when they're tweeting about stuff, when they're posting about stuff, it's very aggressive and very angry and insulting. Yeah. And that this is their way to demean, whether it's Pete Hegseth or Cash Patel or any of these people that are involved, or RFK Jr., any of these people that are involved, even Tulsi. It's like the way they're doing it. It's like it's not about policy or agreeing or disagreeing about perspectives, the way they're choosing to govern. It's not that.
Well, I think they're angry because for a while, right, the mob's was working, and everybody, was being, silenced from the bullying or the fear of being bullied. So, and it lasted for so long. It lasted for years. Right? You think about it.
It lasted until Elon bought Twitter.
Yeah.
Realistically. Yeah.
I think that's fair. If you had done that, and they were all controlled by the left, you think Facebook would have like loosened up their grip?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Well, look, Meta, Alphabet, they're all kind of rewriting, toning down their DEI policies, right?
I think that's also because
Zuckerberg started doing jiu-jitsu.
I really do.
Right? So I think testosterone.
Yeah, shout out
For a change.
Yeah, jiu-jitsu changed your mind, man. You change who you are. You realize like there's reality in this world.
He's looking a lot more manly.
Yeah, he's got a thick neck now. I think that has a lot to do with it. You start looking at things from a more libertarian perspective, from a merit-based perspective.
Also, you started feeling better. You're focused on something other than your own inner angst, or how do you fit in with this? Look, everybody just should be able to live their life, and that's what we all. Yeah.
Everybody just live as long as you're not hurting anybody else with the way you live your life.
Exactly.
Live your life. If you want to wear a dress, God bless it.
Yeah.
God bless everybody. But just be nice. And I think most of the people, the reason why they're not nice is because people have been not nice to them. That's that old expression, hurt people hurt people. Yeah. And the way to fucking unite us is not to keep hurting people. It just doesn't make any sense.
No, I think it's simple enough. I honestly, I don't care. Someone's got an alternative lifestyle. Now, I don't need to play along with the imaginary idea that a dude's going to have a baby.
I like breastfeed. This is one TikTok person who trolls. And I don't even know if it's a biological woman, because that's one thing that trans people are very upset with. There's a lot of like really hot OnlyFans girls that are pretending to be trans, and they put like a fake dick in their underwear. Yeah. And they're like super hot. And so the actual trans people are very upset. And get ready for this. Their argument is, my identity is not a costume for you to wear. Like, hang on. That's a real woman, bro. You're already doing that with her. Like,
She's just got a rubber dick in her pants for money. There really is no. I can wait for Jane to throw one up on the screen. I'm like, oh my god. There's no self-awareness or sense of irony.
So this one lady who's like, I think it's a lady. I think she's a lady who's a troll, and she said that she went to some country and got a chromosome change and a uterus installed, and now she's pregnant. And she like, reading the comments, and people are fucking going crazy. It's a bunch of like sub-90 people, IQ people in the comments just fucking have that strokes.
That is the best part. When somebody throws some shit out there and people buy into it, right? You're like, yeah.
Well, I buy into some of the dumb ones sometimes. I send them to Jamie. Jamie has to sort out what the fuck is real now. It's so hard to tell. I see things from myself that aren't real. I saw me doing, or I didn't see me, I heard my voice over some narration of something, of some TikTok story, and I was like, I never saw this. It's not me saying this. It's all done through AI. Like, this is crazy.
You're a prime case then for the impact and effects of, and the downside of AI.
Oh, for sure, with my voice. Yeah. I guess now with video as well. I wanted to have a podcast with video. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it's pretty wild now that, we have a little bit of a problem where a bunch of people are selling like cheap things online and using my voice, and we have to get them removed.
Okay.
Yeah, but that's just, that's just opportunists that are taking a bit, selling protein powders that I've never seen before, all that kind of shit. Right. Bigger than that with my voice.
I mean, there's very few we talked about before. There's very few because the idea was always sort of detection, right? Okay, we got to create better systems to detect deep fakes.
Right.
But now I think the focus has rightly shifted from sort of detection to more proactive protection of material, right? So get it at the moment of creation, embed the ability within the video clip, the audio clip, whatever, to show that you've got proof of whatever you call it, reality, credibility, authenticity. And that's the way it's all going, because you just can't keep up. If all you're doing is trying to create better systems to detect deepfakes, it's a losing game. It's like battling terrorists. You're coming up with an idea to prevent a terrorist attack based on the last terrorist attack, and they're on something else. Right. So it's an interesting work. There's not that many companies out there doing a great job of it, but there are some. I think we're there. Honestly, but most people aren't curious, right? Most people are, or they don't have time, or they're not cynical, right? And so most people are willing to look at something and go, yeah, I mean, unless it's just clearly bullshit, but for the most part, if it's a half decent fit, these people are will accept it and move on.
I like the ones that are they're obvious. They're really good, but they're obvious things. So like see the one with Kamala Harris after she lost presidency, she's wearing a bikini top, walking with a beer, says underwater. Yeah. That's good. I mean, but it's obvious that it's not real. Yeah. So it's okay. Like the ones where Trump's playing the guitar, and then there's all these other people like Coogie's in the background with the drums.
Yeah, that is. There's one where I don't think I've seen the one where they play the drums, but I've seen where there's a whole series of world leaders and they're ballad together.
Yeah,
it's fantastic.
Yeah, there's the one with Trump playing the cards. I think they're doing it's Fortunate Son, right? It is, right? I think it's on my Instagram, right? It's so good and it's obviously good. Yeah, that's why I like it. It's like it's not tricking me. But I'm like, wow, that's really good.
It's interesting. I mean, again, talk about regulatory policy not catching up. I mean, what do you do? Right? Like if you were in jail, right? You get fined in jail, right? Or in the case for like pushing something that's disinformation, or you just goof it. Right?
Yeah, you
but
can't goof,
but you can't. If it's an obvious, to your point, it's an obvious goof, then okay, you can probably get away with it in Germany. But Germans did it they are and they weren't happy with J.D. Vance's speech. I'll tell you that. Nobody in the EU was happy. The head of the Munich Security Conference literally cried after the speech when they were addressing EU leaders following the speech, right, talking about the impact and what it might have meant for U.S.-EU relations. And literally tears being shed over J.D. Vance's speech.
What was it the speech in particular that was so offensive?
Well, I think what they were anticipating with the Munich Security Conference was he was going to come in and he was going to talk about obviously the number one topic on the table for the EU thing. And, where we get with that. Because obviously the EU leaders are now very concerned about U.S. commitment to NATO, what the Trump administration planning on doing in terms of further support for Ukraine, further support for NATO, distance himself. And Vance instead came to focus on any of that. Turned it onto the European Union, into EU countries, the UK in particular, talking about how their biggest threat isn't necessarily Russia or China. Their biggest threat is what they're doing to themselves in terms of suppressing free speech from all the various groups out there, including conservative groups, the far left, whatever. Determining that this type of speech is illegal, they'll pursue you, fine you, jail you, armed raids against people that are pushing content online. So he made it anti-immigrant content. But to be fair, right? I mean, most of Europe at this point is pretty set up. The immigration policies of their leaders,
which is why they want to suppress the dissent online.
Exactly.
Because they genuinely think this is a moral and ethical thing to be doing because it sends an uprising.
Yeah, and they read it. Look, Olaf Scholz, the German chancellor, he's not getting elected. Their election's coming up here shortly. And so he's not going to happen for him. So I think, there's all these people who that they are concerned about their own political power. That's
what it is, and that's what people need to understand. It's not that the Europeans are kinder, more progressive. No, just like they understand that it's coming.
Yeah.
And they want to do everything they can to stop it because most people are fed up. Most people just want to be left the fuck alone. And if you tell them that they can't put a flag on one of their Facebook pages or they get arrested, which is what happened in Germany.
Yeah, we're talking about gateway. So if you talk about the immigration problem, you say, look, we got to stop this. We got to, maybe secure borders. If you talk about the Ukraine war and say, I don't think we should be supporting, dumping more resources in Ukraine, all those things, or reproductive rights, if you're on the wrong side of that from a European perspective, they're coming after you. And so that's what Vance came out. He turned the tables on them and focused on that. And that was, A, it was completely unexpected. B, I think, the reality of the fact that it's truthful, I think, upset a lot of them.
It's truthful and it also appeals to the citizens. That's the thing.
citizens say, this is the way we want our government to talk.
Yeah. And I think it's funny because a lot of people there's a lot of people on social media right now going, oh my God, you don't realize how hated, you are now as Americans. The U.S. is so hated. Like, I spent most of my time overseas, but most people think, it seems like it's common sense. Because finally coming around, right? And so I don't think they're going to win the argument that somehow the U.S. is more hated. Look, we've been hated in a variety of
But we definitely hated in Canada right now.
Oh, yes, the hockey game.
See, I'm blowing the national anthem so hard. They get 3 fights in the first 9 minutes.
Yeah.
And then we kick Canada's ass, in Canada. It's not good because that's their fucking sport. They basically their only shot at beating us at anything.
Yeah.
But they're not going to. They might be crazy.
Yeah.
We practice better at that too.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, they make great mixed martial arts fighters. One of the greatest of all time. George St. Pierre's from Canada.
Yeah.
But after that, get your football team. Come fuck with America.
I'm trying to think about the things that I can throw out there.
Yeah, maybe baseball because
Emotions.
yeah, they have strong beer.
Yeah.
Great beer. I love that.
Yeah. Likewise. Yeah.
It's just they're too nice and they let communists run their country.
Yeah.
And that guy's a communist.
Well, it is one of those ones where you think, okay, I understand, I get your point. They talk about turning Canada for 51st.
That's a little crazy.
That's a little crazy. A little crazy.
He's serious. You told me he was serious. Yeah. Well, first I was joking around, and I was thinking maybe it's not a bad idea. Now he keeps talking to him. He refers to his Governor Trudeau. It's so fun.
You know what I love is this. I was just out for some things, including the amazing trek with the guys from the SF Club. And it was right during the period of time when President Trump announced his idea during that press conference with Netanyahu about, look, we're going to own, the U.S. is going to own Gaza. Did you see the look on Netanyahu's face when you're saying that? Yes. That's priceless. I know. And now you know what they're all doing? The Israeli cabinet is fully on board with the idea, in part because I think they understand that, okay, look, this is probably not going to happen, but if we take this position, right, it's going to create chaos. It's going to create some movement, right? And maybe that leads to something of interest. And I think what big up at least when that idea came out and hearing some of the responses from people out there was amazing. But what I like about it, look, you're not going to move 2.3 million Palestinians out of Gaza, right? Because none of the Arab states want them. The Egyptians have fought against this idea for years and years and years.
That's a good point. Some people a lot of people that said there's a wall on the side of Egypt and there's a wall on the side of Israel. That is an impenetrable wall. It's heavily guarded. They do not want Palestinians going into Egypt, which is kind of crazy.
Well, from their perspective, look, it's a security issue. And there's a lot of Palestinian refugees in Jordan, so it's not Jordan hasn't tried to do their part. But they also, what they absorb another 2 million Palestinians. So the problem from an operational perspective is it's unlikely to happen, right? And also, to really want the U.S. buying and owning Gaza, right? And then you think that the cost of supporting Ukraine is not going to wait to see what the cost of not only the reconstruction, but the security of the reconstruction. What that's going to do. You think there was a boom in private security contractors during the Iraq invasion? This will make that look like nothing. Right. So the costs involved, potential for just never ending more trouble. But what I do like about it is now that the Arab states are responding by having a summit. Right? They're having a summit at the end of this month. And they're going to have little mini discussions amongst themselves, but all the key players in the area are now meeting to discuss what's an alternative, right? What is the way to make this happen? And it's not going to be by the U.S. only built in Riviera, right, or certain pieces, but the Arab states are having to react, and so what that means is what we want. Nothing in terms of option. Other security agreements, peace agreements that have held for some period of time and they fall apart. None of that shit's real. So I think it's a sort of disruptive aspect of sometimes of what Trump does. Even though you may look at the idea of the surface and go, sure, you have these other effects. Right? So now you've got the Arab states having to respond,
coming up with these ideas. They're already, over the past couple of days, saying that Hamas can't play a role. If you had said that a year ago, Egypt, Qatar, some of these other Arab states out there would have not worked the idea that Hamas is going to go, maybe that wouldn't happen, right? I mean, before the 7 October attacks, right? They're also talking about rebuilding it themselves. So they're like, well, we'll do it. We'll do it. Just back off. Yeah, we'll do it. We'll take care of it, which is great. And that's when they have to say Hamas can't do it. Right. That's because they know what the problem is. And they haven't been willing to admit it before, but because the Trump administration is throwing stuff at the wall, right, to see what sticks, they've got to respond. And so now they're coming up with these ideas. Hamas, they are a shell of what they do, but they're still supported by the Iranian regime, which is fine. Right? And the Iranian regime, do you think they get them cities? Right? That's not in the US. One of the benefits from their perspective is 7 October attacks was a complete relative to the normalization going in Saudi and this the US at the time. So they're gonna continue to be a problem. But Hamas, is now kind of at the back foot. Palestinian Authority is saying, well, we'll cut it out. And we'll cut in Gaza. Well, the Israelis are saying, no, that's not going to happen either because you guys are peas and pie. And the Palestinian Authority has a program where they actually pay the families of people who killed Israelis. Right? It's called the Pay to Slave program. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's called. Yeah. Pay to Slave. How much do you get paid? I don't know what I'm not sure the coin range now, but for out there, it's a payment, an ongoing payment to families who have family members who have attacked, wounded, or killed Israelis. And so, that plus other ties between Hamas and the PA. And look, there's been animosity. Obviously, Hamas drove Palestinian Authority out years ago, but the Israelis see it as the same. And so, my point is that the Arab states are now reacting, and you could end up with something that has worse, as opposed to all the bullshit in the past and everything, and always then continue to provide nothing for Palestinian people. And if you say, look, all this is about is we want Palestinians to live a better life, then you should want new ideas thrown at the wall, right? And you should want something that eventually is going to work. And from a U.S. perspective, you should want something with Arab states actually taking out for themselves. There's also a problem with the reality and this point, where it's like, what do you want to happen to that area? Because someone has to rebuild it. Absolutely, Israel should have done what they did and kill who knows how many innocent people and literally destroy most of the buildings. We all can agree that's a horrible thing, but it's done. So now, and we can also agree it was not. Look, I agree. It was a very aggressive action. I would argue that the U.S. would engage in that same aggressive action if we had a proportionate attack from Mexico. Yeah. So, or Canada. Right. They're plotting something. Just know it. So if so that's true. But again, it was a war that Hamas started. They again go back to the beginning of this one. And yes, there's fault on both sides, of course. But Hamas now at times has been acting like the enemy. It's fucked around and find out in the worst way possible. Yeah, that's what it is. I mean, they gave Israel the green light to this whole hand. And now we see the had drone footage of what Gaza looks like now. It's hard to even believe it's real. Which is I get it. I mean, from a real estate developer's perspective, I'm sure he's seen overhead imagery, right? This looks like a demolition site. So let's clear it out. The real estate is that okay? Then what? Then what? You don't want that to happen. Then what? The United States has to take it over, or who should? And what do you do with it? And how do you get the money to rebuild it? And where does it come from? And how do you do it? Who do you bring in to rebuild it? Who governs it? How does that work? Just who gets what building? How does it work? It's a very complicated thing when you just destroy an entire fucking city. Yeah. Which is a set. See if you can find some of that overhead footage. When you're talking about moving out 2.3 million people to other areas. But I think again the answer is the Arab states have to take
without anything to the benefit of the Palestinians.
This is
Yeah.
unbelievable. I mean, this looks like they got hit with an asteroid.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. The scope, it's just insane. It's insane to say. Yeah. Dave Smith has a very good shit on this. He was on one of those Piers Morgan, Everybody Knows Everybody panels, which are really fun for about 5 minutes. But let me set Jimmy what Dave said. Because Dave had, in my opinion, the best take on this. Where it's like, you see, you're like, okay, yeah, that's correct. This is the way to look at it.
Yeah.
Because it's like, yeah.
Again, I think unless, I don't know who would be on board, take it from, beyond the sort of initial sentence of, the U.S. will take ownership. Look at go. Is that Dean King on the right? No. It is? Yeah. Superman is on the right. I think
Yeah, put the one that's that. It might be probably the same.
type of something that on the more panels. You never know who you're going to show up one of those boxes. And it's a bizarre. Okay. This is like the commentary for the right.
The pictures of Gaza, and I can tell you it's Hamas, this is in every single one of those buildings, and that's the entirety of the story, is that if you just have to completely film it, with like this still, I don't think would be morally justified. But like, come on, man. Let's just have it. And I always find this fascinating, because somehow Americans would say this about the people in Hamas, and go like, yeah, I wouldn't like to be kicked out of my neighborhood, but if my government had gone after the 7th, I'd accept it. Your government deal destroyed Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, Syria, Somalia, Yemen, for the drone bombardment in Pakistan. So like, can you get kicked out of your house now? Is it not ethnic cleansing if we would have kicked you out of your neighborhood? This is so ridiculous that we always have standards of these poor people that we would never dream of holding ourselves to that standard. It's just, it logically makes absolutely no sense, and it doesn't really matter what Hamas's approval rating is. In the same way that it doesn't matter that George W. Bush had record high approval ratings. It doesn't that the innocent civilians in the United States of America are fair game, and neither should any other groups.
Yeah. No, if you could do such a disgrace, you gotta go kill Hamas terrorists. Great. Yeah. But that's not the real world. They've talked about worlds that don't exist. But I would and this is where we would differ. I like Dave Smith a lot. He's incredibly intelligent. But we fundamentally look at things sometimes in a different worldview because of our experiences, right? And my experience has been dealing with a lot of hostile actors who, you may look at and think, okay, well, can't just, I don't say we get along, but they exist, or we exist, and we really, that's not the way we look at it. And urban combat is really ugly. It's not dismissing, the horrific nature of it, and the fact that, yeah, sure, in a perfect world, it's a moral problem, and it is, but it's the world we live in. So I think, okay, on one hand, I get what he's saying, and I don't disagree on that moral side of things, but, from my background, I don't tend to live in that world. I tend to live in sort of the operational side of things. Sometimes you have to do things that are not good. But even as extreme as that, well, yeah, that's the thing. Yes, so extreme. Oh, I know. And I don't disagree. And they have, they went above this way out of it. But to my point, I think they're kind of what you said. Look, we did after 9/11, and we went above it, and from a proportionate standpoint, and we felt certainly justified in doing it. And we did. America finally came together as a group, right, as opposed to the partisan way that we live now. But
we were justified based on the lie, which is even crazy. They used that justification. They went after people that had nothing to do with it, based on a lie of weapons of mass destruction.
Yeah,
which is even crazy, right? Yeah. Which is a completely different country.
Yeah. Well, I think Hamas also, these are just joint statements. I'm not really telling you all very well, but there's also this element of Hamas
doesn't give a shit about the Palestinian civilians. And, if they did, they would conduct the operations of technology differently. They wouldn't bury themselves in their operations and command centers. Right? They have those in their U.S. weapons supply center within this public environment. It's wouldn't. So they probably never expected this. I don't know. There's no way. Yeah. On October 7th, if they expected this response. Well, there's no way the Iranian regime, I think, would allow them to do this if they anticipate any sort of response. So I think you're right. But and again, this is the problem. The people only hear what they want to hear, right? So they hear me say from an operational perspective. I understand that they had an aggressive response, but then they stopped listening. Right? So what I'm saying is, was it over the top? Yes, it was over the top. Could they have been more surgical about this? Well, yes, they certainly could have. Could they have prevented some losses? Yes, but is that difficult? Yes. Why? Because Hamas puts themselves in the center of civilian life there. They know this is what's going to happen. This is their currency. They're Palestinians. That drives their narrative, and they always know it's going to turn against his rulers as we're having these discussions. That's what happens, and they've got enough of a track record to know that's what's going to happen. So they use it to their advantage. Again, it doesn't excuse the killing. I keep coming back to that same thing. You can have, disparate multiple thoughts in your head at the same time. You feel bad about that, and at the same time, you go, it was fucked up what they did on 7th October. You're going to go after Hamas, and then what you're going to find is that urban combat is really, really fucking ugly. You're going to have casualties that you really have. Were there more than needed? I would say yes. It didn't need the extent of their response. But I understand their mindset for why they went so hard at Hamas. This is decades and decades, built up saying no more. We can't put up with this. And now, again, the problem is, the problem is not this. It's not really Hamas. I keep going back to the same thing. The problem is that the instigator of all this trouble, the instigator of the vast majority of chaos and instability, violence, death in that region is the Iranian regime. Most Arab states will agree with that. Maybe not the humanities, right? But most of those Arab states are not going to be sad to see the Iranian regime fall for this very reason. Everybody wants a better Iran, right? However they perceive it. From the Iranian regime, the mullahs and the RGC, they've got a stated objective, and they are pursuing it as long as those people are in charge. Ultimately, we're not going to get a big sea change here. We're not going to get a huge shift in the way things go. But if you want a better life, you got to look to the whatever you want to call it, sin of the snake, or the Italian mountain. There they are. The regime driving this chaos. So anyway, I'm getting away from the point. I don't disagree with Dave. I always like a lot of the things he says. I just think that we come at it sometimes from a perspective. I don't think it's full of actors who are just trying to create mediation. I'm not putting it well, but I think what I mean is that it's not. I was having a conversation with him, and it was about U.S. involvement in a variety of groups, activities, associations over the years, looking to topple governments, looking to change, the direction of the government. But all the nefarious things that the CIA has been accused of over the years. And I was like, well, goddamn, what's the special? Of course, that's right. Of course, we're trying to influence hearts and minds. Of course, we're infiltrating organizations, trying to influence the direction of the government. You go all the way back to the Cold War, right? They're convinced the Russians or the Soviets were going to blow us to hell, right? Of course, we're going to be doing a variety. You want a government over there that's more friendly to you? How are we going to do it? Right? That means DOA or Voice of America, or that means infiltrating some organization that's going to try to ruin it. So, is that morally repugnant? I don't know. I think it's understandable. And I think also, imagine a world without that.
Yeah. So if that is a fact, and we stop doing that entirely altogether, does that vacuum get filled up by another power?
Yeah. I think that's the problem. that's the problem. Is that we don't live in a world of the 9 nations who like it. We're not the least, at the top of the food chain. Nobody needs to be there. Someone's going to fill that gap, and you know what? Maybe I'm wrong, but I've been around a long time. I've spent most of it overseas in unusual places. We make a lot of mistakes as a country, as a human endeavor, but we do try to correct. It can take time, right? It can take a lot of time. We make a lot of mistakes, of course we do. But I've seen a lot of players out there, and I'd rather have us and our allies trying to direct traffic rather than some of the hostile actors that are out there. This is sort of the best case scenario perspective. The worst case scenario perspective, the policy changes that we are initiating and that we are influencing is for corporations to make more money, is to control resources and to control areas and to make things friendlier to the business. That's the worst case scenario as this is done. Oh, that's what mercenary fashion. Yeah. But is that, that's what, is that Chinese? Sure. Right. Here's my question. Is that just what happens? Like when you do have the ability to control other regimes, isn't it almost logical that you're going to need a lot of money and you're going to need a lot of influence to do that? And so there's going to be a bunch of people that say, actually, we could use some of those minerals. And actually, that natural gas is very valuable. Actually, if we could destabilize Russia's energy systems and, help out Ukraine's and control it, that'd be pretty good. And so then we start initiating things and we start coup in Ukraine in 2014 and a bunch of different things. We start helping things along that would benefit us both geopolitically, but also geopolitically in the sense that like controlling the geology, which is a real term, geopolitical, right? Yeah, that's the real term, right? Doesn't it have to do with like controlling regions? Well, sure. Yeah, and I think that it's you're talking about national self-interest. Right. I think in the world that we actually live in, every country has its own self-interest. So it's also a national self-interest that's kind of constituted by corporations. This is what people worry about. Is that we engage in certain activity that's avoidable simply for profit. Yes, absolutely. I don't think it's tell about that. I think, look, this is what happens when you have a system like this, right? You can influence foreign governments, and you do have enormous amounts of resources, and you do have the ability to change things and install a government that's more friendly to. But if you're not going to do that, let me go back to I'll go to the whole thing. That's probably not the best example of what happens when you actually have it doesn't just a unipolar world, right? You have the Soviets and you have the U.S. Yes, there was concern over life itself. There was this concern over mutual destruction, but there was concern over influence. So the Soviets were busy in a variety of places with that. Right? So in the mid to late 50s, right, as Africa was moving clearly strong away from colonialism, right, independent states started sprouting. Then there was this concern. Well, okay, no colonial era is gone. Right? The Belgians went home to Congo. Congo is rich in resources, right? Uranium, cobalt, diamonds, obviously, but let's take uranium. The Belgians were running Congo when we were developing the bomb. And almost all that uranium came from the Congo. Right? So that's a good example of the U.S. looking and saying, okay, are the Belgians, good stewards of the Congo? Well, no, right? They were enslaving people and having them work with the uranium. We were taking the uranium and using it for bomb. Now, all those years later, we kind of realized its independence, reached the rest of history. But now, the Congo is wrapped up in conflict still. Why is it still in conflict? Because of its minerals. Cobalt now is the key. And the uranium is Australia and elsewhere.
electric vehicles. So, and now Eastern Congo is still in conflict. That place is a mess. It's not the worst. It's like the second or third worst country in the world. And isn't most of the mines that are controlled by China? Well, a lot of them are controlled on the eastern side by militias, right? Congo's been a difficult place for everybody to try to wrap up licensing agreements, right? But you've got 100 plus militias out there vying for control because it's money. And so, I guess my thing is it's good you brought up China because yes, they've been busy trying to lock up the variety of locations in terms of critical minerals, and they've got a monopoly of refining those minerals. That's essentially at this point in time. But I just think it's maybe what I'm surprised by because I'm so fucking cynical is the idea of when you say it's corporate interest, it's government interest, it's self-interest of the nation, to pursue do these things. I'll be honest with you, I look at it and go, yeah, of course I don't know any other word, right? I don't know if we're not going to walk that dog back for a couple thousand years. People that do the same fucking thing for all human existence. Right? So I just got to look at it, and I maybe because I'm not wired that way, I don't see whatever. That's fucking wrong. We have to live against this. Yeah, I'm a very simple person, so I look at it like that. That's how it works. And goddamn right, I'd rather be on the top of the heap than not. And as long as we're so this is like a pragmatic perspective. I guess experience overseas and your understanding of how these things are done is that if we don't do something, if we don't act in some way to influence these governments and control these regions and do whatever we can to make sure that our interests are being that we are the ones that are kind of directing the way things go. Right. I would rather be directing how things are going than not. And those are the two options. Those the two options. We're not going to live as a community of nations. We're going to hold heads and say, okay, everybody's going to live as a collective. Right. So I know that and there's I'm sure there's all sorts of flaws in the way that I'm thinking. I'm a very simple person. When I was in operations, you tell me what to do out there. I never sat around and got angsty about it because I just didn't see it. And so, again, or just well, there's a lot of people listening who probably come to that conclusion. Yes, I think you're right. Yeah, this is the reality of that job, right? And this is the reality of international relations. Yeah, I just and look up to my taste. Look, there are people over the years. I think the CIA leadership at times over all the way back to World War II, and beyond certainly through the Cold War. Alan Dulles is a good example of that. And, they legitimately sit around and say, well, as far as I know, we're not in the business of overthrowing countries. And you think well, that's bullshit. Of course, that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to influence countries because we want them on our side. We want to create friendly governments that, yes, will be beneficial to our national security, our economic interests, all those things. So I've always been puzzled also by people who try to minimize that in a sense, right? I mean, if you're doing something, goddamn it, maybe own up to it. It's like John Grant, he's a relatively well-known former CIA official for a handful of reasons. He was very tight in the Obama administration. But he said one time, he talked about the business of the CIA. Don't steal secrets. Goddamn, the question is steal secrets. That's the point of the exercise, right? Sitting against the FSB or the Chinese intel apparatus and he's stealing secrets. What the fuck? Why was he saying? Oh, it's a kind of general nation, right? And he's trying to sugarcoat it. That was a laughable statement, right? Why would you say something that's objectively true? I have no idea. Well, because again, maybe it's the world you want to live in, instead of the one that we actually do. Right? So when you're doing it positively, that's not what you're doing. It's a PR. It's kind of pretending that we're different than what we are. Yeah. Or you're trying to convince yourself. I don't understand the thinking. I just know what he said, but I think
it's an interesting comment from the director of an intelligence organization, that is in the business.
So I'm sure you've seen Mike Ben's take on USAID and what USAID is really all about. His perspective is that it's for everything is too dirty for the CIA. They send USAID. Do you think there could be a rational argument, though, that a lot of these things that seem ridiculous, like sending all this money to influence the voting in Pakistan or in India, and then we look at it like, why are we spending $21 million on education here and $2 million there? These things are actually beneficial to the United States as a whole, because even though we're spending exorbitant amounts of money, the results we're getting is we are maintaining peace by being in control of certain areas where someone else would come over, and then you get a regime that's not friendly to our interests.
Yeah. Look, I mean, USAID traditionally, because they were set up like during the Kennedy administration as an independent organization, because at the time, I think the thinking was, not the set up as an independent agency, but at the time, the thinking was we don't want to be seen as the U.S. administration is picking and choosing and driving sort of where the money's going, which again is kind of a strange way of doing things, right? It's coming from the fucking U.S. government, and so people aren't going to parse words or discern somehow that okay, well, it's an independent agency, so I guess it's not really what the administration wants; it's what the USAID wants. So, is it, were dollars going into programs that the idea was, can we turn this country around? Can we change? Who's in charge? Remember, it's Congress. Pick any number of folks during that period of time, and create a government that's more friendly to our interests. Again, I look at that and go, well, yeah, is USAID also protecting this, whatever they call it, soft power, diplomatic power? Well, sure, and it's another way of phrasing it, I suppose. Were they also doing things like feeding the poor, providing medicines, doing actually legitimate things? And I think sometimes people in the righteous world are like, well, that's exactly what they should be doing. Well, yeah, they should be doing that. They should be. USAID's got a lot of important programs they run that actually help people around the world who don't have many options.
So I think what the perspective of this administration has stated is that they're going to review all these programs to keep the useful ones.
Yes,
I think they're going to run it in the State Department, right?
so they're going to run it. Yeah, they're going to slim it down. The war started. We run the state fund. Great idea. Right? Take off the pretend. Right? It's a U.S. government agency. What do you that people are going to assume? Some people will assume the worst no matter what. But yeah, again, under the same theory, what you do is you go in and you say, we're going to go through every program. We're going to keep things that are important. And whatever that's food aid, health aid, health, whatever. And shit can that are being really help.
You mean like running $51 million on transgender animal studies?
Yeah, it's that.
Well, they have to figure out how to do those operations.
Yeah. No, I think that, yeah. So there's waste, and of course there's waste, but and are there programs in there that were designed
So it's the baby with the bathwater? Is that what it is?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's the point. Is I think going in there and calling it all waste and fraud and a criminal organization, I think is not the right messaging. I think that the American public would be fully on board if you simply said, we're going one through, we're going to find the waste, we're going to focus on those programs that help people around the world legitimately.
But I think the problem is people that are opposed to this administration are never going to see the good in anything that comes out, even if it does uncover undeniable fraud. I think we're just so dug in now, especially the fog of war post-election, which seems real in this country. This fog of hate on both sides, gloating on the right, and bitterness and anger and hyperbole as to the extent of what's happening on the left. It's all a constitutional crisis and destruction of democracy and a real dictator that's in place. It's all the things that they feared coming into this election now come to light in their eyes.
Yeah. No, again, that is the messaging that's going out. You can see them coalesce around it. I think the first weeks after the election, there was confusion and sort of going through that grief cycle on the left. But now I think you're seeing they are coming together on the messaging. I think that now they're starting to get more focused. They probably understand they'll probably take the House in 2 years. So they're getting their shit together. But I think it's and on the right side, I think that the quoting is a bit unnecessary. Right? You want to focus on getting shit done. Not only is it unnecessary, it's counterproductive. Yeah, and it just fuels the other side. Yes. It's like this should be a uniting time for our country. You would think that creating a more efficient government would be a uniting concept, right? And I think it could be. But I keep going back to that same thing. I've never been particularly impressed with the messaging. And I get it. When I say that, people always, on the right come out and go, that's what makes MAGA MAGA. That's what makes Trump is, just and I don't disagree with sort of, again, the benefits sometimes of being disruptive, but I do think that, you can't just look at USAID and say it's a criminal organization. You should be a little bit more. Kevin O'Leary mentioned him earlier. For all that talk, I guarantee you, if he was, if he had a large company, he wouldn't just shit can everything right off the bat. I don't think that's his implication, but I think he's talking about failing companies. Failing companies. When you take over a failing company that's filled with ways to cut more out than is necessary when you figure out what you need. But he would go, there would be a thoughtful initial review phase in the corporate book. I would argue that even he would do that. He's not just going to hold the pen and throw it in his room and say, okay, now let's see what we actually need. Well, isn't what this administration's done is putting a pause on everything, and then they're doing an audit things, and then we're doing it. But that's not the way it comes across, because the media's not, like you said, they're not going to give you. Right? So even if they said that that's what we're doing, and here's how we're doing it, here are the people on the transition team, people on Elon's Doge team, right? When you name half of them, that's what that's ridiculous. I'm very now. There's the kid ciphers those scrolls from Pompeii to AI. Yeah. I mean, it's very interesting, because the approach is essentially is mimicking the approach that Elon used at Twitter. And just you're saying, okay, I'm going to cut out 90% of this and see how it works. Yeah, I just think that, and again, you got to go after the ways to go out. It's their flow. Of course, government go after. So your perspective is that, of course, there's waste, of course, there's fraud, but if you don't understand international relations, if you don't understand this long tradition of supporting regimes that have our interests in mind, if we don't do that, someone else will. They'll gain control of these areas. This is just the reality of the world that we live in, and we should be influencing other countries. Yeah, that's it. But yeah, that's what I'm saying on the international front. On the domestic front, I'm just saying, go through all these organizations, right? But don't give the other side the ammunition to say, you guys you're firing useful people. Right? I hear this all the time now in the past few weeks. It's like, oh my God, they let this time group of people who are going and looking on women's health issues, and they're giving them ammunition that they don't need to by virtue of the way that they're going about it. And again, go about it, do it. All I'm saying is it's the means in which they're doing it. You can accomplish the same task, and you can accomplish it quicker. Right? It's not like your review process. How could you review USA while this is all going on, while they're still able to spend money? Because they're still able to, if there is corruption, if they're still able to dump a bunch of money into a bunch of different projects and funnel stuff around and move stuff into these areas where they can trace, which is apparently where at least some of it goes. Yeah. I would want, look, if you're doing a corporate fraud investigation, you don't walk in and say, there's fraud everywhere here, right? Where everybody's going. No, you don't. You go in and do the investigation, because you don't know what the iceberg looks like. You don't know what's underneath the surface. So you want to be able to go through it in a methodical way. And, if you walk into the World Bank and say, we think this is fraud here in this department here, right? And the World Bank, just as an aside, if they think there's fraud somewhere, they have to notify the people that they suspect of fraud that they're going to initiate a fraud investigation before they do it, right? How fucked up is that? So it's pretty crazy. So anyway, that's getting what's up. So again, I respect the fact that they're actually making the effort. I think that's great. I'm not sure that it's there's a movable object in Washington D.C. made up of lobbyists, contractors, self-interested politicians, right? They're all like doing the press, right? And soldiers obviously, bumping up against that, particularly when they start now talking about Pentagon. So I guess my point is, it's complex. I don't know that blowing it up and then saying, expect us to have to tell her or anyone else, before an organization, raise it to the ground and start over. But thousands and thousands of hard-working street agents out there doing very important work. Right? You can't just say, okay, we're suspending 30% of it. Right? You got to go through and say, okay, well, where is the problem? And
is there enough time to do that?
Well,
this is the question. How is this a more time-effective way of confronting the reality of what they're trying to accomplish, which is government efficiency, right? The Department of Government Efficiency don't believe the government is efficient. We do see that there's at least some waste and some fraud, but it's not being chased down. They're going to chase it down.
Yeah, well, I would argue they're going to fund this years of the process, and no matter how much of a jump they get there at the start. But I think
like that, it's going to take 50, 60 years.
Yeah, I think he's right. I mean, I don't know if it take that long. I think if you're persistent about it, and I think your timeline is that you mentioned the midterms, that would be my focus. Right? I want to get it well done before the midterm elections, right? Because I'm concerned about losing the House. So you've got that runway to work with, then go. But you don't feel like you got to get it done in the first 4 weeks.
So there's a lot of messaging that you hear online that you got to kind of decipher. And one of them is the price of eggs. For whatever reason, the price of eggs is a big one that's bandied about. People need to understand what the price of eggs is all about. Well, one of the things is they killed a lot of chickens during the Biden administration because of this bird transplant. So they killed millions of chickens. Because the fear is that these chickens are gonna hop over people. And right now, I think it's only in geese and ducks. Is that correct?
Did it move cattle?
I think it has, in some cases, moved cattle. But the question is, like, what happens? Is that treatable with antibiotics? Is this overblown? What is the actual reality of this pandemic, so to speak? But this is why egg prices are so high. But then, unfortunately, it becomes a political talking point. So it's hard to get to the bottom of it because they're just trying to use it as blame. So they're trying to blame this administration on the price of eggs. They're fucking up. Regular people are going to starve. And,
Yeah, look, he's been in office for 23 days. Egg prices haven't come down. You guys were lying to him.
Well, guess what? It takes a long time for a chicken to be able to grow from a chick to an egg layer. It takes like months.
Yeah.
And so you're not going to get discounting eggs anytime soon if they kill millions of chickens, which they definitely did.
Oh, no, it's remember there was the mad cow disease. Years.
Sure.
A big problem with that. And beef prices.
I had a buddy of mine who went to Italy, living over there during the mad cow crisis, and to this day, he had blood. Wow. So it's like prion disease. Okay. The idea is that if he does have it, what is it called? Creutzfeldt disease? I always fuck that up. But what that disease, that prion disease is from cattle eating cattle brain tissue. It's so crazy. Yeah.
Somebody at some point thought, what we could do with all these sheep parts, we could feed them to the cow. Yeah, I know.
Grind them all up, and then the cows and them get the prion disease, and then they're fucked.
Yeah.
Same, which by the way happens to cannibals. It's like the same thing with Papua New Guinea. The cannibals get that same sort of problem where the neurological, the body breaks down. Yeah, they got it. Yeah. You read the story about Rockefeller's kids
Was it nephew? The nephew that got killed and eaten by the. Yeah, he went over there to live amongst them. Well, he went twice. And apparently, the first time he went, insulted them by trying to acquire one of their secret things. And the second time he went back, they decided to eat him. And they didn't find out about it for a long time. I think he went missing in the 60s. Yeah. We covered it, Jim. You remember what year one? I think he went missing in the 60s. Story. Yeah. And there was debate over whether he was actually killed by cannibals or not. And now that I'm sure he was. Yeah. And at least that's what they're back. It's more once. I didn't get away. Oh, it felt like, they just couldn't come to an agreement on whether or not he could take home whatever sacred object he was trying to get from them. I forget what it was, but it was something that they would never sell or trade that he was insisting on. And they're like, oh, fuck this guy. And then I think they had some time to stew on it. Yeah, well, it's odd. And then when he came back with this dumb motherfucker back. Can you imagine how surprised they were when they showed up again? Oh, boy, we're going to eat. Yeah, they're probably thinking, he comes back, I'm going to fucking eat it. I get the haunch. Yeah. Well, again, this is, rich liberals. Yes, that's what it was. A rich liberal who wanted to fix the world and travel around and went into a world that he didn't understand. Like, literally didn't understand. Didn't understand what they were saying. Didn't understand the culture. It was fairly, Yeah, I'm here to help you, in my own way. I'm just bringing enlightenment to you. Yeah, and also, what a great story with the facts of university. Oh, yeah. What I did. Yeah. It's so interesting. You got to wonder about his family. Yeah, sure. You should go back. Can you pull up the story? You see this cat? There's photos in this cat. Yeah, I remember this. I remember this. Yeah. So, 62. Here, hold on. Go back up. And so the first public report that Rothschild was killed in December. Scroll up. And his long-arms bones turned into weapons and fishing equipment. It was published by the Associated Press in March of 1962. A second investigation later that year by a patrolman named Wim van der Waal on behalf of the Dutch colonial government came to the same conclusion. Van der Waal was given a skull bearing no lower jaw and a hole in the right temple. The hallmarks of the remains of it had been headhunted and opened to consume the brains. When she turned over to Dutch authorities, he never asked him to write a written report and asked him to verbally report his conclusion. The information was apparently deemed politically sensitive, in part because of the fragile state of the Dutch Empire in the Indonesian archipelago, and in part because of Nelson Rockefeller's political celebrity in the United States. The findings of Van der Waal's investigation are restated in the written memoir of Anton van der Waal, a successor missionary to Van Kessel, the famous Van Kessel. Those 65 photos of that dude, that's crazy. Because there's photos of him hanging out with people that hate him. I love that. Go out and investigate, okay? And this isn't the conclusion we wanted. Don't bother getting this. There he is. Yeah, all right. There he is. Go that one right there. No, the third one. Yeah, that one. Look at that. He's like, I'm going to eat you. Those classic 60s classics. Right? And look at the smile on his face. What's up with that dude? Oh, I know. Look at him all. Look at the guy that's behind the front guy. He's looking at these going, yeah. And eventually they hate him. Crazy. He looks such a man. Yeah. Well, back in the day, you thought he was beating Soy Boy. He came back then. Yeah. Oh, I'm having such a wonderful time with all these people. Yeah. That is the robot cookie dance right there. Yeah, you're fucking around in a place you don't understand. And you don't understand that they have a long history. You think about his family. Look at his family and said, look, what is that? What is that? Is it supposed to be him? Oh, God. Click on that. Yes. What is that? What does it say? Michael, that is him? It says Michael Rockefeller. Yeah, so that's probably a picture of himself. Oh. Even more fucked up. Like, they were doing that. Jesus, bro. I'm sure someone brings out that. Like, hey, check this out. We did that to this guy. Yeah. Like, look at that fucking skeleton. Look at that fucking skeleton. That is so creepy. Forget that. Let's go fast. I would worry about that. Yeah, that one guy on the right. amazing, right? You show them the beach and that guy's there. You're like, oh, fuck.
You think they do like a movie that gives you a 10-second head start and the jungle? Nope. They track you down. I mean, I honestly, it's curses. If I was in the tribe, I would do that, right? What? I mean, it's entertaining.
Yeah, what was a famous story of a guy who killed his friend, chopped him up, threw his guts on him, so he gave him like a 30-second head start and he escaped. He committed a beaver death. Yeah, this is in Montana. A couple of years ago, what was it? Oh, okay. I believe it was in the guy's first. He hit and beaver down and naked all the way back to the border. I think it was like a couple hundred miles too. Yeah, people were definitely affected. Michael reportedly told his companions, "I think I can make it," and jumped into the water. That was the last time I saw him. Oh, this is when he swam to the shore. In 1961, Michael Rothschild was traveling to this dangerous area of dense rainforest, mangrove swamps, and crocodile-infested mudflats known as the land of laughing death, and a small catamaran capsized in rough seas. This is so Michael Rockefeller, a strong swimmer, immediately jumped to the sea and began to swim to shore. But this is the second time, right? This is when they killed him. So, they don't know. No one saw him after drinking the water. They don't know what happened. Right. Now, here's interesting, though. Like, if you're offshore from whatever, the laughing island of death, your catamaran, you capsizes. And so it's still there, right? It's still floating. And you've got your shipmates, and they're there. And your decision, the way that you process this is to swim to the laughing island of death. That doesn't show a lot of thought. Well, you very good before. There was another article that I read, Jen, that actually recounted the moment he was killed, that they picked him up in a canoe and speared him in the canoe. That's what they did. There's been multiple genocides starting 7 years later to try to investigate what happened. I don't know how you would go about doing that. Yeah, the most recent article was like there's some recent revelation, some information that was given to them by the tribes people. First, I said that they sent a guy down there to investigate. You know, we could get just like one of them was installed. So I'm all better. Well, why the DNA? You know what's going to solve this problem? It's going to be the newly formed U.S. government agency classification of documents. That's going to solve this problem. Yes. Which one? Federal secrets. Yeah, federal secrets. Is that the JFK UFO one? Yeah, the Epstein files. How ladies run in a Helena Cruz. Why is she running? Because she's hot. I don't know. Maybe they should just release the documents. Like, if you're going to release the documents to the people on the internet. They'll figure it out. I don't know. So they've got this new they're going to sort of COVID. It's also on the table. UFOs. Now Michael Rockefeller. So I'm hoping that's where the 4.7 trillion went. Yeah. I'm hoping that's where the government crash retrieval programs and re-engineering and back engineering, developing our own technology. I think that's secret, but a lot of it. Yeah. I could absolutely be wrong, but I think that's what a lot of it is. I think we have some super sophisticated propulsion systems that are way ahead of our time. And then also, I think there's a bunch of different things happening simultaneously. I think 4.7 trillion. Okay, let me think about that. In terms of government spending, we can flow through that pretty quick. So I'm thinking, yes, I don't know how long ago. When they say 4.7 trillion, they don't give you a timeline. It's like that was the thing about Politico, right? Like there was this talk about we gave Politico $8 million. Well, sort of. What the real story was, there's a subscription model for Politico where you get news like instantaneously, and it costs like $10,000, and there's a bunch of those subscriptions that were in many different agencies. Right. And so this is over the course of 8 years. Like that $8 million is from like 2016 to today. Right. So say that, right? So roll that up. Rather than say, they've been funding, because it's in the short version, it sounds much worse. And it's still can argue. It's really necessary. Do you need to be doing this? Well, I don't know. If you want information simultaneously, which is very beneficial to someone in government, you're paying for a database for information that's going to hopefully inform better decision making. The problem toughest way you say it. When you say we gave Flip $80 million, oh, those motherfuckers, that's why they're biased. And then you realize, like, oh, that's not exactly what happened. Yeah. So, yeah, I think the people that are doing this have to make sure that they're not hyperbolic.
Well, yes, exactly. And that goes back to this whole thing that I try to speak to is the messaging with you. But I think
this is important too, is today, now they're talking about Social Security. Yeah. And that people are receiving Social Security that are 150 years old. But I don't think that is the reality as it's being explained by people who understand COBOL, the language, and this computer programming language that they use is ancient, right? Which is kind of crazy. They're still using that, right? It's like, right. Yeah. So some guy who understands it was explaining that if certain factors aren't taken into consideration or certain things aren't entered in, like date of birth or when there's certain things or date of death, right? But it doesn't even necessarily mean that all these people are receiving checks, right?
they're just listed on the file. Right. It doesn't mean money's going out to them. And so, yeah, again, from a message perspective, does Elon need to screenshot that and then send it out as a tweet or whatever they call it, and then suddenly he's got a couple million people going, oh my God, we're paying 10 people. Well,
right. That's the problem with being hyperbolic. I'm going to send this to you, Jamie, because I was confused myself. And so I was like, what exactly are they saying? Because it seems like the people that understand that programming language are the ones that aren't jumping on board and saying, hey, this is what's happening. Yeah. Vampires exist amongst us. These 300-year-old people get Social Security. That's not what they're saying. The people that actually understand it are saying it's not really the case. How cool that is. It's just honest comment here. That would be it. How crazy. So I'll sing this. This is this guy's explanation of it.
But that 4.7, I'm sure we're going to find the trillion. Of course, some of that money goes out, and I think if you follow money like government, it's always more effective and interesting than anything else, right? You always get to the bottom of things by following budgets.
Yeah.
Depending on how it's handled, right? And so a lot of that money's going to, perhaps it's in black budgets or defense department activities. I think it's worth digging into because it's always fascinating.
So in that, this is a guy that explains it. I'll read. I hope he's correct. This is a gentleman named House Carter on X. He said, this isn't a vampire conspiracy. It's just COBOL, COBOL. Legacy government systems, especially Social Security, still rely on COBOL, a language designed before anyone thought databases would need to track people beyond 99 years old. The numbers you're laughing at aren't literal ages. They're most likely misinterpreted categorical codes or data artifacts from outdated formatting. Social Security isn't paying 150-year-olds. The system uses fixed width fields, and when modern databases misread them, they mistakenly interpret grouping codes as real ages. This happens when old mainframe logic isn't properly translated into newer systems. So no, there aren't thousands of people over 150 getting checks, but there are a lot of outdated systems that need modernization, maybe focused on fixing that issue instead of hyping up a non-issue. So there's multiple people that have said the same kind of thing. Yeah. This guy says, I'm an old programmer, coder in today's parlance. As many old programmers know, COBOL, young coders don't. When Musk claims that Social Security is paying thousands of 150-year-olds, I think someone should let them know that in COBOL, if a data is missing, a data is missing, the program defaults to 1875. Example, 2025, 1875 equals 150. So for some reason, if data is missing, the program defaults to this ancient date. And it's just a problem with data. Yeah, which makes more sense than 150-year-olds.
Exactly. But again, so fine. Dig into it, find out. And you know what? If the end result is, you don't have 150-year-old people get benefits, but the end result is that you modernize the way that we store information. And great, there's a benefit to Doge right there. Right?
Yes.
We created a more efficient system for tracking and paying good. So, everybody should not have
organization called the Department of Government Efficiency. But and I think ultimately I think they're going to do a very good job. I just think
So this is something to think about with Social Security. So there's that, which is probably a misinterpretation of data. And this other one that I just sent Jamie, so there's this woman who's a whistleblower, and she's saying they were incentivized to qualify illegals for a long-term disability, to qualify illegals for Social Security for life. So they were set for life. And in quote, she says, they wanted us to try to identify them in such a way that they would qualify for long-term Social Security disability. Now, long-term Social Security disability is for life. So if they got identified and qualified for long-term Social Security disability, they're as good as set up for life. That doesn't sound like a refugee to me, she's saying, just being honest. It sounds like someone's planning on staying. So they're instructed to try to identify, to try to get the client, because when they arrive here, now they're called clients. So they told us that we needed to talk to the client and ask them if they had any headaches, recurring headaches, or any lower back problems. Anything that would qualify them for Social Security long-term disability, which is crazy.
Yeah, and then but again, trackable information, right? So you can go in if you're serious and persistent about it. You should be able to go in and identify. Yes, we have.
Let's talk about this, because this is something that when people are talking about the problems of Social Security, this is if she's telling the truth, this is real, right?
It sounds like something planning on staying.
Well, that's right. And so they instructed us to try to identify, to try to get the client, because once they arrive there, they're not called clients. They're not called clients.
Okay.
Because the client pay.
Sure.
And so they told us that we needed to talk to the client and ask them if they had any headaches, or back problems. Anything that would qualify for Social Security.
Wait. So let me get straight. Part of the screening is supposed to be, are you sick, maimed, injured, whatever? Okay, good. You just get on the airplane. Are you sick, maimed, injured, whatever? Yes. Good. We can give you this bill.
Correct.
What? This is insanity. But in order to get Social Security disability benefits, don't you need a Social Security number?
Well, we were instructed in the meeting that the first one was supposed to be the final.
Yeah, wait. This is unbelievable. So they come over here and they get Social Security. They become legal. Are you pulling my leg?
And then after they process into the security work, then we would process it.
No. Yeah, I think again, fascinating if it's true. It's fascinating if it's true. If it's true, but you need corroboration on something like that. Right? Yeah. So that's just Russian disinformation. Who they are, what they do.
Right, I don't even know when they came from.
Yeah.
See if you can find that out.
I mean, that's just due diligence, right? Okay, so I think that's great. And the obligation then is to say, okay, well, who is she? And why does she have this knowledge? Is she credible? Can you corroborate it with other sources? And if you can, then yeah, you got a serious problem. At that moment where she said, get them a U.S. passport, that's where I started. I bet a little flag went off. I bet, hold on a second. Wait. Let's dig into this and actually see. Is that possible? 2017. Wow. Some radio show. I'm the certain woman that's interviewed by radio show Josh Holly.
Wow, that's 2017. That's crazy. Okay. So what would be the benefit of that? The benefit of that would be you get a vote for life. If you are whatever party, whether it's a Republican Party or whoever it is that allows this to happen, and hooks these people up and sets them up, you would think that those people are going to vote that way for life. Those are people that gave them American citizenship, essentially, gave them Social Security for life. Like, all you have to do is tell them, look, you get this check for life. All you have to do is keep voting. And you know the right way to go. Right? You don't vote with your voting conscience. I want you to vote with,
why, the last 4 years we essentially don't policy was to bring in, 10, 11, 12 million voters, right? I mean, that's the way that story unfolds. That's one version. That's one version. The other version is cheap labor, right? Cheap labor. Also, just sort of, then there's the soft. It's it's the way the world should work. Needing open borders. Yeah, I don't think that's bullshit. Most people don't fall along the lines of doing things for ideology. Most people have other more base motives.
My take is, if you got a place that's awesome, and you got a system that's awesome, expand awesomeness. Don't bring in people that aren't awesome. Don't bring in people from places that aren't awesome. So the problem is, if you bring people in that are criminals, that have a lifelong history of selling drugs, being involved in the cartel, they're not going to come over here. You know what? I'm going to join the union to be a pipe fitter. Continue to do what they've done their whole goddamn life.
Yeah.
So the problem is not that. The problem is where you're from sucks. Yeah. So I think the best way, and I'm not saying we should take over all these countries and run them, but the best way is to that's probably the only way that would work. The way to do it is to somehow or another encourage those countries to become more like the United States.
Well, yes, and then you would do that through soft power, and, organizations that could influence lines.
I'm trying to look at this from a bunch of different perspectives. This is a very complicated situation. It's not as simple as, we need to stay out of the way of other countries' business.
Right. No, again, that comes back around to if you love them, if we're all working on the same team, that's not how I don't think human nature is. So, that's not the state of the world. It's not the state of the world, and it's in the last 4 years, and I would argue during the Obama administration, they oftentimes, from a national security perspective, seem to run it based on how they hope the world will be, right? As opposed to how the world actually is, right? And so, like him or hate him, again, the current administration tends to, I think, look at things in a more pragmatic way.
Do you think they'll be able to do that with USA? Do you think they'll be able to convince some of these other people that are all these USA first people that don't think we should be spending any money overseas? Yes, and maybe some of this money is well spent for our best interest. That's a good question. Right? Because what is that? Are you even allowed to say what you're actually doing then? Because how do we discern whether or not? How are you going to tell people that $20 million for Iraqi Sesame Street is actually a really good idea? And here's why.
But how are you going to tell them that buying up in Gaza is a good idea, right? I don't think certain candidates. Yeah, but to the people on the side of the fence who say no money spent overseas, right? How are you going to justify that? Well, we can look at that and go, that's a fucked up idea, right? But it's still President Trump, so you got to support it. I don't know. Do they discern, do people on the base? Do they just say, everything that comes out of the White House is a great idea? Because that certainly runs counter to the idea that we don't want to spend money overseas. What are you going to substitute Ukraine now? Because you don't want to spend money in Ukraine to get substitutes for Gaza? Right. But again, it's the idea that we would protect American interests better if we were in control of that. So if Israel did something, if someone did something, we'd be able to respond in minutes versus days. Well, that goes against the idea that we want to be involved in foreign wars. President Trump doesn't want to be involved in foreign incursions wars. He's picked a hell of a spot to not be involved in frick. You're going to drop yourself. He's going to fix it right up. He's going to make it nice. Yeah. Big old Trump hotel. Yeah. So, but again, I think it's great in the sense that I never thought I'd see the day where some of these Arab states would turn around and say, Hamas has got to go. I mentioned it before. That's a sea change. That's a big goddamn sea change. And it's kind of like with Ukraine right? He comes out and he says, okay, when we start this, they finished already. Earlier today, they finished conversations in Riyadh, in Saudi Arabia, between Sergei Lavrov and Marshal Rubio and Steve Witkoff on the U.S. side to start the discussions about peace in the conflict, right? Without creating representation for the European incident. NATO wasn't represented either, right? So, and now they have those kind of conversations that they don't have to create a representation. They go out of the West. Yeah, but now government, right? Again, this this idea that, yeah, you can't, you have to break it down. In fact, you just jumped into the breach and got started, right? I mean, you think about it. In the previous administration or in a normal administration, I argue, getting to the table where you sit down and talk, look, we did. This is the first time we've talked to the Russians really in a serious way since the invasion back in 2022. So the fact that, most administrations would have taken, a year just to map out, okay, this is what the talks are going to look like. And this is, this is what the conference table will look like. And this is where people are going to sit. This is what people are going to say. It would take months and months and months to get it. And these guys just said, let's go over, we're going to see them, we're going to talk to them. Now that's forced, right? That's forced the Europeans to say, okay, how do we get involved? We got to go. And they do, right? The European nations, European institutions have allocated more money to Ukraine than the U.S. has. Right? They're up to, depending on numbers you look at, they're up to $130 billion allocated in financial. How much have we allocated? Probably about 119, 120 billion. I thought it was way more than that. I thought it was 100 billion. Zelensky said never received it. No, but when I say allocated, not all, it's first. Right? So now the U.S. is the leading military provider of military partner. But if you combine humanitarian, financial, and military all together, EU institutions and EU countries have actually allocated more than the U.S. has. And that, logic would say buys them a seat at the table for any peace talks. Aside from the fact that they're sitting right there, close to Russia, they've taken in a vast number of Ukrainian refugees. You've got Estonia, Latvia, sits right there on the border with Russia. They've got a real reason to want to get involved. And again, Trump saying, let's just start the conversation with Russia. It's forced the EU to say, okay, how do we get involved? How do we rethink? Much like the Arab states with the Gaza issue. So now they're saying, well, Keir Starmer over in the UK said, we want to put boots on the ground for some sort of peacekeeping force. And other nations, some are pushing back. Germany, they really that before the Ukraine, that's going to force some sort of that accelerated the process. So, that has to be involved. And Ukraine is certainly involved. They're going to get invaded country. Right. And they're not going to be involved in the future of what happens to the invaded country. So they'll be involved. And Mark will be able to said as much. But I think it's good. I think people are really up in arms with the idea that they've started the talk without the Ukrainians sitting at the table. But I don't think there's any plausible scenario where the U.S. doesn't get them involved here in the very near future, because otherwise they don't get it. When Zelensky says that he hasn't received $100 billion, what does that actually mean? Does it mean it just hasn't gotten to Ukraine yet? It means, it doesn't mean it's missing. It's not missing. Although, so this is the thing that people are saying. It's like Tucker Carlson was talking about this. And he was essentially saying that there's a bunch of people that are spending money, and he went to some wealthy ski towns, Ukrainians, they're all super wealthy, and he thinks that some of that is he's not going out of the way. I mean, Ukraine, one of their big problems over years and years has been corruption. Right, and fraud. And one of the reasons why, there was pushback against, this idea of NATO, even though back in 2008 or 2008, at a European summit, they actually said that during the NATO summit, yes, at some point in the future, Ukraine and Georgia, will become members of NATO. We're not going to give you a timetable, but we're going to tell you what that's going to look like. But you can't become members of NATO. But the problem is different. The level of corruption in Ukraine. So is some of that money, both from the U.S. and from the EU, gone missing and lying in pockets? Oh, absolutely. It's not that. Look at the money that we spend on how much. Anytime you got government disbursement of that size, fucking call for that. Right. Anytime you get money for that, large buckets from the U.S. government, has to go off something. Absolutely. You can have people that take advantage of it. So, yeah, that's not a surprise, and it's Tucker Carlson pointed out. Just saying it's not rocket science. How much? Well, that's like an issue. Like to think that Doge, one of their jobs, and I think if there was more transparency in how the money is spent, then maybe the taxpayers would be a little bit more
And it doesn't have to be lenient or understanding for any fraud where people are getting rich off of this. Right? There are people that are getting rich off of this. Remember, there's one guy that had to resign to try to somehow got to move around $1 billion that we should have. Remember that story? $1 billion. Yeah, it's like, well, just step off. And so kind of went away. And these stories, it's so confusing because, you know, we're getting the mainstream media version of what's going on versus boots on the ground. Where's the money actually going? What is actually happening? Why did Russia actually invade in the first place? And what company is that? Shortly, actually a little bit before, you know, following 2003 entry U.S. invasion. And so we were there for a handful of years, providing security assistance to the organization. And, you know, you didn't have to look hard or far to see some group coming into town saying, we'll just start this company, you know, and it's an 8A company, look, they're owned by Eskimos or, you know, they just set up some bullshit company to get government contracts. No experience, no idea. And yeah, so, you know, we watched that unfold. Anytime you have an environment that's this chaos, that's definitely happening. So you have to be incredibly aggressive and willing to hunt it down, right? But I think sometimes the problem is the government looks like an accepted loss mindset, like with credit cards or retail items, right? They ain't got to accept the loss. We know what gets these 30 minutes cheap. Columbia River, yeah. I was too. I stole all the money. This is what I didn't know. I have not received my. People don't remember that those ones used to get cassettes and CDs in the mail, and you sign up, and like it was a big hustle with the music industry to sell more copies. Yes. And you can never, never get rid of it. Never heard of it. But it made it look like they had a lot more people buying albums than they were. They weren't really buying them. They're getting them from Columbia Records. You get like 10 of them for $1. And everyone's like, oh, this is great. And then you get them for regular price afterwards. Like, oh, fuck this. They send you all the you check off this one. Everybody nobody paid. It's like all my friends did it. Completely weird scam that went on in the 1980s. That was I remember that started by mailing. Oh yeah, I remember that. And yeah, we used to get a CD or a DVD in the mail. Yeah, so that's the night we did put on Netflix. I said, yeah, this got started. They couldn't believe it. I'm just still amazed when our postman walks by the house. Right? They think it's incredibly quaint. Some guy walks by and leaves you with mail. I wonder what. I mean, imagine taking a kid to like 1988 and bringing him to a Blockbuster video. They would walk around and go, what is going on? Well, we don't have the internet anymore. I mean, yes. So this is how you get movies. They're going to shut the fuck up. You don't watch on your phone. Like, you don't even have phones. Yeah, nobody had a cell phone. Your evenings were spent with a bowl of unshelved nuts, walnuts, and cracking it. That was your activity while you talked to your mom and dad or something. If you ever showed someone a phone back then and said, someday, people are going to jerk off looking at that. They'd be like, what are you even talking about? That's the dumbest prediction of all time. That's not a Star Trek. You get a phone call. I remember some girl called, and my privacy was only as long as the cord on the phone. Oh, yeah, right. Because everybody was in. You just go to the closet. Yeah. You had one of them ones that like had the button, like a little portable one with the cord attached. Yeah. They don't hang it up on your desk one. You can bring a long cord. Yeah, lucky if you were lucky. So we had the gold. So they had cords to work. So I can go around the corner and the cords like fucking angle. Spin the headset around to untangle the cord. People don't know. The cord is dragged to the ground. Do you remember the band phone number when you were a kid? Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did too. It's the craziest thing. I can't remember what I did 2 or 3 hours ago, and I could still gun in my head. I could recite the phone number I had when I was 8 years old. Yeah. We used to be able to remember so many numbers. I only know like 3 or 4 numbers of my friends by heart. Yeah. You know your kids' numbers, right? Yeah. And my wife's, maybe a couple of my buddies that have had like my friend Dave said the same phone. Why is he doing that? So it's weird that we don't have any numbers in our head anymore.
You know, I will say, I know this because just a day and a half ago, I was doing something. I was filling out some application for one of my boys, another boy, scooter, and it asked for his phone number. And I had to look it up. So I was thinking, like, well, I don't know. I just pushed the button. I have to look up mine. Yeah.
Can I change it? When I give someone my number, I have to go, oh shit. Yeah. I fuck it up. Yeah, it becomes an issue. Yeah. Well, at a certain point in time, you just stay bombarded by people you don't want to talk to. I've got all the friends I got a man. It's not even the friends you want. It's all transactional. That's the problem. The problem is like, some people realize this person only texts me when they want something. Yeah, and the text before they want something are bullshit. The say hi, text, bullshit. Yes, it's coming. Yeah, here comes the thing you want. Yeah, and then that comes. Yeah, I get that from. I got a startup. Oh fuck. Yeah, I do want to invest. Fuck off. Yeah, I don't get the investments. Somebody thinks I have money, but you know, I'll get like sort of a request for, you know, how about I hook up with, you know, somebody that's part of the country government, you know, so I'm like, I'm not going to put you in touch with anybody. Yeah, those are the worst. Yeah, so it's interesting. You know what today is? You know what today is? Today is my 20th. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I was thinking about that. I know it was funny because you proposed with the team for us to get together, and immediately I thought, well, that's her first. And I thought, oh, she loves Austin. So I could combine the two. And I don't know when we got close. Yeah, I'm involved. No, I think that work up anything. It's the most awesome vacation, but it's also work. Yeah. Go out of your life to do this. You know, you get into the same stuff that you added a thing. And here it is. Yeah. 20 years, and there you go. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. And we had a dinner in Jersey with a bunch of folks on Saturday night. It was really fun. So we got it from I saw you put something out about this. You were asking 30 minutes out. So I was asking, my friend has a ranch. I just released wolf there a couple weeks ago. Yeah. And he started finding I took a photo of it, put it on my Instagram, found a dead elk leg. The neighbor spotted the wolves. They're on his property, and he released them on his ranch. Yeah. No one let him know. That's the leg. Yeah. No one told him. And these are big wolves. Yeah. By the way. Oh no, the population problem. Look, the way you feel about it is entirely jurisdiction based. What do I mean by that? If you live in New York City or Chicago, it's a worldly population. If you're a rancher, or you live out in the northwest or the west, it's all there. Yes, it's crazy. So they've released the wolves where the fucking livestock is. What's crazy is they had a mandate to release wolves in Colorado. So the first wolf they got from Oregon, who they took out of areas where they were killing livestock. So they got wolves that were accustomed to killing livestock and then reintroduced them to Colorado where there's livestock. And what do you know? They start killing livestock. It's kind of crazy. And it's true. And what you said is absolutely true. They're giving us a short period of time, and they're going to start laying on wolf hunts. Right? And you're not going to find them. Yeah. Here's the note that friend said: you can shoot them if they're killing your livestock, or if they're killing a working dog. Yeah. But you can't shoot them if they're killing your pet. That's what he said. I don't know if that's true. You can. Well, in Idaho, you can kill them. Yeah, in Idaho, they're giving out tags. Yeah, they're giving out tags in Montana. And this is what people need to understand. When they first reintroduced them, there was no way you could shoot them. And then it got to the point where, like, okay, this is not just sustainable. This is a large population of animals that is doing a lot of damage. Yeah. And they do surplus hunting. So in one place, I think it was Wyoming, they killed some crazy number of cow elk, 15 or 16. Type A predators. Man, they're incredibly efficient. And they work together. Yeah. The only animal in North America, other than coyotes, which are actually wolves, they're small wolves. Yeah. They're the only animals that work as packs. And they're so good at it. They're so good at it. so smart. They're all psychic. They're all fucking taken together. And they have high mind. Yeah, their hierarchy is amazing. The way that they do it. I did several days out in Yellowstone for an TV show episode, and following or trying to the lives of the families. It was amazing. It's just incredible. They're amazing animals. It's just this ballot box biology. These people that are in Denver and Boulder, they're the ones who are the big population scales. They're the ones who are voting for this. But you're not going to release walls in the middle of downtown Denver, right? No, Denver just came out in the area and these people voted against it. I wish they would go. The area where they released them first were areas where people voted against the walls. It's just like a big fuck you to those people. Yeah, well, it always is. And if you're a branch, maybe you and you're constantly fighting for just kind of common sense decision making. And luckily, the state has a very figure. Who knows? We're making changes in 10 years. But right now, I understand that this is what's important for this state. But why it's such a great place to live. But so I don't know. I saw that. It's front and center, but I know exactly who it would fit. Oh yeah, because I talk to those people who don't understand at all. How it operates. Well, apparently it's a pet project of the governor of Colorado's husband. His husband is big on wildlife, which everybody should do. Who's the governor of Colorado? And it's not important, but not important. No. It is important in Colorado. The reality is, it's where he started. Wolves are there. And they were coming into Colorado anyway. There's Colorado wolves that were moving in from neighboring states, Colorado, Wyoming, Oregon. And they don't stop at Oregon. It's not Colorado. Yes. We showed a video on here once of a friend of mine filmed a wolf in Bakersfield, California. And I was like, well, these people that live out there, the ranchers that live out there, talked to me about one of my buddies who actually works on a ranch, filmed this wolf. And we actually played the video. It's a big black wolf that's in a cattle field in fucking Bakersfield. It's just outside of Bakersfield. It's like off the 5. We had Diane Boyd on, who is a wolf reintroduction specialist. She studied wolves her whole life, and she's not a wolf reintroduction. She thinks they should reintroduce to areas naturally, and they're going to do that anyway. They're going to migrate into these areas naturally. That's the best way to let it happen. But she said they can travel hundreds and hundreds of miles, and that this wolf probably came all the way from Oregon. It just made its way down. It probably wasn't even, because their fear was that some crazy wildlife was like, we're going to be introduced to things like wolves. And they're capturing these wolves and they're bringing them to California. Fuck you, rancher. You should be soy release them. She doesn't think that. She thinks those wolves actually probably made it from the wild all the way down there because they really travel insane distances. Yeah. But that makes sense. Everybody makes sense. After all that experience, she's not in favor of a program. And that shows college that throws a giant monkey wrench into whatever ecosystem there is. Yeah. But the reality of the ecosystem in Montana, where they did introduce wolves, was that they were very overpopulated with elk. To the point where when she was explaining this, they used to have these winter seasons for cow elk, and it's basically shooting fish in a barrel because they're stuck in deep snow, and you can just pick them off. And they did that because they were heavily overpopulated. The land couldn't sustain the numbers, and so they offered opportunities for hunters. And it's great. You shoot an elk, you get a cow elk, you get like 150 pounds of meat, 200 pounds of meat. It's great. So that's your meat for a year almost. I remember a park ranger on Yellowstone one time. So he was driving, he was out of the ranch and things, and came across a large, it was a van or some sort of thing, like a VW, heavy van or some sort of motor. 4 young folks, he said, in the early 20s, and they were trying to herd this baby bison that we got separated from the herd, right? And it was now almost saw. They've been driving along. They saw it all from a distance in the fields, and so they decided to rescue this thing. So they were out there trying to get this thing to come towards their van. I have no idea. He said, I don't know what they were put in the van. He had no idea what they were trying to do. He stopped and said, when you do this, they move. He said, the
this is how this works, right? Nobody's not going to find its mother.
Have you ever seen the Instagram page Torons of Yellowstone? Oh, it's one of my favorite. Torons, like morons, tourists. Torons of Yellowstone. It's a great Instagram page. It's all assholes taking selfies with deer, selfies with bison, selfies with people trying to feed bears, and it's all people just getting fucking thrown through the air by giant bisons.
Yeah, I love that when they're like this, and it's right behind them, and they're just trying to get that picture. And once that bison starts staring, right? Once it starts staring at you, you guys know the problem.
This is when I saw these people are right. This black bear is eating fish right on the edge of this lake, and they're getting right up to it. I mean, these kids are literally 15, 16 inches away from this fucking thing. And he gets closer too, by the way. He said, yeah, come on, I got my thumbs up. Yeah. One of them winds up touching it. Yeah, he reaches over at the end of the stupid fucking video and touches it. And the bear is just like, fuck out of here. They don't care, but they're so habitualized to being around people. No wild bear, a true wild bear would ever allow this. This is just a bear. You know, they start eating this garbage, they start taking fish from fishermen and that kind of shit. Look at this kid taking this selfie. He gets closer. This fucking dumbass. Look at this fucking stupid kid. Look, he's gonna move in and touch it. Oh, yeah. That could have been the end of your life, buddy. Look, he's got flip flops on. They're so silly.
We go fishing in Alaska, and I'll tell you one thing we're not going to do. Bear comes out of the brush, we're not going to stop and take a selfie.
No, don't take a selfie. No, not at all. Alaska, though, there are scared of people because they hunt in Alaska. It's the only state, in the United States. And they want to open up a season in Montana. And there's arguments about that right now because of the interactions and what happened with bears. Yeah. This is part of what the governor of New Jersey ran on. That he's going to stop the bear hunt. People are like, yeah, stop the bear hunt. That shit lasted 1 year. And there were so many problems with bears. He's like, all right, you're right. And then they reintroduced the bear hunt. Also, those black bears, right? Oh, that's only black bears. Yeah. But New Jersey has more black bears per capita than any other state in the United States, which is amazing. You always forget that New Jersey, how big it is, but also just how great it is. It's a fucking world. Yeah. New Jersey is like Newark and Hackensack and, those places. Man,
it's all the pine flats and all the rest of that.
Yeah. So, get into the woods of New Jersey. It's fucking real woods. And it just doesn't seem like shit because New Jersey has Sopranos. In our mind, it's always Tony Soprano. It's New Elliot. There's nothing to do sandwich. Yeah, that's what we think about with New York. Think about is that your soprano voice? Pussy. Yeah. You excited about the power race? Yeah, we talked about that. I feel like Charlie Brown with these pulling that football away. Today I'm gonna kick that football, and then she fucking yanks that football, and Charlie goes flying to the air, lands in his hand. Yeah, that's how I feel.
It's gonna be the way it is too. I think they like to kick out the door. I don't think this time around. I don't think they can hold any more documents. They don't have that many left to hold. Right?
I think they just found thousands of new documents.
They found 2,400. That is actually the way they found. The FBI says, "Don't look at this." What they did was they did a review. They started in 2020, and they said, "Okay, all our closed cases, we're going to start, compiling all of them in one place." Why were they doing that? 40 years ago, 50 years ago. How do you not do that? I have a central repository. So they said, this is what we're going to do. So they did, and they said, we're updating the way that we digitize and hold on to all our records. And during the course of that, then when Trump issued his executive order about the release of the files, and also for RK and MLK, even the Bureau said, well, we were able to because we did this digitizing and this way of tracking the records. We were able to find 2,400 documents that are related that we just didn't know. So there's those, and then there's maybe 5,000 good documents that haven't been released. Well, Trump was quoted as saying that if the Jews showed me the information, right. And, it's a really good question. Here's what I think, and I don't obviously I don't know people those documents. Remember, I was at toddler when we were shot. Although I would have dealt with them for a couple. Everybody's fucking looking for a topic to come behind the magnifying glass, come off that grassy knoll. Right?
I mean, it's not like you're going to say in the documents, we did it. Right? Like, so what could the documents have that would be so incriminating that they wouldn't want to release them? Like, what would you document if you assassinated the president? We'd say, well, me and Mike were sitting over here on the grassy knoll.
I think some of the documents, the redactions are really the best. Like they redacted his redacted a person's name who was an investigator for social security number of somebody who was interviewed. But there's always something like that. Right. And so there's like also there's like I think they held on to the Biden administration held on to 2000 some odd.
Well, in 2017, they were supposed to release them, right? And then this was when the Trump administration didn't do it, and that's when people got back. Yeah, like, hey, you said you were going to do it. And this time they are saying they're going to do it. And then you got this hot lady who's involved in all this, which is hot.
It is. Well, why did they pick her? Yeah, why did they pick her? She a JFK expert. She's an assassination expert.
Well, it's not just assassination. She's in charge of UFOs too, right?
Right, and Epstein. I think what we're going to find is, this is just me speculating, but I think what we're going to find with the released documents is no smoking gun, and it's going to stop the people believing what they believe. It's not going to put anything to rest. And I think also there's probably going to be one of the reasons I think some of these things were withheld is because it's embarrassing, perhaps, to the CIA and the FBI, and also in terms of their collaboration with Lee Harvey Oswald was thrown their way for good reasons, right? For counterintelligence reasons. He had lived over immensely, he defected to Russia, to the Soviet Union. He lived over there for 3 years, came back, and so that in and alone puts it on the radar. Now suddenly he's a CIA concern, so the CIA is definitely monitoring. And then he goes down to Mexico, and he goes to the Cuban and Soviet embassies, and desperate to get involved in the revolution. And the Soviets by that time decided and I think
was that the narrative? Do we know what they really decided?
Well, I think I'm just speaking again from from experience in intelligence community. At a certain point, you look at somebody and go, there's nothing. This person's more of a liability than an asset.
You wouldn't have a perfect person in the capacity.
Well, unless they decided the guy is just unstable. Look, I mean, reportedly, he was finally granted permission to exist in the Soviet Union after he tried to kill himself. When they said they were going to send him back, he couldn't stay there. So I don't know that part of it, but I think it's. So my point is that I think he was on the radar, and I think what happened was in the documents we may find that the CIA, at the time, was not proactive, and it didn't work well with the FBI. It was real friction between those two. And I think that if they had brought in the FBI, informed them, said, look, you've got the Cuban embassy and the Soviet embassy down in Mexico under observation. We've had this guy on the radar for some time. He's not come back to Dallas anymore. He's back in the States. We've got to keep an eye on him. I think if they had done that, maybe this would be changes. But I don't think they did.
But this is assuming that Lee Harvey Oswald acted well.
Right. Under this scenario. Yes,
I'm not buying that at all.
But I think that's what we're going to see is documentation.
Well, if Trump really did say that if they showed you what they showed me, you wouldn't lose it either. It has to be something. And that something might be a second shoot.
Well, it's not or more. I agree because Trump has never been known to say things hyperbolic. So, I mean, there's a chance that he was,
I don't know. He attempted suicide, a striking indication of how much he desired to remain in the Soviet Union. Showed how willing he was dramatically and decisively when he faced an emotional crisis with few readily available alternatives at hand. He was shocked to find that the Soviet Union did not accept him with open arms. The entry in his self-styled historic diary for October 21st, 1959 reports, I am shocked, 2 exclamation points. My dreams, exclamation point. I have waited 2 years to be accepted. My fondest dream, I don't even know what that means. Fondest? It's probably been put up the T. You can't spell this, fuck. fondest dreams are shattered because of this petty official. I decided to end it. Soak fist in cold water to numb the pain, then slash my left wrist. The then plague wrist. Then plunge. Boy, I can't spell plunge either. Plunge. So it spells plunge. P-L-A-U-G. Yes, plunge. Wrist into bathtub of hot water. Somewhere a violin plays. So I watch my life whirl away. I think to myself, how easy to die and a sweet death for violins. Oswald was discovered in time at the morning's attempted suicide. He was taken to a hospital in Moscow where he was kept until October 28, 1959. Still intent, however, in staying in the Soviet Union, Oswald went on October 31st to the American Embassy to renounce his U.S. citizenship. Mr. Richard A. Snyder, the then second secretary and senior consul officer at the embassy, testified that Oswald was extremely sure of himself and seemed to know what his mission was. He took charge in the sense of the conversation right from the beginning. He said, he presented the following signed note. I, Lee Harvey Oswald, do hereby request that my present citizenship in the United States of America be revoked. And they let him back in the United States. Yeah. This is why the more tinfoil hat wearing amongst us. So this fucking guy, he was working for this is all bullshit. Yeah. They were setting it up and they were using it as a patsy.
Oh no, I know that's obviously there's a strong belief that the CIA was involved, the mob was involved. And again, hey, I haven't seen all the documents like Trump has, so everything's on. Everything's on the table. I don't think he's seen it either. What's he done for all the files?
Yeah, sitting there in his office, reading the documents.
Who knows? But I think said Cash Patel said he's seen all the files. Oh, so he said he's seen everything. I'm not sure how in what capacity.
Right.
Was he part of a review committee, perhaps? I don't know.
Interesting.
But we'll find out. Right?
Yeah, we'll find out. And you know that Roman said that he thinks that the Martin Luther King Jr. assassination was fishy.
Yeah, I really do. I believe that. I also was interested that his family doesn't want this released. They don't want the remaining documents released. And I think the reason there is because, look, they, Hoover and the federal state law enforcement have required Martin, and they were covering him through his son. So, including wiretaps, some that were signed off by RFK, right, by Robert Kennedy, so as attorney general. So, I think the family is like, look, we really need to release these records. So I think they're worried about, embarrassing information about their perhaps lifestyles, and a lot of that are in the yeah, it's been talked about, but I think if you dump it out there, whereas with RFK's, with JFK's documents, so they released some 500 pages of it, and estimates are like, we released 99% of the documents.
Right.
It's not that high a percentage for them. Right. So I think there's potential for embarrassment, but I also, same thing, I don't think in those documents, I don't think anybody's going to they're not going to self-incriminate, right? And I do think that there was something going on with that. James Earl Ray is a much more interesting case than I think than Lee Harvey was. James Earl Ray and his behavior leading up to the shooting at the Lorraine Motel, kind of going off the radar. Disappearing guy, the guy couldn't keep himself out of jail. He was a fatal petty thief, and he was just a fuck up. And then suddenly he disappears off the radar screen, and he shows up, and he looks like a college professor, and he's kind of got his shit together. And then after shooting, he ends up in Belgium. And he got money and guns. Yeah, he got money and guns. Like he suddenly got a bag full of cash to go buy himself a Mustang, which he needs to drive around the south and kind of see off the grid. I don't know. That one strikes me as, and then the sort of the interplay between federal and state and local law enforcement. To me, but again, my point is, that they release the documents. What do you think? There's going to be some note in there saying, must kill MLK.
Yeah.
Somebody talking about Hoover. So
that's why it's fun to think, like, what's the JFK document? What's the MLK? What are they going to tell us about UFOs? But how much of the document? If someone is involved in killing the president, I would imagine we might.
Yeah, you would think.
Kyle,
we're going to need you to make a statement here about shooting. So I think that there's probably not a piece of it that seems odd. Yeah, I think what Lily said, if they don't release all the documents at this stage, if they say we're gonna hold on to a redacted 1,000 pages, what the hell? I don't want to do that. Doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense. 1963. Just put the fucking rest. And if there's embarrassing things in there, then own it, right? Accept it and move on. But again, it's not going to change the narratives that are out there. I don't think it's going to. It's not going to satisfy anybody.
Wasn't it also a problem with so much time has passed that the waters are so muddy in terms of like trying to see clearly exactly what happened and when it went down and how it went down, unless they did somehow another document everything, which seems insane that they thought they would just tuck that away somewhere.
Yeah, it
just
doesn't
seem realistic.
It doesn't. Yeah.
It seems much more likely that that would be something you could have a conversation about in a closed room than
Yeah. If there was actually a cadre of people that did that, it's not in the documents, right? It's because those documents are like interviews with people on the grassy knoll, interviews with people who knew Jack Ruby in his life.
My friend Evan Hafer has an interesting perspective on it, special forces guy. He thinks that those guys who got fucked over at the Bay of Pigs when they didn't have air support from Kennedy, that if you were going to find a group of hardened individuals that were essentially assassins for the government, those would be the guys that would have a bone to pick with JFK.
Yeah, I mean, again, until everything's visible, I think everything's on the table.
Yeah,
he's not wrong in the sense that they hate Kennedy. But a lot of people hate Kennedy. RFK immensely.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he wouldn't like that.
Well, also, he fucked them over because they got him elected in Chicago, got turned on them, and started investigating everything about the fucker.
Yeah, and then they got to talk to Jack Ruby because he was knocked up, or did it because he was Jewish and he didn't want, the war, Jewish community to take that war.
The MK Ultra version is the best version. That's Sir Hans Hahn, Charles Manson. There we go. Yeah, I'll say it again, but Greek Chaos by Tom O'Neill.
Yeah, no, MK Ultra, that is a dark history chapter in the history of the age. And again, it's one of those cases where you can't. It's like we talked about with Alan Dulles, as far as I know, never from the foreign country. It would be like if I sat there and said, well, as far as I know, we never did anything. Of course, you never done it, right? Yeah, well, of course I said, yeah, this was like the experimentation that went on and it was outsourced.
Did you see the most recent things people are saying about China? I think Kurt Metzger said it, so I know it's going to be accurate. He's not on this podcast. Something about some new thing that they found, some Chinese mind control thing, where you saw that thing?
I think. I don't know. For the cryptocurrency, you guys said that they're being taken over by. Yeah, that has to be it. It's more viral.
Oh my God. Guys, how would I get it? I was not on Kurt Metzger's email list.
I just checked the one at Kurt.
It's $1 million to do it. That's how people saw it.
Wait a minute, what are you talking about? Well, what I'm talking about is some mind control thing that they're involved with, like their version of like a neural link.
Oh, okay.
There's a bunch of, there's more than one different scenario.
This is crazy because what goes around comes around, right? Everything that's always doing it. Because when we talked about MK Ultra, the whole reason behind MK Ultra was fear that the Soviets were engaged in mind control.
Someone burned 500. Yeah, this is it. ETH to accuse Chinese hedge fund CEOs of using brain computer weapons. Allegations of mind control tech sparked a crypto donation spree amid intrigue in Chinese finance circles. Yeah, this is it. So this dude, how do you say that name? Hulizi burned 603 ETH to allege Chinese hedge fund CEOs' use of brain computer weapons. Large donations totaling of 1,950 Ethereum were made to various addresses, including WikiLeaks in Ukraine. A self-identified Chinese programmer has burned 603 ETH, approximately $1.65 million, and donated 1,950 ETH, approximately $5.35 million, through a series of blockchain transactions while making allegations against executives of a Chinese hedge fund. And so this guy, I don't understand why he's donating the money.
Yeah. So people see it, essentially.
Okay, he sent 500 ETH to the Burn address with this message. The CEO of Kwande Investment, Feng Jin and Yuji, Yuji used brain-computer weapons to persecute all company employees and former employees, and even they themselves were controlled.
Okay.
The individual, identified as Hu Lezi, sent multiple on-chain messages accusing Kwande Investment CEO Feng Jin and Zhu Zhuzi of using what they term brain-computer weapons against employees and former employees. Kwande Investment, known as Wizard Quant, is a hedge fund specializing in quantitative trading.
That old story.
And so scroll down, it says, this is a new mode of crime which the victim is gradually deprived of the senses of desire until it becomes a complete slave to the digital machine. And if one day I become a victim of the final stage, I will leave the world. As the brain-computer interface and mind-reading technology keeps developing, there is a new mode of crime in which wild animals become puppets or complete slaves to digital machines.
I saw this on some question. The human caterpillar episode. Wow. Okay, so I don't understand, Jimmy, maybe you do. Why burning things, donating actually more money just to get a seed? It would draw a lot of attention to someone